bullet came whizzing by, hitting my ear. So it was amazing. But when you think of the odds of that, and
Yeah.
that normally you wouldn't use it. Normally I wouldn't have the thing, and then it would
Yeah.
have been a very different story. It's very much, I I say, an act of God. It's a miracle that it happened, and I'm
Sure.
honored by it. I'm honored by it.
Well, what were you about to say about illegal immigration before you were rudely interrupted with the
Well, I was
bullet?
going to say how good the numbers were. By the way, we're going back to Butler, and we're going to go
Great.
back in October. We're all set up, and the people are fantastic in Butler. It's a great area. Great. These are incredible people. Like the three that, in the case of Corey, killed, and the other two, the families are. I got to know them a little bit, and the families are great. But we're going back to Butler, and I think I'll probably start by saying, as I was saying,
As you were
prior to
saying,
being so
so,
horribly interrupted.
yeah,
But
yeah. So rudely interrupted by an
yeah,
assassination
so it was.
attempt.
But no, but the chart,
Some people have no manners.
Elon, the chart was just a chart that in my last week we had the best illegal immigration numbers, meaning stopping. It was at the lowest. You've seen the chart. It's become quite a famous
Yeah,
chart,
yeah,
but that was the lowest
yeah.
point ever recorded. It was a really, I mean, I was very proud of those numbers. And then you see what happened with these people, Kamala and Joe. You see what happened. They just let it go. I had remain in Mexico policies. I had all these different policies that was so good. Uh, Guys like Tom Holman and Brandon Judd from Border Patrol. All these are all people that they've been on television. They said it's the best numbers we've ever had. We had so many different checks, catch and release in Mexico, not the United. We had catch and release in the United States. We had it in Mexico. We had so many things. We had things where many people come in there, they have contagious diseases. We had everything passed. If you have a contagious disease, I'm sorry, but we cannot allow you into the country. So we were setting
Yeah,
literally records, and all I was doing is showing that, and I use it sometimes,
sure.
and in this case, I'm glad I used it. I can tell you that, but they were fantastic numbers. But I'm going to sleep with that chart always. I'll be sleeping with that chart. That chart was very important for a lot of reasons.
Well, I mean, would it be accurate to say that you're supportive of legal immigration, but that we also need to shut down illegal immigration, and especially unvetted illegal
Yes,
immigration, because and that's not the same as saying that everyone who's an illegal immigrant is bad. In fact, I think most people who are illegal immigrants are actually good, but you can't tell the difference unless there's a solid vetting of who comes across the border. Does that accurately
100%.
represent your position?
I say it
Okay.
very simply. They have to come in legally. They have to be checked
Yeah.
because look, Kamala was the border czar. Now she's denying it. Everything that I do, she's
Yeah.
saying she was strong on the border. We're going to be strong. Well, she doesn't have to say it. She could close it up right now. They could do things right now. It's horrible. Uh, no tax on tips, and all of a sudden she's making a speech and there will be no tax on tips. I said that months ago. And by the way, they had just the opposite. They had not only tax on tips, but they hired 88,000 IRS agents, and many of them were assigned to go get waitresses and caddies and all of this on tips. They have a policy. They had a policy that they were really going to go after you and were really harassing people horribly. And then all of a sudden, for politics, she says, she comes out with what I said, which I think is terrible. And I think it's also hitting them very hard. These people are fake. Now they're also saying they did a good job on the border. We had the worst numbers in the history of the world, not of our country. There's never been a country in history that has had a catastrophe like this. We've had, I believe, and I think you believe this too, you hear 12
Yeah.
million, 13. I believe it's over 20 million people came into our country,
Yeah.
many coming from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, or a bigger version of that is
Yeah.
insane asylums, and many are terrorists. And I'll tell you what, they're coming not just from South America, they're coming from Africa, they're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Asia, they're
Yeah.
coming from the Middle East, they're coming from countries that are stupidly and horribly, bombing Israel October 7th. They're coming from all over the world. And you know, you look at, it's so sad October 7th because it should have never happened.
Yeah.
It's so sad
Sure.
when you look at Ukraine. It should have never happened. We have a defective
Yeah.
government. These are defective people, and they're not people that should be running it. But where you see it the best is the border, because you have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something. She had 3.5 years. And by the way, they have another 5 months that they can do something, but they
Yeah.
won't do anything. It's all talk. She's
No.
incompetent and he's incompetent. And frankly, I think that she's more incompetent than he is. And that's saying something because he's not too good.
Yeah. No, I think it is essential to have a secure border. I mean, you're really not a country unless you have a
Correct.
secure border. And
secure elections,
you
too.
know, yeah, absolutely secure elections. And so it's just essential to have a real border, or we can't function as a country, and our service, our central services are being overwhelmed in a lot of cities. As we were talking about earlier, I think having a legal immigration process that is smooth and efficient and done well, and speaking as someone who is a legal immigrant, and I think I mean, like one way to think of it is, who do you want on your team? Who do you want on Team America? And I think we want to just say, okay, we want to let in people who are gonna, be great contributors to our society and to our economy,
Right.
and and who do you want on the team? And it's not to say that, like in my opinion, actually, I'd say like probably most of the illegal immigrants actually are actually good, hardworking people. That's my opinion. But some are not, and you just have this sort of adverse selection process where, if somebody's if somebody's like you know um, uh, has a career in theft or robbery, I don't understand what's taken them so long to get here, because we're such a target-rich environment. Um, I mean, why aren't more people who have a career in, bad things coming here sooner? Because I mean, it's a piece of cake to go rob, houses in LA or New York, compared to other parts of the world. And in a lot of places in America, if you try to stop the person who's robbing you, you'll be arrested.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's insane.
It's right. I mean, what's happening with crime, and our police are so good, but they're not allowed to do their job. But I have to tell you, Elon, I
They're
hate
not.
to say it because it's such a downer to say it. I hate to say it. I hate it. But uh, you have a lot of people that just shouldn't be. I think it's a much bigger number than you think. They're
I
allowing,
think you're
again,
right.
they're
Yeah.
allowing people from their jails. And if you were running one of these countries where they're coming from, you would have had all of them. As an example, Venezuela, their crime is down 72%. They're taking their drug dealers. They're taking, frankly, their prisoners. They're emptying out their prisons. They're taking their criminals, their murderers, their rapists, and they're
Yeah.
delivering them into
But
the.
that's what Castro did.
Yeah,
That
well, he did on a much smaller scale.
yeah.
You know, it was a much smaller
Yeah.
scale. But this is a massive scale because this is being done worldwide. But here's what's happening: crime all over the world is down. And wait till you see the numbers that we have. You know, this is migrant crime. This is crime that's going to be.
Yeah.
And I saw it today in New York where somebody was knifed, where they raped the girlfriend of a man that stood there watching in New York in one of the shelters, and started
Sure.
pulling out the knives, and bad things happen today. But this is happening every day. These are rough people. These are people that are in jail for
Yeah.
murder and all sorts of things. And they're releasing them into our country. And they're telling them, if you come back, we're going to kill you. We're going to give you the death penalty or kill you. So they don't want to come back. But these are rough people.
Yeah.
These are criminals that make our criminals look like nice people. And it's horrible what they're doing. And she's in charge of it because, now she's trying to say she
Sure.
had nothing to do with it. And she's such a liar because she was called the border czar the first day, and it was on the headlines of every newspaper. She's the border czar, and she never even went there. She went to one location which had nothing to do with where the problem is. She went in and out, I
Right.
guess, because she was getting a lot of pressure,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
had nothing to do where the problem
Yeah.
is. but she was the
Well,
border czar, and people
yeah.
can't allow them to get away with their disinformation campaign. Now she's trying to say that she wasn't really involved, and the whole thing is horrible. She was totally in charge. She could have shut the border down without him. He didn't know what he was doing anyway, so he wouldn't have even known
Yeah.
what happened. You could shut the border down; he
Yeah.
wouldn't even know the difference. But uh, the fact is that she was border czar. But if you don't have to call her
Yes.
that, the fact is you could just call her. She was in charge of the border, and the border was the worst
Right.
ever.
It's simply not working.
No, it's horrible.
Whether it's whether it's a question of intention or competence, either way, we don't have a secure border, and we have people streaming over like it looks like a World War Z zombie apocalypse at times. And sometimes you got to sort of wonder, like, is it real or not? So because you see things, you're like, is it real? So I went to the border at Eagle Pass, and I saw for myself in Texas, and I was like, okay, it's real. I'm like seeing this in real time. I actually posted the video like just live. I just flew there one day and just to see, hey, is this made up or real? And I'm just seeing people stream across the border, and I have to say, at least the people that I saw did not look friendly. So
These are
people can look at my video and say,
Yeah.
hey, these people look friendly. I don't look super friendly. So
These are people that Elon would not be the same man if he had to walk across the street and look these people in the eye. These are rough people. These are really rough people coming across. And I know rough people. And these are people that we don't want in our country. And, the caravans are coming in, and they're putting, and who's doing this are the heads of the countries. And you would be doing
Yeah.
it, and so would I. And everyone would say, oh, what a terrible thing to say. The fact is, it's brilliant for them because they're taking all of their bad people, really bad people. And I hate to say this, the reason the numbers are much bigger than you would think is they're also taking their non-productive people. Now, these aren't people that will kill you. We have enough of them. But these are people that are non-productive. They are just not productive. I mean, for whatever reason, they're not workers, or they don't want to work, or whatever. And these countries are getting rid of non-productive people in the caravans in many cases. And they're also getting rid of their murderers and their drug dealers and the people that are really brutal people. And they're coming into our country at levels that have never been seen before. And I saw an ad just before I got on the air. I'm walking over here, and I saw an ad by Kamala saying how she is going to provide border security. Where has she been for 3.5 years? For 3.5 years,
Yeah, no,
we have 20 million people
I think
poured in. It's a terrible.
Yeah, I think this, frankly, I think this is a fundamental existential issue for the United States. And if we have another 4 more years of open borders, and it's going to be even worse with another 4 more years, it's going to be even worse than it's been for the past 3.5 years. I'm not sure we've got a country.
You don't
left
have a country
at that
left.
point.
Elon, if they get in, you will have 50 to 60 million people from all over the world, not South America only. We think of South America, we think of Honduras and El Salvador, Guatemala, and Mexico, the 4. But it's not that. It's everywhere. They're coming in from everywhere. And I had to stay in Mexico.
Yeah, I think this is a super important point. Like people, it's like, basically, when I went down there, I was like, well, where are people from? It's like almost no one was from Mexico.
No, Mexico less.
It's just the border. It's just the border with Mexico. But the people coming in, it's Earth, the rest of Earth, and America is only about 4 or 5% of the population of Earth. It would only take a few percent of the rest of Earth to overwhelm everything.
We're already overwhelmed, Elon. We're overwhelmed. You had to see the news tonight about New York, and I love that place. And what they're doing to it is horrible. What they're doing to it, and all the courts do is they try and focus on Trump. Okay, let's focus on Trump, who did nothing wrong. I complain about a rigged election. Elon, what's happened is unbelievable. You have from Africa. From the Congo, they're coming from the Congo, and 22 people came in from the Congo recently, and they're murderers, and they dropped them. They drop them. They take them out of jails, which is very expensive, to maintain the jails. Although they don't do too much maintaining, I can tell you. But they take them out of jails, prisons. They take them out, and they bring them to the United States. They deposit them in the United States and say, "Don't ever come back, or you're going to be executed." And they don't want to come back. but they won't come back.
Sure.
But they're coming from Africa. They're coming from Asia. They're coming from the Middle East. They're coming from South America.
Just
They're
Earth,
coming from
rest of Earth,
everywhere.
basically.
And there are a lot of
Yeah,
really
everywhere on
bad
Earth.
ones.
It's just an everywhere on Earth thing, and it's just not possible for the United States to absorb, everyone from Earth, or even a few percent of the rest of Earth. It's just not possible.
Well,
So
Elon, we're going to have
that's
just
yeah.
to finish this up. We're going to have the largest deportation in history of this country, and we have no choice. Otherwise, we're going to have a country. What they've done to our country. Think of it, with in Venezuela and in some of these other countries, crime is down 50, 60, 70, 80%. And you would be the same. You would have.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Venezuela has not gotten rid of all of them. They've gotten rid of about 70% of their really bad people. Their jails are about 50% put into the United States. The same with other countries.
Sure.
Some are 30%, some are at 50%. They're all different. But the bottom line is they're all going to be at 100%. Why wouldn't you put 100% of it?
Yeah.
And they're doing it right now while this third-rate phony candidate. Don't forget, I beat Biden. He failed in the debate miserably. And, some people said, oh, gee, it's too bad. It's too bad he did so badly, or I did well in the debate. The first night they said, wow, one of the people at CNN said that was the greatest debate performance I've ever witnessed. And then 2 days later, they didn't talk about that. They just said he was bad. But that's okay. That's the way I get treated, and I don't mind that at all. What I can tell you is this. We cannot have a Democrat. We cannot have her. She's incompetent. She's as bad as Biden in a different.
Yeah.
Look, she hasn't done an interview since this whole scam started. And say what you want. This was a coup. This was a coup of a president of the United States. He didn't want to leave, and they said, we can do it the nice way, or we can do it the hard way.
Yeah, they just took him out back behind the shed and basically shot him.
What they did with this guy, and I'm no fan of his, and he was a horrible president, the worst president in history. And one of the reasons he was so bad, first of all, the Israeli attack would have never happened. Russia would never have attacked Ukraine, and we'd have no inflation. And we wouldn't have had the Afghanistan mess, if you think of it.
Well,
and we wouldn't have had Afghanistan. But we think of it. You take a few of those events away, and we have a different world. We would also have inflation was caused by oil.
Yeah, no. I think you're making an excellent point here, which is that when other countries can, that are thinking about invading or doing bad things, when they're thinking about that, they're thinking about, okay, what's the American president going to do? And do they fear the American president, or is there someone they do not respect and do not fear? And I think they would rightfully be. I mean, but look at the footage of the assassination. They're like, okay, President Trump is like, don't mess with me. I mean, that's like. Whereas I think people are not going to be, and they obviously have not been at all intimidated by Biden, and they certainly will not be intimidated by Kamala. And you have to really think of that in the context of global security. That if the American president is someone that, like, evil dictators are scared of, that makes a huge difference to the security of the world.
So I had a good relationship with Putin, despite the Russia hoax that lasted for over 2 years. Just a hoax created by Hillary Clinton and Adam Schiff, some just bad people, just sick people, frankly. I mean, Schiff is a sick person. He's going to end up probably being a senator. It's hard to believe. The whole thing is hard to believe. But, they put our country in danger with
I just want to say this is normal Trump bullshit. They make up
stories, and you have to fight your way out of it for a long time. But I know Putin very well. I got along with him very well. He respected me, and it's just one of those things. And we would talk a lot about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye. But I said, don't ever do it. Don't ever do it. I shut down Nord Stream 2. That was the big oil pipeline, the biggest pipeline in the world going all over Europe. I shut it down. Biden came, and then they say, I loved Russia. I was a friend of Putin, and I loved Russia. No. He actually said to me one time, he said, if you're my friend, I'd hate to see you as an enemy. I shut down his pipeline, the biggest pipeline. They were looking at that to fund. And this pathetic president gets in there. And the first thing he did, one of the early things he did, is he shut down Keystone XL pipeline, which is our pipeline, that would have employed 48,000 people, pipeline workers, shuts it down. That was, a massive job that Obama refused to allow.
Yeah.
I allowed it in my first week because it was jobs and it moved oil. And by the way, in a much more environmentally friendly way. It's underground. It's not a truck that catches on fire or a train that catches on fire. But think of it. He shut down the XL pipeline, the Keystone XL pipeline.
Yeah.
He shuts that down and he approves the Russian pipeline.
Yeah, it doesn't make any
Right?
sense. It's inconsistent. Certainly but I mean, I think it's just worth emphasizing, to listeners, the immense importance of whether the United States president is intimidating or not intimidating, and how much that matters to global security. Because there's some real tough characters out there, and if they don't think the American president is tough, they will do what they want to do.
I know every one of
and
them.
that puts the whole world in danger.
Elon, I know every one of them, and I know them well. I know Putin. I know President Xi. I know Kim Jong-un of North Korea. I know every one of them. And let me tell you, people will say, "Oh, this is terrible." He said, "I'm not saying anything good or bad. They're at the top of their game. They're tough. They're smart. They're vicious." And they're going to protect their country, whether they love their country. They probably do. It's just a different form of love, but they're going to protect their country. But these are tough people at the top of their game. And when they see a Kamala or when they see Biden, Sleepy Joe, they can't even believe it. They can't believe this happened. All the stuff that you're seeing now, all the horror that you look at Israel, they're all waiting for an attack from Iran. Iran would not be attacking, believe me. When I was there, and I say it with respect, because I think we would have been good with Iran. I don't want to do anything bad to Iran, but they knew not to mess around. Iran was broke because I told China, if you buy from Iran oil, it's all about the oil. That's where the money is. But if you buy oil from Iran, you're not going to do any business with the United States. And I meant it. And they said, we'll pass. They didn't buy oil. Other countries, likewise.
Sure.
You want to buy, you're not doing business with the United States. And they were at a point where they had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for any of these instruments of terror. And it was amazing. In fact, there were articles when I was leaving, which is hard to believe, actually, especially when you look at what's happened to our country. Our country is so bad right now. It's such a different place. We were respected. Think of it. 4 years ago, we were so respected to a point where when I said don't buy oil, they didn't buy oil, but they had no money, and Israel would have never been attacked. It is zero chance. And again,
oh my God, who can suck off Israel harder?
You can't do it, Vladimir.
Trump or Kamala?
Bad day.
Jesus.
And not do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, "No way." And I said, "Way." And it's the last time we ever had the conversation. He would never have done. I got along well with him. I hope to get along well with him again. Getting along well with them is a good thing, not a bad thing. I got along well with Kim Jong-un. When I met with President Obama just before entering, it's a sort of a ritual. And I sat down with him and we talked. It was supposed to be for a very short period of time. It turned out to be a long period of time. I said, "What's the biggest problem?" He said, "North Korea." I had that problem worked out very quickly. It was nasty at the beginning with Rocket Man and all the different things.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, I got a call.
Those were some epic tweets, by the way.
Yeah, they were epic. Everything. He said that he has a red button on his desk. I said, I have a red button on my desk too, but my red button is much bigger, and my red button works. And then I called him Little Rocket Man of Little Rocket Man. Anyway, here's the bottom line. All of a sudden, I got a call from him. And they said they want to meet. They want to meet me. And we met, as you remember, we met in Singapore. We met also in Vietnam. And I got along with them great. We were in no danger. But President Obama thought we were going to end up in a war, a nuclear war with him. And let me tell you, he's got a lot of nuclear stuff, too.
Exactly.
He's got plenty of nuclear. He can do plenty of damage.
Yes, I mean, it's because, people like Kim Jong-un, they respond to strength, not weakness.
Well,
he and I
had a good relationship. Remember I met him and we walked onto his land. Nobody ever walked onto his land before. I walked onto. I wouldn't say. Let's bring up Secret Service again. I wouldn't say they were thrilled when I did that. I walked onto his land, and it was an amazing period. But we were not in danger with him because of me. I always say that we have enemies on the outside and we have enemies on the inside. We have some really bad people in our government and people that are and controlling of the people. I mean, I'd mention names, but I really don't want to give them the credit. But we have some really bad, and I say they're more dangerous than Russia and China. If you have a smart president, a president that gets it, we are not in danger from those countries because they need us and they need our help. I mean, we forced Obama, if you think about it, Obama and Biden and Bush to a certain extent, in all fairness, forced Russia and China together. And if you're a history student, the first thing you learn is you cannot let Russia and China align. But then they also got, if you take a look, Iran, and they have North Korea. That's, they call it the axis of evil. In the old days, you had the axis of evil. Here we have a modern day axis of evil. These are powerful countries, very heavy nuclear, which is the biggest threat. The biggest threat is not global warming, where the ocean's going to rise 1/8 of an inch over the next 400 years. And you'll have more oceanfront property, right? The biggest threat is not that. The biggest threat is nuclear warming, because we have 5 countries now that have significant nuclear power, and we have to not allow anything to happen with stupid people like Biden. Biden did something with Russia. There was no chance of him ever going in. And when I left, and then after I left, they started forming big armies on the border with Ukraine, right? And I looked at that, and I thought he was doing that because Putin's a good negotiator. I thought he was doing that to negotiate. But then Biden started saying such stupid things. For instance, he said that it can be a NATO country. Now, Russia, for as long as there's been NATO, has said we're never going to agree to that. And we go right up front and say that. And we did things and said things through this president with a low IQ, very low IQ. He had a low IQ 30 years ago, by the way, but now he might not even have a IQ at all. There's nothing on the board that goes this low. He said things that were so stupid that war had zero chance of happening if I were there. Zero chance. He was saying everything the opposite. Everything the opposite. And it's so sad because many more people have been killed in Ukraine than you read about. You don't read about how bloody it is and how disaster.
Sure.
Hey, look, just in the 2 armies, you lost 500,000 people. And Ukraine's having a hard time. Ukraine, I don't know if you saw the article recently, and it's true. You don't hear the true story. But if you think about it, Russia's gone, Russia defeated Germany with us, and they defeated Napoleon. They've been around a long time. They're a big fighting force. Yeah. So, and it's very unfair. And Ukraine now doesn't have enough men. They're now using young men and very old men to fight. And we're in a very bad position. And I'm not going to blame exclusively, but I can tell you I could have stopped that. And a smart president could have stopped that. It wouldn't have happened. But we had a man that actually made it more prevalent. It was so bad. The words that he was using, the stupid threats coming from a stupid face that he was using. I said, this guy's going to cause us a war. He's going to cause us. And let me tell you, it can lead to World War III. That can lead to World War III. The Middle East can lead to. We have numerous places that could end up in a World War III right now for no reason whatsoever.
I think you're right. I think people underrate the risk of World War III, and it's just when you're looking at the risk of global thermonuclear warfare, it's game over for humanity, and it's something that people have, I think, after the end of the Cold War, people have become complacent about, but they actually have forgotten that there are currently a lot of nuclear missiles that have targeting parameters for the United States from 100%. Other countries.
And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to build an Iron Dome over us. Israel has it. We're going to have the best Iron Dome in the world. We need it, and we're going to make it all in the United States. But we're going to have protection, because it just takes one maniac to start something. We're going to have protection, and we're going to have. Why shouldn't we have an Iron Dome? Israel has one. Some other places have one that nobody even knows about, frankly. But Israel has it. We're going to have an Iron Dome. But with all of that being said, to me, that's so important, the most important. But with all of that being said, the election's coming up, and the people want to hear about the economy and the fact that
Absolutely,
they can't
sure.
buy groceries because they don't have enough money to buy groceries. The inflation has killed them. Food prices are up 50, 60, even 100% in some cases. And this stupid administration allowed this to happen. And it's a shame. And that's the thing that people most care about, in my opinion. They care about the border a lot. And we discussed the border at great length. It's nice to have a forum like this where I can discuss something at length. And by the way, you think Biden could do this interview? Do you think that Kamala could do this interview? They would take a pass on you.
No, they could not.
So they don't need Elon. They don't need Elon screaming out questions. It's pretty sad when you think that somebody that does this for a living can't answer a question or is afraid to do an interview. And in her case, with a very friendly interview, she's got all friendly interviewers. It's pretty sad.
Yes, absolutely.
But the big thing now is the economy, Elon.
Yeah.
And as much as I mean, I view nuclear as the single most important thing, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't understand that. But it doesn't have to. If I understand it, that's all you need. Because if I was president, you're not going to have that kind of a problem. But the thing that they really is making them angry is what Kamala and Biden have allowed to happen to the economy. It's a disaster with inflation. The inflation, it doesn't matter what you make. The inflation is eating you alive. If you're a worker or if you're just a middle income person, you can't afford. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, people were saving a lot of money. Today, they're using all their money and borrowing money just to live. It's a horrible thing that's happening. And we'll end that quickly.
Well, I think a lot of a lot of people just don't understand where inflation comes from. Inflation comes from government overspending because the checks never bounce when it's written by the government. So if the government spends far more than it brings in, that increases the money supply. And if the money supply increases faster than the rate of goods and services, that's inflation. So really, we need to have we need to reduce our government spending. And we need to re-examine. I think we need like a government efficiency commission to say like, hey, where are we spending money that's sensible? Where is it not sensible? And we need to live within our means. We're currently adding, I think, $1 trillion to the deficit roughly every 100 days.
That's right.
And the interest payments on the national debt have now exceeded the defense budget. It's on the order of $1 trillion.
It's interest,
and it keeps growing.
I rebuilt our military, largely rebuilt our military. Did a great job on it, which was so important. We had jets, we had fighters that were, and bombers that were 70 years old, and we did a great job in that. Then we gave 85 billion of it back to Afghanistan, if you can believe it. We gave them 85 billion. They're one of the largest sellers of military equipment in the world. They're selling what we gave them. That was one of the most embarrassing days in the history of our country. But if you think about, let's go back to the economy. We have to bring energy prices down. Energy started at the price of gasoline. Now your cars don't require too much gasoline, so you have a good, and you do make a great product. I have to say, I have to be honest with you. That doesn't mean everybody should have an electric car, but these are minor details. But your product is incredible. But the gasoline, Elon, is the cost of energy. Not only gasoline, it's the cost of heating your house and cooling your house. That has to come down. It's gone up 100%, 150, and 200%, and that has to come down. When that comes down, and we're going to drill, baby, drill. They stopped drilling, and then they went back to drilling because they went back to the Trump policy. But if they won the day after they get into office, this country will go out of business because they're going to go to an energy policy that's not sustainable. Wind and different things. You're not going to have anything. And I know you're a big fan of the AI, and I have to say that AI, and this is shocking to me, but AI requires twice the energy that the country already produces for everything. So we're going to have to build a lot of energy if our country will be competitive with China, because that's our primary competitor for this on the AI. You're going to need a lot of electricity. You're going to need tremendous electricity, like almost double what we produce now for the whole country, if you can believe it.
Sure. Well, just going, back to this, like this basic thing, which that people try to make it sound complicated, but it's not. But inflation is caused by government
Right.
overspending. Would you agree that we need to take a look at government
Yes.
spending and have perhaps a government efficiency commission that just tries to make the spending sensible and so the country lives within its means, just like a
The
person does?
waste is incredible, and nobody negotiates prices. You used to have a lot of people making jets, and you end up with two companies, and they'll probably try and merge at some point. I mean, I went through it like Air Force, just a thing like Air Force One. One of the first documents they asked me to sign, a general walks in, "Sir, would you please sign this document?" And what is it? Air Force One. That's with Boeing, which is basically two planes, two 747s. And the price was $5.7 billion for two planes. Now, now they're highly sophisticated.
That's insane.
They're even nicer than your plane, okay? But much more sophisticated. They're very, I won't say what's on it, but they got a lot of stuff on it. Anyway, but it's 5.7.
That's a crazy
It's
number.
a crazy number. But I said, I'm not going to pay 5.7. I'm not going to do it. I said, who made the deal? Obama and his people. I said, well, then I know the deal's no good. I'm not going to do it. And over a course of about 4 weeks, by my saying I'm not going to do it, I got the price reduced by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane, other than we had a nicer paint job, if you want to know the truth. But for the exact same plane, I saved one. And I said to Boeing, man, you guys must make a lot of money if you can reduce the price by that. But now what I do hear is that they're going back to the Biden administration and wanting big cost overruns, because they see these dopey suckers in there, and they'll end up getting some of the money back. But I shaved it by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane. And you can now take that and multiply that out times thousands of other items.
Multiply it by
the
zillion,
numbers are
and
astronomical. I agree with you.
Well, I mean, I think it would be great to just have a government efficiency commission that takes a look at these things and just ensures that the taxpayer money, the taxpayers' hard-earned money, is spent in a good way. And I'd be happy to help out on such a commission.
I'd love
if it were formed.
Well, you're the greatest cutter. I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, you want to quit? They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike, and you say, that's okay. You're all gone. You're all gone. So every one of you is gone, and you are the greatest. You would be very good. Oh, you would love it. But, if you look at Argentina.
Well, I'd be happy to help
by the way,
out.
congratulations.
Yeah.
I just looked at the number of people that are listening to you and I chat. We'll call it a chat. But congratulations. This is very good. I mean, it's great. And you're an interesting character. The new head of a place called Argentina, and he's a big, he's great. And he's a big MAGA fan, that he ran on MAGA. And he took it to an extreme too. He ran on MAGA, and I hear he's doing really a terrific job. It's called Make Argentina Great Again. It worked out perfectly. He came in, he bought a lot of hats, he brought everything, but he's doing a big job. He really cut. And I'm hearing they're starting to do pretty well. Inflation's getting down. They had like 2,000%. And they had inflation like not normal inflation. They had the real deal. But we're going to have that pretty soon. I think we have the worst inflation we've had in 100 years. They say it's 48 years. I don't believe it. I think we have the worst. They don't include a lot of the items that should be included,
Yeah. Well, it's just from government overspending and not spending taxpayer money effectively, and having just like so many departments you can't even name them all. And what Milei is doing is he's cutting government spending. He's simplifying things. He's putting in regulations that make sense. And Argentina overnight is experiencing a giant improvement in prosperity. But it's also a lesson for the United States, which is that Argentina used to be one of the most prosperous countries in the world. In the 30s, 40s, and because of bad government policy, it ruined the country. And if you take Venezuela, for example, Venezuela should be incredibly prosperous. They have phenomenal reserves of everything, oil, everything, and it should be prosperous. But if the government's wrong, it impoverishes the people, and so I think we should not be complacent in the United States and thinking that and taking our prosperity for granted, because if with bad government policy we can run the country into the ground, and that's just something people should bear in mind. Don't take prosperity for granted.
Well, think of education. So we're ranked at the bottom of every list of the top 40. We're ranked number 40, number 38. Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, different countries are ranked good. Actually, China's pretty close to the top. They're a top 6 or 7. But we're ranked at the bottom, almost at the bottom, 38, 39, 40. In other words, horrible. And yet we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. So we spend more. And what I'm going to do, one of the first acts, and this is where I need an Elon Musk. I need somebody that has a lot of strength and courage and smarts. I want to close up Department of Education, move education back to the states, where states like Iowa, where states like Idaho, not every state will do great, because states that basically aren't doing good now. You look at Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. He's terrible. He does a terrible job. So he's not going to do great with education. But of the 50, I would bet that 35 would do great, and 15 of them, or 20 of them, will be as good as Norway. Norway is considered great. You can name them. I mean, they're so good. Some of these countries are so good. But if you go into some of these really well-run states, we have states that don't know what debt is. We have states that have low taxes, no debt, everybody working. They're really well-run.
Sure.
And maybe they have certain advantages in terms of location, in terms of, the land or the sun and the water and the whole thing. There are a lot of advantages that some people have. But if you moved education back to the 50, you'll have some that won't do well, but they'll actually be forced to do better, because it'll be a pretty bad situation. But if you think about it, you'll have some of these states. I'll bet you'd have 30, 35 states. It'll be much better. And you know what it'll cost? Less than half what it is in Washington. And these people don't care about the students in these, faraway states. And it would be, it'd be unbelievable.
Yeah. I think you're making a good point in that if the states have to if each state has to compete against other states, then people will naturally move to states where it's better.
Well, like California, as we said, it's a badly run state. I could go through. I got so many friends that are in those states, even if they're Democrats. I hate to mention certain states, but Illinois is badly run with Pritzker. He's a real loser. But some of these places are just badly run. But it's almost going to force them to run better, and they won't do it good initially. But you're not going to do worse than you're doing right now. And I would say that the cost, you would cut your cost by 50 or 60%. And you'd have a little monitor. You want to make sure they're teaching English, as an example. Give us a little English, right?
Sure.
Right.
Yeah. No, but I mean, too much. I mean, some of these governors are doing so badly. I mean, they got so many people moving out of their state. They should get U-Haul Salesman of the Year award because they're driving so much U-Haul.
It's actually amazing.
People moving out.
Isn't it amazing to you as a businessman that they can even survive? Like Illinois. So many people are leaving, and you wonder, how do they survive? I mean, how do they survive? I saw where you left California and you moved to Texas. Texas does a great job. But, I mean, I just wonder, how do these states survive when big businesses, a big oil company just left California, as you know, and they moved to Texas. How do these big states survive when they lose so many businesses? And their taxes are already really high. The taxes are among the highest taxes. You almost wonder, how do they continue on? And in many cases, the governors don't do a good job, and they're crime-ridden places. You wonder, how do they continue to just go on? It's not a good situation.
I mean, I think the only thing that's going to force some of these states to change is if they risk bankruptcy and they're not getting bailed out by the federal government.
Right. Well,
That's the only thing that's
going
to get them to change.
You remember the area in California where they had that, where I guess somebody had sticky fingers and they stole a lot of money, and they went into a form of chapter and it was very nasty
Yeah,
for a period of time. But now it's probably the most popular place in all of California. So at some point, something like that may have to happen. But the problem is, you can't penalize people that loan money to the state when you have incompetent people like a Pritzker. Look, the family didn't want him in the family business, and then he ends up being governor of Illinois. So what is he going to be? Is he going to be a great governor? And you have people. I could name every one of them. I got to know every one of
Yep.
these, and some are very good, and some are just horrible.
Well, I think that, I mean, the larger point here too, as you're saying, like a lot of people are concerned about the economy, a lot of people are concerned about inflation, and inflation is effectively a tax on people that save money,
Yeah.
and for people that are working day to day, it's just a form of taxation. And if we can solve the government spending problem, we'll solve the inflation problem, which means people will have a better standard of living, and
Yeah.
that's a really big
Well,
deal.
the people that got hurt worst are the people that did it the way they were taught to do it all through, their younger life and their young life and their whole life. The people that saved money and then they got no interest on their money and inflation destroyed them. And frankly, they were almost better off if they didn't do anything like that. I mean, those people have been absolutely decimated, and we're going to bring those people back and help those people. We've got to get the prices down. When I look at bacon costing 4 or 5 times more than it did a few years
Sure.
ago, when you look at some of the food products in grocery stores, people go, they can't believe it. They used to be able to buy a whole cart, and today, a lot of people just don't have the money. They go in and they can't buy anything. They look at it's sticker shock. They call it sticker shock, right?
I think it really just comes, like I said, I think it just comes down to really, I guess, two things, which is that if you solve government overspending, you solve inflation, which improves living standards of the average person, and then if you deregulate, like have sensible regulations, so because a lot of the regulations are nonsensical and cause the cost to be extreme for no reason, but unless you've got effective deregulation, like Reagan did a great job on deregulation in the 80s, but it's been 40 years since we had anyone really. I mean, during your administration, we made some progress, but I think there's an opportunity to make, I think, radical progress with sensible regulation.
Elon,
those two things, those are the big deals.
We set a record. We did more deregulation and more restrictions on all of the different businesses than any other president. Remember, I had the rule for everyone we put in, you have to get rid of 10 or 12. And we did radical cuts on all of that. And a lot of that's being put back by this administration. And we did radical cuts on things that weren't necessary. But we were all set. We had the best economy ever maybe in the world. And then what happened is COVID came in, and we had to focus on that, and nobody knew what it was. And I always say I got good marks on economy, good marks on military. We knocked out ISIS. We did so many different things. We rebuilt. But, I never got the credit that we really deserved on what we did with COVID. We never got the credit. But had that not happened, the gift from China, from Wuhan, came in from Wuhan, the Wuhan labs, and I always said it, and it turned out to be right. But had that not happened, we were set to start reducing debt. We were going to reduce taxes further. I gave the largest tax cuts, and we were going to reduce taxes still further for middle-income people, not only businesses. But we did it for businesses because they're the ones that's why we had the great job numbers. But we were set to really start reducing debt. And, we're sitting on the biggest pile of liquid gold anywhere in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia. And we were going to drill, and we were going to make so much money. We were going to supply Europe with oil. I had stopped the Russian pipeline, and we were going to supply them with oil and gas. We were going to make a fortune. And then the COVID came in, and we really had to divert. Then what happened is when they came in, we kept a lot of businesses alive. If I didn't do what we did, we would have had a 1929 type depression. But the problem is when Biden came in, he got trillions of dollars and just started spending it stupidly. You didn't need it anymore. We got over that bad period where everybody was dying and feeling, it was just not a good period. Interestingly, during his administration, many more people died during his administration of COVID than during my administration, and we really got the brunt of it. But people don't realize more people died during his administration than ours. But it diverted us from doing what I wanted to do. But we had the greatest for almost 3 years. We had the great, and you know that probably better than anybody. So many of your friends said to me, the best years we've ever had in business were during the Trump years, and also said that African American, Hispanic American were so incredible. They were having the best. Asian American women, men, young people without a diploma, young people that graduated from the best colleges, from MIT, from the Wharton School, from all of the great colleges, Harvard. They were doing better, and people without a diploma were doing better, and everybody was happy. And then COVID came, and we had the problem is they spent trillions and trillions of dollars. They wasted. They shouldn't have taken any money, and we wouldn't be having inflation right now, which is killing our country.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I should probably say something about maybe my views on climate change and oil and gas, because I think I'm probably different from what most people would assume. Because my views are actually pretty, I think, moderate in this regard, which is that I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry and the people that have worked very hard in those industries to provide the necessary energy to support the economy. And if we were to stop using oil and gas right now, we would all be starving, and the economy would collapse. So it's I don't think it's right to sort of vilify the oil and gas industry, and the world has a certain demand for oil and gas, and it's probably better if the United States provides that than some other countries. Sure. And it would help with prosperity in the U.S. And at the same time, obviously, my view is like we do over time want to move to a sustainable energy economy, because eventually you do run out of. I mean, you run out of oil and gas. It's not there. It's not infinite. And there is some risk. I think the risk is not as high as a lot of people say it is with respect to global warming. But I think if you just keep increasing the parts per million in the atmosphere long enough, eventually it actually simply gets uncomfortable to breathe. People don't realize this. If you go past 1,000 parts per million of CO2, you start getting headaches and nausea. And so we're now in the sort of 400 range. We're adding, I think, about roughly 2 parts per million per year. So I mean, it still gives us. So what it means is like we still have quite a bit of time, but so there's not like we don't need to rush, and we don't need to stop farmers from farming, or prevent people from having steaks, or basic stuff like that. Like you can leave the farmers alone.
I agree. How crazy is that? Where I mean, you have farmers that are not allowed to farm anymore and have to get rid of their cattle, and the whole world is a little crazy. But it's largely taken its lead from us. I do say though, I've heard in terms of the fossil fuel, because even to create your electric car and create the electricity needed for the electric car, fossil fuel is what really creates that at the generating plants. And, so you sort of can't get away from it at this moment. I mean, someday you might be able to, but I do hear we have anywhere from 100 to 500 years left. Much of it hasn't even been found yet.
Yeah.
But there are tremendous, like ANWR. I got ANWR in Alaska approved. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. Everybody tried. Nobody could do it. I got it approved. The first thing that Biden did was unimprove it, to get rid of it. He ended it. His secretary went in and she ended it. And what a disgrace. That's ANWR. That's bigger, or they think it could be bigger than Saudi Arabia in Alaska. Could be bigger than Saudi Arabia. But they went in and they terminated it. And I'll get it going very quickly, because not only is it big for Alaska, I mean, you talk about economic development, that for the United States, I mean, that is, they say bigger than Saudi Arabia or the same size, and pure, really good stuff. And, they end it. So I think we have, perhaps hundreds of years left. Nobody really knows. But during that time, something will come around that will be very good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my estimate would be, a little more, aggressive than that, but it's not the sort of like we're all going to die in 5 years stuff. That's obviously BS. But I mean, my view is like if you just look at sort of the parts per million that increments every year, you get sort of 2 or 3 parts per million every year of CO2. I mean, I think some of that it's problematic if it accelerates, if you start going from 2 or 3
Right.
to say 5, and then there may be some situations where you get just a step change increase in the CO2. And I think we don't want to get too close to 1,000 ppm, because like that's actually makes it uncomfortable to breathe. Like just existing in 1,000 ppm CO2 is uncomfortable. That's like that's considered like an industrial hazard.
Right.
Just so it's that's actually, you start getting headaches and stuff. So it's even without global warming, it's not comfortable to live. So you don't want to get too close to that. But I mean, I think we've got. I think we want to just move over and like, and if I don't know, 50 to 100 years from now, we're I don't know, mostly sustainable. I think that'll probably be okay. So it's not like the house is on fire immediately, but I think it is something we need to move towards. And on on balance, it's probably better to move there faster than slower. But like I said, without vilifying the oil and gas industry, and without causing hardship in the short term, I think this can be done. Without but people can still have a stake, and they can still drive gasoline cars, and this it's okay. It's like, it's not, I don't think we should vilify people for it, but I think we should just generally lean in the direction of sustainability. And I actually think solar is going to be a majority of Earth's energy generation in the future, and it's certainly trending that way. And so you get the solar power, combine that with batteries, so because obviously the sun doesn't shine at night, and then you use that to charge the electric cars, and you have a long-term sustainable solution. And that's what Tesla's trying to move things towards, and I think we've made a lot of progress in that regard. But when you look at our cars, we don't believe that environmentalism, that caring about the environment should mean that you have to suffer. So we make sure that our cars are beautiful, that they drive well, that they're fast, they're sexy. I mean, they're cool. In fact, literally, I mean, this sexy joke, Model S, Model 3, Model X, and Y spells out sexy. It's probably the most expensive joke out there. But I don't know, I like cheesy humor, so but I'm a big fan of, like, let's have an inspiring future, and let's work towards a better future, and we can do so without demonizing
Right.
people.
I'm okay. It's very interesting. You use the word global warming, and today they use the word climate change because you have some places that go up, and so they were getting themselves in a little trouble with the word global warming, because not every place is warming. Some places are going the opposite direction. But I'm sort of waiting for you to come up with solar panels on the roofs of your cars and on the trunks of the cars, and it just seems like something that at some point you will come up with. I'm sure you'll be the first. But it would seem that a solar panel on the roofs, on flat surfaces, on certain surfaces might be good.
Yeah.
At least in certain areas of the country where you have the world,
Sure.
where you have the sun. But I would think, and I have no idea because that's not my world, but I would think that this would be something that would be interesting. But the one thing that I don't understand is that people talk about global warming or they talk about climate change, but they never talk about nuclear warming. And to me,
Sure.
that's an immediate problem, because you have, as I said, 5 countries where you have major nuclear, and probably some others are getting there, and that's very dangerous. That's where you need a strong American president, because you don't want to have this proliferation. But you have 5 countries and getting more. China is much less than us right now, but they're going to catch us sooner than people think. They're way lower. Russia and us are number 1, and I mean, we're sort of tied. And China is far behind, but they're developing at a level that you're not surprised to hear, very fast. They'll end up catching up, maybe even surpassing. But to me, the biggest problem is not climate change. It's not, and everything's a problem, but it's degrees. To me, the big problem is the nuclear power. The power of nuclear is so great And when I talk
Yeah,
about I'll
nuclear power
prevent
is
world,
underrated. It's
I'll
awesome.
prevent World War
Yeah.
III, I will. But the truth
Okay.
is that you have to, because this is no longer army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This is
Yeah.
a level of destruction and power that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, and actually, there's the bad side of nuclear, which is a nuclear war, very bad side. But there's also, I think, nuclear electricity generation is
Absolutely.
underrated.
You're right.
And it's actually, people have this fear of nuclear electricity generation, but it's actually one of the safest forms of electricity generation. It's just a huge misunderstanding. And if you look at the injuries and deaths, caused by, say, I mean, I'm not going to try to pick on coal mining, but just any kind of mining operation. And there's a certain number of injuries and deaths per year. And you compare that to nuclear. Nuclear is actually way better. So it's underrated as an electricity source, and I think it's something that's worth reconsidering. But there's so much regulation that people can't get it done. So that,
maybe they'll have to change the name.
You know,
The name is it's a rough name. There are some areas like
it's rough
when
name.
you see what happened in
Good bad branding.
right.
The
We have to
branding's rough.
rebrand it. We'll have to give it a good name. We'll name it after you or something. No, it has a branding problem. When you see what happened,
It does have a branding problem.
When you see what happened in Japan, where they say you won't be able to go on the land for about 3,000 years. Did you ever see that? And in Russia, where they had the problem, where they, there's a lot of bad things happened, and they have a problem. And they say that in 2,000 years, people will start to occupy the land again. You realize it's pretty bad.
No,
but
that's not true.
But you're right about it. It's amazing.
It's actually not that bad. So like after Fukushima happened in Japan, like people were asking me in California, are we worried about like a nuclear cloud coming from Japan? I'm like, no, that's crazy. It's not even dangerous in Fukushima. I actually flew there and ate locally grown vegetables on TV to prove it. And I donated a solar water treatment, a solar powered system for a water treatment plant. And
yeah, but you haven't been feeling so well lately, and I'm worried about it.
No, but I mean,
I'm only kidding.
It's fine, It's like Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed, but now they're like full cities again. So
right.
it's really not something that
That's right.
So it's not as scary as people think, basically. But let's see. I mean, are there some other topics we should touch on? Like lawfare. I think we need to be concerned about
what they've done to this country.
Obviously, yeah.
Well, we just won the big case in Florida. This was a Biden administration did something that's never been done in this country, and that's go after their political opponent, me, with this nonsense and just nonsense. And the big case in Florida we won, but they always pick a judge and a jury, and they use local DAs, they use the local attorney generals, like Fani, Fani, spelled Fani, Fani. And it's all a big hoax, and it's all run from there. Like in Manhattan, one of the top people from the Justice Department went in, ran Manhattan, ran the state. The Letitia James deal was run by a person from the Department of Justice, Biden. They've never done this before, and they set up a very bad precedent. It's called lawfare, warfare. It's a terrible thing, and never happened in our country. It does happen in banana republics and third world countries, but it's never happened. And the incredible thing is it actually drove my numbers up because people see, fortunately I have a platform like you, or, in all fairness, like a conversation like this, where I can talk about it and people understand. I mean, you fight for election integrity and you end up getting indicted because you're fighting for election integrity. And when the day comes that you can't fight for election integrity, you don't have a country anymore. So what happens is they went after their political opponent, me. Now Biden's, close to vegetable stage, in my opinion. Okay, I looked at him today on the beach, and I said, why would anybody allow him? The guy could barely walk. Why would anybody allow him? Does he have a political advisor that thinks this looks good? He thinks this looks good because it looks so bad, and it's ridiculous. I mean, and he's been doing that for a long time. He can't lift the chair. The chair weighs about 3 ounces. It's meant for children and old people to lift, and he can't lift it. The whole thing is
Well,
crazy.
he's clearly not, I mean, he's clearly like, we just don't have a president right
You
now.
don't
That's
have a
just obviously
president,
the
and
case.
she's going to be worse than him
Um,
because she is a San Francisco liberal who destroyed San Francisco, and then as Attorney General, she destroyed California. You talk about location, and we're talking about the sun and the water and all. There's nothing better than California. She has destroyed that. She was the original DA. She was the original in San Francisco. She was the original Attorney General in California. What she has done to California is, well, you know better than I do. You just left California for a lot of those reasons. And what she's done with crime, with cashless bail, where you kill somebody. I mean, we have states there you kill somebody and they let you out right away. I mean, you don't have to even put up, and then they never find the people unless they kill again, and then they let them out again. Our
yeah.
country is becoming a very dangerous place. And she is a radical left San Francisco liberal. And now she's trying to protect. Now she's looking like she wants to be more Trump than Trump, if that's possible. I don't think it's possible, but she wants to be more Trump than
Well,
Trump.
yeah.
I want a wall.
I think that's,
You know, she
yeah,
wants to release all the
yeah,
prisoners that are in detention, and some of these guys are really bad.
right.
That just came
Yeah, I
out
just saw
today.
that.
She
Yeah,
doesn't want to build the wall, even though the walls work. Walls and wheels. You know, in your business, everything you do is obsolete. Almost, well, not the tunnels, but everything is obsolete. Even your rocket ships, they're like a month later, they're obsolete. You find a better way to. The only thing that's not obsolete is a wall and a wheel. And the wall, you know, I built hundreds of miles of wall, and that's why we had such good numbers. I was going to add 200
yeah,
miles. We bought it. We could have flipped it up in 3 weeks, and they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. That meant, I said, wow, that means that they actually do want to have open borders. She wants to have open borders, and now she's going like she's tough on the border. It's such a lie.
yeah. This is simply not true.
Yeah,
This is simply
no,
not
and
true.
everybody
Yeah,
knows
it's
it's
simply
not
not
true.
true.
It's a disgrace that she can
Yeah.
say it.
No, I mean, obviously, what's happening sort of overnight is they're rewriting history and making Kamala sound like a moderate when in fact she is far left, like far left.
Worse than Bernie
Um,
Sanders. She is considered
yeah,
more liberal by far than Bernie Sanders. She's a radical left lunatic. And if she's going to be our president, very quickly, you're not going to have a country anymore. And she'll go back to all of
yeah,
the things that she believes in. She believes in defunding the police. She believes in no fracking, zero. You don't. Now all of a sudden
yeah,
she's
yeah.
saying, no, I will. I really want to see fracking. If they got in, the day she got in, she'll end fracking. And by the way, if people didn't think that, the lunatics that really believe in that, they won't vote for her. You know, like the
Yeah.
Palestinians and Israel. She is so anti-Israel, and she's bad for both. Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him. You know, both sides. That was a hard
Yeah.
thing to do. Unification.
Yeah, no. I mean, Netanyahu came to give a talk to a joint Senate and House sitting, and I was there, and Kamala stood him up. You know, what does that say?
I think it's highly
That's
disrespectful. And I say, if you're a Jewish person or if you believe in Israel, if you're a person that, you know, is a very pro-Israel, if you vote for her, it's worse than Biden. And Biden was bad. But if you vote for her, you ought to have your head examined. And you see tonight, I mean, as we're doing this, I'm seeing reports coming that they expect an attack tonight or tomorrow from hundreds and maybe thousands of rockets. You know, their Iron Dome, as they call it, as we all call it, but their shield that they build, that can be swamped. We'll use the term that's appropriate, swamped. But they swamp it by shooting enough missiles. You know this better than anybody. By shooting enough missiles, they can't defend themselves. You know, they just obliterate the whole place. And that's what some people think they're looking to do. And we have no leadership. There's no respect for the United States of America with these people. And I'm telling you, she'll be worse than him because she's a believer in being radical left, and he wasn't.
I think you're right. I mean, you really, it's important for the public that may be listening to this to look at Kamala's track record, you know, before the last month, and say, is that a track record you agree with? And I think if you're an independent moderate, you definitely would not agree with it. because it is her behavior has been far left, and we're seeing just an overnight propaganda attempt to rewrite history and make it sound like Kamala is moderate when she in fact is not moderate.
Well, her
I think
running mate approved, signed into legislation, tampons in boys' bathrooms. Okay, now that's all I have
weird.
to hear. Tampons in
That's
boys'
weird.
bathrooms, and that means she believes in that too. I mean,
Yeah, that's
she
not
picked
okay.
this guy because he was the closest to her. A lot of people thought she'd pick sort of the opposite, but she picked an anti-Israel radical left person. But she is far worse, they say, than Bernie Sanders. If we have her as a president, if we have a Democrat at this moment as the president, I don't think our country can survive.
I think it's a massive. I think we're in massive trouble, frankly, with the Kamala administration, and that's my honest opinion. And I think really it's essential that you win for the good of the country for this election. And I mean I'm just stating my opinion. Now you may have seen this, but I got a letter from the EU Commission, like saying, to not have disinformation on during this discussion that we're having, and there's a lot of attempts to do censorship and to force censorship even on Americans from other countries, and what do you think about that?
Well, I know the European Union very well. They take great advantage of the United States in trade, as you know. We, through a different forum, NATO, we protect them. And yet, if you build a car in the United States, you can't sell it in Europe. You just can't sell it. It's impossible. The same thing with our farmers. Our farmers find it very difficult to do business. We have a deficit with them of $250 billion, which people don't know. It sounds so nice, the European Union, but let me tell you, they're not as tough as China, but they're bad. And I let them know it. And that's probably why they notified you. No, they don't treat our country well. We defend them, with Ukraine. So we're in for 250 billion, and they're in for about 71 billion, and they have the same size. If you add up the European nations that in terms of an economy, it's about the same size. When you say as us, and they're in, and they're in much greater risk. They're right there. We have an ocean separating us from. In this case, the enemy would be Russia. It used to be for the Soviet Union, but let's assume they're close enough. And what happens is they're in for 70-something million. I think even less than that, billion, and we're in for about 250 billion, and it could be a lot higher than that. And I say, why aren't you going to equalize? Why aren't they paying what we're paying? And they're in much more, it's much more important for them because of the fact that, they're right near there. I mean, they're all sort of in that location. We're not. But they should, and I did it with NATO. There were only 7 countries that were paid up in NATO out of 28 at the time. And the United States was the United States was subsidizing NATO, tremendously subsidizing NATO. And I said, I went in and I said, you got to pay up. If you don't pay up, we're not going to defend you any longer. I took a lot of heat, but you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in. And
I think a lot of the public isn't aware of the fact that the United States pays a disproportionate share of the NATO expenses.
And then we get taken advantage of on trade. So think about it.
Well, I mean, the point of NATO is defending Europe, and it's it's like, then okay, well, why is the United States paying disproportionately more to defend Europe than Europe? That doesn't make sense. That's unfair, and that is an appropriate thing to address.
Well, when you talk about cost cutting and savings and everything else, I mean, honestly, look, there's nobody that feels worse about the Ukraine situation than I do, because I know it would have never happened. I know Zelensky. He was very honorable to me, because when they went with the Russia hoax and they said I had a phone call with him, he said it was a perfect phone call. It was a great phone call. He could have grandstanded and, said, oh, he was very threatening. He said, no, it was a very nice phone call. I called him up to congratulate him on his win, and you end up getting impeached because these people are lunatics. I was talking about the difference from the people within and the enemies on the outside. in many cases, the people from within are more dangerous for our country than the Russias and the Chinas. If you have a smart president, you're not going to have a problem with them. You're going to do things.
Yeah.
Now they've taken advantage
Yeah,
of us
absolutely.
incredibly, but you're going to do things with the right person.
Yeah, well, I think it's obvious that you're a believer and an advocate of free speech, because during your first term as president, you were attacked relentlessly every day, often very unfairly with with false attacks, and you didn't try to shut down the media. You didn't try to inhibit their freedom of speech, and I think that says a lot.
Well, the good thing is that you and I have, and some people, very few, we can get the word out. Although sometimes it's hard because they don't want to print it, like we're having a great conversation right now. Kamala wouldn't have this conversation. She can't because she's not
No.
smart. She's not a smart person, by the way. She can't have this conversation. And Biden, we don't even have to talk about it. I mean, he couldn't have this conversation. He would have given up on the first half of a question. He would have walked out. He would have said, "Where am I? Where am I going?" So anyway, but
Yeah.
no, he wouldn't have this.
That's true.
Not a lot of people would have this conversation, but we cover a lot of territory. But the beauty is that we can have a conversation, and
Yes, you
I'm
can actually
able
have a
to get it out without, because I get treated unfairly.
This is a really big point. You can actually have a conversation with you.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
And you can't have a conversation with Biden or Kamala. It's like it's not possible.
That's
So this is like talking to an NPC.
No.
So it's just impossible.
Well, but think of it. We need a man or person who's unbelievably sharp in order to stop all the nuclear danger and all the dangers that I'm talking about. And I got along with all these. I got along with Kim Jong-un. We had dinner, we had everything, and he really liked me, and I got along with him really well. By the way, he's the absolute boss over there. A lot of people said, "Oh, do you think he really?"
That's for
Let
sure.
me tell you, I saw things that you don't want to know about. He is the boss. But we had a good relationship, and he doesn't like Biden. He considers him a stupid man. He said he's a stupid man. Well, at least he speaks his mind. But in this country, you're not sort of allowed to say it, but I guess you are. You should be allowed to say it if it's true. But we need smart people, and we need people that have an ability to lead. And she doesn't have that ability. Can you imagine? Now, Chairman Xi very well. Can you imagine her and him negotiating, or
No, it's
even
silly. It would be
standing
silly.
together? It is, the whole concept is ridiculous. She is terrible. She's terrible. But she's getting a free ride. I saw a picture of her on Time Magazine today. She looks like the most beautiful actress ever to live. It was a drawing, and actually, she looked very much like our great First Lady, Melania. She didn't look. She didn't look like Camilla. That's right. But of course, she's a beautiful woman. So we'll leave it at that, right?
Yeah. Well, maybe it's like, I think part of what people in America want to, people in America want to feel excited and inspired about the future. They want to feel like the future is going to be better than the past, and that America is going to do things that are greater than we've done in the past, reach new heights that make you proud to be an American, and excited about the future.
They want the American dream back. They want the American dream back. More important than anything else. It's like you don't have that today because the people, they've been just sucked. They see incompetent people running our. The Biden thing is very interesting. People just found him to be incompetent, and when I debated him, I was like, "Is this for real?" It was.
Yeah, it was just absurd. But I think there are, like, some grand projects that we could do. I mean, I think, like, we could build a base on the moon. We could send American astronauts to Mars. We could build high-speed connections that are more advanced than anything else in the world between our cities, so people have fast transport. It's possible to solve traffic with tunnels. We've we already made great progress in Vegas doing that, and and just do things that are exciting and inspiring and make the future feel like it's better than the past.
Well, I saw what you did in Vegas, and I'll tell you, it was amazing. I got to see. I took a big glimpse at it, and it's incredible. It's incredible, and you could do that all over. You could do that all over. It's deep.
Yeah,
you don't even need much structure. Assuming you're in the right area.
No, it's straightforward.
It's amazing.
So I think we could do some things that like China's got incredible high-speed rail between its cities, but I think it's actually possible with tunnels if with deregulation, with an ability to actually where it's like legal to actually do the tunnels. Then you could have high-speed tunnels that are actually better than anything else in the world for high-speed transport between cities, and that would be something that Americans can say, "Wow, okay, we've got something that's cooler than anyone else in the world." That's the kind of thing that makes you proud to be an American.
And much safer than surface trains, where there is a danger there. With people, with crazy people, it's much safer, much better. And it's sad because I've seen some of the greatest trains. I find it fascinating, and I've seen the systems and how they work, and the bullet trains they call them, I guess, and they go unbelievably fast, unbelievably comfortable, with no problems. And we don't have anything like that in this country, not even close. And it doesn't make sense that we don't. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I think also like there's I'm kind of hopping on the excess regulation, but I think something that I think people can generally understand is that what happens with laws and regulations is that there's more and more of them every year, and unless there's a process to clean them up, eventually everything becomes illegal, and that actually it slows down the development of new technologies. I mean, if you take the sort of like I think there's room for some reform at the FDA for improving the speed with which we approve drugs that could help save lives and improve people's lives. And
I worked very hard on that. We got that down to the lowest number ever, and we got therapeutics approved in the FDA that people can't even believe the speed. But I took them on. I don't think they like me too much, but I got things approved in the FDA at numbers that they wouldn't believe. Takes too long. It's 12 years to get a product approved. I got it down to 4, and I got some things done very quickly, but it's really something that is going to have to be worked on because it takes too long. Just takes too long.
Yeah, it just takes too long, and it's you end up in the same with the approval, but it just it takes years instead of something that I think could potentially take months, and that improves people's lives. I think I just wanted to hop on this point that like there has to be an active process for reducing rules and regulations, because otherwise they just keep building up every year, and you get like hardening of the arteries, and eventually everything's illegal or takes forever, and then we just ossify as a society. We can't make any progress, and it's a really big deal.
Elon, just getting back to the FDA for 1 second, I got something done called Right to Try. This is where you can go in, and if you're terminally ill, you can use a space age, medicine or whatever it may be. We have the best doctors, the best labs in the world. We really do. But people would go to other countries because you couldn't use the product, even if they thought it worked, because it's going through the FDA. I got it approved where you can, you basically, look, nobody wanted, the doctors didn't want it because of the liability. The country didn't want it, our country, because they didn't want to get sued. These are people terminally ill. The insurance companies didn't want it, and the pharmaceutical companies, nobody wanted it. I got everybody into a room, and we came up with an agreement that you won't get sued. And also, they didn't want it on their record. If somebody's terminally ill and they die after taking a drug, they didn't want that on their record. So we set a separate list if somebody was, so it wouldn't count as a negative. Okay. And as you know, we got it done. We have saved Right to Try. They've been trying to get this done for 58 years. And it sounds simple, but it wasn't, because the insurance companies, nobody wanted it, but we got it done. Somebody signs, you sign a document that you're not going to sue the insurance companies, the country, you're not going to sue anybody. And we got it done. And we're saving tens of thousands of lives. Right to Try. Hopefully you never need it. But if you do, you don't have to travel to Asia. People, if they had money, they go to Asia, they go to Europe. If they don't have money, they go home and die. That's what happened. They'd go home and die.
Well, I mean, and actually, to give Europe some props here, it's like if a drug is approved in Europe, which has a crazy amount of regulations, it should obviously be approved in the U.S.
Yeah.
I mean, they get more regulations than we do. So why would a drug be approved in Europe and not in the U.S.? That's crazy.
Well, we did it. We did something that really, they've been trying to do it for 50 years, and they just couldn't get it done, and I got it done. And it's really something. But you're right. Some people go to Europe because a drug isn't approved here, but it's approved in Europe, and it's a drug that, generally speaking, would work. It's pretty crazy.
Absolutely.
You're right.
And I think so long as people are properly informed of the pros and cons, and like these are the risks, these are the risk, and like you make your own decision.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Well, I think just, in sort of closing up, and by the way, I'm looking at the numbers. You got a lot of people listening. I hope you don't get nervous, because you got a lot of people listening to you right now, like 60 million or something. What is that number? It's crazy. It's amazing how you can see that right away. How many? What is the number? Wow. What is it?
Well,
wow.
I think in terms of people,
that's bigger than you said. You said 25, and you're much more than double that number, 25 million. I think you're going to be 60 or 70. And I guess over a period of time, hey, I congratulate you. Do I get paid for this or not?
Well, I think actually in terms of the number of people that will hear this conversation over the next few days to weeks, it's going to be hundreds.
That's what they say. Yeah, that's good. Well, look, it's an honor. I just asked this: are you better off now, or were you better off when I was president? Nobody's better off now. People, we put out polls on that, and nobody's better off now. Inflation has killed it, and they also feel very unsafe. You look at what's going on with a lot of different things. You look at the riots we had at the colleges over. I mean, it's ridiculous, but all of the riots, they just feel unsafe. And now they really feel unsafe because you have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. Maybe I'll call it Kamala migrant crime. But
I mean, with all these things, I always try to get to the ground truth by just asking people. And my mom lives in New York, and I was like, Mom, have any of your friends, been attacked or assaulted? And she said, yeah, 3 of her friends in 3 separate incidents were assaulted just in recent months, just walking around the streets of New York. And I said, well, what happened to the people that assaulted them? Oh, nothing. They got away. Like, and they just know
they always get away.
Nothing's going. And they don't even bother reporting it, because they know that they're not going to, people are not going to get prosecuted. They just let violent criminals out in New York.
The only one that gets prosecuted is Donald Trump. They prosecute Trump.
Yeah, I mean, it's just obviously messed up.
Oh, it's terrible.
If violent criminals are getting off scot-free, and meanwhile the New York spending massive resources prosecuting you, and it's like, what's this? And I think the sort of sensible public looks at this and says, what the heck's going on here? This is obviously abuse of the legal system. The legal system is supposed to be protecting the public from violent criminals, and it should be obviously allowing the public to make their own decision about who should be president, as opposed to some legal case.
Once they start this precedent, because this can go on with the next one. I mean, this is a very bad precedent, what they're doing, in terms of, going after their political opponent. And that's all it is. It's going after their political opponent. And then you get a judge who's, a strong Democrat. And I'm being nice when I say that, in many cases, crooked as hell. But you get a judge, and you go into an area where a Republican gets 3 or 4% of the vote. And, you'll have a jury pool with people that hate Republicans or hate. It could also be the other way, though, because it could start the other way in areas where they hate Democrats. And you get into a Pandora's box. It's a very dangerous thing for this country, and a very dangerous thing even for the state. New York City is losing. New York City and state lose a lot of business over what they did to me, because these people say, we don't want that to happen to us. That's no justice system. You have an unfair system of justice, and it's costing New York State a tremendous amount of money. People are leaving, and companies are leaving, and they won't come back. So, all of that stuff is important. But the economy now is the big thing, and we can turn that economy up so fast. and people are going to be back again. We're going to get rid of inflation.
I think there's a lot of
Right.
opportunity. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So,
And I just want to, I want to
think,
congratulate you. You've done an amazing job. You have definitely got a fertile mind. You know, we can talk, you and I can talk about rockets.
well, it's kind of you to say. Thank you.
Tunnels. We can talk about tunnels and rockets and electric cars, so many things. And now you're into the AI, and that's going to be another beauty, I'll say. So it's an amazing thing you've done, Elon. It's an amazing thing, and I congratulate you.
I mean, thank you. And well, I mean, I just say here, here's to an exciting, inspiring future that people can look forward to and be optimistic and excited about what happens next. And that's the kind of future that I think you will bring as president, and that's why I endorse you.
Well, I appreciate that. That endorsement meant a lot to me. Not all endorsements mean that much, to be honest. Your endorsement meant a lot. And, we have a phrase, make America great again. It's pretty simple, but it really says that we want to make America great again. And we can do it. We can do it now. But if we were going to suffer another 4 years like we suffered for the last 4 years, I'm not sure the country can ever come back. That's how bad it is. It's so bad. We have to do a lot of things.
I think that's a very real risk.
It's a big risk.
It's a very real risk.
Yeah.
And it's, I'd just like to note to people listening, like I've not been very political before. And if you look at my record, I've actually been, I'm not like, sometimes they try to paint me as like a far right guy, which is absurd because I'm like making electric vehicles and, solar and batteries, helping with the environment. And I actually, I supported Obama. I stood in line for 6 hours to shake Obama's hand when he was running for president. And, so it's not like I'm like some sort of dyed-in-the-wool long-term Republican. I'd call myself, historically a moderate Democrat. But now I feel like we're really at a critical juncture for the country. I think a lot of people thought, the Biden administration would be a moderate administration, but it's not. And obviously, we're just going to see an even further left administration with Kamala. That's my honest opinion. I mean, her dad is literally. She was brought up as an actual. Her dad is a Marxist economist. You can Google it. I mean, it's not we're not making this up. That's how she was brought up. So, and we want to have a future that is prosperous. And I think we're just at this critical juncture. And I think this is a case of the America is going to at a fork in the road, and
true.
And I think it will take the path to, like you are the path to prosperity, and I think Kamala. Then that's my honest opinion. I'm gonna get attacked like crazy, and I've also experienced quite a bit of lawfare myself. But I'm just trying to tell people my honest opinion, and I haven't been really active in politics before. And I'm just trying to point out that my track record historically has been moderate, if not moderate, slightly left. And so this is to people out there who are in the moderate camp to say, I think you should support Donald Trump for president. And I think it's actually a very important junction in the road, and we're in deep trouble if it goes the other way.
Well, I want to thank you, and I actually always think of you as somewhat left. I must say that. So it's even more of an honor to have your endorsement. I know how strong you feel about it. But when you think of her, San Francisco 15 years ago, I had a great friend, Bob Tish. He said it's the greatest city in America, and now it's almost not livable there. And California likewise. And she was involved in the destruction of San Francisco and the destruction of California. And she will be involved in the destruction of our country if people are so unwise as to elect her. And I hope that doesn't happen. And I hope the elections are going to be run honestly. And we're going to turn this country around. We're going to do things and we can do it fairly quickly. And we have to get rid of the criminals that have been, given to us by other countries as they laugh. They laugh at us. They think we're stupid to accept these people. These are radical, stone cold killers in many cases and terrorists. And they're in our country by the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
And we have to take them out.
Yeah. I mean, if I could summarize it, perhaps, I think these are issues that I think most people in America would agree with, which is that we want safe and clean cities. We want secure borders. We want sensible government spending. We want to restore both the perception and reality of respect in the judicial system. Just stop the lawfare, and I think that's like. And how are those even right-wing positions? I think those are just that's just common sense, and that's. I mean, would you agree with that?
100%. I don't understand. The whole. They call it progressive. They don't like the word liberal anymore, but call it liberal or progressive. I don't understand how somebody could say that it's okay for them to empty prisons into our country. And again, I told you their crime rates all over the world are going way down, which makes sense. In fact, the next time what we'll do is if something happens with this election, which would be a horror show, we'll meet the next time in Venezuela because it'll be a far safer place to meet than our country. Okay, so we'll go, you and I will go and we'll have a meeting and dinner in Venezuela because that's what's happening. Their crime rate's coming down and our crime rate's going through the roof. And it's so simple. And you haven't seen anything yet because these people have come into our country and they're just getting acclimated. And they don't know about being politically correct law enforcement or lack of law enforcement. And our police, I have to just end with this. We have great police. We have great law enforcement, but they're not allowed to do their job. They have to be able to do their job without being destroyed.
Well, absolutely. And it's obviously demoralizing if you're a police officer risking your life to arrest violent criminals who could kill you and do kill you sometimes, and then you arrest the violent criminal, and then the DA doesn't prosecute and that's let the guy out. Well, then why should a police officer risk their life to arrest a violent felon?
Well, even worse, Elon,
if nothing's going to happen.
Even worse, they prosecute the police officer. They go after it and they prosecute the police officer and they take away his pension. They take away his job. He loses his family. He loses his house.
Well, I thought it was very telling, like incredibly telling, that when there was that case where sort of a gang of thugs beat up police officers. I think it was in Times Square in New York, and then nothing happened to those guys. They were let out, zero bail, and I think a bunch of them were given free tickets to California. Well, what is I mean, that is a gross indignity against the United States, and that's how. I mean, this is insane. Like, have we lost all pride? How can such a thing be allowed to occur?
I've never seen anything. We see where they get shot. It's a very dangerous profession, but it's something they're very proud of, and they want to be able to do their job. But I've seen them get shot. I've seen a lot of things, but I've never seen where these guys are standing in the middle of a big street, everybody watching them, and they're literally boxing, like punching, stand-up fighting a police officer. There were two of them, and you had about six of these guys, and they're punching the hell out of them. And in their own country, they would be dead if they did that. They'd be shot. They would be shot instantly. And, they come from these countries, and it's taking them a while to realize that we don't do that in this country. But in their own country, if they stood on a street and had a fight with a police officer, they would be shot. There's no political correctness. And it's such a sad, it's such a sad thing to see. And that's the reason you have crime, by the way, because we don't do anything about it.
Yeah, we just cannot have a situation where our police officers are beaten up on camera by a gang of illegal immigrants, and then nothing happens to the guys that beat up the cops. I mean, and they're let out. This is unacceptable.
Well, we're going to change it, and we're going to get them out of the country. When I first got involved, they said you couldn't get them back to these countries. You couldn't take them back. In the case of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, some others, you couldn't get them back. And I said, really? Oh, you can't get them back? Because under Obama, he couldn't get them back. They'd fly them in, and they'd put planes on the runways in these countries so you couldn't land a plane. They'd bring them back. And the generals told me, sir, we can't bring them back. The countries won't accept MS-13 gang members. They won't accept them. And I said, really, how much do we pay these various countries in terms of economic aid, which is also somewhat ridiculous? And the answer was $750 million. I said, good. Tell them they're in default. They're delinquent. We're not paying them anymore because they won't accept it. And you know what happened? They all called me, every one of them. They said, we would be honored to take them back, sir. We would be honored. It was so easy. But it's one of those things. And we got it back. We took in so many, the MS-13 is probably the worst gangs in the world. They're the most vicious, violent. we took them out of here by the thousands and got them out of here, and their countries took them back. And because I said you're not getting any more economic aid, and once I said that, they were nice. They wouldn't take them back for Obama.
Yeah.
They wouldn't take them back for anybody. And now we have a problem because we have this guy, and they don't take him back anymore with Biden because they don't respect him.
Yeah. It's just gotta be done. We just can't have whether they're citizens or not citizens. We can't have, because they won't prosecute citizens either, not just illegals. So if it's you can't have violent, repeat violent offenders that are not that don't get incarcerated.
That's right.
Because they will obviously, by definition, continue to hurt people. And I think where part of this comes from is that there's and I do sort of consider myself liberal in some ways. I mean, it's just that you want to have empathy for
Right.
people. Obviously, you want to have empathy for people. I totally agree with that. You want to have empathy, but you also have to have empathy for the victims of the criminals. And if you just have empathy for the criminals, it's actually shallow empathy. It's not real. You're not thinking. You have one layer deep empathy. You got to say, like, what if you don't incarcerate this person? Who are they going to hurt? Who are they might kill someone. They might rape someone. If you don't incarcerate them, you have to have empathy for the victims. And there's a lack of empathy for the victims of the criminals, and too much empathy for the criminals. It doesn't make sense. That's why you want to have deep empathy for society as a whole, not shallow empathy for criminals.
Right. And we have to give our police officers the dignity and the respect that they deserve. And we have to let them do their job. They can do a great job, but we have to let them do their job. And if we don't do that, it's going to all disappear. There's never been a society like this where you're allowed to do anything you want and nothing happens. And I'm talking about violent crime. And it's going to get more violent because these are really, really violent people. And we're going to get them out of our country, and we're going to get them back to because they were sent here by the presidents and by the various people that run those countries. And I know every one of those guys. And they're smart people, and they're streetwise people. And they really think that the USA is stupid. They think we're run by stupid people, and they happen to be right. But when I was there, we had no problem. We got them out. We took out thousands of MS-13 gang members. We brought them back. And now, again, it's the same old story. We don't do it. And they actually gave them a big increase in aid. They raised it up to billions of dollars, and they get nothing for it. So, I hope everybody's going to vote for Trump, and we're going to get this country straight.
Yeah.
And I didn't need this. I'm like, I didn't need this. I had a very nice life. I didn't need to go through court systems and go through all the other stuff and run at the same time. I have to run. I have to go through fake trials with, in some cases, corrupt judges, totally corrupt judges. I didn't need it. I had a nice life. I have great locations. I have beautiful oceans that I have places. But I felt it was important. And if I had to do it over again, you probably think I'm crazy for doing it, actually. But if I had to do it over again, I would have done it over again, because this is so much more important than me or my life. We're going to save this country. This country is going down. And these people are bad people that we're running against, and they're liars. They make statements. They do things that are so bad. They say they're going to make a strong border. They say they've been great on the border, and they've been the worst in history. They say they're going to stop crime.
Like, the facts speak for themselves.
It's so incredible.
Speak for themselves. Like, it's gotten to the point where people just don't even bother reporting crime in a lot of cities because they know nothing is going to happen. That's what I hear anecdotally from people all the time. So it's just my values. I'm just saying to people out there, like the things I think are important for the future is, like, we've got to have safe cities, we've got to have secure borders, we've got to have sensible spending, and we've got to have deregulation, and so we can have a prosperous future. And then we want to have some exciting, sort of moonshot projects that people can get fired up about, and that's the future I'm looking for. And I'm pro environment, but I'm not against. I'm not like, I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry, because they're keeping civilization going right now, and but I do think we want to move a reasonable speed towards a sustainable energy economy. Those are my values, and I think, and so I mean that's why I'm supporting you for president.
Well, I appreciate it. We're going to give incentive to companies to come into our country, not to leave our country. We're going to be giving tremendous incentives. We want companies to build here, not to build in other locations. And we want to create jobs. And again, it's about the American dream. You don't hear about the American dream anymore, Elon. You don't hear. You're the American dream in the truest sense, but you don't hear about the American dream anymore. And you're going to hear about it. People, they need that incentive to go out and do it. And they're going to love their lives. I mean, they're going to look forward to getting up in the morning and going to a job that they love, not a job that they can't stand, or not any job at all where they have no money, where they literally have no money. And then they end up with violence and lots of other problems. No, we're going to do some great things. And I learned a lot in the first. We had a great economy and all of that. We rebuilt the military, we did so much. But I also learned the best people. I learned the good people, the smart people, the dumb people, the people that can do things. The people, you learn. When I first came in, I tell people I was in Washington, D.C. only 17 times, according to the fake news media. I was in 17 times. I never stayed over. And you don't know people. You rely on other people to give you names, and then you realize the people you relied on weren't so good. Now, we had great people, but we also had some where I wouldn't have used them had I known. Now I know everybody. And I think we're going to really turn things around fast. We have no choice. Otherwise, we're not going to have a country. And I really appreciate this. To me, it's been a lot of fun being with you. You're an amazing guy. You've done an incredible job and a great inspiration to people. A great inspiration. And I hope you keep going and just continue to do well. And we're going to have a big election coming up. And I think November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. I think that election will be the most important election. And I think it'll end the country, because if we don't win, I just feel so sorry for everybody.
No, I think we're at a fork in the road of destiny of civilization, and I think we need to take the right path, and I think you're the right path. So I think that's what it comes down to.
Thank you very much, Elon. It's a great honor, and we'll do it again sometime. And it's been really fun, and I hope you got a lot of viewers. I hear you got a lot, but I hope you got I know you got a lot of them. So I appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon. Thank you very much. Bye.
Stanley, you there?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. What'd you think about the interview?
Mostly boring. Mostly a duel of egotists.
It didn't make you feel like an American?
No, it made me feel like Trump should not be president again. We gave him a try.
Come on.
Oh, come on. Hey, I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Trump in office would be like 777 blocking me in the chat because he didn't like what I was saying.
Yeah, he put you
Trump is a
on
dick.
timeout. I don't know
777
why.
is a sore fucking loser and a dick.
Ooh.
Now he's pissed me off.
Ooh. Damn. He's over. Damn.
Oh, and the wonderful part is I just fucking ate. I'm
You
not
ready? You
drunk.
ready to go?
Got a
You
couple.
ready to go?
Oh, motherfucker, he's not ready, but let him get ready.
Hey, penis eater.
Hey, penis eater.
What's going on,
Really?
Gabe?
Start out better than that. Dude,
So,
honestly,
go
you
ahead.
are just a muffin level random mediocre motherfucker that people actually think is smart because he'll do like edgelord shit. Dude, I eat fucking dude. You know
Me,
what? I'm not even gonna go there. I'm gonna give you a chance to talk. You're not an edgelord, son. You
how
have
big is your
never
how
done
big is your fupa?
anything difficult in your life. I can
Yeah.
tell by that fucking icon.
How big is your
You are just a failed imperious, but a better righteous muffin.
how big is your fupa?
Not even relevant to my point. You are a failed white man.
Does your pussy stink?
Yeah, I heard something about you talking about a pussy stinking earlier. Rinse, repeat, son. Rinse, repeat.
When you douche your pussy, does your boyfriend eat
Yeah,
it?
rinse, repeat, son. Dude. You know what? The only
Did
thing
he
you're
blow your back
actually
out,
going to accomplish is bore me to death.
right?
Yeah, of course I'm right. You know I'm right. Don't keep talking about stinky pussies. How about actually stand up like the man you thought you were?
Does he give you cream pies?
Oh, wow. You know what? I'm just going to mute and let you try.
Penis, penis lover. He lives.
That's for here for the
I'm
tea.
throwing my
That's
I'm throwing
for
my monkey shit all over tonight. Stripper
that's what's
tipper.
here for the tea.
Tipper
Tripper,
quicker
When
tipper.
tipper.
you
Right?
say something that gets my attention, and I just want to
Stan.
define when I
Stan.
come off mute,
Relax.
fucking say something that
Stan.
actually interests me, and
Stan. Relax, Stan.
I'll come off mute.
Stan, I'm gonna
I'm
kick you
going
out.
to mute. Say
I'm gonna
something interesting,
all right.
mediocre white man.
Okay, fag old man. Um I'm gonna kick you out of the StreamYard, Stan.
You can't do that.
I
You
can't.
can't.
No, I
Oh no,
can't.
go ahead and do it.
You can't.
You will just prove me right, mediocre
HP.
white man.
HP. Watch.
Use your power because you can't stand up toe to toe.
I wanna
Kick me
show
out.
him. HP.
Kick
Watch.
me out, bitch.
You can't do that. 777.
Yeah, yes, I can,
Can't do.
HP. I want you to watch. All right.
Stan. All right.
You think I can't do it? You motherfucker. Watch this, Stan.
Stanley wants you to do it to prove Stanley's point.
Pause. All right, watch. Everybody in the chat, count to 10. I'm gonna kick Stanley out of the fucking StreamYard because he won't shut up.
Motherfucker, don't count to 10. Do it now, bitch.
9. I'm gonna bring you right back. 10. 9.
No, I
8.
I don't need you to bring. Once you
Shut
take
up.
me out of this chat, I'm
Shut
done
up.
for the night. But you
6.
better watch out for what
5.
happens tomorrow.
4.
Oh, motherfucker, counting
3.
down. Really?
2. 1. Bye, Stan.
What happened? How did that?
Damn.
How did you do that?
Damn.
Hold on a second. How
The
did you
Lord
do
of the
that?
StreamYard. Told you I'll bring you back, Stan. Don't fuck with me, Stan. Don't fuck with me.
Fuck you. You thought that little mad dude. This is how white people conquered Indians with a little
Kick you
harlotry.
out again. I'm gonna
You
kick you
are
out.
a mediocre white man, and the only way you can deal with me is your little dumb fucking
Watch your
yard
mouth.
trick.
Watch your
Oh,
mouth.
hey, You know what?
5, 4, 3,
I'm
2,
bored.
1.
What the fuck? How are you doing this? How? How are you doing this? Yo, Stanley, something else is going on, man. Something else is going on. I don't know how he's doing this.
You penis
Oh,
lover.
Yo, 777,
well,
stop
I
doing that,
must
man.
ask you, why are you doing it? Why are you doing it? Because you motherfucking know you can't stand toe to toe. Look at you whistling Dixie like your other mediocre white forebears. Dude, you lost, and the
Hi,
best you can do is parlor tricks.
AI. How can I help you?
Motherfucker, you're an idiot. So you
Hi,
can't help it.
machine. How can I
No,
help?
take the power you have.
5,
Oh,
4,
shit. Here you go
3,
again.
2, 1.
Yeah, that black magic isn't
Look
working
at this
now,
dumb
is it?
motherfucker.
777.
You have
5,
literally
4,
not said
3,
anything interesting.
2,
Look
1.
at these parlor.
What the fuck?
Motherfucker.
Yo. Stop. Yo, chill, bro. What the
Kalima.
All right.
Kalima.
No, he's not.
Kalima.
Oh,
Stanley.
look. Oh, look. I
Kalima.
can distract attention so I don't actually have to deal with the motherfucker who's kicking my ass.
You
You
dyke.
are a little bitch.
Hey, good night, 12th man.
Yeah, good night, Fluff, man.
Oh, you poor little son of a bitch.
For my next trick,
Oh, motherfucker, do more tricks. Because you can't compete.
I'm going to kick you off for
Go
2
ahead,
days.
Merlin. Do your
I'm gonna
magic, Merlin.
For 2 days.
You're not a king. Oh, do that.
Is this what you want?
No, motherfucker. Do you own this channel?
You have a picture on your
Do
wall
you
next.
own this goddamn channel, or does HB and John do they? Or are you the new
Owns it
master?
actually.
Nope, do it.
StreamYard owns it.
Oh, motherfucker, I don't give a shit. Do
That's
it.
it.
For 2
5,
days. You
4,
okay? Well,
3, 2,
fuck you.
1.
Oh boy.
Bam.
Oh,
Bam. Now you see, I just got rid of HB.
motherfucker, I don't give a shit what you did. You can't compete. You must do
Welcome
this.
to hell.
Fuck. Who's hell?
You're in hell.
All
Stan.
I'm seeing is a little pussy who wants to play parlor games because he cannot compete with actual brains.
Watch that pussy of
This
yours.
is a white boy.
Okay, Stan.
Mediocre white boy.
You want to talk?
Compensate. Dude, like I give a fuck.
You want to talk brains?
I don't give a fuck about you. You have no brain. You're inconsequential. You are literally inconsequential.
Spell
I keep
Tallahassee.
saying this.
Spell Tallahassee.
Motherfucker, I think,
You dumb
yeah,
bitch.
Monkey Lips is crazy because I'm driving him crazy.
It's monkey lips, bitch.
Motherfucker, you could take those monkey lips and suck my dick. That's what you're good at.
Mouth, Stan.
No, motherfucker, suck my dick.
What? Say it like a man if you're gonna say it. Watch your mouth.
Oh, I'm treating you like a woman, so I must be a man.
Don't say it like
I'm
a tranny.
treating you like a woman, so I must be a man.
Like my dick. You tranny.
Motherfucker, but I'm your tranny. Monkey lips.
Yo.
Take those thin monkey lips and wet my penis.
Yo. Whoa.
Use chapstick first. I like that little bit of greasiness when you drag the lips over the head of my penis.
Yo,
and do it
bro.
again and again
Relax.
and again.
Yo, Stan.
Come on
Relax.
now. Chapstick. That's my favorite.
Ooh, child. Ooh,
Chapstick
child.
is my
Ooh,
favorite. Monkey
ooh,
lip.
child.
What the
Ooh,
fuck?
Motherfucker, you heard me. Suck
I
my
gotta
dick.
I gotta
Monkey
get
lip. Monkey lips.
5,
And
Come on,
4,
you
Seven.
know what?
Don't
I'm
let
just
him.
3,
gonna add something else to
2,
it. Go, ooh,
1.
when you suck my dick.
Oh,
Come on.
wow.
I'm waiting.
Kalima.
You,
Kalima.
look at you. Yeah, sing a song, sing a hymn to God, because you're going to suck my dick.
Yo,
Oh,
you gotta
oh.
watch yourself, girl. Slut. That's actually
I think
Stanley.
you're out of your league, son. And
That's
and
actually
I'm gonna show you mercy. Now you can apologize like I asked you to do about half an hour ago, or you can continue being abused, monkey
this
lip.
is what happens when you get out of
It
prison.
says
And this is
AKA monkey lips.
your fatter
That's
upper
all I
pussy
know.
area. You got a fat, sweaty upper pussy area right now.
Motherfucker, all I know is you're gonna suck my dick.
You got
You
coochie
are
hair.
going to suck my dick, and before you do that, actually I changed my mind. I don't like chapstick. I like something like oh, what is it? Burt's Bees. Put Burt's Bees on your lip and then fucking suck my dick.
You should be ashamed of yourself as an 80-year-old
Motherfucker,
man,
I'm not ashamed enough. You
an 80-year-old
pussy.
man
You
talking like
fucking put oh goddamn. I'm treating you
80,
like a grown woman. The
84-year-old
whore you are. I'm
talking
a
like
grown man treating you like the whore you are. Monkey
booty is
lips.
all booty is booty sounding like, man.
Motherfucker, you know what? I don't want your booty. I just want your monkey lips on my dick.
Your coochie farts.
Motherfucker, did you not hear me?
You got a queef.
Suck my
Queef.
dick with those monkey lips. Look,
You
I can read it. It says AKA monkey lips.
you fart,
Put on
man.
the goddamn Burt's Bees and suck my dick.
That first gel
But
stint.
make it gentle. I want you to take those Burt's Bees
Hug
balm
hair.
lips,
Hug hair.
drag it over my dick, and when I
Yo,
tell you to lick the cum
nah,
I'm about to put into your mouth, you better lick it fast.
nah, this is crazy. I
Lick
can't
it
be
fast. Don't talk.
nah.
Your monkey lips are busy if you're talking.
Nah, this is insane.
Motherfucker, I said not to talk. Suck my dick.
Nah, you can't be talking to me like that,
Well,
ma'am.
motherfucker, I'm talking to you and I'm laughing while I do it.
I can't have a gay guy talking like
Stop
this.
fucking around. You're talking suck.
Somebody needs to control this channel.
Suck. Suck.
Someone needs to control this channel.
Well, you can't, obviously.
How long you been gay for, Stan?
Motherfucker, you cannot control this apparently.
Stan, how long?
Bring someone on that I goddamn respect. I don't respect you, son.
Who do we got a cash
I
app
think
to?
you are literally an idiot.
Cash app
I
HB.
respect Monkey Muffin more
Yeah,
than I respect you.
yeah.
He's Monkey Muffin. You're Monkey Lips.
What do you
It
do for
says
work?
so right there. 777 AK Monkey Lips. Monkey
Yeah.
Lips for short.
What do you do for work, Stan?
Kick your ass.
Okay.
And then I force you to suck my dick. That's what I do for work. And you pay me to do it.
Are you disabled?
Motherfucker, all I have to say is I'm so disabled, you like the taste of my penis.
That's insane.
Oh,
What's wrong
I
with you,
bet it
Stan?
is.
What is wrong with you?
It's insane that you keep doing this. But you know what? I enjoy it, and apparently so do you.
No, I don't.
Well, then why do you keep doing it?
I'm just helping the channel right
No,
now.
I'm curious now. I'm actually interested. Use those monkey lips. Can you form a sound? A
They're
cogent
saying
thought?
they're saying Stanley's finna bust.
Dude, all I can say is you're a piece of shit. Suck my dick as I commanded you to.
Shouldn't if you were in the
I
Navy,
literally just told you my instructions. Why are you putting up a fuss?
should you be talking like this if you were in the Navy? Is
Oh,
this
I
a
would do it. Dude, it wouldn't even come to this in the Navy. You just do it the
I mean,
fuck I told
you
you to do.
truly didn't serve.
Now
I know
you're putting up a fuss because we're not in the Navy.
you just
So
stared at
I have
men.
to deal with your dumb ass.
You just watched men undressing in the Navy.
Struggle logic.
That was your
You are
job.
just struggling. And you know what? I'm getting bored.
In the Navy, yeah, girl. You were in the Navy, girl. You were wearing booty shorts, walking around, cleaning up the dock. You didn't do shit. Probably didn't even have a
Oh,
gun.
look at me getting bored. How about suck my dick? I'm getting bored. Keep me awake. Suck my dick.
Clearly, you get fucked in your butt because you're gay, Stan. So
Motherfucker, I just told you what I wanted.
they
How
take you to
about
pound.
how about count to 10 and get your ass off this show?
They take you to Pound
I
Town.
bet you wouldn't do it. You
They beat
just like the abuse.
your ass. They beat
You know
your ass.
what? Now I'm starting to get real interested. You just like abuse.
They don't beat your ass. They beat your ass.
Oh, motherfucker, don't be so like I'm beating your ass. Pay
They call
attention. Pay
They call
attention. Pay attention to what's happening.
you that coochie energy.
You know what? Your mouth, monkey lips, is a good coochie. It'll have to do whilst we talk. Or
That's
I
just,
talk. You need to suck.
you're insane.
No, I'm spoiled now.
You're certified.
I like your saliva on my dick.
Yeah,
Do it.
you.
Do it. Do.
Yeah, you're a dirty old little man, huh?
You know what? And you're a weak, little, subservient little boy.
Yep. You're a dirty old little perverted girl.
No, motherfucker. Abusing weaklings is fun.
How long you been gay for, Stan? Your whole life?
As long as I've known you.
Were
And
you born
you
with?
let me be gay. So what the fuck?
No, I'm serious. You
have literally turned me gay. Because you
Wow.
make it feel so good.
That's a clip.
You
Clip
wanted
that.
me to be gay, didn't you?
HB, clip that.
That's why you took those monkey lips
Get
and
up
put
here,
them on my dick. You want me to be gay, don't you?
HB.
You
Get up.
were identifying gay men all day when John was outside. Oh, he's gay. Let's
You just
talk to
said-
him. That's
just said
dude.
he-
You have been identifying your gay men all day.
You gay.
And no one seems to have noticed. Oh, he's gay. John, can you talk to him?
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what
made
you've been doing. I heard you. I was there.
Stan, you just
I
admitted
was literally there. Your gaydar was off the chart. You kept trying to get John to bring you new gay lovers.
Oh,
that was your favorite interview.
Oh,
was the
he's
gay.
gay, John. He's gay, John. Let's talk to him. Motherfucker, I was there.
I don't think
You
I said
are gay as a motherfucker.
yo, wait. Before you guys keep going, chat. Do you guys want me to stop this? Cause I can stop this. I can end this now.
Oh, this is pretty disturbing, HB.
Yeah,
You know what? It's a one-way disturbance, and this little monkey lips
He
bastard.
sounded horny. That's the problem. I don't mind
It's
trolling.
thoroughly overmatched.
Like you're sounding horny.
Motherfucker, the only person you're a legend to is you.
I never trolled with
No,
an ass.
stop talking.
I never
Chat,
trolled.
let
was
me know.
talking to you. HB
Chat.
was talking to you.
Chat, I'm talking to the chat.
Yeah,
You guys
talk to
want me to
the chat.
stop? Do you guys want me to stop this? Cause I
You
could
sick
definitely stop
fuck.
this, man. I could stop this at any moment.
Yeah, we need to
This-
stop this quick, HB.
This is
He's getting aroused.
Yeah, motherfucker, you are scared. Run away.
Old folks home right now. He's going crazy in the ocean.
And you know what? You have come to visit.
They're gonna take your phone in a minute.
You
and say,
have come to visit.
You up there talking gay again, Stanley? Goddamn it! What did I tell you, Stan? I told you don't be on my goddamn phone all night long.
You know the amazing thing is you do a good falsetto.
Crime and punishment. Yeah, I'm getting that
No,
work.
motherfucker, you do a very good falsetto. Practice much?
Mavin, I'm scared as hell, Mavin. You're right. You ain't lying. Broke back truck and gone wild. Goddamn.
You don't sound scared.
Nah, I'm not scared, Stan.
Okay, I thought not, Monkey Love.
Yeah, I mean I'm a little worried.
No,
for you.
motherfucker, I don't care what you're a little of. You're still here.
You're a little disturbing, Stan.
Yeah, well, you know what? You bring out the worst in me, legend in your own mind.
Yeah,
I like abusing mediocre white boys like you.
Yeah, your trans energy is off.
Oh,
the
no,
radar.
motherfucker. I'm literally calling you a pea brain.
No,
You are no comparison. You need to run along to people who are your level. I'm
You're probably
not.
panties right now.
I'm
Pantyhose.
literally telling you, you are
Harder.
stupid to your face.
I got a
I
choker
hope there's no mistaking the respect I'm giving your intellect. Motherfucker, you are stupid.
Is your ass the
You
size
have no business even talking to me.
Is your asshole the
Get
size of
run along, Junior.
You turned your ass to a pussy years ago.
You literally are not smart enough to even continue this conversation.
Yeah.
The only reason I'm here is you're going to leave first.
Stan, you want a freestyle battle right now?
Motherfucker, what have I been doing for the last 30 minutes? Not
No.
freestyling?
Want to rap?
You idiot.
You want to rap?
Motherfucker, I don't have to rap. I bet you do it better than I do.
All right.
Go ahead and rap. Sing,
battle?
ho. Sing, ho. Rap, ho.
I'm just trying to give the people what they need right here, some content.
You know what? Your problem is you're giving people what they need, and that is going to be your weakness. I don't give a shit what the people want. All I'm concerned about right now is beating your dumb ass to the pulp you were before you ever talked to me. Shut the fuck up. You need to stay in your lane, and you better be very goddamn careful when you fuck with me.
Fact. Go on mute. Thanks. I
said, motherfucker, leave.
I said, yo,
you are banished. 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 Leave.
Bars,
I think you should leave now, son.
Don't fuck up my bars.
I think you should leave now, son.
Stan. Yo, HP, make a mute if I'm going to do a freestyle battle.
Man, the only thing you're going to freestyle is your stupidity.
I said, Stan is a tran. Yeah. I said, Stan is a tran. Yeah. He wears high heels and he looks for men in the bar. Yeah. He said, bartender, can you give me a shot of some nut from a man? From a man. Yeah. My name is Stan. I'm in the man. Yeah. Yo, I said my name is Stan and I'm a trans. I'm in the man. Yeah. Stan walks in a bar, goes to the bartender, asks for a shot of some nut. Yeah, but the only nut that he wants is from a man. Yeah. Stan's a trans. Stan's a trans. Knock, knock. Who's there? It's the trans man. It's the tranny man. Stan. Hey, Stan. It's the tranny man.
Motherfucker, I'm embarrassed for you.
All right, your turn, Stan. Let's go. Bars.
I don't do silliness like you just did.
Bars.
You got the whole show. Keep going.
Yo, I said, yo, my name is Stan and I'm here for a man. Go ahead. Some good energy right here, HB. It's a good channel.
Wow.
Good channel.
Wow. Stanley, you got some bars, Stanley?
No, I don't pretend to be. I don't pretend to be what I'm not.
Stan, have some respect. You're somebody's grandmother.
Motherfucker, I don't respect you. Can you not understand this? I literally think you're an idiot.
Oh, that was a porn.
Now, how about have some respect for yourself?
Somebody's grandma. Now stop it.
Motherfucker, you know what? Let's just go with someone's grandma is kicking your ass. So now you're being disrespected by a grandma.
What's up, black man?
That doesn't sound that great, does it?
Me
So
talk.
grandma is calling you an idiot.
With it. Come
You're
on.
a pussy. Your dad was a pussy, and your grandfather was a fucking homo pussy.
Wow. Who's that?
Shut up, you trailer park dweller.
Hey, who's this now?
Semper Fi.
Semper Fi, how you doing?
Semper Fi. Hey, I'm going to put the phone down by my balls for a minute. Will you whistle or hum or something? Hold on.
Hey.
But I just rubbed my phone down by my balls while you were talking, and you just aroused me.
You got to put it up to your face because you're a fag.
I'd like to fuck you in the mouth, too, if you don't mind.
Don't. What type of gay shit is this, sir?
Shut up, you trailer park dweller.
Yeah, it's a little white.
Semper Fi. Semper Fi. Semper Fi. Semper Fi.
You can come up and I'll kick your ass too.
Where's your wife? Where's your wife?
And you sound like an old tramp. A nasty hoe.
You dumb bitch.
Don't tell me how I sound, okay?
Yeah, you sound like a bitch. You sound like a pussy.
First of all, brother,
pussy
you
hoe.
don't know nothing about me.
You pussy hoe.
All right, I got him out of here.
Pussy fart.
What is this? 2006? You got a fucking soundboard? What the fuck is wrong with you, man? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is? What do you think this is? This 2006? What are we on? MySpace?
What happened?
What are we on MySpace right now? What the fuck is going on?
Stands a trans, stands a man, psych. Stands a trans, stands a trans, psych.
Oh man,
those are bars.
Damn, you know what? Even I'm feeling sorry for you now.
Oh, come on, yo. So chat. Who do y'all got? Stan Man or Monkey Lips? Who is up right now? Stan Man or Monkey Lips?
I mean, I'm uncomfortable, so I don't know what that means. But
I don't know what that means either.
I kind of want to out gracefully, leave. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, man,
I've never trolled. See, I've never trolled an actual gay guy though.
You know what?
It's weird.
I think it makes you feel better to think I'm gay. You just got fucking your ass handed to you by a Negro.
Hey, Mella.
A Negro is literally telling you you're a substandard intellect, white boy.
Okay. Mella's here. It's gonna be all right.
Hey, how you doing, Mella?
I'm here to distract you from your sword swinging.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you know what? You better warn this boy.
I look. Warning or not, I think we could discuss something that's mutually more beneficial than this shenanigans. I joined.
You were talking to the wrong Negro. I want.
Can I take a moment to get to know you a little better?
I want Monkey Lips to understand.
Can I get to know you a little better?
Not mess with me anymore.
Can I get to know you a little better?
Yeah, go ahead.
After I dispatch Monkey Lips.
She's talking to me, Stan.
No, actually, I wasn't. But okay.
Yeah, come talk to me.
Talk to Monkey Lips then.
Talk to me, girl.
Come and talk to me.
Yeah, go ahead, sing. Come on. Talk to me. What's up?
Well,
make it quick.
Everything's all right.
All right.
I'm with Kamala. That's pretty much it.
Ain't nobody talking about that shit right now.
Okay, what are you talking about? Let me join in.
So watch your mouth how you address me, all right?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. So first of all, I do all the questions, all right? You do the answering.
Fair.
Now, what did you cook tonight?
I made black eyed
Hurry up.
peas. Hold on, it's coming. I made black eyed peas.
Yeah.
I made mashed potatoes,
Yeah.
and I made a ribeye because the people here need extra protein.
A1, pause. A1 or no A1?
No, the ribeye was not A1, unfortunately.
No, I'm saying, you got A1 though with that steak or what?
No, I didn't have A1. A1 has sugar in it. We don't do sugar in this household.
Okay. Where's
We
your
do
husband?
honey. We have
Where's,
manuka honey. We have we have honey here.
yeah.
We don't have sugar.
All right. Where's your husband at?
Working.
All right. So what do you do when he's gone? What do you fantasize about?
I gave up fantasizing.
No, I mean like, as far as like your life, vacation, stuff like that.
Oh, aspirations of a vacation is on deck. Yeah, absolutely. I want to go to Costa Rica.
Did your husband give up on loving you years ago?
I think we just outgrew each other.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, when you have a child, there's a certain strain
Mm-hmm.
that each other blames the other for. And then when you accumulate so many unpleasant occurrences, you need to take time away from each other to recuperate from
Mm-hmm.
those bad memories.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. It doesn't. It's not like we're family, okay? And we'll always love each other. It's just that sometimes you got to love somebody from a distance. Sometimes.
So what you're saying is he hasn't pounded your guts out in quite some time.
I would not say that. I have actually. We have we have an arrangement
You
for
have
that.
an
Yeah,
marriage.
we have an arrangement. Yeah,
What does
and
that
it's
mean?
all good.
What does that mean? Does that mean like you
That
have
means that the details are private. We have an arrangement.
okay. Does he eat your dookie butter?
Are you
What?
in need of love?
No, I'm just asking. I'm a
Because
doctor.
it sounds like you ain't been loved like you should.
I'm a therapist.
It sounds like you ain't been loved like you should.
Well, I mean, what type of love is that?
That's what it sounds like.
Well, you don't sound like you could provide that.
You talking about dookie holes, and it
Yeah,
sounds like there's some unfulfilled fantasies you got going on.
I fulfilled every fantasy I've ever had in my life.
Is that right? Even with another gender?
Don't you ever disrespect me, woman.
I'm not here to ask the questions. You're
I don't
right.
have
I'm not here to ask the questions. You're right.
Hey, Mella, I don't have no fantasies of men, baby. Don't ever disrespect me.
I believe that your inquisitiveness
Hmm.
might be projective. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, when I asked you about your marriage, does that mean?
Yeah, you might be inquisitive
Uh
on the basis
huh.
of projecting what you're missing out on.
Yeah. Do you think that shit works with me?
You're the professional.
I'm trying to be pleasant with you, Mella.
Oh, I'll be quiet so you don't get agitated, okay?
Well, no, you be quiet when your husband comes home after he
No.
cheats. After he cheats on you after a long night of fucking.
How do you know I'm not cheating on him?
Well, sir, let me tell you right now. Listen,
Sir?
with that type of attitude you have, listen, I'd be fucking everything that walks past me.
And so would I.
You have a passive aggressive attitude.
So would I.
And he's clearly fucking that bitch that works next door.
No, that's not the kind of work he does where he's around people. No, he doesn't do that kind of work. He would actually have to seek somebody
Mella,
to do
go
that.
through his phone when he gets home.
Say what?
I bet you can't go through his phone when he gets home.
We have no codes on our phone.
Oh, But you don't go through his shit though, do you?
I don't care to go through it. Why would I?
He's fucking that
I'm his
bitch.
Facebook friend. That's good enough for me.
All right. So how big are you?
Adequate.
What's your size?
Adequate.
I'm just curious. How tall are you?
Adequate.
5'8".
If you say so.
They're asking in the chat.
Because those are some lonely motherfuckers that want to get to know me better.
Okay.
And I understand that.
All right. Why would someone want to get to know you better?
Everybody loves me, baby.
You sound like you got that old slick mouth. I could tell you're an elderly woman. How old are
How
you?
slick is it?
Well, you got that old slick
How
mouth.
slick is it?
You got that middle-aged, upper end, 62.
Like
type.
I'm experiencing some things, right?
You're about 58, 60.
Like I'm experiencing some things.
Yeah, you probably got
Like I could convince you that you're safe and warm with me, right?
I don't feel safe and warm with you, ma'am.
Do you really believe that I would be up to something in the event that you and I spend time together?
I would nut and get out of there. You wouldn't even make it through my door.
But you would trust me enough to attempt to nut, right?
I'd fucking.
See, that's all a slick person needs. They just need the opportunity for you to feel comfortable enough to take your clothes or your pants down.
Oh
They
no,
just need
not with
an
you, Mella.
opportunity.
Mella,
And
let
the
me
fact
tell you
that you feel secure enough to
Baby.
grant that opportunity means you're still a sucker, baby.
Baby, let me tell you something. Mella, I wouldn't even pull my boxers down. I would fuck you through the hole in my boxers, Mella.
Believe it or not, that's all it takes to get robbed.
You're not robbing me because I'll beat your ass.
I wouldn't be doing it.
Baby, listen, baby.
All you
baby,
have to do is announce that you meeting me someplace to do it, and you're going to get got.
Baby, listen to me.
Understand what I'm saying?
Listen to me. I would pick you
That's
up.
how the racket goes down, man.
Let me help you out, Mella. Listen, here's what I'm going to do.
Know somebody better before you start soliciting yourself.
Maybe you should talk to someone that knows. So watch this. I'll pick you up. You'll suck the dick in the car, and then I'll drop you off. You don't have no time to get me.
That's not how it goes, though.
Oh, that's how it's going, baby.
No, that's not how it goes.
Oh, that's how it's gonna go, though.
That's not how it goes.
You ain't getting to the crib. You ain't getting to the hotel.
You ain't getting no type of satisfaction.
How am I getting set up? How am I getting set up when I'm going 50 on the throughway?
You sound like a person that could be set up. You do.
You ain't me up, baby.
Stanley, am I lying?
Baby. Not me.
If I'm lying, I'm flying.
Then you're flying because you're lying.
You know what? I've been trying to tell this fool that he has
He's
no
a fool. Exactly.
Yeah.
He's a fool.
Yeah.
I'll come up with
but
it.
he won't believe me. You're more gentle about it.
Mella,
but this motherfucker calls himself Monkey Lips. No one put that. Yes, he's a fool, Mella. The idiot. I keep telling him he's subpar, but he won't listen to me.
Me, baby.
A fool and his money will part.
You know what? Actually, a fool and his money. Who gives a fuck about his money? He doesn't have much.
Ma'am, you could never fool me, honey. You see, I knew what you were when you stepped in the room. You know?
Okay, here's a quiz. Do you like quizzes?
You're just the old lady that wants to get dick.
Whatever. Do you like quizzes?
You're just a little nasty old lady.
Do you like quizzes? I'm having a good time.
Are you not like what 40?
I'm
You're a 40-year-old, right?
By the fact that
Monkey
I'm
lips?
technically savvy enough to get on this panel. Okay? That's exhilaration enough for me. What I'm asking you is, do you like riddles? Because I have an excellent one to test your intelligence. Are you ready? Are you scared? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Here is the riddle. What is between heaven and earth? Use your logical thinking. and
is between
examine this
earth?
carefully. What is between heaven and earth?
What is between heaven and earth?
I don't want to see you suffer. The word
Cloud.
and. The word
Cloud.
and. No, the word. See, you just made yourself suffer.
What is it?
I'm trying to save you. The word and.
What is in
What's
between
in
heaven
between
and earth?
heaven and earth is the
Uh-huh.
word and. Use
Okay.
your logical thinking.
I got
Don't
some
just
logic.
make assumptions, okay?
Hey, you like riddles?
No, I don't. I don't. I personally,
Well,
I don't. I don't like making a fool out of myself.
hey, well, I'm gonna give you one.
You can keep it to yourself because I'm not gonna answer it.
I don't care. I don't listen to bitches when they talk, anyways. So, hey, what's in between this?
Wait, what did you just say?
I said I don't listen to bitches when they talk, anyways.
It was nice speaking with everybody. Good night.
Good night, you old bitch. Step your game up, old lady. What did you say? You're gonna rob me? I can't call you bitch. Get the fuck out of here, you dumb bitch.
You're a dick.
Hey, Stan. That's how you treat a bitch. Hey, Johnny. How you doing, John?
You know what? And I treated you like a bitch for quite some
John,
time, and you're not getting the message to leave.
John, that's how you talk to a bitch,
You
John.
are a bitch, monkey chips.
Tell him, John. That's how you talk to a bitch. When you're dealing with a bitch, you talk to a bitch like a bitch.
So you're a bitch, and I'm talking to you like a bitch.
Everybody, make sure you hit
Yet you don't know you are a bitch.
hit the
That's
like.
the amazing part. Monkey lips 777, whatever the fuck you think you are. You're not a
Salute,
legend. You're a
salute,
bitch. And
salute
I
to Stan.
treated you like a bitch for quite some time.
Yeah, salute to Stan.
You act like a bitch. You talk like a bitch.
Yeah.
You are a bitch.
Yeah.
See? You don't think you're a bitch, do you?
You should go with that old lady, Stan.
Motherfucker, you're an old lady.
You guys could play bingo together and do all
Yeah,
types.
you know what? The good thing about white boys like you is
Yes, sir.
you just aren't smart enough to know when you're down.
Right, right. I don't get down. I get up.
Motherfucker, all I have to say is you have taken your abuse well. I
I
do
don't get
give you that credit.
down. Thanks, Stan. I've never been beat up by a gay guy before.
Motherfucker, you are a big white marshmallow.
Queer.
Oh, that's the best you can do?
I'm looking at my watch.
No, that's the best you can do. Little wee edgelord.
Hmm? John, smoke something for me, John. I'm up out of here tonight, John.
You out of here, 777.
You have a good night, John.
All right, 777.
Take your ass home.
For the record, everyone, this
Motherfucker, for the record, get the fuck out.
this young man Stanley is
Literally.
protected by the
Leave,
LGBT
bitch.
community. So
You're
please,
going, bitch. When are you going?
When are you going? When you going, baby?
good night, guys.
Yeah, sound like a bitch on your way out. That's good. That's good.
777 left in there. What's up, Stanley? What's up, Stanley? Hello? Shit.
Sorry, I'm still here.
Yo, what's up, Stanley?
That 777 dude, man, he is not a legend.
You dispatched the legend of 77
No, honestly, he's just a less annoying righteous muffin.
Is that that's an interesting comparison there, Stanley. That's very interesting.
Yeah, best I can do. He's not imperious because he's not clever enough.
Where the hell is Imperious? Let me put the link in the chat here, by the way. Let's see where the link is here. Maybe Imperious will come
So
up
what
here.
are you up to, John?
Oh man, just handling a little business. You know how it goes, Stanley. Just handling a little business these days.
Well,
that's about it. Yes, invite, yes.
you're good at that.
I try my best, Stanley, man. It is a challenge. It is a challenge. I will agree with you there. American man, I guess John. Man, I was knocked out, man. Someone said these two make my tenants look normal. Man, I was knocked out, Stanley. Shit. Uh, I just woke up not too long ago. I had to take the trash out. I'm still in New York, man. So
Hmm.
I said, let me jump on and see what you guys talking about.
Well, nothing, nothing interesting.
It seemed like the whole HBCT thing kind of, maybe it's gonna die down now. I haven't heard. I didn't get to hear much. What was it? HB, what he may have said, or what he said, or anything. Like I said, I was a little busy
Well, HB,
after I logged on.
you have to excuse me.
Say what?
HB is always good. Um, I just, I definitely enjoyed the live show today.
That was pretty good.
Um,
Yes, yeah, it was spur of the moment too. Yeah, that was pretty slick, right? Stanley, you still there?
well, I wish I had your talent.
Yeah, I didn't do too much. I just sat there and I think a lot of times, people just want to talk about themselves or whatever they're going through. And as many people that are here in New York, everyone's kind of, on their own little island. You know, one of the interesting things before I was leaving, I was packing up, right? It was starting to sprinkle a little bit. And I had somewhere to go anyway. So as I was leaving, a guy comes up and he was another artist or whatever. And he was like, yo, I want to, when are you doing this again? I want to get on. I'm like, damn, I didn't even think about that, but it just goes to the point I was making that, people just want to talk their story, whatever it is, and in some cases I didn't even have to invite the people. They sat down. In other cases, like the last woman I think that came on, or one of the last women that came on, she had passed by us, it was the white lady, saw us there, but she was busy, and then she came back, right? She just wanted to talk, a city of 11 million people where many of them, you know, pretty much kind of lonely in a way. Um, so that was very
Well, that's
interesting.
an interesting thing to say.
Yeah, yeah, and seriously, 11 million people, they're all here from different places. You know, there isn't the community that, like I would have experienced back in Alabama or something. And so, it's very interesting, very interesting, very interesting. Yeah, very interesting.
Well, all I have to say is, if you're going to be lonely, do it in the country. Um, I have spent time mostly in Manhattan and
Mm,
up in had a girlfriend in Hartsdale. Um, so it just never occurred to me to ever want to live there. Um, even if I was in that area, I would just have to, the concrete part. It's fun to visit. It's
mm,
just not somewhere I ever thought of living.
mm-hmm. If someone said I took a whole nap. Man, that's like I don't sleep, man. I take naps, Stanley. I don't know what that is. Get Crack said he does the same thing, man. Couple hours here, couple hours there, 30 minutes here, 30 minutes there. But very rarely do I sleep like an entire night. You know what I mean?
Well,
Very rarely.
might be a thing of a part of aging. Usually I'll do 4 or 5 hours,
Yeah.
but I also get like, you know, um, I can sleep as late as I want, but rarely do I. But sleep as much as you need to. If you don't need to, don't do it.
That's how I see it, man. Like I always say, like Stanley, it like a fire burning inside of me. Well, I just don't want to sleep. I want to be up and be productive and doing the things that I'm thinking
Well, you
about.
might you
You
might
know,
have more of an internal fire than I do at this
yeah.
at this point.
you know,
Um,
that's why I wanted to do that show about like the whole midlife thing. You know, so many men my age have pretty much slowed down or stopped or just more or less
well, I haven't
treading
slowed
water.
down. I just work smarter.
Well, you
You
know, I
know,
don't mean like slow down in terms of, they may be physically as active as I am or maybe even more active, but the drive is kind of gone. Does that make sense?
well, you remember that conversation we had about brain versus brawn?
Yeah, yeah.
Drive isn't always brawn.
No, that's true. That's very, very much true. I think drive is like, as you get older, it's more like internal, you know, but you gotta have something that's driving
Well,
you.
it's more about working smarter. And
Well,
one of the weird things is, as you get older, you might be, in a position to hire people to kind of delegate to.
you know, I think,
Um,
you know, I
and one
think,
of the things I've learned is you don't have to do everything yourself.
my
You
mother,
have to be able to manage your resources.
I think a lot of people, as they get older, a lot of people, not all, they don't want the responsibility of managing people, you know. Um, they just want to do their job. Maybe they're on their way to retirement and they just want to get there with the least amount of resistance as possible. And, I think, it's a function of getting older for most people. Uh, it hasn't set in for me yet. I'll say that, right? I still got it, like
Uh,
environment
if
got it.
you are any kind of, I have to think about this because if you have any sort of drive, I mean, damn it.
Hold on, Stanley. Someone says, DG said, is it cold? Yeah, it's a little chilly for a summer
Really?
night. That's why I got a hoodie on. Yeah. It's a constant breeze, probably about 10 miles an hour. And it's probably about 70 degrees, 75 degrees maybe. So that's a little chilly.
Yeah, from 90 something to 75, yeah, it
Yeah.
can feel cold.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little chilly. Yeah. Hell yeah, I got a
But anyway,
sweatshirt and a
I
hoodie
just
on.
think that individuals shouldn't, there is no things like midlife
Mm,
crises, the
mm,
whole myth.
You
Um,
think it's a myth? You think it's a myth?
I don't know that it's a myth. I'm just saying, don't think you have to live midlife crisis if it's not your thing.
Mm. Nah, I hear you on that. Are we choppy? Someone says, y'all still chopping? Bob said that.
Might be me. No, it was Bob saying, "Are y'all still chopping?"
Like chopping it up. Okay, I got you. I
Yeah.
got you. Man, I did want to chime in on a couple things. You're the only one here, Stanley, but we got 42 people in the audience, which is actually pretty good. Stanley, when I first came on CT channel, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw me when I first came on, right? Did you see me?
I probably did.
Mm,
But the first time I came on CT's channel was maybe a
mm.
couple years ago.
Oh wow, okay, so you probably were there. Yeah, you were definitely there because I just joined
Yeah, but
a
I
short time ago.
wasn't. I was never. When a topic interested me,
Mm-hmm.
and the one thing I can say is, as much as flack as I get,
Mm,
and we talked about it earlier. I mean, I expect to get a little flack, or a lot of flack, but
that's your goal, huh?
not
Mm,
particularly. But
mm-hmm.
it doesn't hurt my feelings, to not think. I don't have to go with that flow. However, there are a lot of flows I go with.
Mm, mm-hmm.
When I first met Blacks, I thought, he was going to kick my ass. Turns out I have a lot of stuff in common. We just kind of, see history different ways, but he knows history. So, I'm okay with that.
You get
As long as
along.
you know
You
it,
get
you
along.
can interpret it any way you want.
I would love to see your interaction on a really liberal panel. I think you'd be more at home over here.
Probably wouldn't like them because half of them are idiots too.
Mm. You can educate an idiot, or maybe you can just assign stupidity to him, and you can kind of live with that, right? Someone's stupid. What can you do about that? He's stupid.
Or I don't try
But
to.
but I think there's a difference. I think in that I think a lot of the people on the liberal side, and I'm not talking politics. I'm just talking liberalism. Like they're not stupid, but a lot of things, because I know shit. We just talked to a bunch of people who are fairly liberal on the street. None of those people came off as stupid,
Right.
right? None of them, and I didn't. I take issue with the way you say I questioned them because I didn't challenge them. I didn't say, well, why did you get the vax? Why do you do this? And I didn't challenge. I let them talk. And
Well, John, it
one.
wasn't so much you; it was the questions in the background.
Well, hey
You
man,
were you were the least of the problems. It was a lot of the judgment behind the scenes.
I mean, people, that's just life, But I think the point I wanted to make is that the people that think that they're going to vote their way out of this or somehow convince other people that one side is stupid and they just need convincing. I think if you really watch that with a critical eye and ear, you're gonna realize that those people, they're not stupid again, and they've they reasoned their way to wherever they are. And you just have to live with those differences. And I think politics probably is the least about, our issues as it relates to the differences in the people, Like you could hear the people in the chat, on the panel in the chat, like just amazed at what some of the people were saying. It didn't amaze me because I live amongst them.
Right.
Um, but the people in the chat, they just couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. They couldn't understand it. So
But
I
see,
think it was
that's
good to
the
see
thing
from
that
that standpoint.
confuses me.
What do you
Um,
mean?
well, how can there's some things that I didn't know, like you asked the dude about condoms and safe sex, and
Mm-hmm.
there's some medicine out there that
Yeah, prep. Yeah.
I'm thinking he's probably wrong about that.
No, he's right. Prep. That is prep.
Okay,
I was aware of it. I just didn't want to,
well,
let him know it
I
was.
had no clue and don't need to know that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
However,
Well,
I
Stanley, hold on. I'm gonna let you finish your point, but I have a terrible memory, so sometimes I just got to get it in, right?
Mhm.
So I hope it doesn't come off as rude. I think the thing is that stuck out to me not so much as he was taking prep, but how prep is free to him by the government.
Uh-huh.
If you want to engage in a lifestyle like that, I think most people wouldn't have a problem with it. The problem becomes when you want to force the government to subsidize your lifestyle that's risky, right? Should the government be providing prep for him?
But let
As he
me
says,
ask
free
you
of
a
charge.
question though.
That's the question, I think. Go ahead.
How is I don't think, like, promiscuousness is um promiscuousness in general is bad. Whether it's heterosexual or homosexual. The problem isn't lifestyle, the problem is promiscuity.
Well,
There's risky behavior maybe for different reasons.
But I
Um,
think, but I think Stanley, um, I've done a lot of research on this over the years, and again, I have gay people in my family. I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other in terms of their lifestyle, but biologically, it's an unsafe activity in the way that they practice it. Right? There's very little prudence, as the guy demonstrated. He doesn't know how many people he's had sex with this year. These people are, they're very promiscuous. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
so he's the Wilt Chamberlain of gayness.
No, no. But what I'm saying is that no. What I'm saying is that biologically, very few diseases will spread among heterosexuals, but some real serious diseases can spread among homosexuals. I've
I
seen it in
would
my,
tend
I've
to
seen it
dis.
in my, I've seen it in my own family. I had an uncle, man. He's gay, he's still alive, and he used to get boils on his ass from homosexual activity. Like pus filled boil. Couldn't even sit down, man. Couldn't even sit down. If you couldn't hear
Got
me,
you.
because right. And you know, most heteros don't get boils on their asses, and they may not even
Unless
get a
they have a
boil.
lot of anal sex.
Right. But short of that, right, if you engage in just regular, whatever you want to call vaginal sex, you
Hmm.
stand very little risk of any kind of bacterial introduction to the
Well,
sexual
there's a
activity.
whole bunch of problems with entering into shit.
Right. That
Like
you understand,
everything
right?
from
So
peritonitis to all
right.
kinds of
Like
problems. But
Stanley, hold on, Stanley. Like now I gotta get into the brass tack
well, no,
because this shit, go ahead.
before
Go ahead,
you
Trey.
do that,
Uh,
let me step back and ask you a question.
mm.
Um, if you're willing to accept boils on your ass and the risks, I'm trying to figure out why it's my business. Not you
Well,
specifically, but you know
no,
where
no, I
I'm going.
understand.
Why is it my business?
Let me answer. It becomes your business, as the man said, because the government is now paying Pfizer or whoever that creates PrEP so that
Hmm.
this man can engage in activity and limit his, you know, risk of dying or catching AIDS. And now he's on a subscription with Pfizer every day of the week so that he can engage in homosexual behavior. And that's fine. But you
Well,
need to
your
pay for that on
problem is
your
the
own.
government providing it for free.
Right, right. Yeah, I don't think that, honestly, this is my opinion. I don't think the government should pay for it. I'm not against him doing it. But if you want to do that, if I wanted to jump off bridges, it would be very difficult for me to get insurance.
Well,
But
that
this
would be
guy wants it,
fairly cheap.
what, jumping off bridges and things? No, the insurance would be high if
Well,
you
I'm
told them what
assuming
you were doing.
I thought you meant without bungee cords or something.
Wait, right. If I were engaging in any kind of risky activity, there would be consequences for it. But the government is now basically say, hey man, you're free to go do what you want to do because we'll pay for the medicine. And
Mhm.
I don't think, as they call it, I forget the name of it, it's called like moral hazard in
Right?
economics.
Yeah.
Right. You understand? And so that is what I think, sorry. That is what I think is the problem, Stanley, is that once you get the government involved subsidizing any kind of behavior, good or bad, you're going to get more of it. And in this sense, you're getting more of bad behavior and
John, that is a
subsidized by the government.
very slippery slope. The
Well,
government funds all kinds of things that are moral
right.
hazards.
Well, that's true.
And
And
not just even on that front. In my opinion, corporate welfare is a
right.
moral
Well,
hazard.
and Stanley, I would argue to you honestly that this is the greatest form of corporate welfare, in that this guy has a subscription to Pfizer for his drugs to allow him to engage in homosexual activity, and that's fine. And the government pays for it, and they pay it directly to Pfizer. He thinks it's free, but it's not free. Pfizer sends a check to whoever prescribed that to him or gave that to him, and they say, thank you very much for the customer that you have got on the subscription with us.
Hmm.
And the government is paying for it. Again, I'm not against him taking the medicine. I'm not against him engaging in his behavior. But I don't think that the government should be involved in the subsidization of it. That's my only
Accepted.
issue there.
I understand
Right?
your
That's my
argument.
only issue.
My attitude is there are way bigger moral hazards than a free subscription,
You
for
know,
this
Stanley,
dude.
and so
Well,
here's the
hold
thing,
on.
Stanley.
I honestly think there are bigger moral hazards that are billions of dollars.
Well, and here's the thing, Stanley, and I agree with you 100%. And I think that that's where we are in America is that there's a disconnect where an intelligent man like that thinks that his prep medication is free. Like he
Well,
literally thinks it's free.
yeah, I see where you're going.
You know what I'm
But
saying?
is
Like
he
it ain't free.
intelligent?
I think so.
Okay.
He didn't come off as stupid.
Well, no. I mean, you don't have to be stupid to be in.
Like look,
They're not
Stanley,
necessarily,
hold on, Stanley. When that lady with that gold wig sat down, I
she
didn't
knew
know
more
where.
than anybody.
That's what I'm saying. That lady was not stupid either. Gold wig aside, she was not stupid. And when I asked her, like, hey, you think abortion is a crime after 3 months? She said, hell yeah, that shit's illegal. You should be put in jail for that. But
Yes.
at the same time, she votes for people, and I'm not saying she's wrong. There may be bigger, more pressing issues for her. But she votes for people who advocate committing crimes against children.
But
She
the
called it a baby. Did
opposite
you hear?
is
Did you hear?
voting for people without exceptions. They're both extremes. The Supreme
I'm not
Court,
disagreeing with you. I'm not
no, the
disagreeing with you.
Supreme Court literally took a perfectly good law. I can't remember, was it 3 months or 4 months? Roe didn't let you go farther than
You know,
viability.
Stanley. I think that's where a lot of times um, people kind of get off of the rails, in that in her mind, and that was her mind. This is one of the reasons why I asked her that. I said, what should be done if someone performs an abortion?
Okay, you're totally missing my point.
No,
It
I
was
get your point.
perfectly fine until Roe got overturned.
Well,
So
if you,
in my opinion, the extremism happened in upsetting a balance over a religious point of view.
well, I
Three
think
months,
Stanley,
3 months or four
Stanley,
months was
Stanley,
the law. It
Stanley,
got overturned.
If you let me finish for just 1 second, right? And I promise you, we'll have a back and forth. I'll let you talk. The thing is, I think that when you involve politics in these situations, you have people that end up making choices that go against their morals for whatever reason, right? That's why I'm not very political, right? And if you listen to what that lady said logically, she thinks that abortion is murder. Those are her
No,
those are her
that's
words.
not what she said.
Well, she said that it should be illegal to do that after 3 months.
After a certain
3 months.
period of time.
And I asked her what was that
She
certain
did
period of
not.
time.
She said
She
three
did.
months.
She said
So
3 months.
what was she talking about before the 3 months?
Well, she
You
said it's
need to
fine.
actually frame the argument she made.
Well, she said that at
Up
some
till
point,
3 months.
right?
After
But
that is the
after
problem.
that, she said after 3 months, it should be
Yes.
illegal, right?
Yes.
Now we're not going to talk about what form of illegality it was in her mind, but it should be illegal, right? And she started talking
Yes.
about she mentioned terms like baby.
Yes.
You heard
Cut to the
she
chase.
didn't say clump of cells. She said baby.
No, she literally said after 3 months. I heard
Right
that part, John.
after 3 months. This is what I'm talking about. Let's focus after 3 months, because I
Okay,
don't.
see, let's not focus on after 3 months because no one was voting against Roe v. Wade. They weren't trying to extend it. All the
Well,
test cases,
let
hold
me
on, let me finish.
go ahead.
You're making a false argument. No one was trying to extend Roe.
No. Forget about
They
the
were
law.
trying to restrict it. The
If we can,
problem wasn't people going farther than viability, it was people trying to restrict it. So your argument is literally made up.
what I'm saying, Stanley, if you
What
cannot
you're
mentally,
saying is made up, is my point.
well, I'm trying to make my argument, and I don't even have to try very hard. Is
Well,
try not.
knowing
Go ahead.
facts makes it harder. No
Well,
one
knowing
was no one was talking about getting rid of babies past viability. It was against the law to do so.
Stanley, I think in New York, I know in DC, you can have very late abortions. There's such things as partial terms abortions and things like that. And those are very, very late terms abortions, and they're not just
They weren't
uh
legal, is my point.
well,
Were they?
if
Were they legal?
yeah, they are legal. Like if you
No,
remember,
afraid not. You're wrong.
I mean, you can have an abortion in DC and New York well
Then
past 3 months,
they're
I'm
doing
sure.
something illegal and those people should be prosecuted. No
Okay,
one's going
yeah.
to argue against
If
that.
you, I didn't know it was illegal. If you say it's illegal, I take your word for it.
Roe versus Wade, it was literally the law.
Roe versus Wade is a states' right type thing. Is that right?
No, it was the
What the
opposite.
feds, what the feds can't intervene type thing. Is that right?
Essentially, what it established was late term abortions could only happen if the life of the mother was in jeopardy.
Okay. Well, what's a late term abortion? What's a partial
A
term
late
abortion?
term abortion could happen if the mother's life was in jeopardy.
Yeah. I mean,
Your
again, like,
run of the mill, oh shit, I'm pregnant. You have it up until viability, then it's
well,
illegal to.
what is viability?
Viability was
Because I'm asking
basically,
because I don't know.
can the baby survive out of the womb? And pretty much 3 to 4 months, is what
But
was settled on.
let
I
me ask
can't
you,
remember whether it was 3 or 4.
let me ask you this question because I'm really curious. Um, has there been a settled month or date or weeks that they have settled
Roe
on?
settled it
Well, that's what I'm saying. So what is the timeline
4
that
months or
for
whatever viability was, and it was
okay,
literally in the
let
law.
me and again I'm asking you and you're informing me. Let me ask you this question. Um, the viability would seem to be subjective to me.
No,
Am I wrong
it
by
was
that? It's not
literally
okay.
encoded in the law. Whether you
So
agreed with it or
no, I'm
not,
not. I'm not disagreeing or
Roe
agreeing with it.
settled it.
No, I'm not agreeing with you or disagreeing. I'm asking you is that
I'm telling
simply,
you, it was law.
but I'm saying in terms of the law, what is viability? That seems to
Viab-
be subjective.
I'm sorry, I'd have to dig up Roe, but it was around 4 months. After 20 weeks or whatever it was, you cannot have an abortion after 20 weeks.
Really?
Could be 19. I can't, but 20 weeks rings true, which is about 4 months.
Let
You
me see
could
what the
not
chat is
do it.
saying. Let me see what the chat is saying here. Black said
I
no,
don't
there
really
wasn't a
care what
settled
the
date.
chat is saying.
Black said Roe versus Wade was not a
It was
law.
literally, no, I'm sorry. It was literally a constitutional right.
I'm not
Blacks is
disagreeing if
wrong.
you agree. Okay, blacks can jump up and you can
Blacks
confirm this.
is literally wrong. The
American man
Supreme
says what
Court
law?
overturned not a law.
Helen Haynes says they were trying to extend it to birth and after.
No, they weren't. She's wrong too.
Do you remember Stanley? The
No,
Virginia
they are literally wrong.
Stanley. Do you remember the Virginia governor? I can't remember his name. Governor. It wasn't Warner. I don't think it was Warner. But this guy was a medical doctor, and he said
Yeah,
something very
he was governor before last. I know
right,
you're
right, right,
talking about the guy who
and,
dressed in blackface in college.
right, right. And he had this scandal. Are you familiar with the whole blackface scandal? Why he didn't have to step down?
Vaguely. I think I was living in Virginia at the time.
Oh, this is interesting. Damn,
He was a
that was real.
Democrat, and his
Yeah.
ass got saved because he was a Democrat.
Well, do you know the backstory to
Don't care.
part of? No, no. I'm just asking out of curiosity if you knew. I ain't asked if you cared. I just asked if you knew. Um, but yeah, the backstory was kind of interesting to he um why he didn't have to step down because in
Well,
normal.
basically, he was good on a lot of issues, and it came to, hey, black people, do you want him to go? And the black people said no.
Well,
We
I
like
think
him.
well, the backstory from what I remembered being in D.C. was if they had replaced him, the lieutenant governor had rape
Yeah, and
allegations
he
swept.
had
You
a
remember that?
rape problem or
Yeah, he had rape. Yeah.
some
Well,
sexual
he had
thing.
raped.
He was a
He had been.
black lieutenant governor.
Yeah, he had been accused of raping a black woman or two.
Uh,
And I think he was
was it a black
right.
woman?
Yeah, I think it was a black woman from Howard or Spelman, somewhere where we went to school or something to that effect. And she said that he raped her. She made the allegation,
And
and so
he got found innocent or
well,
got cleared, or
I don't think he ever went to court, but I think
he was
just the yeah,
he
I,
basically it
I,
wound up being
but I think if he had been a little bit cleaner, he would have been the governor.
yes,
But by the
he
fact that
would
he had that rape allegation, they
he
couldn't
would have.
replace um, a blackface guy with a guy who had been accused of rape, even if he was innocent. Just a lot of times the accusation, uh, is worse than
Okay,
anything. Just
Jewel
as
of
bad as the
Aquarius is wrong. It's not
what you
in
say.
the Constitution. Roe v. Wade was a Supreme Court case. It was a 14th Amendment due process issue. Everything that's constitutional is not literally written in the Constitution. Ugh. Why don't these people know this?
I can't answer that for them, Stanley. You know more than me, so I can't even
Read a
comment
book.
on this stuff. Oh man, back in New York, Stanley, it's crazy, crazy. I much
So
prefer
your
DC, man.
point was Roe v. Wade. It was deemed a constitutional law.
Oh, you talking
Um,
about
the
Jewel, right?
it basically hinged on um, I can't remember the language in the 14th Amendment, but there's also the Ninth Amendment, but it was mostly 14th Amendment. Um, everything that is a right in the United States, it doesn't have to be written in the Constitution. Congress has leeway. Supreme Court certainly has leeway, and this whole Roe v. Wade got overturned because of religion. It's a,
Mm.
um, you know, it's religious. It's why it got turned over, and we have to live with that.
I don't think too much about it.
Well, unfortunately, most people don't.
hmm Black says it was deemed to be protected by the law, which they
No, blacks is
realized was
wrong.
erroneous.
It was deemed
Mm.
to be a constitutional right under the 14th Amendment. And I'm surprised he doesn't know this.
Blacks, you can jump up here and defend yourself. Stanley, what do you
There's
think about
nothing
stream?
to defend.
What do you think about streaming tomorrow? I know you're not gonna like the the place, but the setting, Trump Tower. I think I'm gonna
I
stream
don't have
from
a
there
problem
tomorrow.
with Trump Tower. It's a
I
building.
might, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think I'm gonna stream from there tomorrow. Me
I've
and Kimmy
never
K
been there.
might meet
Are
up.
you going to do it in front of the gold escalator?
No, we're gonna do it. Well, I may take a. You know what? That's a good idea. I'll probably stream walking in where Trump walked down the escalator. I've been there before.
Well, he didn't walk, he rode.
hmm You know what's interesting, Stanley? So when I went in there the first time, not the first time, but one time when he was running for office, And I went in and I bought a couple of hats, just like, spoof gifts or gifts for friends that supported Trump or whatever. And that shit is a campaign contribution. You have to put your name on the list and shit just to buy a hat. You know what I mean? Any of that Trump paraphernalia. I said, damn, like, it made me pause for a minute. Like, wait a minute. Do I want to buy this and get my name on the list? I ended up buying it, but, I didn't know that shit was a
Blacks?
campaign contribution.
Oh, blacks. Damn it. Oh, blacks. So anyway, you know what? I don't have a problem with Trump Tower or anything that's got a Trump over it. I have a problem with Trump.
Yeah, I'm gonna stream from there tomorrow.
And I hope the electricity stays on and it's nice and cool.
I will see if I can get some Trump employees. I've stayed at the Trump Hotel a couple times. I got
You're
some
richer
pictures.
than me.
Let me see if I can show you guys some pictures. Can I do this from my phone? Let me see. This is Trump Hotel in DC here. Let me see if I can add this picture. I stayed there election night. Let me see if I can add it. I'm gonna add this picture. Nice hotel, man. The guy runs a great hotel, man. You gotta give him that. You got to give him that, Stanley. Let me see. What's that shit called? Banners? Brands? Let me pull up this picture, Stanley. Give me 1 second. How the fuck do I do that? I may have to do it another time. I don't know how to do this shit. I ain't mastered this stream yet. Oh, overlays. That's what it is. All right. Let me pull up this picture. Let me add this picture from the Trump Hotel. Oh, that's not it. Hold on. Let me add this guest here. Who's here? Oh, it's Stanley. You dropped off,
Sorry
Stanley.
about
You
that.
back now?
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me see. I add this picture from the Trump Hotel. Ain't I have it in this photo? Let's see. No, I have it. You might like this, Stanley. You might like this. All right, yeah, I got a few pictures here, Stanley. Let me see which one I want to pull up, Stanley.
Okay.
So many Trump pictures here. Let me see. I'm hoping I can pull it up, Stanley. I don't want to get ahead of myself. Here's one I really want to show you. Let me find that one. That's the best one, Stanley. The best one I want to show you. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. I'm almost there, Stanley. Give me 1 minute. Where is that picture of me? Hopefully I can find it. I may not be able to find it, Stanley. Otherwise, anyway.
Well, I see a blank screen, black.
Yeah, I had
So
a
I'm
good
not
one.
seeing pictures. Is that intentional?
Nah, I had a good one. I think I may have found it. I think I may. Wait a minute. Let's see. Wait a minute, Stanley.
Jesus Christ.
What?
You know what? What is so annoying? When you get asked how how the 14th Amendment applies to abortion, and unfortunately, I'm not a lawyer, and even if I was, there is due process in the 14th Amendment, that's how it applies. These motherfuckers, just because they don't know it off the top of their heads, it is so annoying. The people who are supposed to be like America first don't know the Constitution. Really? It's shocking.
All right, Sally, I got this picture. This is me in the Trump Hotel right here. Let me take these comments, man. This is me in the Trump Hotel right here. My lady, one of my lady friends is. The Trump Hotel is a nice hotel, Sally. That's
It's
me in
a
the Trump
huge
Hotel
bed.
right there. That's a huge bed. I'll put that shit back up, boy.
That's a lot of bed.
That's a lot of guy. Matter of fact, let me see if I can show you another picture from the Trump Hotel. Let's see. I've been there so many times. Photos. Let's see. Oh yeah, maybe I share this one with you. Save to device. It's not the greatest photo standard, but I share it with you anyway. This is me at the Trump. I guess you're saying that. I think this is election night. This is election night, I think, Stanley.
Oh, you were
That's me.
there on election night?
Yeah, that's
Damn,
me at the election night. There you go. There you go.
cute. And I
Yeah,
don't mean you.
yeah. There you go, Stanley. Trump Hotel election night. What was it, 2000 what? What was it, 2000 what?
Now
Uh,
wait, how did you wind up at the Trump Hotel
that's in
on
D.C. right there.
Oh, I thought I thought you meant I'm sorry. Trump Hotel versus Trump Towers. So
No, I got pictures in Trump Towers. Let me see. Let me see.
so this is the old post office?
Say what?
The old post office in DC?
Yeah. The old post
Oh
office.
wow.
Yeah. Let me share this one with you here.
Now
This is
I have you got friends in high places or what?
nah. Hell, I just had some money in my pocket. I could pay to get in, Sammy. That's all it was, Sammy. You know what I mean? You pay to play. You know, that's all it was. Yeah.
Well
Here's
damn
another.
John.
Here's another picture of me at the Trump Tower. This is in New York. This is Trump Tower. This is where I go. Where I'm gonna go tomorrow.
Mhm.
Trump Towers right there. So, I think that's downstairs in the Trump Towers. I think so. But yeah, I'll go there tomorrow. Let me see if I have some more pictures from the Trump. Uh, I
You
do,
think
but I
they're
don't.
gonna be able to let you well, will they let you set up?
That's what I'm thinking. I think I may call them before I go
Mhm.
because I
I,
don't want to
I'd
show up there.
be surprised. Yeah, do call them. I can't imagine just walking in there and setting up, but
Yo, yo,
mainly
I was,
because of just security.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. This is me here at the Trump bar. I think this is New Year's. This is another building he had in New York at the time. Um, see if I have other pictures. Uh, but yeah, nah, that's I have some more, man. I'm gonna see if I can find them. Let's see. Yeah, this is the what you have in your room when you stay at the Trump Hotel. I'll show you this and overlay photo. So this is what you have at your desk, at your table side in the Trump Hotel in your room. I don't know if you
You know
guys can see
what?
that or not. Right? You can see that.
Um, one of these days, you ought to let Imperius and I'll be his assistant. Do just a fucking
What are you gonna
show
do?
about the Constitution. Um, um, there are some questions like, and I'll talk to Imperius or ask him. John, I know you would never think the Constitution has a lot of answers. it has a lot of problems. And um, r- there was a problem, and Clarence Thomas and the originalists had a huge problem with due process, that clause in the 14th Amendment. And I
Mm.
can't remember. They're like, the 14th Amendment just isn't birthright citizenship. There's a whole lot of stuff in there. And I just, Roe v. Wade was based on the 14th Amendment, and that people are so comfortable just going, oh no, it can't be the 14th Amendment. So I, I'm frustrated sometimes with this audience.
Hey, Stanley, I got some more pictures from the Trump bar. I'm gonna show you these out, man. I think this was New Year's, man. Had a beautiful time, you know. Is this a Trump hotel? This can't be a Trump hotel. Is this a Trump? Damn. This is some nice hotel, though. So let me share you these pictures, Stanley. Let's see. Can I choose multiple files? Let's see. Choose files. I can't choose multiple photos, though, so I'll choose a couple photos. Oh, I can. I can choose multiple. All right, all right. Yeah, this is I think this is a Trump bar or something. Trump, another one of Trump hotels or something. This wasn't the Trump Tower. And I don't think it's the Trump. This somewhere in New York, maybe Soho, Trump Soho, or some shit like that. There we are. This must be New Year's. Look at there, Stanley. Look at there. This is a Trump bar. I think I showed you pictures of that. There you go. There you go. The Trump bar. There you go. Anyway, interesting. Trump bar. Trump hotel. Anyway, Stanley. Just a little something for the audience, keep them engaged. Let me get this light
You
back
you
on.
live you live a life on damn.
Oh, man, I had a little bit of life, Stanley.
I'm
What I
I'm
say?
just a
You know,
simple
real people.
simple country boy.
I had a little good life, man. No lie. Like I say, I'm here in Brooklyn, man. You know, I ain't have to pack a bag and nothing. I just came. You know, all my clothes and shit. You know, clothes enough to get by at least here. You know, if I need something, I just buy something else. I don't like traveling with a suitcase, Stanley. Never have, man. You know that. I don't fucking like traveling with a suitcase. So I like to just go real light. What people saying here, one could do as well. He does immigration. And maybe you need one to kind of moderate imperials. You know, one would kind of slow imperials down a little bit. Tyrone said, "Why no one talking about
I don't
Cornel
think
West?"
anyone can moderate Imperius because um for some reason or another, Imperius gets to run rampant. Um I don't know why. Um you know, it reminds me of um Savage one day. Um basically told CT that over the last year I'd spent $7,000, and he pretty much said, "Hey, for that kind of money, I expect a little consideration."
Mm.
And I suspect um, these motherfuckers are problematic,
Hey,
and
Pronces, I see
it's
your.
not any
Hold
different
on, Stanley.
than.
Hold on,
Mhm.
Stanley. We're right here on St. Mark's Avenue in Crown Heights, by the way. Pronces, I see your comment in the chat, man. I think
No.
you. Nah, I
Oh,
was about to
well,
say,
not
Stanley.
with
Hold on,
me. He can do
right?
what he wants.
No, you know, Pronces, if you're interested, I had some ideas, man. I think you'd be perfect for something that I thought about. Um, so you know, if you're interested, send me an email, or if you're in contact with Grace, she has my number. You can just call me. Either way, if I don't answer the phone, just text me. That way, you'll always get in touch with me. Let's see who jumped up here. Mella, head to stage. You on the stage, Mella? What's
Hello.
up? What's up?
No, everything's fine.
Mm.
Just just interested in the conversation.
Mm. All right,
Well,
Stanley.
I'm actually glad you're back.
Okay.
Huh?
I'm actually glad you're back.
Thank you.
So, Francis, if you want to jump up, man,
Yeah, definitely.
we can talk about this idea I had. It's not fully fleshed out yet, but if you're up here, we probably work our way through it right here over the call, over the stream. But Stanley, I think your politics, I think, really clouds people's judgment a lot of times.
Well, you know what? I'm sorry about that, then.
Because look where you're hanging out, even though
Dude,
you
I
seemingly
don't have a
disagree.
all my best friends are conservative. Dude,
Mm-hmm.
when I was in the Navy,
Mm-hmm.
I I have a friend who's a 3-star in the Navy. But I don't have a problem with conservatives. I have a
Mm-hmm.
problem with conservatives who don't think. And I have a problem with liberals who don't think, who don't know shit.
Thinking is important.
I
Are
would
there any?
hope, and I'm not always sure people understand that. Present company accepted, of course.
Thinking is important. A lot of people take for granted for whatever reason, maybe ego, I'm not certain. Um, but there's this consensus where people are arrogant enough to think that they know everything. And you're truly wise when you know that you don't know everything.
Well,
It's
yeah, and
better for
I
someone to just
think I know
confess that they
everything
don't
too.
know as opposed to pretending that they know.
Hey,
Yeah.
let's get Pronsis up here. What's up, Pronsis?
How's it going? I'm on vacation,
Oh,
so I'm
one day.
on my phone right now.
Where are you on vacation?
Well, technically, I'm going somewhere before vacation, so technically my vacation doesn't start till this Friday. But
Mm.
I'm not at home.
When you say you're on vacation, do you mean like away from work, or do you
That
work
and
like a? Hmm?
yeah, I have like a normal job.
Oh, really? What kind of work do you do, Pronsis?
I don't really talk about it on stream. I have to talk about maybe off stream, but
I was just
it's
That's
something.
curious.
cool. That's cool.
It's
I
not super
understand.
exciting. Boring 9 to 5.
Oh, okay, okay. That's why you're able to do the overnight stream for on Thought TV, right?
Yeah, I need to cut it down though, because I definitely been going till like 3 in the morning way too often.
Mm. Mm. Man, Pronsis, I had an idea for a show.
Yeah, I heard you saying that.
Like, I think you're a great moderator. I've seen you on Thought TV several times. I've even been on there with you,
Yeah.
right? And I think you are a very good moderator. You're not very opinionated, though you probably have opinions. You just keep them to yourself very well. Uh, man, I think it would be great for us to like partner. We could figure out a way to restream it. I mean, I put the cash apps on my stream, and then you get super chats yet? Are you monetized yet?
Not yet. So yeah, I'll just beg for subs so I can get there.
And you get the cash app. You take cash app.
Yep, I got like my dono links in my descriptions too. So yeah, I do
All right,
get
so
donuts sometimes.
on my stream we can put your cash app up, right?
Yeah.
And then on your stream, like, well, you can't take cash apps, but I mean monetize, but you can do super chats, right? And shit, I think it could be pretty successful, if we could get people on, because we like to have like business people on. You may have seen some of the interviews, and some of them you may be better suited to interview the people than me. Particularly we have more than one where you moderate it. You know what I mean?
Do you want to keep doing the business stuff? Just because I seen you've had some people from like kind of the CT show. Like, do you want to go do some politics as well, or are you just like expanding upon things, or do you in general just want to keep it more business oriented?
Francis, what's interesting? What I think I showed, I don't know if you saw the live stream we did today, like doing interviews, like pull up interviews where people just walk up and interview, right?
Not today, sorry.
Mm. Well, if you see that, to me, what that says is that like politics is really where you probably are not going to find common ground. People are pretty much rooted wherever they are.
I do
And
find that, yeah.
so like to try to forge middle ground, you know, if you're very good at it, it may make for good content. But if you're not good at it, which I'm probably not good at talking politics, because you know people can always say, "Well, you don't vote." Well, you know, I can't counter that.
Honestly, that's
Then
something
it just
I'm able to help with.
then it just devolves down into just a shouting match, and you know, um, to a deeper point, you know, I live in D.C., right? And you may not be familiar with American politics, but there's this thing called the undecideds. You ever heard of that?
I don't think I've heard that term, but I can kind of get the idea.
Right. And so
What is that?
it's my opinion, though, forget about what it is that this mystery group exists solely for people who make money as like campaign managers. It's a Washington, D.C. industry. I can help you get the undecideds. And these people make their living telling Donald Trump or Joe Biden or whoever, let me help you get that 5 or 7% that hasn't decided on who they're going to vote for. But in reality, I don't think that there is an undecided group. If you haven't made up your mind about who you're going to vote for, then you're probably not going to vote, right?
I think it's probably true.
I don't think many people are going to change their mind between now and November as to how they vote. Hell, we have early voting. Some people probably already voted. And so that's kind of my reasoning about, like, you know, politics just doesn't, you just don't get to a solution, right? People aren't going to leave with a changed thought. There are people who spend millions of dollars trying to change people's minds that can't do it. So
I
I'd
don't.
much rather focus on business, which is kind of more practical.
No, I
Well,
disagree with that.
let me say one thing real quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Yeah.
The politics thing, I don't disagree. That being said, I do think it can be really, really good for content. I do agree. They're usually not. They don't end up being very productive conversations, but there are great ways to bait super chats.
Yeah. I don't want that to be the model. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like, I was thinking more like,
I was just curious. Yeah,
you moderating, let's say, two businessmen that come up, or a businessman that comes up on the stream. It would be good content for you, good content for this channel, because we have some businessmen coming up, and you may be better suited to interview them. Master Kim is going to have another friend of his up that owns a whiskey company, but there's a twist to it. It's branded after a black boxer. So this guy, I don't know, it sounds like he's Indian or something, but he owns the rights to Jack Johnson, the likeness, and he created a bourbon or a vodka, some kind of whiskey or something. So I think it'd be a good interview. You know, you may be better at it than me,
yeah,
or
definitely.
something along those lines.
I definitely, just personally, also for context, I do know a little bit more politics than business, but I know a
Yeah.
little bit about business, so I definitely could do both. So yeah, I'd be
Yeah,
happy to
you
help
know what?
with too.
Well, this would be more. I'm thinking more of like a personal interest story. How did you come about buying the brand? Uh, you know, the nuts and bolts of how much money you're making may not be as important or interesting to people as the how did you come up on the Jack Johnson bottling brand as an example, right? You're a white guy. I mean, maybe an Indian. You're an Indian guy. You're selling a whiskey branded after a black boxer. How did that come about? You know, and it may be interesting. You may be very good at it. I think
You know,
you'd be a good fit for something like that.
I think I am pretty good at for pretty good interviews so far, despite not having much experience. So yeah, I think we definitely
Yeah,
could work together.
yeah, it's a personal interest. It's not it's not business. Although this guy owns a business, it's more personal interest. So I just
Definitely.
had someone like you in mind for something like that area.
Yeah, I'll be out of town until the end of the month, but I plan on going pretty hard into streaming when I get back. So I'm definitely
Yeah,
interested.
email me your contact info and then we'll talk offline.
Sounds good.
All right, sounds great. Yeah, yeah. Hey, one more thing, Francis.
I'm still
What
here.
time zone are you in?
East.
No, I
Actually,
think
right now I'm
Francis.
East, but normally I'm CST
Oh, I
Central.
thought you were in Australia somewhere.
I was not Australia now.
Hmm. Oh, okay, that's good. That's good. I was just wondering. I thought you were Australia or something. Okay, cool. Well, guys, don't all jump in at once.
I'm typing my email
About
in the back
what?
chat.
Stanley still talking about the 14th Amendment. Francis,
No,
you all up on the go ahead.
I had to look it up again. I don't deal with this stuff. I'm not a lawyer, but for all the people that were literally 14th Amendment liberty, which assumed the right to privacy. So Clarence Thomas and conservatives or textualists, um, conservatives have a whole problem. Clarence Thomas especially, they don't think the right to privacy is a constitutional thing. So again, 14th Amendment is what the Warren Court hinged the Roe v. Wade on. The reason Roe was overturned is conservatives like Clarence Thomas don't think that there is an inherent right to privacy. And the secondary reason is abortion isn't mentioned in the Constitution. But there are a lot, bump stocks aren't mentioned in the Constitution either, but somehow or another, it gets included in the Second Amendment. It you know what? And I know I keep saying this, but um, folks who just go, oh, 14th Amendment has nothing to do with Roe v. Wade. I don't know what to say to these people other
I can't
than
debate you on
they're wrong.
it.
And
I can't debate you on it.
the right to privacy at some point is probably, I don't think this is going to happen, but the right to privacy can overturn Obergefell, which was the right to gay marriage. It can be done.
We have
So,
someone joining here.
constitutional rights, implied constitutional rights, they can. Oh, who is that?
It's me, you fucking bitch. What?
Well, goddamn.
Stanley?
Oh,
I'm
it's
sorry, guys.
it's the mean old woman.
Princess?
John, take my message off the screen. It's blocking Ava.
Princess.
What's up?
What the
Mock
fuck
Ava.
are you doing here?
Oh my lord.
Apparently,
This
I want
is
to
my
moderate the new
refuge.
show.
This
here,
is
so-
my refuge. How did you find this place?
You don't have to worry about me. I'm
He's
a
been
neutral
here
party.
longer than you, at least in my experience.
Apparently, I might start moderating here.
I'm the only Thorpeter. I'm the only Thorpeter. They can come around these parts.
I'm no longer a Thorpeter. I'm my own man.
I look forward to some of these fools. John,
Where is Grace and all?
I think
Where is
I'm old, tired,
They
and
just did a
asleep.
stream.
No, I mean, where are they right now?
New Haven, Connecticut.
Oh, okay, they back up in their neck of the woods. All right. I mean, I guess they're not far from me. It's about 45 minutes away, something like that.
I'm in Seattle. Oh, from you. Oh, far from you.
Yeah, from me, yeah.
So, Stanley, you're looking lovely today, as always. Even though it's the same picture every time.
I'm sorry, what?
I said you're looking lovely in your photo.
Wait. You don't. Well, thank you.
What? You're welcome. Yeah, just take the compliment. Take the
Stanley
compliment.
doesn't take compliments very well.
Where'd Mela go?
Did Mela go,
Sorry.
bro?
Sorry if I just came up and interrupted, but honestly, like seeing Process up here triggered me. It triggered something deep in my soul.
In a good way or bad?
In a bad way. I don't want the Thorpe people up here. I want this to be John Gaw, HB, Portia here for the T, whoever the
I
fuck.
don't think Bronson
Stanley.
is pure Thorpe.
You don't think he is?
I don't think he's any more Thorpe than you are.
Yeah, we're both pretty Thorpe.
Oh,
Man.
hold on
I
now.
did not prank Ben with the grinder date yet. One day.
No, but he hosts
Thorpe
the
fight.
late
Thorpe
nights.
fight.
Are you not doing the late night stream anymore?
I'm on vacation, but I'll probably come back.
Oh, where are you on vacation?
Right now I'm in Pennsylvania, and then I'm going to California.
Interesting. Yeah, California.
He's gonna be on your coast.
All right.
And I'm going to Seattle. Just kidding, I'm not.
Yo, how did you guys get connected with the Thorpes?
Ava's story is a lot longer than mine.
Just destiny. We'll just say that.
That's how I joined Grace Salsa.
I'm gonna go. I don't know. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette, and then
don't go.
Well, I'm gonna come back here later. I'm gonna come back later, but I was just watching.
Old men like me, we have a bedtime.
I'll be back in like 15 minutes. Can you stay that long?
I hope.
Oh my god.
Staying power, Stanley. Staying power.
I hope. What are you, dude? Are you on hospice care? You just can't control.
You should see your face
Stanley,
when
you're
you
not
said
even that
that.
old.
Oh, I'm that old.
No, you're not.
If you say so, dear.
Ruby Spasic was on Destiny too.
No.
I don't think so.
Is she in the waiting room?
Grace was on Destiny, and that's how I think a lot of us saw Grace for the first time.
Yeah, that's how we found her. We weren't on it, but we watched.
Is it SpaceX or SpaceX?
I don't know.
It's SpaceX.
Oh wow!
Like the actress.
What's the actress's name? Sissy SpaceX.
Yeah, Sissy SpaceX. That's the vibe. It's kind of like a general porn star name. Doesn't Ava look beautiful?
Hey,
Ruby. I'm not being like a troll. I genuinely think that.
Hey, Mel.
She just looks like especially beautiful tonight. And Princess, you bitch! Saying you're so busy that you couldn't show up. First off, you're ignoring not only Ava, but me?
Yeah, I was flying.
Oh, flying?
You can get Wi-Fi on airplanes now.
I tried to fucking stream from my airplane.
You can get Wi-Fi.
Oh my god, that'd be so cringe if we were live streaming from my airplane.
Why do you like lying? I'm curious.
What else did I lie about?
You're lying about flying.
Not in the stream, but I'll show you my fucking my email. My confirmation email.
Prove it. Prove it.
Alright, I'll send you a DM.
Okay, bitch. Because do you know what else you're too busy for? Do you remember?
Oh,
what
Clarice, that is the comment of the night.
What?
Clarice, you made me laugh.
The great replacement of John's channel by Thorpers. What is the great replacement?
Clever. That is clever.
The great place. It's how white people are being replaced by brown people in European.
It's not real.
It's just the concept.
Oh,
it's not real.
Isn't it real though? Isn't it kind of real?
It is real that demographics are changing, but it's not like a conspiracy. It's just natural.
How is it natural?
People migrate.
Yeah, I
What do
must
you
have
think
walked to the
about it,
store
John?
for a minute. Hell yeah, that shit. I think it's some Camp of the Saints shit. If you've ever read the book Camp of the Saints, that's what
No.
I think it is.
What's it about?
It's about basically France. I can't remember. It's like a sci-fi type novel. Or someone correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. But
Hello.
basically it's a novel about. I want to say in the book some Indian.
I think you cut out.
Yeah, I'm walking up.
Princess
So
cut out
basically, it's like,
Sunday
look at those poor
from my
babies.
stream.
Mela, come back, please.
Yeah, Mel, is she here?
Did I not fucking tell you last time we talked that I
Overrunning
was
of
going out of
France
town?
with immigrants, Indians, I think, and um, the country was just overrun with them. And Steve Bannon, this guy that was attached to Trump, was pictured walking into the White House with the book, and that's how it became popular again. But this is an old book. I think it
Wait,
was
what
written by
book?
John Raspel, Camp of the Saints.
I
That's
don't
the
know.
name of the book. Yeah, look it up. It's by John Raspel, Raspal. And so I think kind of like what's happening here is what's happening there. What happened in that book is that a lot of third world people are coming here. That's undeniable. And
Mm-hmm.
it's going to lower the life standards. And, on the low
Life
end
standards.
and on the high end, like the H-1B visa people that, compete with software developers and things like that, they're going to be affected too. And so it is gonna, it's gonna change America for better, for worse. That's up for debate, but it's definitely gonna change the country. That's for sure.
I hate change.
Anyway, can we talk
Change is
about
good.
how Princess abandoned me on Sunday? Explain.
Did we have
What's up, man?
hard
What's going on?
plans? I'm so
What's
confused
up,
right
man?
now.
I ain't seen you in a
You probably
minute.
will not feel bad, but great. Ruby, just so you know, on Sunday I was celebrating my sister's birthday. I'm sorry, family comes first.
I'm sorry, sister's birthday
Them kids
or
doing?
the first episode of my brand new Sunday show when I just got dumped?
Hell yeah, I know what you mean.
Princess.
I'm
Like
listening.
I just got dumped and you don't even show up to my first episode?
I am sorry to hear about your breakup. I'm here for you now.
Are you?
Yeah, I told you saw this. I sent you a DM that we got to bring back the dating show so we can find you a real man.
Are you here for Ava? Because we're back together again.
I'm ready for the dynamic duo, but I was here before Ava joined technically today.
Yeah, I chased him over here.
And that's where I got the
Wrong
tip
phone.
off to know where to yell at you because I'm like, wait, you're just on
Wrong
some random
phone right there.
stream, yet you could not find the time to come on my
My man.
first episode of Celebrity Sundays.
I promise I'll make it up to you. But yeah, actually, it was not going to stream, but then
Your
John called.
promises are
John called.
similar to your words, and that they mean nothing.
Mean nothing to you.
Yeah.
I feel like you're
John,
like a
John,
parent.
why are you just
I'm not mad.
why are
I'm
you just
disappointed.
buy HB a
I'm
lot?
happy.
Thank you.
I'm happy with you, Princess.
Because you found out the real me, the true me.
Yes.
Yo, do you remember that? Does anyone remember that corner store? I took a picture of it. It was a little boy working in a corner store during COVID. Late one night, I just walked out of that corner store. I just bought a beer. What time is it? 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock?
I'm gonna
East
be
Coast
back
time.
later.
Man, you got out of that store quick. I didn't even see you leave.
John?
I know that. Yeah, what's up? Hey, how you doing?
Hi, I'm Ruby.
Oh, no, I was talking to someone on the street here.
Is that how you normally run your streams? It's just like ignore.
No, I'm sorry. No, sorry, Ruby. I'm walking from the store. I got to keep my eyes on the swivel here. It's 1 o'clock in the morning in Brooklyn.
I just
You gotta
feel
keep
kind
your
of
ass on the swivel.
like
What's up?
I just feel like I've been disrespected in that, like, first off, Princess lies about having a life so that he can make up excuses to pussy out from my TV show, which I gave him a
Okay.
shot. I'm basically a 10K plus channel
What's your
subscriber channel.
well tell us what your channel is so people can come over from
Why don't we
his
talk
channel
about
to
what my channel was? Because I'm
okay.
quitting because of Princess. This is
Oh
my
shit.
retirement announcement.
Oh, you're pulling a Grace. I see. I see.
But I'm for real.
I heard that.
Unless
So
you
how
really
far
make
down
it up for me.
how far south did Grayson all travel before they headed back
Mm,
north?
North Carolina, I think was
Okay.
the furthest they went.
Yeah. Man, I wish we could have gotten together more. I think we could have done some interesting content. She didn't take advantage of that guy that was with him going down there buying some weed in my alley.
Well, they took advantage of it later that night when Lalo smoked it and then got pretty
Oh, were
obliterated.
you behind poisoning Lolito?
Man, I was behind that.
Damn.
I told him,
You got him.
NYC Majestic, are you in NYC right now?
I
If so,
guess
let me
everyone
know.
knows I'm in New Haven.
Oh shit, I'm
The
having a hard
Thorpes are
time.
parked in front of my fucking house. Yeah, what do you want to know?
NYC Majestic, are you in New York City right now? If so,
But you're
we
not
can
even.
meet up
Does
tomorrow
no
or
one
something.
care? All right, fine, I'll go. Okay.
No,
No,
go ahead, go ahead.
No, no, no,
we're
no,
saying
no. I can
Ruby.
see that you're not talking to me and you don't care. So
No,
I feel
we're
like I
talking
should
to
just
you, but
go.
I do have to respond to the people in the audience, but you're on the main screen here, so everyone gets to see you and everything.
guys, go sub to Ruby's channel.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to give her an opportunity to tell us about her channel, but she didn't tell us. So, Ruby, why don't you tell us about your channel before you retire here?
So I used to have a YouTube channel. The name was Ruby Spacek, and I just kind of uploaded videos about different topics I'm interested in, primarily sexual disorders like hybristophilia, autogynephilia, and things of that nature. But this is all in past tense because
She's
I
a
am
freak.
officially retired.
Are you a freak or something?
No.
Oh, we
Are
talk,
you?
talking about all that sex shit.
Yo, tough guy,
It's
what's up?
called trying to understand other people. Maybe you should
Tough
look
guy, what's
into
up?
it.
Tough guy,
Yo,
what's up, man?
what's
What's up, man?
happening with you, John? Hey, what kind of weed you smoking on, nigga?
Man, I don't even know, man. Just the best of whatever they bring around, whatever I call them up. You know what I mean?
They
Some
got
of the DC
dispensaries out
product.
there or what?
Well, I brought this shit up from DC. Usually it's I can't remember the name of the company, but I put it in the chat before. Well, it's Flower Girls, but they A Soul or some shit like that. I'm gonna look it up before the chat's over, man. Like they
You
grow
like
some real good shit, bro.
indica or sativa?
Shit, it don't even matter, I just like to stay high. It just depends
He
on.
said, "Nigga, weed, nigga."
Yeah, most of this shit just be hybrid these days anyway. You know what I'm saying? But I got a matter of fact, man. I'm gonna tell me what you think about this. I got a guy, and he's a relative of mine, but he grows a lot of weed. You know what I'm saying? Real good. Like real clean shit. I don't smoke it because he's in another state from me. But I've smoked it whenever I've been around. But he grows a lot. Relatively a lot for one person type operation, two person type operation. And so I was thinking about bringing him up on the stream, letting I don't know if YouTube will allow me to show that shit or not.
Yeah,
Um,
show it, baby. I like seeing
someone said tall
everything.
can. Damn, the camera must be good. Tall, you can see the tall.
Yeah.
Can I get
Hey,
a whiff?
hey, this is recycling, bro. This is green. I'm in New York, man. So instead of getting two, I
Oh,
just
where in
got
New York
one.
are you at?
Yeah, hey, weed does make me productive as fuck too. Like when I smoke weed, it makes me want to do shit.
Even the strong shit, even indica weed, like I think it's because I'm a musician and I smoke a lot,
Man,
so I always
Oh, what do you
play music.
play? Nice.
I'm a professional drummer.
Oh no
yeah,
way! I played drums
he
in my
showed
life,
his
man.
drum
I
set.
love playing drums.
Hey, did you show your drum sets on this stream or when I was hosting the channel on CTs? But I remember taking a look at it.
Yeah, it's not solidly set up right now, but I can go
No,
ahead.
I mean you showed it once before. I was just asking the question. I
Yeah, no,
remember you
showed it
showing it. I
before.
wasn't sure.
Yeah, I showed it
Huh?
before.
Mm-hmm.
It's not set up. It's actually stacked up right now
Bro, let me tell you. So
because
I've been going
I
in.
haven't played it in a
Yo,
couple of days.
yo. So I've been going in guitar selling. Ever since I've been streaming this shit, right?
Hmm.
And so they had them drums and shit set up. You know what I'm saying? And like when you go in New York, this motherfuckers in there taking lessons and practicing and shit like that. You know what I mean? Man, I started looking at that shit you had talked about with that. What do you call it? Hi hats or whatever the fuck it's
Yeah, the
called, right?
cymbals.
Right. And yo, that shit is expensive as hell, bro.
Yeah, I told them niggas
Shit,
they
bro.
don't know drums is expensive, nigga. That shit's
Bro,
like
like, bro,
thousands,
I
$200
ain't,
a cymbal, nigga. That's
bro,
just one cymbal, nigga.
I ain't even think about this, bro, but like, them motherfuckers had different drumsticks in there, bro. I did not know that shit. Like, different drumsticks? Uh, yeah, that kind of blew my mind right there. Like, that shit there's more to it than I know. You know what I mean? Man, let me update this title, man. I guess I could take some call. Well, I can't take call in because I ain't got my road right here. I'm out here on my front porch and shit.
You see my
The
shit?
stoop, as they say in Brooklyn. I ain't looking right now. Give me 1 minute. I will. Let me see. Let me update the title. Update the title. What's the title to this motherfucker? What's the title to this stream right here? Oh, I know it is. Can I be do this shit on my phone? Let's see. Yo, you watched it? You see what the live stream we did today from the street and shit?
No, I ain't see it.
Yeah. It was pretty interesting. Street.
See, I got the kick port. Got the kick port.
Say what?
That's the kick port.
That's the what?
Kick port.
What the hell is that?
And it gives it a different sound.
Someone said I should invite Tough Guy and interview him one day. What should I interview Tough Guy about? The drums? You want me to interview him about the drums?
Either the drums or the game, because they know I talk about the game all day.
What game?
The pimp and hoe game.
You pimp hoe, Tough Guy.
You stupid. This nigga dumb. Why you gonna ask me that though? Like I'm gonna be like, yeah.
You talk about it, you doing it. Shit, you ain't gotta say yeah. You can say, you know what I mean. You know. Yeah. Shit. What's pimping like in the digital era then? You talk about that?
That's I mean, that ain't nothing new. I mean, there was AOL back in the day, emails and shit like that, and things have just, Instagram didn't have videos as long as they had back in the day. They didn't even have like 30-second videos back in the day. It was just pictures.
Someone said John likes to party, huh? Party? What do you mean? Shit, I ain't partying. I'm sitting here on my stoop. What are you talking about? What else?
Ruby?
NYC Majestic, man. You in New York, man. You didn't answer the question. If
Who's
you in New
Ruby?
York, Ruby, she just dropped off the panel.
Oh.
Someone said everywhere. Stanley, I don't know what he's talking about with that. Never heard of a pimp playing drums. Clarence said, hey, the musician do pimp a lot of women, I think. Or at
Yes.
least sleep with a lot of them.
Yeah. There's a lot of musicians that's been the biggest pimp of all was Fillmore Slim. He was a guitar player.
Mm.
Have you heard of Fillmore Slim?
I've heard your name before. I ain't know you
Yeah,
pimping shit.
Fillmore. That nigga had. They said that nigga had over 100 hoes at one time.
No shit.
Over 100 hoes.
Standing must be done
You know
past
who
that
That's
drunk.
actually my homeboy's grandfather. So that's honestly okay. So I'll tell you a little bit. So I learned the game by being in San Diego. San Diego is a pimp in a whole town. It's a leisure town because first of all, there's military all around here, from down south all the way up to Camp Pendleton. First of all, secondly, it's a leisure town. Well, number one, it's a leisure town in San Diego. Then it's military. Then uh, there's El Cajon Boulevard. It's the longest hostro in America. I don't care what nobody say. It starts from El Cajon City and it goes all the way up to it goes to Park, and then it kind of breaks off and goes into the actual city. But El Cajon Boulevard, if you look it up, I know you ain't at home right now where you can go on your computer and all that shit. But if
No,
you
man,
look,
yeah. I just I'm outside right now. I can't really get on the computer, but yeah, I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
yeah, but if you look up El Cajon Boulevard, it starts at Park and El Cajon Boulevard. And if you look at the picture, like if you were online and you looked at the Google Maps, you'll see it. It's a big sign that says the Boulevard. But basically, that street goes all the way to El Cajon City, and that means it goes through San Diego all the way through East County. So it's
all the tricks.
It's the long, but it used to be, but they shut that motherfucker down. But it's San Diego. You can catch, one of these hoes at anywhere, everywhere. But so when I first came to San Diego, I was probably like 19. And my homeboy, he from Lincoln Park. If you look up Lincoln Park, it's a big ass blood gang out here. They wear green. That's where Mitchie Slick is from. Mitchie Slick is
Yeah,
a
when
rapper.
Marcus Allen and all that motherfucker, right? Marcus Allen back in the old days, right?
You say what now?
Marcus Allen, like O.J. Simpson and shit. Weren't they from like Lincoln Park? Yeah, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's the school. He probably went to Lincoln High School.
Yeah, Lincoln High School. Right.
That's where the best running backs come from.
Yeah,
is Lincoln High School. That's where Reggie Bush. He came from. Helix.
Right.
California, like especially San Diego, got the best running backs. There's always somebody going pro from here.
Yeah, I remember reading about this shit.
Yeah, but I got deep roots in this motherfucker, dog, because it's really like who you know out here, because you can get banged on. But since I know everybody and I do music and shit, like ain't nobody fucking. I mean, you can still get banged on. Like these little niggas, they don't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? These little 15, 16, 17.
Hey, you showed us where you live. You don't live in that neighborhood anymore. You don't live around the gangsters anymore.
No, I don't. No, if you go outside my house, it's quiet, nigga.
Yeah,
you see my neighborhood. You see my
right?
You see my neighborhood.
Yeah,
I'm 40 years old, nigga. I ain't down the street like that no more.
Man, I never would have thought you was 40.
I know niggas think I'm 25 all the time.
I saw you on some channel somewhere else talking shit one night or some shit. You Platinum Elite or somebody. I can't remember what channel it was. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm good at talking shit, man. I get that shit from my uncle, and then being around pimps, nigga, you got to be witty, nigga. Niggas will clown your ass.
Hey, you gotta check out the stream we did earlier today, man. Shit, we did this shit live from Franklin Avenue in Brooklyn. People walking up, I was interviewing them as they would come in and going. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, why do people have weird ass stereotypes about pimping? Hey, yeah, that's what I need you to do. Interview me on that, man. Like,
man, you know what'd be good? Or you bring one of your hoes on there. You bring one of your hoes on there, make it more authentic. You know what I'm saying? Like people want to see.
I've done that before, but like they still be in training. Like I have to bring somebody that's like up to speed. Because a lot of I like
that
new
what people want to
turnouts.
see, bro.
Yeah, I like new turnouts, man. It's not a I don't like fucking with bitches that's already been in the game.
Man, you know, like my
There's nothing
motto is like
fresh like somebody that don't know shit, and you can make them
my
your.
motto is, you know what I'm saying? Like so many people had trouble with women, as an example, right? And so if you pimping, you gotta do a little bit more and talk about it because like they can go get that shit on the manosphere. All them niggas talking about they pimping, but if you bring your hoes in there, that's a real, you know, you showing and proving.
Well, I've already done that though,
Yeah,
John.
yeah, I ain't seen it. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
don't just,
I know.
I ain't saying you haven't. I'm just saying I ain't seen it. Right?
And there's a few
Hey,
people.
hold on for 1 minute. Yo, NYC Majestic, man, listen. I used to be in the Bronx, bro, all the time, bro. People used to talk about the Bronx bad and shit. Maybe the part I used to be in. I ain't ever had a problem in the Bronx, man. Riding train up 405, the D train, Bedford Park, shit, Yankee Stadium, 176, shit. Um, I used to go to bars and shit up there in the Bronx, man. I ain't never had a problem, man. You know, I never understood why people say this shit's so bad. I guess it can be. It's poor, you know, it's probably the poorest borough, but I ain't never had a problem, man. I went up there for years, years, never had a problem. So, you know, and you still alive, so I guess you ain't had a problem either. You know what's interesting about this shit, tough guy, tough dude? You know, motherfucker said to me one time recently, man. He said, I said, man, yo, is Best Side a bad neighborhood? What was it like growing up in Bed? You know, he was like, yo, bro, people been telling me Best Side is bad for years, but the prices keep going up. So someone got to reconcile why this bad ass neighborhood prices keep going up. He like, was I tricked? Have they been tricking the people, telling the people these neighborhood bad, don't buy here? While the people who in the know buying this shit is immediately in cahoots with that shit, telling you it is bad, don't buy here. While they go buy here, like I never thought about it like that, but that very well could be true, man. You know what I'm saying? Like people say the neighborhood I'm in bad. Shit, like look at it. Oh, oh.
Yeah, I mean,
Young couple walking up the street.
tactic.
It's fucking midnight, one
It's a
o'clock
tactic.
in the Bronx. I mean, in Brooklyn, bro. I never had a problem.
It's a
I have a
tactic.
quick
Never had a
question.
problem. What's up?
Um, Tough guy, what's the stereotype about pimps or weird
Yeah, this
stereotype?
nigga asked me, do you drink out of a gold cup, or do you got a big hat, or do you beat on women, or do you take bitches take drugs and all this weird ass shit, like, or do bitches just sell pussy? And it's just like, no, that ain't the game. The game is actually about elevating your mind. You know, pimps own businesses. You know, it's not. I don't know, man. I mean, whatever you want to ask me, I'll
Let
tell
me ask you.
you
Let
what
me
the
ask you
game
this question.
is, and I'll
I
tell
got a
you what
question.
it. I'll tell
I
you what
got a
the game
question for you.
is, and I'll tell you what it ain't.
I got a question for you, right? And we're gonna have to keep it concise because my fucking headphone probably gonna die, and my other ones ain't all synced up and shit. Like,
I respect the game. I just
here's the question I have for you. And you know, I've told you I have women business partners, right?
right.
It seems to me, right? You correct me if I'm wrong. That pimping them is like the least valuable asset you can get out of a woman. Like, what you it's transactional, 20, 50, $100 a night or pop or whatever. Like, isn't a woman worth couldn't you get more out of her by tapping like she has a brain, she has
Exactly.
2 arms, 2 legs,
See, but that's what
but
I'm saying. That's
but
what
you're
I'm.
reducing but you're like, isn't pimping like boiling her down to just
No,
sex
see,
acts?
that's
Yeah,
that's
explain
that.
it to me. Yeah, 'cause I'm curious. Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to explain to you, and what I'm trying to convey is this, bro. At the end of the day, bitches is gonna fuck, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the times the square bitches, see, this is the whole
Mm.
thing. See, a whole bitch is gonna have condoms on her at all times, and every time she uses the condom she getting paid. These square bitches be fucking raw, and they be fucking hella niggas, and they be dirty. They
All
be
right,
dirty.
all right. Let me ask you a question.
They be
Like,
dirty in the hole. But
let me ask
that's
you a question.
that's
All right, all right,
that's
all right,
the
all right, all right,
caveat.
all right, all right. Hold on, we're gonna have back and forth. Like, let me ask you a question. And I'm asking you because out of sheer ignorance, I know nothing about pimping.
Right.
But it seems to me like if you just like really wanted to make some money and you had these women that were gullible, why not just run their credit up? Fuck their credit up. Like you get more money running their
That's
credit.
what I hate though. You know, everybody that call themselves a pimp ain't that though. That's one thing, first of all. And then a lot of the game that bitches be running with, all this new shit that's out there, OnlyFans, all that shit. A lot of these bitches be getting game from a pimp and then they try to go do their own thing. And I'm not saying that a bitch can't be successful as far as making money, but a lot of times they be wanting a man. They be doing shit alone, and
But
no
right,
woman wants to be alone.
right. So let me ask you this. So like
Secondly,
right.
been
So
doing it by themselves is a big
hold on, tough guy,
because they
because
don't
we
have
have
no guidance
hold on,
without
like,
instruction. No, you can't, man. You won't even let me finish,
but I'm
nigga.
saying
Go ahead.
you have a run on sentences, and then like I just want to like drill into it, right?
Okay,
And
okay.
so you mentioned OnlyFans, right? Like,
I just hold on, wait, real quick. Let me
go ahead, sure, go
somebody.
ahead,
But
go ahead.
why do they even need a pimp, especially these
Right,
days?
that's all I'm about to ask you. Yeah, right, right.
I just answered the question and went over y'all head.
Now
I
I
just
heard
said,
you.
what did I
No,
say?
but you said they get, that I forget what you said because I'm
I
fucking
said
high. But you
no.
said they get
Listen,
lonely, they
listen,
single
listen, I'm
bitches or
gonna
whatever.
catch it.
They,
Listen. I know
mm,
it sounds simple and it probably went over y'all head, but check this out.
mm,
No woman, see, because she's still a woman, even though she's a hoe, she's still a woman.
mm.
No woman wants to be alone, and this is the whole
That's
thing.
what they yeah. I said alone,
Their
yeah.
dude is not gonna understand her going out fucking and sucking and coming back home. See, the thing is, when she come and lay in the bed, he gonna disrespect her. See, a pimp is gonna actually respect that woman for going out and putting her life on the line, and it goes deeper than just selling some pussy.
Mm.
It is about game. It is about the brain. It is about understanding your value as a woman. It's about being a woman because a lot of these girls ain't being women and they give so much of themselves away and they don't get compensated for shit. They can't even get a taxi ride home in the morning. But see, this is what I don't understand the logic of when people hate on a woman that actually makes a man sacrifice something to actually be with her instead of just giving it away for free and a I love you and a feeling because that shit comes and goes. Emotions are temporary. There's nothing solidified or there's no value in something with no substance.
Yeah, no, I ain't disagree with you. Again, I don't know much about the industry. You do, so I'm giving you the floor to talk more about it. You can say as much as you like.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. If you ask me the right questions and I'll give you the answer, but the whole thing is it's hard for a square person or a regular individual that grew up on love and fairy tales and all that shit and think about marriage and thinking about monogamy like somebody's just going to be with you for the rest of your life when
Right.
they
Well, I
have
understand.
have options just like you. And why would you put so many expectations on one individual? That's not realistic.
Let me ask you this question: do you just settle for all just the money you can get, um, just from selling their body, or do you try to like
No,
get
that's
them
what
to
I'm
open?
saying. Why is it got to always be that? I done said it like 5 times and it's going past your head, John.
Right, like, do you
What did
open
I
up?
say? Oh, wait. What did I say to you? What have I been saying? What does
You
it
said they
sound like?
lonely. You said they lonely, so you feel that void, right?
No, I didn't say that. I said no woman wants to be alone.
Right. No, they don't want to be alone, so you feel that void, right? Or
Well,
you
it's not
helping
just a
just
void because a man needs a woman just like a woman needs
right,
a man.
right,
Vice versa.
right, right.
It's
That's the void, right?
pimping
That's
need
that's
a hoe. Pimping
that's the that,
needs the hoe,
that's the
just like
right.
the hoe needs the pimp. It's it's called interdependence. It's not no codependency.
Nah,
You
nah.
and the
I
value in each other.
Again, I'm not casting
I'm like Bonnie
aspersions.
and Clyde. Bonnie
Ma'am.
and Clyde. Bonnie didn't. She was about that. She was about that life.
Hold on, tough dude. We got a question for you. What exactly is your role? Mackenzie asked. She says, "How do you get to take a profit from doing no work?" So I think she thinks that
That's how do I
you
don't
don't work, but you
how
do
is that
some
no?
work,
Do
right?
you know what dealing with
Right,
women all day?
right,
You feel
right.
like
You
that's no
working,
work? Are you
right? Like you
crazy?
working,
Are you
right? You
crazy?
working, right? Now
That's a
you working.
mind. That's a mind fuck. Like that shit
Yeah,
is
every day
hard.
you working, bro.
That's not for
Yeah, every day you
everybody.
working.
Like
Like
she
you're
talking.
like an
That's what I'm saying. That she talking square. It's a square mindset that will have you asking these type of questions. You know
you're
what I'm
like
saying?
an HR
Because
department. You like
she grew up a certain way. You know, maybe
like
Catholic, maybe Christian. You know, it's just totally absurd. It's just like, why would a woman do that? But the whole thing is, there is a prostitution spirit in just about every woman, because if you want a man to do something and you are trying to lure him or seduce him or the shit that women do, oh, I dropped that, can you do that for me? That is the same fucking spirit, because
right,
you're wanting something for,
right,
you understand
right.
what I'm saying? Like, think about
No,
that.
I get you. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I ain't disagreeing with you. I'm listening to you.
No, but debate me. Get
Well,
somebody
I
up here
mean,
to debate me.
well, there are people that have questions, and I think if you know, at this point in time, this lady and I probably ain't the person
Call in.
debating.
If you don't
Yeah,
agree with me,
anybody want to join the chat? Feel
let's
free.
yeah.
But
If you
but
don't agree with me and you have a gripe or a complaint or you don't understand what I'm saying, then see, this is the whole thing. This is why we say it's by choice, not by force. This is what I'm saying. Everybody that claim that name, you know, just because you saying you crippin' or you blooding, that don't mean you a crip or a blood.
right.
You understand what I'm saying? Everybody trying to claim, you know, what's cool and what they think is cool. You know, bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. You know, I'm a pimp. You know, a dollar can't get a dollar out of me. You know, it sound cool and all that, but they don't really understand the lifestyle. You know, it's about being better. It's about elevating your mind. It's about so many other things people get lost in. Well, you taking all the money. You making her sell her booty. Like, nigga, no, it's deeper. It's not even like that, actually. Like, when you send a woman out the door, you trying to make her get the most for doing the less. You
yeah.
know, that, you understand what I'm saying?
No, I get you.
And I'm giving too much game right now, man.
Like I said, you know, like
It don't matter though, because you know you still got to apply
I
this shit. So you
yeah,
know
no, I ain't got the best set.
you
I ain't
got to
got the
apply this
best
shit.
setup.
This is the
Yeah,
practices.
yeah. You can give all the game you want, and you know, people still have to apply it, so it doesn't really matter. I thought I just put the link in. I did. I think I put the link in the chat. Someone else put the link in the chat. Otherwise, if that doesn't work for OPC Don, he may have some questions. Looks like you're the one losing the marbles, dude. Someone Mackenzie says to you.
I mean, people talk shit or whatever, but that's just for today. You know what I'm saying? That's just for today, nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's just for today.
Yeah. Let's see.
We live in California, man.
Let's see if I can get this link in here one more time.
You know what I'm saying, John?
No, I definitely get it, man. You know, I'm not familiar with that world, but nothing surprises me, bro. You know,
That's just
nothing
for today.
surprises me.
Every day, a new day, man. You know, we got bills, we got kids, we got shit that we trying to do. Like, this ain't no fucking game.
Claris has a comment from you for you, tough dude.
You said what now?
There's a comment on the screen for you.
Okay, tough guy. You have to keep in mind, literally, all of understanding of this comes from pop culture. We were practically know nothing about. That's what that's what I'm trying to say, man. Like just because of what you see on TV and the big hats and the colorful clothes and all that weird shit, man, it's just not true. Do you know one of the biggest pimps? He actually changed a law.
Who?
Did y'all know that?
I
Y'all
didn't
know
know that.
Did y'all know one of the biggest pimps is documented?
Who
Right?
is it?
Changes and he changed his life. I'm gonna tell you in a second. But listen to what I'm trying to say. This is how far the game stretches. This nigga is not in the game, but he's still applying game. This nigga gets paid from governors and politicians to be an activist. Do you understand?
Okay. Yeah, I
But
got you.
in the
Okay.
state of Washington, he he passed a law for police accountability. His brother got murdered, and he didn't react. He responded. You understand what I'm saying?
I
And
got you. Okay.
and he responded by actually changing a law that holds police accountable. And if you go look in Washington State, there is a police officer that got convicted of murder. These are all facts. And his name is Andre Taylor, Gorgeous Dre. He was on American Pimp, and he was facing a life sentence about a 16-year-old girl, but she lied about her age and went on TV and told everybody she lied about her age, and he actually got off of that case. They let that case go, but he was facing life, and he changed his life. He got married. He's been married to the same woman ever since he got out of jail. So what I'm
Hey,
trying to
tough guy. Hey, tough guy. You
what I'm
got to
trying
come
to
in on
what I'm
this.
trying to
You got
explain
to
to
come
you
in.
is
Yeah.
the
Go ahead.
the game goes farther than what people are allowing to open their minds to understand. They think it's just about some pussy. That's what they think about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, you got to comment. A question.
Okay. Tough guy. What is the difference between a male pimp and a female? A woman could never be a pimp. And a woman is just emotional as all the other women that she has under her. So all of them have no guidance. So it's just a big joke.
Okay. So, what do you think about Ghislaine Maxwell? She seemed to be pretty effective. Was
Say
she
that
like
again.
an outlet? Epstein's madam. She was pretty effective in getting young girls, right?
No, she was basically like his top bitch or his what they would call
Mm,
bottom bitch, or his number one, you know what I'm saying? His what I'm saying, bitch that, what I'm saying, brought other bitches on, you know what I'm saying? And
mm,
that's what I'm saying. Like, but he wasn't no pimp though. It was just, his you know what I'm saying? He was a trick.
mm,
That's what he
mm,
was. He was the
mm,
big. That was actually one of the tricking that one of these bitches online, even on the stream, they want a trick like that. They want what they call nowadays a sugar daddy. That's a trick, nigga.
mm.
Trick
Right.
is called. You know what I'm saying? Like all this new pop culture and the way people living and the OnlyFans and all this other shit that's normalized. They got that shit from the game, nigga. And then they try to talk shit on the pimps, but it's the pimps game that you living off of. All you motherfuckers.
Mm. I see.
Because there wasn't no internet and there was always the street, and that's where it's always at. You can make a million off the fucking street. And the whole thing is wherever a woman puts her feet on concrete, my nigga, it doesn't matter. That's the blade.
Mm-hmm.
You get it?
Mm-hmm. I get you. I get it.
Now tell me I'm lying though.
Now you ain't lying. I can't disagree with you. That shit sells. It gonna sell
Yeah.
forever.
And I know Freeze and I know Simple to P and all them niggas, man. This is what I'm saying. Like when either motherfuckers know you or they don't know you. You know
Mm.
what I'm saying? And I
Mm-hmm.
live in San Diego, nigga, and nigga, it's very hard not to be known if you've been somewhere like San Diego for a while.
Mm. Were
You
you
know,
pimping in Kansas City?
what's so funny is when I always had girls giving me money and buying me shit. So there was this girl named Nicole Clay. She used to sell crack, white girl back in the day. So I'm from Midwest. So we,
Right.
motherfuckers still smoke crack. I don't know why, but she was really like slanging it. She used to have a boyfriend named Bobby. Them niggas used to slang or whatever, but she broke up with Bobby, and she was, start fucking with the dark side because Bobby was a white boy with a cutlass with like 20 foes. And I remember back in the day, I was just a young nigga. I wasn't worried about nothing but slaying bitches and being in the studio. Because back in the day, in my little small town, there was this white boy. He had a studio in the back of his house. It was like an old library in the back of his house that he like converted into a studio, and he had drums in there. And I ain't never owned a drum set because I was poor. So I used to go over there and play his drums. Just like when I was in San Diego, I was poor too, but I was around pimps and hoes, and that's who fed me. That's who taught me everything. You know what I'm saying? So this is why I got respect for the game. But long story short, you know what I'm saying? Where I'm from, you know, uh there ain't much there. And uh you know what I'm saying, back in the day you had to have game. We used to have this thing called the party line. I don't know if anybody remember that, but you call this number and you got like a few seconds to, you know what I'm saying, because men got to pay for it, women don't, it's free, you know what I'm saying. So you had to
Mm.
like game, you know what I'm saying, to get on to the next level for you to be able to talk to the bitch longer or whatever, you know what I'm saying. So me, I used to
Hey,
have
tough
bitches.
guy, you got a question? You got a
Yeah.
question?
But yeah, I used to have bitches come pick me up and all that
All
shit.
right.
So
Hey, tough guy, you got a question? You got a
go
question?
ahead.
Tough guy.
All right, let me.
It's on the screen. Yeah.
It's where?
It's on the screen.
Okay. Tough guy. When your daughter is 18 and she chooses to be hooked, would you? Hell no, man. That's weird, man. Why would you ask me a type of question like that? I would want my daughter to be a motherfucking nun, nigga, a woman of God, nigga. But I'll tell you
Mm.
this. I'll say this. If she decided to be in the game as a grown woman, I would actually will want her to be with a man like me, meaning a man that would actually look out for her, that knows the game, instead of some nigga that's just trying to use her, abuse her, and do her wrong. Because
Would you do? Would you be her pimp?
no, hell no, man. What type of question is that?
I mean, you say you want someone like her. You want her to have someone like you. Why not be that person?
Because that's my child, man. That's weird. Y'all tripping, man. Like I said, I wouldn't want my daughter to be a part of any type of, like, you know what I'm saying, underworld criminal breaking
Mm.
law, none of that shit,
Mm.
man. I mean, think
Okay.
about it. Would you want your child breaking the law?
No, I wouldn't. Mm-mm.
Okay, then. So, I mean, I would want the best for my child. So I hate when people ask that question. But if we're going to be real and we got to think about the world and her own experiences that she has to go through, if she did choose up with somebody, I would hope that it was a man of value that, could teach her something and give her the right direction to go instead of doing shit her own way and fucking up in life.
But if she
So,
was doing the things her own way and it was fucking up, would you step in and like give her guidance and like be her pimp so she can
no.
find her a better pimp? You wouldn't do
I
that?
would
Okay.
be a father to her, and I would tell her to get out of the game, and I would tell her that ain't for her. But at the end of the
Mm.
day, you know what I'm saying? If she's in it, that she's a grown woman. That has nothing to do with me. Once she's
Mm.
21, she's living her own life. Why would I even interfere with her life in any type of way? Like, that's weird. I'm
Mm.
there to be a father, and that's it. So when people ask that question, they trying to be funny because they like, oh, you pimping on other people's daughters, or well, somebody did it to your daughter. And again, like I said, if she decide as a grown woman
Hey,
to
hey,
make,
hey, hey, tough guy. I'm putting comments up on you. You can respond to those. Go ahead. There's one on the screen now.
why are you doing that with other people's daughters, though? What did I just say? Even about my child, if my child decided to actually be in the game, there ain't nothing you can do about it. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it?
You got another comment, tough guy.
No, I'm asking you, John. What would you do? What can you do about it?
Well, there's probably nothing you can do.
Exactly. So, nigga, they ain't got shit to do with me. She a grown ass woman by that time, nigga. But I've already instilled enough shit in her to where she would never even do nothing like that. And my daughter's very productive, and
All
she
right, you got
possesses.
another. You got another comment on the screen.
Oh, okay, here we go. Well, so chances that he's making an actual living as a professional drummer, making good money, is probably bullshit if he's still pimping. I mean, she can think whatever she want to think, you know. whatever I do, I put God in it. I'll say that.
All
So
right, you got another question on the screen.
okay, I don't see how you could have a daughter and defend manipulating little girls to ruin chances of doing anything respectable in life. Obviously, nobody's listening to me. I mean, you heard what I said, John.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like, I think it's a more of an emotional, who never, you never know what people been through. You never know what people think. And they're more entitled to their opinion because
All right,
everybody
pay
got that.
attention to pay attention to the screen. You got another comment. Oh wait a minute, I'm sorry. I don't know if you responded to that one.
I already said that. I already explained.
All right, go ahead. No, that's the next one. See,
So why do you exploit? Why exploit kids that don't have dads? What are you talking about, kids?
well,
What the
I don't
hell?
think she meant kids. I think she meant,
She said kids.
women. Yeah, but let's just say she meant women.
No, she said kids. I ain't answering that. That's weird, man. Y'all be asking some weird ass questions, man. We grown ass men around here. We dealing with women
Mm-hmm.
that's 21. I'm 40 years old. I ain't dealing with no 18, 19-year-old bitch, man. I got a niece that's 27. But if she
Mm,
21 and she can go in the store and buy me a Swisher and buy me some liquor, nigga, she a grown ass woman whenever anybody gets
mm,
done. What the fuck do
mm.
y'all want? Like, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit, dude. She can walk in the bar with me and have a drink. She a grown ass woman.
Someone said pimping ain't easy.
Hell no, it ain't. That's why. That's why people don't understand it. They can't do it, and they envy motherfuckers that can. That's why they ask stupid ass questions like your daughter or your
And
mom.
you got another question, Tough Guy.
Do you really expect the pimping as a profession? Be real, or do you do it for survival? In the beginning, that's kind of why you start, and then you have respect for it because of all the stuff that you go through, the blood, sweat, and tears, the
Right,
loss, the
right.
lesson. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, like I said, it's a practice. This is a
Like
everyday.
people don't understand what you had to go through.
Yeah. So I mean, that's why when they be like, "You take all the money?" Hell yeah, nigga. Do you know how much shit you got to go through? And then these bitches be spending money crazily because they be
Right,
making. And they don't know what the fuck they doing.
right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So they just be spending money. Like,
Right.
bitch,
These
no.
are women
Tell
that
your mom no. Tell your dad no. Tell your cousins no. Stop doing this. Stop doing that. And maybe you'll have something. But a lot of these bitches don't be having nothing. This is the whole thing. A crackhead can make $100,000 a year because that's only $300 a day. And then
mm-hmm.
where does their money go? To
Right,
crack.
not right. Now I
Specifically.
get you.
So come on now. Think about it. Y'all niggas, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Niggas ain't even thinking about it. Like, add it up. Add it up. Start using your brain. You know what I'm saying? Start thinking about what I'm saying instead of feeling emotional about it. Actually understand what life is about. Reality, not how you feel. How you feel, don't nobody give a fuck about that. Don't nobody give a fuck about how you feel. I bet you some of y'all motherfuckers, y'all don't feel like going to work tomorrow, but y'all gonna get off here shortly because you gotta get your ass up and go to work. And guess what I do? I go to a corporate job every day too. Nigga, it don't stop at hustling. It don't stop. Nigga, I'm a grown ass man with a fucking teenage daughter, nigga. The fuck, she see everything I do. So, you
Does
know,
she know? Does she know you're a pimp?
I don't think so. But she
Mm,
has talked to women, and then we get money,
mm,
go out to eat or some shit like that. So
mm.
because I'll be flat broke, and then I'll be on the phone for a minute, and then I'll get off the phone, and I'll be like, all right, we're gonna go eat. So she's seen that for a long time. You know,
Right, right.
making something
Mm,
out of is really a blessing from God, man, because I ain't bullshitting nobody. I'm telling the truth. And that's the whole
yeah.
thing is a lot of the times these women are paying me because they want some type of guy that they want it for themselves.
Right. Now I get it. I get it. I understand. I ain't judging you. Have you feel how you or I gotta go. My battery's about to die, so I think HB may be in the back chat, so he can let it run for a minute. If not, I'll wake up in about an hour or two and shut it down. But tough guy, go ahead, and I'm gonna step off for a bit because my battery's about to die.
All right. Well, who else is on here? You bringing
I don't
somebody
know.
up?
Anybody want to come up? Feel
Bring
free to chat.
Stanley's ass up if Stanley.
Stanley already up there.
Oh, I don't even hear his ass. That nigga sleep or something. So I'll read this question. How you feel is why you started. Being broke caused feelings. They can't be ignored. We need them for survival. I mean, that's a normal thing. We all human. I mean, nigga, I'm not fucking abnormal. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm still human, nigga. I was just on somebody else's channel the other day talking about how I cried, nigga, for a long time. I ain't cried like that in a minute. And it felt good. Straight up. Sometimes you just need to be real. I don't understand all this fake ass shit. Like people just ain't real no more, man. It's like telling the truth is like weird. I don't know. Everybody got to lie in front. You know what I'm saying? They got to, show you the highlight reel on Instagram. Ain't nobody showing you they flat tire. Ain't nobody showing you they had to go to the dentist and they shit fucked up. Nigga, like, ain't nobody showing you they bad hair day. You know what I'm saying? Everything is just all good all the time. And that's just not life, nigga. Like, life is not rainbows and candy and chocolate all the goddamn time, nigga. It's just not, nigga. Sometimes shit is fucking real. You know what I'm saying? I did not tell you to stop feeling. I don't know who this. I don't know. That's weird. Does Stanley have an opinion on tough guy's lifestyle as it pertains to pimping? I'd like to hear Stanley's thoughts. Stanley sleep or his shit fucked up, something like that. I don't know. But John shit died. You accuse the chat of emotional, and look at you. You telling us you cried. I just said we're all. See, that's the whole thing, man. You don't take everything always so literal. When I'm talking about emotional, I'm talking about certain things specifically. So I don't know. How do you expect us to care of how you feel when you're just? Why do you feel like I'm justifying degeneracy, DG? Explain yourself, buddy. That's what I'm saying. Seems like you just want to say anything to, be a contrarian, and that's fine, I guess. That's why I say you can debate me. Definitely can debate me. Not everything I say, everybody gonna agree with, and you're never supposed to agree with a person 100% anyway. But I'm pretty sure if you listen to me long enough, you'll understand what I'm trying to convey, and it'll make sense to you in the long run. You know, even Christians go to church every Sunday and sometimes on Wednesday to get refreshed, to get renewed, to get more information, to get strengthened. You know what I'm saying? So if you are hearing a certain message over and over, or you're getting it in different elements and you get in, the medicine with the candy, then you can start to see yourself grow in a different way. And it's all about a mind of like the way you perceive things. Like I said, a lot of people grew up a certain way, and so this is how you start perceiving things in life. You know, it's not easy because even I go through hella shit even now. Know you're a liar. Oh, I'm glad you know how to spell you are. The ism got him going crazy. Hey man, I ain't going crazy. I'm definitely sane. in my mind. I be worrying about some other people, but I'll be alright. I'm straight. Like I said, I put God in everything. As long as I got God, I'm straight. And I see God work in my life. And I know I'm not perfect, but He still comes through all the time. So, and, people can say what they want, but they don't live your life. They don't walk the shoes you walk in. They don't have the relationship you have with God. They're not going to understand all your moves because they got to make their own. And if we were to actually shine a light on some of these motherfuckers, they wouldn't even try to explain none of this shit that I'm explaining. And I don't even give a fuck because it's not that serious to me. Everybody else be trying to worry about how they look and all that. You know what I'm saying? I just keep it real. And like my dad said, if you don't like it, don't look at it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, not me. Damn, yeah. Well, it is what it is, man. I'm just gonna always keep it real. I ain't here to bullshit nobody. That's my thing, man. I'm gonna always keep it 100. And that's the thing. If I know something, I'm always gonna try to give the game out. But that's the whole thing. They got an old saying: you can bring a horse to water, but you can't make him drink it. You know what I'm saying? And I guess you keep trying to cast pearls before swine, like in the Word of God. It just doesn't make sense to do that. So, there might be one individual that might get it out there, and then there might be nobody. It's just like a classroom. When you think about a classroom, right? There's some exceptional students, but not everybody's an exceptional students. There's average students, there's below average students, of course, and there's people that are just, passing. But every once in a while, you have an exceptional mind. You have a genius. You have someone that can understand things in a whole different element. And when you connect with that, it's just chemistry, energy with that. Life is about energy and power and chakras. Something y'all probably don't know shit about, like when it comes to Eastern medicine or a holistic way of living. Now, I might smoke weed and all that, but I drink a lot of water, and I'm not fat, nigga. I take care of myself. I don't know about everybody else, but I'm 40. Niggas think I'm 25. So at the end of the day, you have to have that type of mindset. You know what I'm saying? You have to have discipline. Y'all niggas want to drink soda. Y'all niggas want to drink juice. Y'all niggas want to do this. Y'all niggas want to do that. And you ain't got no goddamn self-discipline. You know what I'm saying? I'm a student of life. I'm still learning. I'm still growing. Man, I've come a long way, man. I used to be a little disrespectful motherfucker, you know? And God still let me make it through it. You know what I'm saying? And I could still be like that. That's why I probably got the name Tough Guy on Fight Club. They used to call me Tough Guy on Fight Club, out of all places. That's where I got my name. But everybody know me as Sky. That's what I'm known for. You know what I'm saying? I'm proud of all that. You know what I'm saying? But here in these spaces, everybody know me as Tough Guy. But nigga, I'm Sky, nigga, SKY, nigga. Niggas know who I am. You know what I'm saying? Pimping hoes, chakras, holistic medicine. I know I'm very knowledgeable. I do a lot of stuff, man. It ain't my fault. I know how to read. That was one thing my dad was on my ass about. I had to read 15 to 25 books every summer. So as soon as school was out, nigga, I had to read. And I'm not talking about no little ass books, nigga. I'm talking about big ass chapter books. It helps with your vocabulary. You know, I remember one time I was just speaking, just randomly, and I said ubiquitous, and one of my homegirls, she was like, "What the hell? That's weird. You just said that word like out of nowhere." I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, shit. It means everywhere. It's very simple, but I mean, you just have to understand. When you read a lot, it's gonna just come out on accident." Please tell us your profound knowledge of Eastern medicine. Well, what would you like to know? Are you into holistic medicine? Are you Mackenzie got a lot to say. Ask me a question, Mackenzie. Be more specific. What would you like to know? Oh, you went to school for it. Okay. Kinesiology or what? What type of holistic medicine? Oriental medicine and acupuncture. Okay. Acupuncture. Nice. That's a good profession. If you learn lymphatic massage, that makes a lot of money. All these bitches getting these BBLs. You can make like 300 to 400 an hour. You just gotta deal with a lot of blood and fucked up bodies. But they look alright when they heal, I guess. That's what they want to do. I think women are way better natural. Well, the most natural thing. The shit that's the most natural for you is the best for you. I mean, even when it comes to ingesting the actual food, you know, you eating greens and vegetables and fruits, and that's your best bet, you know. And eat your water like watermelon or um, you know, your all your melons, of course, right? Um, but cucumbers are really good too. A lot of people don't know cucumbers, watermelon, you know, shit like that. And you get good natural sugars out of stuff like oranges and plums and grapes. You know, it just kind of makes your mouth water and tense up with that citrusiness. It's good for you. Not really. I went back to school for engineering. Engineering. I've done that before, and I work with CAD. I've done a lot of shit, man. I'm 40 years old. I work with machines, CNC machines, CAD engineering. I work with different digital drawings. I printed papers before. I was a newspaper printer, nigga. I know how to run the press, put ink in that bitch, throw up this big ass roll of paper, put it on the thing, all that shit. Used to do that shit overnight and had the papers available in the morning. We used to stack them up off the press. Got to catch them, and you might get some paper cuts when you first start. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta, when they come off the press, you gotta smack them so it get a little dent in the middle. That way, the paper is not all like, I don't know. It just it's a way you smack it. So you know what I'm saying. You can stack it. You gotta smack it on the table after you grab it off the press. Those is fun days, man. That nigga, I had a boss named Rick. When I was printing papers, this nigga used to drink two liters of motherfucking Mountain Dew, nigga. Mountain Dew, 2 liters a night, nigga. Two liters. Oh, that was tongue twister. 2 liters a night, nigga, of Mountain Dew, nigga. That's a lot of fucking sugar. I bet you that nigga dead. He probably been dead, nigga. That nigga Rick used to drink the shit out some Mountain Dew, nigga. DG is funny. I'm not answering that weird ass shit. Y'all be asking me the most disrespectful, weird ass shit. But I get it though. It's the game, man. It come with that, man. You got your haters, you got your people that are just uninformed. And when you're uninformed, then you're gonna be ignorant. You know, and ignorant means you just don't know if y'all didn't know. But at the end of the day, man, uh, you know, I don't know what's going on with the gay shit, man. I just explained to you why a woman couldn't be a pimp. So why would a man even involve themselves with a transformer, a tranny, a gay man, any of that? Like, that's not what men do. So I don't know why you would even ask that question, DG. I think maybe that's something. I know, you're fond of me, DG, because I come in here, but I would never pimp you out. You know what I'm saying? I think that that's really gay. That you would even consider saying some shit like that to me. I don't appreciate that shit. um, yeah, it's definitely well rounded. I've done a lot of different things in my life. Uh, yeah, me too. I designed fire sprinkler system. Oh, that's what's up. You work with CAD, or what are you drawing with? What program? Stackers, slappers, and rackers. Oh, y'all gonna have to interact with me some more, buddy. Need some more content. Hey, Mackenzie, so I got a question for you. You asked me, so the chances that he's making an actual living as a professional drummer, making good money, is probably bullshit if he's still playing. Why did you say that? And, why do you only have to do one thing? I don't understand, like, why, you know, you only have to do one thing. Why do I have to only keep on going, tough guy? I mean, I don't know. Yeah. So she didn't want to answer. Okay. And Stanley's there, but he ain't there. He's asleep. It's probably late as fuck over there where he at. He's a man with values. I try to be. You gotta stand for something or fall for anything. That's what people's problem be. If they don't stand for nothing. You got to be willing to live for some shit, and you got to be willing to die for some shit. Or else, nigga, like, who are you, nigga? Like, what are you, nigga? Very simple shit. Very simple shit. Pimp the channel, tough guy. For real. This nigga DJ stupid. So, any questions, any debates? Anybody got something to say, nigga? Because John said he about to, tough guy, are you voting for Trump or Harris? You know, my dad called me and hung up on me because he know that I fuck with Trump. So, I mean, who knows? Honestly, who knows? It depends on the policy on who's actually, who's actually going to do something, instead of just talking about it. Like, who's actually going to walk the walk, But I'm going to take a quick restroom break. My bad. I had to piss real bad. I don't know if anybody's still on this motherfucker, but yeah, that's how we do.
Hold up, hold up. Oh my God, John's gone. All right.
John's gone.
Yeah. Okay,
What the
guess we're
fuck?
waiting for HB then.
Oh shit! Hold on.
Oh,
Okay. Who is that? What up? Who is this?
What up? Let's get crack. What's up?
Get cracked. Oh yeah, I seen your name in the whoopty wop, but I ain't never talked to your ass before.
Oh yeah, you see me on panel? I don't know.
No,
I'm usually
Kamala not black, nigga. What type of CNC machine did you operate? Vertical or mill? It was mill.
Yeah, this guy's always all talking about the CNC machines.
Well, it was like it was more like fabrication plastics and stuff like that. So we make signs.
Man, we got a good crowd here. We got pimping hours now, man. That's great.
It's pimping hours right now. I
Yeah,
mean,
pimping hours, man. Eastern medicine. Yeah, you tell them that shit. I need to get up with Rashu, me, Nina, and we're gonna do some esoteric stuff. Maybe talk more about magic. And yeah, if you're down to talk to anything about Eastern medicine, that's great.
yeah, man. If you want to ask me any questions, man, ask me some questions, man. I just like I said, if I know something, I try to share it. Or
yeah,
I
because
like
Rashu,
people. I like people understanding that I have skills and I have a mind, and that you could think whatever you want about me, but there's actually a lot of value and substance. This is why I have good relationships with people, and life is about relationships and people.
Yeah, it's too many people are just like one dimensional. You know what I mean? They don't have any life experience, and or they don't have any knowledge. Period. And you get into a rut with them. It's like, yeah, you can only talk about a few topics, and then it's just a repeating machine, right? And yeah, there's nothing else to talk about. But we got a good crowd here. You got Stanley, got you, got many people with lots of facets in their lives and experiences and things to talk about. Yeah, but I think Rashu was talking about more. He has more experience with African traditional medicines like voodoo and all that type of magic. But
yeah, that's
there's definitely there's
I don't
definitely
fuck
something
with,
to
like,
it though.
I don't fuck with magic or dark or nothing.
But
good.
traditional Chinese medicine goes in the same path. You know what I mean? Like there's
but that's what I'm saying. It's good to be
yeah.
aware of it, but you don't want to get into the rabbit hole of shit.
Yeah, that's true too.
Just like
Yeah.
Christianity, because it's good to know about God, but then people have their own denominations and ways of thinking. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or people
Yeah,
try to make their own ways of thinking and have people go their way, and they're like, "Well, if you don't think this way, you're wrong." And I'm all about learning, because life, your brain is the most. It's exceptional, man. Like they still haven't figured out the brain. They're still studying the brain, bro. There's people that have been shot in the head and have pieces of their brain missing, and still it grows back, and they were able to still function and do whatever they're.
That's very true. Very true.
That's like some spiritual, beautiful shit, dog. Like I don't understand. Like you know what I mean?
Well, my theory of it is like, yeah, your brain is important, but it's not the whole picture. Like you can think of like it's a computer with an antenna, right? It has to connect to get to the internet. Like let's say that someone just came in and smashed up your Wi-Fi card or something. You know what I mean? That's like we think that's the brain is like the Wi-Fi card, right? Like and the CPU connected to that card or something, but it's not, right? You need to connect to the whole network to get like the full picture of what you're distilling into your mind, right? Someone's mind. So I think there's something more to it. There's more like a metaphysical aspect to things.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah. That should be cool. What's your experience with traditional Chinese medicine? Have you tried it? Any aspect of it?
Yeah. I mean, as far as like,
Tough guy, you still there? Oh man, I think we lost him. Maybe they got to him. Oh no.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, you're coming back
Yeah,
now. Okay.
my screen went dark. I don't know what happened. Maybe.
Oh shit, the NSA.
But
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I do have a few friends that are into holistic medicine, and so I know about the industry. I've also done different work in the industry as well. So yeah, man, definitely.
But you haven't tried it
Business,
yourself.
more like the business side of everything.
Oh, okay.
I got a few friends that own spas, if you know what I mean.
Interesting. Okay.
Right.
Oh man, where's Mackenzie? Mackenzie's always talking shit. Oh, she left already. Oh well, damn.
Mackenzie couldn't talk too much shit because I was killing her. She was trying to.
Oh my god, dang! I'm looking all the way back. Yeah, she's just talking. Oh man.
And then she just abruptly stopped. Like, oh yeah, I can't fuck with this nigga. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people left.
Yeah, I
A lot of
see.
people left. They can't. You know, when I start talking this shit, they they don't understand that. You know?
Yeah. Well, I'm just coming back from vacation now. I had to cut my vacation short because of all this drama that's happening. I guess I don't know. Have you been aware of like the whole CT versus HB thing that's brewing?
No, what happened? So tell me, yeah.
I don't know what's going on. I'm like, bruh, what is this? Oh man, I don't know what's going on, dude. But apparently there's some behind the scenes thing that happened. Like he said something about CT's wife or something way back when, and I guess she hasn't forgiven him for that. So I think yeah, she said something to CT, and now they're all beefing or want to beef, or it's all made up just because they want to create drama for the channels. I don't know. Maybe it's some like 4D chess thing. Because it's driving traffic here, right? Because CT doesn't need the drama. He can get drama from a bigger guy to get clout from. So, yeah, maybe
I
it's
think
John's.
No, but CT's really trying to do his he wants to dictate and navigate shit. He will have the panel come on because it makes him money. It's funny sometimes.
Right.
So he also kills time and he gets money when people are just talking shit and doing all the other shit. So that it's like a strategy for him, but at the same time, it's just he wants to be more effective in his messages and his topics so that he has the back and forth to where they have that dialogue, or it kind of opens your mind or opens your thought to. And that's the whole thing I think that he does even with black people, is just to get them to fucking think or open their mind and stop thinking so regular. It's
I
a
think
lot of
it
people that
works.
live in the hood
Yeah.
that never been outside the hood, never been off the street. Especially in California, niggas they ain't never been to the beach. They in the hood though.
Right.
They live in California. The beach is like 15 miles away, and they ain't never been. And they've been here their whole
Yeah.
life.
Right. You're right. I've seen it. Yeah, you're absolutely right, man. Like, yeah, it's literally like a few miles away. It's like, nah. Fuck. Anyway, so Dwale says we can't talk about this. Is that the new topic then? The topic is to not talk about it. All right, fine. Pimping
Is
new
John
arrival.
even here? Is he running shit or what?
No, it's just me running the show. I saw it dip out, and I'm like, I think John ain't coming back. So, if somebody wants to join the thing, you better get yourself in here so I can add you to the panel.
Oh, you running shit? Okay.
Yeah, I can run this shit when they're
That's
out.
what's up. That's what's up. Where is HB?
Oh, he'll be on probably if he can. I mean, he's usually on like in 4 hours, but maybe he'll come in earlier. Because John was saying like, oh yeah, he'll be in a couple hours. I don't know if that's true, because I would think like he's tired from doing all these streaming.
I'm about to dip out.
Oh man. Well, okay. Oh, I can shut this shit down then. That's
Yeah,
fine.
unless somebody got some questions for me. It's only like
Yeah,
50.
hurry up. Get your questions in.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm
best.
behind the stream. Mackenzie, oh, I'm
Sorry.
learning auto
Last
sprint
tough
mostly.
guy.
What?
Any
What?
last questions? Any last insults? Any last
She got
questions, concerns?
got CAD question. Got CAD question from Mackenzie, I guess. Kind of a question.
Sorry, I'm behind on stream. I'm learning auto sprint mostly, which is AutoCAD. Okay. When was that? Is Mackenzie still in here?
Yeah, that was just like 4 minutes ago. Mm-hmm.
I wonder if she's still here.
Mm.
Type yes, I'm here, Mackenzie. If you're still here. Tough guy. I have a question. Yes, GDG, you African motherfucker. What is your question, you bastard?
Mm. Well, I mean, I'll talk a little bit more about CT. I got in recently into his stuff from Grace's appearances there. That got me into it, and I liked how he ran the stuff. He got those panels, like he got to drive it, like exactly like you say, like make him think outside the box a bit. I like that. I like that.
Hey, why is Mavid talking like a trick? He said how much for a blowy from Stanley and GFE. Do you know what GFE is?
What, man?
You know what? How do you know what GFE is unless you done bought some booty before, nigga?
I could probably buy from you, man. Yeah, okay, present. He said, so she said present. She's present. Okay.
Okay, she is here. Okay, so tell Mackenzie to get up on the panel. Real quick, Mackenzie, come up on the panel so that give me crack. He put out the link.
I don't think. I don't
Yeah,
think
bring
I
your ass up on the before I leave because I'm about to leave. But if you come up on the panel, I'll stay.
Or get on a panel. You go. It's an
Damn, your shit
invite.
is fucked up. Say it again.
That's an invite right there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I heard him
No,
breaking.
she don't wanna. She don't wanna. No, fuck no. Man, I'm on the ghetto trucker internet, guys. I'm on a pilot internet right now.
Oh,
I don't
wait
know
a
if
minute, Mackenzie. Why you say no? Fuck no. Okay, so you want
I don't think she ever I don't think she ever comes on panels. I never seen her on one. Yeah.
It might be a man. You
Could
know.
be a man. Yeah, could be.
I really rock with Tough Guy. Yeah. I never been on a panel, just chat. Well, all you gotta do is just hit the link and then you don't gotta like show your face or nothing like that. But it'd be nice to have a girl on the
Yeah.
so I
It'll
can
make the conversation easier too,
yeah,
Yeah.
because it's cool talking to y'all niggas and whatever, but I'm straight.
There's yeah.
I know that was a double entendre, but nigga. Yeah, if you got it, you got it. If you didn't, sorry, went over your head. But yeah, I'm straight. I'll say that again. But yeah, bring your ass on the motherfucking whoopty wop. I never been on a panel, just chatter. Bring your ass. All you gotta do is just hit it, beep, boop, and then he gonna bring you up on here, and then you can ask me whatever question you want to ask me. You know what I'm saying? Crack usually doesn't crack.
Yeah, usually I can find a good Wi-Fi, but when you use like the Walmart Wi-Fi or this trucker Wi-Fi, it's bad. I don't know how Grace does it, man. Like, no wonder America's going to shit. Can't get
What the
good free
fuck is your
Wi-Fi.
question, DG?
Oh yeah, what is your question? You keep saying stuff, but you ain't.
He ain't never asked me
Repeat it.
Oh, big head ass nigga, what the fuck? Tough guy, would you answer my question, nigga? Answer the goddamn. I mean, ask the goddamn question. Got me tripping. Hey, bring your ass. Can you press the damn whoopty wop? Tough guy. Look at my previous No, nigga, write it again, nigga. What the fuck? What you can't? Your hand crippled, nigga.
Come on, Duwale. You don't need to Google Translate from German. All right, you can speak perfect enough
Bring your
English.
ass up on the panel. I heard your ass talk before. You African motherfucker.
Read man. The chat history only goes back so far. How far we gotta go back here? Yeah, he already answered. Is Kamala black? Is that the question you wanted answered?
My phone keeps going into lock mode.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Lock mode. Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
I'm on my phone.
God damn.
Come on, Mackenzie. All you gotta do is hit the link.
Duwale can get on. Come on.
Hit
Come
the
on.
link. Press the stream. All you gotta do is press StreamYard, right? And then after you press StreamYard, he's gonna bring you up on the panel. And all you gotta do is just have your logo. And then all you gotta do is just say hi. And then guess what? You're on the show.
Yep. Gotta break your panel virginity one day.
It's not that difficult.
Yeah, we're pretty
we can
easy
talk
up
about
here.
we could talk about CAD engineering.
Oh man, you gotta
Or the
draw 'em.
universal
Specs.
laser machine that I used to use, because I used to use laser printers.
Oh, laser printers, cool.
Yeah,
You
that's
ever
just
get into
dope.
3D printing? You ever get into 3D printing? That's all the rage
Not
for.
I didn't get that deep into it. That's a whole nother level.
Yeah,
I was
some
just
people
like
get into
basic
that.
CAD, basic shit. But a lot
It's
of
an
the shit I
expensive
did is
hobby.
already programmed, so you just go in and you learn how to press the buttons and you learn how to set up the tools, and you know how to read the damn order, and you got to do math, so you can't be dumb. A lot of niggas don't even know this basic math or how to use a damn tape measure, or it's weird. But yeah, man, I guess I'm old. I was born in '84, so I ain't no little young kid. You know what I'm saying? I ain't no little young whippersnapper.
So okay, tough guy. Do you think you have so much fish to pimp because of the legal big booties coming to America? So he's still talking about like illegal immigrants or something, I guess. All right.
And what he keeps talking about he talking about basically sex. You see how did you hear all the shit I said, and you see how people talk still like they just don't get it.
Yeah,
I
that's
guess.
basically the idea of pimping, It's like, oh shit, big pimping. Yeah, okay. That's what it is. Yep. They got that conception of it.
Well, they don't really understand it at all. But I understand. I get it. It's not for everybody.
So you just got into it. You just got into it because the people you hung out with, you saw the game, and you were like,
Honestly, it was a natural thing. Like I said, every girl usually since I was young has always just given me money or taken care of me. So
Okay.
you know how they asked the question like about a madam and about a pimp. So I was with a girl that had girls. So that's the whole thing is she was with me. So I learned the game from somebody that was 10 years older than me that had girls. And then my best friend, his grandfather is Fillmore Slim. His cousin is known out here in San Diego. And then all the niggas that I know, that's the homies, they all a part of a clique out here. So, niggas done moved on, got older and shit like that. But
Interesting.
Yeah, so it's a pimping clique.
Do you think it was like a different upbringing because you grew up in San Diego? You kind of had that more experience compared to other places. If somebody grew up in another place, their pimp game would be completely different.
Yeah, it's a different type of thing, but it's still the game. So, I think
Mm-hmm.
that the fast pace, trying to survive California on the streets type shit. Because when
Mm.
you ain't got a place to sleep, where you gonna be? That's actually one of my rap lyrics. Is if you ain't got a place to sleep, where you gonna be? Say I ain't from the streets, but you can't tell me I'm not from the streets because if you ain't got nowhere to sleep, where you gonna be?
Mm.
What I'm saying? You get it? So it just comes with the territory, man. You know what I'm saying? And it's a lot
Yeah,
of character.
Duale.
A
Okay,
lot of
we're
character.
talking about pimping.
A lot of character gets built within that. Because
Mm.
it's adversity. And this is why I was explaining to everybody. I don't know if they were still listening because it went over everybody's head. But I said I put God first on everything. I'm not a perfect man. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I still
Yes.
put God first, no matter what, nigga. Like, nigga,
Yeah,
I'm
I
not.
mean, this is it's an
But still,
imperfect world,
still
you
God
know?
all day,
Yeah.
nigga. Straight
Yeah.
up. God puts me in these positions. God anoints my hand to play drums. That's not me playing the drums. I might practice, and I don't even practice like I should. Honestly, I really. A lot of it's muscle memory. A lot of it is because I
Right.
play music
Music
theory.
is
I
a
got
lot of it. The playing instruments, a lot of it is muscle memory. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. So for me, man, I don't know. I just got a different way of thinking about shit.
No, I think you have the right mentality. Yeah, like you said, God anointed your hands to play the drums. That's exactly right because a lot of times it is providence, Um it- things just happen for reasons, right? And we live in an imperfect world. Like it's easy to say, "Oh man, you shouldn't be pimping, you shouldn't be doing this or that." Like, well, come on. This is not
This is the thing,
paradise.
but people always talk about that specifically in a bad light, but what are they doing in they off time? What are they involved in? You know what I'm saying? People be doing coke. People be buying hoes.
Mhm.
People be
Mhm.
hoes and not getting paid. So so I don't know what else to say, man.
Mhm.
But everybody got something to say. You know what I'm saying? But don't nobody really give a fuck. People care for about 24 hours, then they go back into their life. Don't nobody give a shit.
Mm. So how do you think about like the situation in California these days? I see a lot of streetwalkers now, in every metro area. Like there's a lot of these
That's because
man, it's wild now.
they're going
Way
back.
wild.
They're going back to your primitive instincts, nigga.
Mm.
The oldest perfection, but that's why I said the game is elevated to different shit. But that's always gonna stand no matter what. Motherfuckers don't want to fuck.
Yeah, because it's pretty crazy. Now we have like all this online stuff. You would think like that would cut into it, but it's exploded even more.
Yeah, it is. And you can't live here without no money.
Oh, so you're still out here. You're still out in California.
Yeah, Dago. Yeah.
Mm. Okay, Duale has this. Take the name of God out of this pimping business, attribute that to the devil. Okay.
But I never said anything about pimping business and God. I said I put God in anything first, meaning no matter what I do, I acknowledge God. I respect God. I'm gonna always acknowledge Him. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Like there's nothing above Him. You know what I'm saying? Now my flesh, me being down here, and being able to survive and knowing what I need to do to survive, right? That's a whole different thing. because nobody's perfect and everybody's dealing with something. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna do what I need to do, just like you're gonna do what you need to do, and you're gonna do what you want to do. And just
Well,
because what you want to do, and then you don't agree with what I do, like nigga, what the fuck that got to do with me? What that nigga Jay-Z said, "What you eat don't make me shit." I mean, seriously.
yeah, you're right. You're right. But the funny thing is, like, he's the one that wants us to come back to like pimping, talking about pimping. All right. Come on, hit the link, Duale. I'll let you on so you can take over.
y'all got about 8 more minutes. So I'm getting off of here.
Yeah, hurry up, guys. You need to get better questions in. We can't go around circles. Why can't you two talk about the situation? I don't know. Duale said we can't talk about it. So I'm not gonna do anything anymore. I can't talk about it no more. It's not like I know what's going on anyway. So I mean,
Right,
I'm not
me
deep.
either.
I'm not deep into the Discord world or whatever happened in the back channels here. Come on,
but I ain't trying to deal with no stupid bitches. I want a smart individual. I want a smart woman, because she got to be a woman first before she could be a hoe. I know that probably sounds crazy.
Interesting.
I know that sounds crazy to y'all, but she got to be a woman first, just like I got to be a man first. Those titles mean something. You can't be a little girl in this game, nigga. What the fuck?
So you can't pimp someone like Grace Thorpe, I guess. She's a child. Her mentality's still a child.
I was about to say, you, and the whole thing is, she could be 30, you could be 40, but if you still act like a teenager, then it's the same shit. So
yeah, you don't want to deal with that. That's trouble.
Same shit, bro. You let another man tell you what to do. A boy who doesn't even own his channel.
Okay.
Ain't nobody worried about YouTube streets, homie.
People take this YouTube shit serious, man. This shit is
hard.
like,
I be laughing, man. It's entertaining to me, nigga. As soon as I hang up, nigga, that don't change nothing I got going on in life, nigga.
Hell yeah, it's like, this is funny too. It's like, what? I just got here. I didn't know what's going on.
Fine every fucking day. These niggas couldn't even match up. These niggas live in like Kentucky and Idaho and I don't know where the fuck these niggas in South Dakota or some shit.
Yeah. Hey guys, why don't you don't worry about the drama. Learn auto sprink. Like, here, look at this shit. Can you design sprinklers? Come on. Let's look at training. Let's level 1 training. Let's get started. Oh shit. Man, this stuff is so serious, right? This CAD stuff. Like, things just go. Oh man,
you gotta pay attention. That's the whole thing is people ain't, So I was working with some like inventory shit one time. It's got a lot to do with like numbers and shit like that, and just people just do not want to pay attention. Like, they want shit to be very simple and easy, and sometimes just pay it. If you just actually just sit there for 5 seconds, pay attention to what somebody's telling you, and then it's that easy. But a lot of the times people get distracted very easy, or they're not trying to even learn. They don't even want to be there, and it's just like, well,
yeah.
Why be here?
No, learning is tough, man. Learning is tough nowadays. It's so tough nowadays. People now really suck at learning.
You just gotta buckle down.
So it's good that you read books and stuff. You were saying like, oh, ubiquitous. Yeah, ubiquitous. Oh, this hoe's like flipping out, going crazy.
Yeah, that means everywhere. Yeah, like that's very simple. That's very simplistic. You know what I mean? It's not even something like extravagant. That's not it's not a word
right.
Like countenance is like basically the look upon your face. You know what I'm saying?
You're right. They don't even know that word. That's why I love Stanley. He always throws in like some crazy questions. Oh man, and words.
But I mean, I'm not perfect. I don't know everything, and I don't have
Get
like
up on here,
the
Ava.
perfect
Ava.
vocabulary. My vernacular is straight though. Like, don't I could do both. I could talk like a nigga, and then I know how to
Right.
business too, nigga. Like, because you just got it's a time and a place for everything.
Right.
I'm on here, being tough guy because that's what people know me for from Fight Club. It is what it is. I'm just being myself though, so I don't even really got to really try that hard. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They don't really teach you all
What
those.
other places do you go besides CT's streams? You go somewhere else?
Oh, Chili podcast, Chili Listen podcast, or Chili Podcast Listen, or whatever the hell it is. T, here for the T. You heard of here for the T? Here for the T. And Mo.
No.
The sisters. Yeah, I'll be over there with all the
No, I don't know
girls be at.
much. I don't know much.
Yeah, all the on the girl streams where yeah, I'll be over there, talking shit with the girls. They love your boy.
Oh, that's good. Shit.
Well, any more questions, y'all? Any more questions?
Oh, is Ava coming on? Come on, you better get on here before tough guy leaves.
Hey Mackenzie, if you got Instagram, you can hit me at Mind Coach Mentor. I do mindset management, and I help people with branding and online portfolios, so I can help you own and monetize whatever you create. So a lot of the stuff that you're drawing, you can do it independently and actually monetize it and start making money if you have your own computer. So we should definitely talk.
So what was that again? Mind
Coach Mentor.
Mind Coach Mentor. Let's see. It's all in one word? Okay. Let's see if we can find it. Okay, cool. It's called The Truth, huh?
Nigga, what I've been saying the whole time.
Good. Excellent. Perfect. All right. You guys go visit Tough Guy's Instagram. I'll put it up here. Very nice. We got a collection of people. Yeah, how do you know more than either of us, Mackenzie? You seem to know more about this whole backside, huh? Man, people must be on the internet forever. I don't know anything.
Hurry, Ava. He's a pimp.
Is Ava still? Oh man, these people are such flakes. She was like, "I'm just gonna smoke. I'll come back, Stanley," and she goes for like a whole hour or two. That's like, man, you just went to the liquor store to get smokes or something? Come on.
Thank y'all for coming out. God bless you. Good night.
All right, see ya. Oh man, you came too late, Mela. Oh my God, what happened?
Sorry about that.
Oh man, he left. Okay, do you have a question for him, or you wanted to
No,
talk about something else?
no, I don't have a question for him.
Oh, okay.
And whatever you want to discuss is fine with me.
Oh, nothing. Apparently, we can't talk.
I'm testing my device. I was on CT's panel, and the connection didn't work out, but for some reason this StreamYard connection worked out. So I guess I guess I need to update software or something.
Okay.
But thanks for having me. How are you?
Oh, good.
That's good.
I'm just taking a break on my ride back home. Oh my God. It's gonna be a long ride. How are you doing tonight?
I'm absolutely Great.
That was a good pregnant pause. Oh, tough guy back.
Yeah.
Hello,
I
tough
Hey,
took a
guy.
deep breath.
hey,
I took a
what you say,
deep breath
Gru?
to say it.
What you say? Why you
I
come
said
on?
I'm absolutely great. That's what I said.
Why did you come on the stream right after I got on? You was scared.
No, it's just a coincidence.
A coincidence?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a
All right.
coincidence.
Okay.
It's
All right. I'll
yeah,
leave you alone then. I ain't gonna mess with
yeah. I'm not chasing you or nothing like that.
you.
It was a coincidence. That's all.
She's from Chicago. Don't be messing with her, tough guy.
Nigga, I know about Chicago,
Wait a
Kankakee,
minute. Wait a
Champaign,
minute. That's a
Urbana,
stereotype.
Rantoul. Nigga, I've been all around this motherfucker.
That's
Stereotype.
Danville.
that's a stereotype.
Stop playing with me.
I
You
love
know
it. I
what was
love it.
what really tickled me was that stereotype got me out of a lot of what would
Oh.
otherwise be aggressive situations because there were people when I was in the Air Force, right?
Hmm.
You know, in basic training, people was starting shit with me, and then somebody's like, "She from Chicago, don't fuck with her," that type of thing. And and so I'm just looking, looking at her both eyes, like, yeah, what they said.
She's stupid.
I'm serious. I rode that fucking
She got
wave,
you as
man.
some stickies.
I
You got
rode
after
that
sticky
wave.
situations.
I ain't gonna lie. I praise be to the Almighty that the
Oh,
West Side of
but you
Chicago
know
has
the
a
Midwest is
reputation
different, man. You
that
know
I
that's
didn't
why
have to live through.
I be telling people the Midwest is
I was
different.
sheltered, man. I like my family kept me out of that bullshit. I was
Thank
so
God.
sheltered that in order to prove my sense of anti-punkness, I joined the military. I was like, I'm not gonna sit around here and wait to be some drug dealer's girlfriend. Fuck that. I'm gonna make a future for myself.
Get your ass
And
shot, fucking around.
and when I was working at O'Hare Airport, I saw all these active duty military people that looked happy. I was like, yeah, that might be my ticket to paying for my own education. And they said, yes, it's great. It's a great way of life. Of course, this wasn't a war at the time. They said it's a great way of life. And I was like, cool, I'm going to join the army. They said, no, no, whatever you do, join the Air Force. If you can't join the Air Force, just don't join the military. And fortunately, I qualified for it. And I wanted to get in as soon as possible before I changed my mind. And due to my aptitude of hand-eye coordination, my physicality, what else? Just basically being the type of person that I am qualified me for more so of a armament maintenance and armament loading career field, which would get me in 2 weeks. But I said, well, I want to be a dental assistant. They said that'll take 18 months. And I said, okay, give me the aircraft armament system specialist, And I said, well, what will I have to do? They said, well, you'll work directly with the fighter jet. I said, oh, that sounds cool. What else? They said, pretty much your job won't require you to do anything unless there's a war. And because it was 1988, there wasn't a war. Lo and
Hmm.
behold, I go through all the training that has to be done. And it's intimidating and it requires a lot of attention to detail and secret security clearance. Nonetheless, I'm still optimistic by the fact that there's no war. By the time I get over to Korea as a 19-year-old, what did President Bush do? Here comes Desert Storm. Okay. And my job kicked in full throttle. And I ain't never been I I had a decision to make. I said, "Am I going to fake like I can't take it and get out like a punk, or am I gonna keep my oath? Am I gonna
Mm.
stand for something?" You know what I mean? And that's how I know I'm the shit because I know how to stand for something, regardless of whether or not I'm putting my life on the line. So can't nobody tell me nothing, and I don't mean that in an arrogant way. I'm just saying that when it comes to directly serving directly serving the mission of protecting our way of life, I can honestly say I'm well decorated from being through it. And so I enjoy these little conflicts that I have online. I enjoy them because it it keeps me in tune with the freedoms that we have in this country. We have the freedom to curse each other out. Isn't that beautiful?
Wait, hold on, Mellow, hold on. Wait, what other conflicts do you have online? Like what?
No,
Like
no,
who? With
I participated in different conversations on panels for several years, maybe
oh
even a decade,
God.
and
Oh
on and
no.
off, not consistently, on and off. But what I'm saying is, unfortunately, I found myself in the algorithm of angry people, right? And I have grown to have an affinity for them. You know,
Oh
I've grown to have
no.
an affinity for angry people because it reminds me that we have the freedom to be angry with each other. Like
That's
in
cool.
many other countries, their freedom of expression is oppressed severely. And here, like men can curse out women, women can curse out men. It's like where they do that at? That's awesome. As long as you don't take it to bed with you. Now, see, that's the problem. Some people are too sensitive and they want to get revenge and dox people and do all that other kind of
Oh,
stuff.
that's what
And
happens. Eventually,
yeah,
that's what happens.
yeah, they
Uh-oh.
you know they take it too far. It's like, look, it's just
Yeah,
words.
hell
Stop
no,
it.
man.
It's
You,
just
you can't
words.
mess with Mela from Chicago. Hell no. She's gonna
I
load up a F.
know.
She's gonna load up a F-16 and go fly that missile right up your asshole.
AIM-9.
Oh shit.
AIM-9 missile. That's what I loaded. A AIM-9. I loaded the guns, the 50 millimeter. What the hell
Mm.
was the name of that damn Gatling gun? But the Gatling
Yeah,
gun.
yeah. I know what you're talking
Yeah.
about. That Vulcan or something. It
So
was like
we had
a
to load that.
yeah.
We had to load, just anything that the launcher equipment required to be attached in specific areas of that jet. But my expertise was F-15s and F-16s. I got to
Mm.
get inside of them. It's a very complicated thing to fly. Shout out to pilots. Um, but you can get not a guest flight, what's incentive flight? That's what it's called. So if you have this stellar record in your service, you get what's called incentive flight, which means that you're basically in the back seat of the cockpit and you're going on this flight where they doing the most. They turning you upside down and all kinds of shit. They
That's
are really
cool.
giving you that ride. And um what a lot of people found out is that you have to adhere to the suggestion of only having a small breakfast. You can't sit up there and have a big breakfast and go on one of those flights, you know. So when those pilots are flying, they're flying hungry. Okay, because
Oh
you can't
man,
have
you
a
gotta
full
eat.
stomach
Oh
flying
yeah,
like
you
that.
gotta. Oh, you gotta eat the full English breakfast, like all those sausages and ham and shit's gonna fly out
You
your mouth.
you can't have a
Oh,
full
that sounds
stomach
so good.
flying that fast. You can't do that.
Yeah,
And
Ava.
I only had a piece of fruit, and I was
Mm-hmm.
fine. But there was some guys, they had a big bird. Like, I got an incentive flight and they want to eat a full, they want to eat like a king before they get on the flight. And a lot of them, they threw up in their damn helmet.
Woo! That's
That's
terrible.
not funny, but
Amazing.
instructions are important. That's my point, you know. And I was fortunate enough to follow instructions until I got out, you know. If I was some hard-headed West Side rumor of what women are over there, I don't think I would have adhered to instructions. I think I would have been
Mm-hmm.
rebellious and I would have got
Mm-hmm.
kicked out because of my defiant attitude. So I'm not a typical West Side Chicago woman.
Mm.
I'm reasonable. It's just that I know the lingo of unreasonableness. I know that lingo.
Lingo of
What?
unreasonableness.
Wait, wait,
Oh,
wait,
that's
wait, wait,
great.
wait, wait, wait. What is the lingo of unreasonableness?
To be disagreeable by any means necessary.
Just in general.
I could repeat myself if you'd like. Would that be adequate? Or
Man,
are
I
you trying to
love the way you
control?
talk. I love the way you talk, Mel.
I'm just trying to figure out if we got a control issue here. Because she
No,
didn't.
I'm
You heard
what?
what I said. Why are you asking me to repeat it? Are you trying to
No,
control me?
I'm asking like in general, like I would like a specific, like you just mean with anything they try
Do
to
you
control?
recall what I said? No, seriously.
You gotta forgive Ava. She's from Seattle. She ain't. I don't think she knows what the disagreeableness is like.
You say the women.
What kind of
I'm just
disagreeable
asking
Yes, I
people?
you to.
recall. Yes, wait, hold on. I recall what you said. You said that these women
Okay,
are
that should be
disagreeable.
adequate, actually, as an answer.
These women are disagreeable, but like in general, or is there like a specific issue that they're more disagreeable on?
I want you to pull some different strings, right? If you have a question, I'm sorry, if you have a curiosity behind this vague question, right? Just say it now. Like what are you really looking
I just
for?
said it.
No, what are you looking for?
What?
What are you looking for?
Just
To be
more like
answered.
specifics in the conversation.
No, like what is piquing your curiosity specifically? Because
What I just
for me to
asked.
for me to highlight what is a fully satisfied response to your first question, it tells me that there's something behind the curtain. Like, what is it that you're really looking for
There's really not. I'm genuinely just curious.
by getting me the answer, whether it's general? That's it.
I'm probing for like specifically what you mean by that. Like an
Okay.
example, for example.
Okay, when people are disagreeable, oftentimes they are in search of a conflict.
I think you're projecting. I'm not coming in with any
Oftentimes is
hostility
the
here.
listen to that. Oftentimes, not all the time. Oftentimes.
Okay.
So when a person is disagreeable,
I'm not disagreeing with you.
I'm not saying you are. I'm
Okay.
introducing the years of conflicts that I've experienced in conversations.
Okay.
My particular experience in the patterns that I remember is that it was a direct disagreement as opposed to, if you don't mind me saying, this is my opinion about this. As a, there was no a respectful interlude is my point. There was no respectful interlude. There was like, they might as well have said, bitch, you wrong. It was just very rude and abrupt of a conflict. There was no, how can I put this? There seemed to have been an intention to disagree in the interest of provocation. And
In
that, and
in our interaction?
no, not between you and I. I'm talking about the
Okay.
history of conflictual conversations amongst different types of people,
Okay.
you know.
Okay.
Ava, have you been on panels where you had to have this happen? Ava?
No.
No. So what kind of
I
panels have
don't
you been around,
understand.
Ava? Oh man,
What?
Melo's gone now. It's just you and me. All right. Hold up. All
I'm
right.
so
Anyway,
confused.
No, she was just explaining that most of the panel she goes into, she just gets into fights with people. I guess is what she's saying.
I don't like fighting. I don't want to fight.
You don't? So
I
so
hate
what's going
fighting.
on? So what's going on? So you had like I don't know what's happening.
I just want to know about people's life experiences.
So you had a stream on Saturday, or was it? Yeah, Saturday night. And I didn't get a chance because I'm on vacation. I just came on and I saw Garion was there and Rashu was there. Was that the real Garion and the real Rashu?
I think so, yeah.
So what were you having a discussion on?
I don't even remember, dude. We were just shooting the shit. We were talking about like how there's a lot more college dropouts these days. Then Rashu was talking about like his career and the path that he took in electrical.
Yeah, he didn't have college. He didn't have college. He didn't
Mechanics or
go.
whatever.
Yeah, he didn't take the traditional route. Yeah.
And he
So
was
what was
like
Garion there for?
Garion was just shooting the shit with us. Like we were just having a good time.
Oh, okay. Because it said the title said sororities.
Oh yeah, we were initially talking about that. Yeah. About sorority recruitment videos.
So what was the conclusion then?
The conclusion.
Yeah.
Is that they're cringe and they don't represent the reality of what joining a sorority actually means. And they just kind of highlight the social exclusion and just the reality of what being in a sorority is. I don't know, which is that like it's very like clicky and like it's very surface level, and in reality like there's a lot of beef going on underneath the surface.
I think that's a lot of Greek life. A lot of Greek life is just that. I thought it was just that and weird shit with the pledges. Like I knew there was this dude. Like when I was in school, I was in a dorm room and it was like a big shared space because actually it wasn't like me with like a couple roommates. It was me with like a dozen roommates. So we had a shared common area, and then this dude brought his pledge over, and he was treating him like a dog. Like do my sheets, go do my laundry. It's like, what are you gonna do next? You could tell him to grab your dick or something. Is that the next thing you could tell him to do? It was like, oh shit. So I don't know what sororities are like.
I had no idea. Dude, so my friend was in a sorority, and that's kind of like my perspective on it. Where my perspective is fueled is from my friend who was in one, and she was super, super popular in high school. Like she is a very likable person, yet she severely struggled in the sorority because she wasn't like a rich girl. Yes, and like that was like the big thing there in terms of like popularity. I don't know, it was like a whole different way of measuring popularity. And also like my experience was, I remember one time I went over and I learned that all of the sorority women, they sleep in one giant room. So there's like a giant room with like 20 bunk beds, and they all sleep in the same fucking room. And that was insane for me to learn, is that like it's like they're a bunch of rats in this sorority, in this collective, and they don't have any personal space whatsoever.
Oh man, and all their whole cycles are syncing. Their whole cycles start syncing together. It must be a madhouse in there. Oh shit!
It is. She fled. She fled to Hawaii. So the only way for her to like drop the sorority, because it's so much drama if you like just drop a sorority completely.
Wow.
So what she did instead was she went and she studied abroad, and that was the way that she kind of escaped.
Whoa!
It's by doing study abroad. Yeah.
So the thing with the roommate, it was an Indian dude in a Christian sorority. I mean, fucking frat, and he was making his pledge do all this shit, and it was so weird. I was just like, Christians frat Indian guy. Man, it was so bizarre. And he was bossing this white dude around. I was like, what the fuck is this? This is some weird power play, man.
It's very culty. It's extremely culty, dude. It's like, I mean, like what Mackenzie said in chat, you're like paying for friends. But, there's
paying
just,
for friends.
These power dynamics. Yeah. And my college sweetheart wouldn't let his pledge go to the damn bathroom while simultaneously making him drink and saying, yeah, it's like, and that's what the power dynamic is in these sororities.
So hey, that's what Ben was trying to do, right? He was trying to make his own little cult.
He would love that.
Humiliation rituals.
I would like to address this other comment in the chat that says she says too low IQ for Mela. I think it's kind of the opposite. I think that Mela was like projecting onto me this idea that I was bad faith somehow, and that like when genuinely I was just trying to.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if she really was doing that.
I don't know what the fuck. I've never had an experience like that in my life where somebody is like I feel like she thought that I was bad faith for some reason and like trying to like fight with her is what she was implying.
No, I think she thought like her first initial explanation was enough. Like she didn't want to go into details, right? You wanted an actual examples of language.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You wanted to okay. But she I don't think it just went over her head. Like she thought like that was enough of a description that you could imagine what that kind of language would be.
And it's, I don't have
but
experience in that. Like
I
was just curious what she meant.
I think she's been in panels where it's all like, have you seen Chaotic Truth or any other like crazy panels where people just go in each other and they just start shit talking each other? Like
no. Well, I mean, yeah, like very briefly. I think so. I don't think I was directly on Chaotic Truth, but yeah, like I've seen stuff like that, and like I'm terrified of that. Like I don't want to do that. Like I just like hearing people's perspectives from like if you know like grew up or have experience with like these type of people. I'm like, oh, like what's an example so I can understand it more what you're saying, because like I can understand what you're saying in a very broad sense, but I don't get exactly what.
I think you'll when you see more people come on these panels, you'll understand like they come from a different world. Like here we get a bunch of mixed match of people, and you'll see them like Imperious or someone like Righteous Muffin. Like they come on here, they automatically turn on debate bro like mindset. They'll start everything you say, they'll just start questioning and probing, and then it's just devolves into like so those guys, I think they watch too many of those type of panels, or they've been in those panels, so every panel to them is like debate time. It's debate time. It's like, I'm not gonna listen to anything you say. It's just like I just want to break down everything you said and say prove that.
Okay.
No, that's not right. No, that's not right.
Sense.
Yeah,
I can see how she thought that then. If I came in and just like
yeah, I think some people like they can't turn that off. Like once they've been like it's like your brain is permanently turned on to like every panel you're in is just like, okay, it's antagonizing mode, because you can tell from the tone of voice. Like the tone of voice is automatically hostile. Like Mela's not like extreme case, but like she kind of edges towards that. So you can tell, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but some people, that obviously, sense. They're way more aggressive than that. They'll just be like, no, that's not right. You're wrong. Yeah, you're wrong. Okay, you're wrong, Ava. You're wrong, Ava. You prove that point.
Oh my God. That's so stressful.
It's crazy. They like that. They like that, though. People love that stuff.
Yeah. I've learned, man. I don't understand people that like conflict like that. Like, I don't know, or that are like that confident in themselves and their points. Like,
isn't that what Grace does? Like, she always tries to get on those panels with Ben, right? Like, those people talking about like what the heck? That's the bread and butter to make super berries. Get the super chats, the donos. Oh, fish oil. Look at
Putting me
that.
some
Omega
omega 3.
3. Omega 3. Oh, I gotta keep that white porcelain skin intact before like all the
Nah,
smoking
this is a
destroys it.
nootropic, bro. This is a fucking
Nootropic? Are you
Mm.
serious? Your brain is already
And
degenerating.
I asked ChatGPT, I'm like, what can I take that is like a
Oh my
good
god.
what is the word? Like legal steroid? And it was like it said fish oil as one of them, omega 3s. And so I'll be popping my omega 3s so I can be synthesizing my protein quicker. You know the deal. You know the deal.
Wait, so how fit are you trying to get here? Are you trying to get a nice
trying to have
toned out body?
Dude, I already am like I'm developing a shelf. And it's not complete, you know? Like I'm missing a part from IKEA. So I need the full on shelf. And it's developing and I need to do everything that I can. I've learned like I'm at the point now where I'm progressing a lot in the amount that I can lift. And I want to fully but it's time to, up the game a little bit. So I've been taking omega 3s and, I have to counteract lack of sleep, any drinking that I do. So I'm counteracting that with, I don't know what's next in the game, but, I might start taking some pre-workout. Who knows, man? So...
So how'd you get into this? How'd you get into this? Come on, how'd you get into this? Who got you into this? Did you just get into this because you wanted a hobby, or
I've been into weightlifting since I was 16.
Wow.
And what got me into it is that I have a tiny tits, and I need to balance that out, counteract it.
Oh, interesting.
With
So
an ass.
I knew this this lesbian in grad school, and yeah, she was so into gym. She was so into it. Her brother was really buff, and she got into it, and she got really buff too. I was like, holy shit. And so she was pulling some mad chicks as a butch kind of looking like girl, and she had some fine lesbian friends come over to the parties and stuff. I was like, god damn, holy shit. Oh my god.
What? She had a nice ass.
She was Asian. She was pure Asian, but she could attract some interesting white girls though, which was pretty interesting to me because she was white bread. She was really because she grew up in Oregon. She was completely whitewashed.
Oh yeah, Oregon is the whitest place ever.
Oh, it is the white. Yeah, aside from Maine,
it's diverse in it's not diverse, but it's saturated in the super left wing people. And I remember, dude, because I'm in Seattle, and one time I drove Portland. I feel like people equate Portland and Seattle, but Portland.
Portland's something else.
It is something else. And I mean, granted, I went to probably the most prolific street for these types of people. So my sample pool was probably somewhat diluted, or there was, it wasn't completely accurate. But I remember I went vintage shopping one day there. Me and my friends, we took a day trip down there, and we went to the vintage. There's a street in Portland that's just full of different vintage clothing shops. And all of the people that I saw on the street, man, were fucking insane. They were just the epitome of Portland stereotypes, the blue hair. There was one guy who had this he was basically wearing lingerie, and
what?
He was just so gender non-binary, and I'll never have this vision out of my head of it was he was wearing the short skirt with his ass cheeks hanging out, and
my lord.
And it was obvious that they identified as a they, she, or whatever. And there were there was so many of them. Them, they, thems. There was so many they, thems, dude. And I was I've never seen anything
like this. Like I've seen my fair share. Like when you walk down to Capitol Hill in Seattle, there's a lot. Like I remember one day I was walking down there and there was like this guy in like one of those sex masks, like like a dog sex mask.
Yeah, dog, right? Yeah, like oh shit, they got a collar too. That's what Ben wanted.
This is during the gay pride parade. Like, and there's a lot of homos down there, but like the they them saturation is like unique to Portland. Like I've never seen that many they thems.
Yes, it outpaces Cisco for sure. I've seen enough. I was like, and think about Portland, like they have weird zone laws. They have strip clubs in the middle residential areas, and they let you do everything in those strip clubs too. That's like full nude, this and that. Like it's pretty lax. Yeah.
Wow.
Portland's
I wish I
weird.
had the money
Portland's
to go to
weird.
strip clubs.
It's cheap in Portland. You can find some grimy ones probably still. I think they're
Portland is where the scene's at. I remember everybody saying that. Like when you live in Seattle, it's like, but because they just changed the law for the longest time in Seattle. They didn't sell alcohol at the strip clubs. So that was like a big deterrent. That like has not. It's made it so that the scene has not flourished. Been allowed to grow. Like we have a horrible club scene. We have a horrible strip club scene. And they always say, like, go down to Portland. Like, that's where you'll make the money.
So they recently changed it, huh?
Yeah, they recently changed it. I've seen some job postings.
Oh,
for, like,
so you can be
and shit like that.
Okay, so you can get like fully nude stripping plus alcohol, or do they change the thing where you can't do fully?
I don't know about the fully nude laws. I'm not.
Yeah, because the thing in San Francisco and most of California, I think, is that like if there's alcohol there, they can't do fully nude. Like they can take off their bra but no panties or some shit like that, some weird shit like that.
That's fine.
Like if you but if you like don't serve alcohol, okay, fine, it's fully nude. That's the problem. Yeah.
Weird.
So they think like you get some drinks and some dude, and when they see a pussy, it's like going crazy. they're gonna be like animal. All right.
I wonder what the evidence is behind that, because
man, we have ancient laws in America, right? We have dry counties, we have all this stuff. It's probably some like moral thing that they set long ago. I don't know. Like back in the gold rush days, probably that's true. Probably a bunch of 49ers coming there mining gold, and they're like, I don't know. It's like they all got some whiskey in them, and they all start going wild. They got to get some laws up in here, because we can't get no sheriff coming down here like shooting people because of this
they really
shit.
think men, bro. They really think men are just gonna see like, oh.
Wait, you're botting. We're botting. You're botting.
I must insert.
Yeah. That's how it is. Exactly.
All right, I'm gonna make a quesadilla, so it's probably not riveting content. So I'll let you back to it. See if what's her name comes back up. What's her name?
I don't think so. I'll just end the stream. Yeah, I don't know when HP's coming back.
Well, I can make my quesadilla on stream. I just don't want to bore people.
Well, just do it. Just do it.
Okay.
Yeah, just do it.
Right.
Let them see it.
See if I can.
Man, your internet's botting. That room must be too far from the signal.
No, I just accidentally disconnected Wi-Fi. Okay, I don't think it's gonna let me turn my thing. Dude, it's so annoying. So whenever I click a StreamYard link and I take it to and I don't, so when you click it, it opens a browser in YouTube versus like opening it in your Safari app. And when it does that, you can't turn your camera.
Oh man, mobile's so weird. I don't know. Yeah.
Dude, I wish I had like money for a desktop setup. Like I know this guy who's like that I used to hook up with who's like expecting a fucking baby, and he just spent like $3,000 on a PC setup so he can play fucking video games. And I'm like, dude, I don't, and because he has fucking rich parents, and I'm like, I wish I had the money for that. Like, you're expecting a child, and you can still make that type of investment.
That's an investment now. No, that's not really an investment.
So I have so much fucking cheese left, so I made all of this Southern mac and cheese. soul food.
You mean your soul food? Your soul food?
Yeah. But I'm not into it, bro. And I don't have a microwave, so I can't reheat it. And I'm like, I have so much mac and cheese left, and I'm just not into it anymore. So, but I also have much of this cheese left, so I'm gonna make a quesadilla.
Safeway cheese. There you go.
It is Safeway cheese. How do you fucking know that?
Well, because everybody in the West Coast has Safeway. That's why everybody in the East Coast be like, "What the fuck is a Safeway? We just got
East Coast version of that.
I don't. They got Kroger's. They got some. What's the other like stores they got in the East Coast? Man, they got Kroger's.
Aldi. I hear of
Aldi. Yeah, Aldi. Yeah. What's an Aldi? I don't know what the heck that is.
Dude, so they
sounds like something German.
Fred Meyer is Kroger, but for some reason they started opening ones that are just called Kroger instead of Fred Meyer.
Yeah, probably because Kroger bought a bunch of them. Yeah.
Dude, you know what's fucked up is that the place that I used to go, I hate health insurance. So the place that I used to go is called the Everett Clinic. That's where I would go to the doctor. Now, this insurance company called Optum bought out all of the Everett clinics and all of the polyclinics in Seattle, and it's all just called Optum now. And it's fucking evil, and I feel so bad for so I had a doctor that was in my outpatient group, my drug recovery outpatient group, and they were a doctor, and they worked for Optum, and they talked about how corrupt and horrible it is, and that they had to quit because they couldn't deal with it for their own morality. And dude, like there's so many, every single healthcare place is becoming a conglomerate, and it's all being bought out by
that's true.
Yeah, and now I have a fucking $40 copay just to go to the fucking
$40. Oh man, what a ripoff.
I know, right? I'm like,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
Nah, that's why I don't like any of this health insurance stuff now, because like, yeah, we gotta fix the whole system, man. This whole thing's like just
we need to blow it up, dude. Like hearing firsthand from a doctor their experience, I'm like, dude, I felt bad for him. Oh my god, OPC Don is still up.
I just know that OPC is like he got modded on like Process. He's got modded on yours too. And
yeah,
he's like,
dude, I didn't know how to turn on subs only mode for that stream, and he was like, I can do it for you.
Oh but man, look, see, OPC Don's got he's building his army against the Thorpes. He's gonna be modded on this channel too.
OPC is like, he's like anti-Thorpe sometimes, but ultimately I don't think he actually is. Which OPC, that disappoints me greatly. Because he'll like be mad at them, but then he'll still be nice to them and offer to help them. Yeah. And I'm like, dude, what? Like, make up your mind. Like, don't let them. Are you part of the anti-coalition or not? Like, I don't know.
Apparently, this pay pig rebellion is like even far from the Thorpes too. They're like everybody's pay pig is rebelling or some reason. I'm like, what is going on out here? I don't know what you guys doing.
I wish I had a pay pig rebelling against me. Shit.
Oh man, crazy! This world's going mad. Too much drama on these YouTubes, man. Come on, guys, calm down, settle down.
Dude, I'm seriously like, my YouTube experience is making me want to just switch to Kick. Honestly.
Oh, I think we gotta go to Kick. Yeah.
I don't know.
Kick's the future. Kick's the future. Dalmatian dogs.
Kick has been in beta for so long though. Like they've constantly been in beta. I'm like, when are you gonna make your fucking site better?
Well, I think it was just designed to do gambling streams. That's why. That's what Kick was made for. YouTube doesn't like gambling. You can't gamble
Yeah,
on
dude, I
YouTube.
wanted to switch. So I did a stream today where I was painting this leather pendant. It turned out horribly. I'm gonna have to redo it. But and I so badly just wanted to like paint and vibe to music, to like good music, and I couldn't do that because copyright. And I so badly wanted to go to Kick, but I know I'd only have like 2 viewers if I went to Kick. Hold on.
Oh man. Yeah, go to Kick, guys. Go to Kick. Kick is for nudes. Yeah, that's where Ben goes to get his OnlyFans interactions with girls there. It's crazy out there in Kickland. Yeah, he was chatting up this girl.
It looks like Ben and Ruby actually fucked today.
What?
Dude, did you watch their stream? They like went out.
No, I don't have time for this. I'm on vacation. I can't. I just come on YouTube just to like keep track of the drama. I'm like, okay, OPC Don's now a moderator over here. He's a moderator over there. Oh, okay. Let's see. Rushu and
OPC is over here. Honestly, I didn't expect it. All the Thor people, like, dude, this was like my haven.
No, he's been on here for some times, but I was surprised Ruby got out here.
It's because I fucking said it in my stream. I was like, she was in my chat at the very end, and I was like, I'm going over to John Galt maybe after this.
Oh, you were like on your own.
I take the blame.
Okay. Oh my God, you were streaming drawing,
painting.
Oh, you're painting. Oh, actual painting with oil?
Acrylic, which I fucking hate. I hate acrylic.
Ooh.
Oh. Oil is so much better.
Yeah, oil is better, but
you know about painting?
No, I just know of painting because I knew this guy who ran an art gallery, and he was always showing his stuff. Like, he's a photographer, but he ran art galleries. So, you meet all those weirdo types and you see all that modern art. You're like, what the hell? Like, people actually pay for this shit? Yeah, this is like, oh, I ain't gonna buy this. What the hell is this crap? But it makes a lot of money. If you get interest, if you get something that really picks. Hey, there was some weird, like, oh, what was it? Nicolas Cage meme art gallery. Like, this was several years ago. I remember I went into this one, and there was actually people studying these like pictures of Nicolas Cage with his faces and stuff, like sculptures and paintings and drawings, like all kinds of things. And there was this guy intently looking at each piece. And I was like, this guy actually seriously is gonna pay big money for one of these like stupid meme drawings.
Dude, artists love weird faces, original faces to draw. People that are into realism, like, because when you're into realism, you don't have any like creative ideas of your own most of the time, and you're looking for like weird shit that you can realism is essentially like copying, like you see what's on the screen and you can mimic it exactly. And so you want to find cool like still photos of people to mimic, in my experience. So that makes sense. But
yeah. Well, in the art scene, this is how people get cheat their taxes, and for rich people, they get the receipt, and then after they sell it for a profit, they'll change the original receipt. They'll just erase it and take away a couple zeros or some shit like that, or add I don't know, add zeros. Like they try to like make the profit look way less than it is. Yeah, I don't know. That's how they do it. That's how they do it. You got to get involved in that scene, Ava. Then you can get some big money.
It's fun too, like art walks and stuff. It's just like, it's so hard to believe. And I was talking about this in my stream earlier. It's so hard to believe that people actually buy this shit.
Yeah,
but it's motivated when it's motivated by fraud and cheating the government.
Yeah. So
Let's stay by it.
yeah, people are afraid that AI is gonna like take over and all this, but nah, it's not gonna be creative. And the good thing is that like most of the art schools now, like the well-known ones, are gone. Like they've ran out of money, they're gone. So most of it's just like generic art schools where they teach kids like the basic stuff. And all these guys come from overseas, come here, they learn all kinds of mediocre type of artistry to work in industry, and they'll be replaced by AI. But if you got a unique style, Ava, you
That's the
can
issue. I don't have
capitalize.
that.
No, you need to find a unique style. You gotta have a signature style.
I'll try.
And then,
I'm kind of like Meat Canyon-esque. So.
And you gotta have a promoter. OPC Don could get you in the art gallery.
OPC Don is my kid.
Do you know anybody in the art world, OPC? Come on.
I'm gonna go though. I'm gonna make another quesadilla and chill.
Okay. All right.
I'll talk to you later. Good
All
chat.
right. See ya.
As always.
Good chat. All right, guys. HB still not here. It's 8 hours. I think I gotta shut this sucker down. I could continue my ride home. I did all I can for you guys. I let the stream go for another hour or two. John still ain't back. Think he went to sleep. Maybe he's still on that porch smoking while listening to the stream. He's like, "Oh, see, get cracks taking over for me, man. I don't need to do nothing now. I'm gonna just sit here and smoke another fucking joint, drink another beer." Yes. Exactly, guys. Yep, that's exactly right, Cam. That's how it is. Oh man, I'm tired of this whole fucking shit. I've only been in this game for like a month or two, and I think this is cool. Looks like John's trying to promote Process as his new moderator for business stream. So let's see how that goes. I'm going back to sleep now. Peace, y'all. All right, see ya in 8 ways. Good stuff. HB probably be on in a couple hours. So if you still need to fucking stay awake, maybe he'll come on sooner than necessary. But I don't know. If we can't discuss anything about CT anymore, then that's it. It's over. We can't mention it anymore. Bartending? Who? What? Bartending? Who's this? Sarah's trying to make enough money on YouTube to pay for her daughter's medical. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. Sarah the Ray Tomato. That's what you're talking about. Where am I going? No, I'm going back home. I'm driving back home. I'm just at a truck stop right now. Kind of like what HB does. We're here to get the free Wi-Fi. I came here once I saw John was like crashing out, and I tried to take over for a little bit, keep the convo going. Oh, Mella's back. Oh wait, or she's trying to be back. Mella, what's up?
Hello.
What happened? How your connection died?
It's really weird. I'm in the suburbs, so it's just complications from different satellite positions or something, because my service is more reliable in the city than it is the suburbs.
Yeah, that's America for you. I mean,
Yeah.
this is why streaming on the go isn't going to work. That's why it's
I
really.
think also I have to update software. I would rather blame myself than technology, because technology has gotten me out of a lot of different jams. So I would just rather blame my concern when it comes to updating the software, because from what I've heard from experts is that once you do that, it diminishes the longevity of your item. you know how cars used to last forever? Like you could
Yeah,
a
I know what you
seventh
mean.
generation Toyota and it could last forever, but now
Yep.
you get a Toyota now and it's like it's fucked up after like 2 years. And the
Well,
same
yeah.
thing with phones, or computers. It's like
No, yeah,
once
yeah. You don't want
oh
you don't want to update. Yeah, you don't want to update them because they actually I think Apple got sued and maybe another company because they were purposely slowing down your phone
they
every
wasn't
time you
yeah,
update.
they send a prompt to update, and then once you engage, next thing you know, your shit is fucked up.
Yeah, it
And
happens.
so I guess there's a way to verify whether or not it's a legitimate prompt. And that's what I'm trying to see,
Uh,
whether or not this update is a legitimate prompt, or
uh,
is it
the
just
other
some arbitrary like, hey, press this and watch what
yeah,
happens.
the other problem too is like the carriers get into it too. So your phone, if you bought it from it's not a generic phone, like you got it from your carrier, they'll have their own specific updates too that they'll fuck it up too. So
Yeah,
um
it's really it's just so it's so tricky nowadays because there was a time when people built things to last, but that's not the world we're
mm-mm,
living in now. You
mm-mm.
know,
That's why I hate
remember when
technology.
things were built to last? Remember those good old days?
No, they're gone now. No. Yeah, I used to buy something, it will really just be like, I'll keep this forever. But yeah, no. They
All
want you
you
to
had
keep
to
buying
do,
it.
yeah, it's like there are anyway. Enough of that depressing bullshit. Um, what other story could I tell? I just wanted to say that I was intrigued by the young lady's
Mm-hmm.
inquisitiveness. I wasn't angered by it. I want to say that out loud. I
Mm.
there's something about my voice and
That's what I
and
told you. I was like the Chicago coming out of you.
yeah, there's something about my voice that sounds as if I'm something that I'm not. I'm not
Yeah. No, I
actually
love it
being
though. I love the way you
antagonistic
talk. I love it. Like you have such good pauses. Like you pause at the right places,
because
and
I'm
then
respectful.
hmm?
Believe it or not, I know how to be disrespectful, but my default choice is to be respectful. That's my
Mm.
now. There are times when I do feel evil for whatever reason, right? Maybe it's the anniversary of somebody's death whom I love, and I'm just angry about the fact that they've passed on, and maybe I want to take that anger out on somebody, you know,
Oh,
stuff like
okay.
that.
Okay.
There are all types of reason why, r- like when it comes to being reasonable, there are all types of reasons why a person would be unreasonable too. So that's why I tried to be diplomatic in answering that question. It's like when she mentioned, "Do you mean in general?" I was like, "Actually, it's emotional. Actually, like a person who would otherwise be reasonable with somebody could be going through something and they
Mm-hmm.
just
That's
want to."
true. That's
And so
true.
when she said you're projecting, I want to give her credit for that assessment. It's quite possible that people who display unreasonable outbursts towards somebody, it's possible that they're projecting. That's very possible. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes they have a legitimate gripe, but sometimes there is an occasion, you know, many occasions on in some people's instances that they're projecting. So I want to give her full credit for engaging me in a conversation. I have no ill will
Mm-hmm.
whatsoever. I just it's just that the way I come across like I don't know, I guess like I'm defensive or something to that point. But I just really would encourage her to just get to the point. You
Yeah.
know, if she
Well, she's
really
young.
if
She's
she really wants
young.
to sit me on a witness stand and start interrogating me and shit, like just get to the point.
I think she just wanted examples, like actual concrete
It comes
examples
across as
of.
goofy.
It does. Yeah. Well, come
And it
on.
comes
She's
across
white.
as
She's
goofy.
white.
And
Come on. She's white.
no, that has nothing. No. We're not gonna
Oh.
do that. We're
Oh,
not
we're not
gonna
gonna do that.
attribute that to
Oh,
her.
okay. Okay.
We're not
Okay.
gonna attribute. We're not gonna attribute it to that. What I would say, if you don't mind, please,
Mm.
that inexperience is a factor. You know, she hasn't been put through it, if you know
Hmm.
what it is, right? When it comes to being able to hear the ring of of uh of curiosity, right?
Mm-hmm.
An experienced person who has been through it, they're going to want to know, and it's justified. I want to know why you curious, just like in Django, right? I want to know
Hmm.
why you curious. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't
Mm.
have to mean anything. It's just that I'm not familiar with you. You're not familiar with me. What is behind your curiosity? Since you want to get, since you want to probe me, and that's her word,
Mm-hmm.
since you want to
Right.
probe me, what's behind your curiosity? So that's all it was. That's it.
Yeah. I don't.
Like, why you want to probe me, baby?
No. I think she just lived a sheltered, sort of sheltered. Yes.
She
You
was
know. You know
smoking
her
that
history.
cigarette. She ain't
Her.
sheltered.
Well, no. She told. She told. I don't know if she was on this panel or some other one. She explained like she kind of hates her boring family. Let's put it that way.
Oh,
She thinks her family's completely
if my
boring.
system disconnects, I'll come right back. But please continue. Thank you.
Yeah, so and she says like yeah, she feels like she can only interact with the weirdos of the internet. So that's why she keeps coming on these panels. Like she spends her time going through random StreamYard panels. Actually, she just goes to StreamYards. She doesn't even go
I've
to
done that.
YouTube. And
I've
then
done
she
that.
just rotates through all the panels trying to find someone to talk to. She just
Now,
hates like
now,
whoever
there
she's
comes
interacting with
okay, and
in
I can
real
relate.
life. Mm.
I can relate to that. Now, I'm not just gonna go out to, in real life and talk to strangers, that may or may not be safe. What I'm saying is, I can relate to being a socially. I can relate to the nature of being sociable. I can relate to that.
Mm.
Okay, it's like I'm a friendly person, and I want to find out if you're friendly too.
Hmm.
And that's the basis of it. And that's all she has to admit to herself, that she's a friendly person. Um, and with that in mind, searching for others who are like you can be an uphill climb,
Mm.
because a lot of people unfortunately aren't friendly, unfortunately. So you have to know how to navigate that too, you know.
Yeah, I see what you're
But
saying.
I didn't, my system dropped me off the panel. I didn't do that voluntarily. I wasn't like, oh, forget this shit. I wasn't that. I didn't do that. I'm trying to figure out what's going on, but it's the suburbs. It's a suburbs thing. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
um,
Interesting.
it's acting right for the most part at the moment. If it does disconnect, as I've said, I will come back, because I've had some matcha green tea and I'm up. I'm just up. So whenever you go, trust and believe I'm going to be looking up documentaries or some other shit. I'm just up.
Oh man. So
And
what do
that's
you
just
do? What do you do now, Mela? What do you do now?
I'm
What's your
retired.
so you completely done with work?
I'm just like, what the fuck do I do?
Yeah,
I'm
what so what do
retired.
you occupy your time with? Documentaries and
Whatever.
talking
No,
to
no, no,
people
no.
on panel?
No, no. Well, I mean, I find that when I used to volunteer, I was really adamant about volunteering. And what I found is that agencies and organizations take volunteers for granted, and I just
Mm.
couldn't tolerate it. I was just like, no, you're not gonna treat me like somebody you paying. You know what I'm saying? It was bogus.
Mm.
It was bogus. I volunteered for this group home, right? You know, and initially I was invited to distribute eyeglasses. That was it. It was like, okay, I got to organize how these eyeglasses come in for the clients. That was it. Then all of a sudden, and this was an all male group home, you know, for
Hmm.
veterans. And so I'm cool with that. I'm like, okay, yeah, I can sit here in the office, you know, and organize and structure as these eyeglasses come in, you know, how they get distributed to the veterans, right?
Okay.
Alphabetize them, you know, simple shit,
Yep.
right? And so next thing I know, you know, according to this group home, I guess the clients are assigned to cook on certain days or whatever. And one day the director was like, yeah, such and so, you know, can't really make it in, and it's his turn to cook dinner. So
Hmm.
you can cook dinner. I know you can cook because they know me. Like this isn't some random place that I just volunteer for. I'm familiar with this organization, and I've cooked for them before, you know, and that was probably my mistake.
Hmm.
You know, it was like,
Yeah.
I know you can cook, so uh you could go ahead. You can go ahead and cook dinner. I was like, I didn't sign up for that.
Right.
Well, how they
Yeah.
supposed to eat? This is your organization.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? You do too much, and then they see that, then they take advantage of you. I think
Yeah,
that's
because
what
I'm
happens.
a diligent person that pays attention to detail, and there are people who are opportunistic in by nature that just want to see how far you'll go.
Hmm.
And
That's
and
true.
and you have to learn um oppositional natures is what I'm trying to say. Like
Right.
like it's so difficult to be a kind-hearted person when you are ignorant, otherwise known as goofy, to what they call the game, right? The game is get them before they get you. And
Mm.
if you're a kind-hearted person, that's not what you're trying to do. You're not trying to get nobody. You're not trying to get over on somebody. Like you're just a friendly person. But when somebody knows you're a friendly person and assumes you're goofy, they want to try you. And
Right.
unless you know how to think like that, you're going to get played. And maybe I'm projecting. It's not that I've never been played because I'm on my second marriage, okay? My first husband, who was 12 years older than me, unbeknownst to me, I didn't understand that he married me for superficial reasons, right? You know, this whole I'm in love with you and all this other kind. I mean, yeah, he convinced me that he worshiped the ground I walked on, but that was because he was attracted to my beauty, right? He
Hmm.
was attracted to me being pretty much the finest woman he was gonna get as a
Right.
black woman, right? He was accustomed to, you know, just, I mean, he's been to Germany, he's had white women, all this other, he's been around the world. But when it came to me, he had never really encountered someone so open-hearted, right? And being open-hearted and being as inexperienced as I am, I guess he sharpened his knife and fork and was like, yeah, I got to have her, you know? And you know, it was like I was sassy without the experience of what it takes to really be opportunistic, you know, and you know, being young and good looking didn't hurt either, right? So
Right.
he was, you know, convinced me that, you know, spending a lifetime with him would be worthwhile. But what I had found out later, and I told this story online, that he was unsure of himself as a man.
Hmm.
And that's the concise statement I'm going to make tonight, because usually I tell the whole script. I tell this, well, I might as well fuck it. I am about how, you know, we married as Christians. And when I got out of the military, due to his insistence, we were no longer a dual income. He is responsible for our upkeep and sustenance.
Hmm.
He is the breadwinner. And so that attitude, that bad attitude came out. He was just really irritable on a regular basis. I couldn't understand it because prior to that, everything was just happy and wonderful and carefree. And, you know, in a moment of his confession, he was like, "You don't know what it's like to be the sole breadwinner." And I was like, "So this about money?" I said, "I'll just get a job." It was like, "Please do." You know, it's like, so you know, I started working for this company that I won't name, but it was a prestigious company, and he was just so proud of me. It was, you know, everything was rocking. But at some point, I became pregnant, and my hormones and attitude and, you know, everything that comes with being pregnant changes a woman, and she's irritable and can't really control it, dare I say. And so he was just becoming intolerant with the fact that my personality was changing. But damn, I'm carrying a human being inside of me. So yeah, my personality is changing. And it's really up to you to adjust. But he didn't know how to adjust because he and I both didn't know at the time that I was pregnant. And when I found out I was pregnant, he said, "Oh, that's why you've been tripping." He didn't say, "Oh, baby, I'm so happy. This is gonna be great. We got a
Hmm.
baby coming." He didn't his response upon finding out that I'm pregnant wasn't a complimentary one. It was a, "Oh, this is explaining why you're not who I want you to be," type of shit.
Mm,
And
yep.
and I
There you
found that
go.
insulting, right?
Yep.
It's like you could at least have saved that sentence for later. You know,
Hmm.
the first thing that you're supposed to say to your wife when you find out she's pregnant is that, "Oh, baby, this is gonna be great." You know, or at least something positive. But what he answered, you know, his response was in the negative, and I took it as negative, right? And so as time went on, I had a miscarriage, and um the people from my workplace were sending me condolences. They were sending me
Oh
flowers and
man.
letters and all this other kind of stuff. And he was like, "Why are people sending you all these flowers?"
Wow.
And I said, "Because we lost our baby."
Holy shit.
You know, that I was like, "I really gotta
Whoa,
tell him this." And you know
bro.
what his response was? "Oh, please, we can try again." And it was like my eyes opened up to just like I guess I really don't know his character like I thought I did. And as time went on, you know, he came to me with this wanting to change religion stuff. He wanted to become Muslim. He wanted to become a Muslim, and he expected me to become a Muslim. I was like,
Whoa.
"Okay, as a dutiful wife, I'm gonna just go ahead and be obedient and prepare to take shahada and all this other kind of stuff." So I'm in a study with these women, and the Quran that I had just happened to open up. And I've told this story many times before throughout YouTube. the Quran just so happened to open up. This is serendipity for you right here. It opened up to the passage, if your wife disrespects you, you may beat her lightly. I
Interesting.
was like, whoa.
You flipped that Quran right to there.
No, I mean it just opened up to that. And I was like, somebody had explained this to that's not what we were studying, but that's what it opened up to as I was prepared to find the surah
Yeah, the
or
surah.
whatever
That's right.
passage
That's the
that we were
surah.
gonna study. I was preparing for that. But it opened up to that and it caught my eye. And I was like, wait a minute, somebody gotta explain this right here. Because my husband, who's growing increasingly irritable, is asking me to, just join blindly to this religion. Like, somebody gotta explain what I'm trying to get in, what I'm getting into. And they were like, oh, we don't need to talk about that right now. And so I looked at him and I was talking to him about it. And he was like, you don't need to ask me about that. You're my wife. Just, he just basically wanted me to follow his leadership without questions, blindly. And I was just
But you
like,
didn't want to.
huh?
But you didn't want to.
It's not that. It's just that I told him my mother and father did not give birth to me to be a fool. Okay. I need an explanation of what this passage means. Does this passage means that if I continue the personality that you fell in love with, that if you find it upsetting or on a whim, you just feel like it, you could hit me? And that's allowable under this religion. And he just got enraged and he was like, I told you not to ask me no questions. I'm a man. I'm bigger than you. Do you know what I could do to you? And he picked up a beer mug and he smashed his head. And blood was everywhere because he underestimated the girth of that damn beer mug. Okay. And
he took a beer stein and smashed it over his head.
just trying to prove a point that if I'll do this to me, imagine what I'll do to you. But I guess he underestimated how he hurt himself. And so instead of just running out the house, I was like, we gotta get you to the hospital, because he's still my
My
husband, right? I
God.
was like, we gotta get you to the hospital. So I'm driving to the hospital. I was like, oh my God, blood is everywhere. Oh my God. And he's just quiet, because I know he's feeling stupid, you know. And we get there and the every they're like, how did this happen? And he looks at me and I look at him and they ask again and leave it to me to lie for him. I said, he was hanging a ceiling fan and fell through the glass coffee table. And they believed it, or at least they accepted it. I don't know if they believed it, but they accepted it. And he needed 33 stitches on his forehead in the shape of a letter L. Okay. And if that's not the writing on the wall to leave his ass, I don't know what is. So by the time he got orders to go overseas, I went with him. He was still tripping. And I found out on that particular military installation, right off like in the city of that military installation, you can get a divorce in 2 weeks, uncontested. And I did that, came back to Chicago. I was miserable because I didn't expect to get divorced. I really wanted my marriage to work. I really did. But some things get crazy because his attitude, even overseas, was showing signs of asserting dominance when that's not how he enchanted me. He didn't enchant me with dominance, you know? He
Right.
enchanted me with mutual respect and appreciation. But he's starting to
Well, by
demonstrate.
default, we fall into. I mean, think about it. There has to be a hierarchy, and if there's going to be 5 or 10 or 20 different captains for the ship, it's doomed. It's doomed to end. It will fail.
There's
And
something.
I know your basis, like you said, your basis was on mutual respect and equality and
An informed
etc.
I was deprived an informed decision. If you are in fact a jerk, if you are in fact in belief of this dominance practice, to deny me an informed decision is a miscarriage of justice. And I did not join the military to thereby perform subjugation to mis
Mm.
you know to unjust, just misjust, like what the fuck you think you talking to, you know
Well,
it's
in
like
the
I just loaded
military,
nine missiles
like
for the
other than
country.
abuse, but everywhere there's hierarchy and there's structure.
Are you really
So,
trying to explain this? Go ahead,
well,
sir.
no, I'm
Go ahead.
pointing it.
You got
I'm
it.
pointing it. I'm pointing it out that
I yield to you. Go ahead.
no, but it it's usually it's very most of the time I do hear women they talk about that taking directions or any type of authority from a husband is just awful. But it's kind of like we all are subject to master and slave relations, right? In our life, we're masters at some point, and then we're slaves at some points, and everybody has to deal with that. You would be in a higher superior position in when you're dealing with minor issues or something that's under your authority, and then you're also in a position that you would have to follow others' league or follow orders. But I'm just pointing out that's what I always hear, especially from women from the West, that following a man's authority is usually the worst. And I know, we all grew up in this Western culture, Western influence culture. So I do kind of get that. And again, I do understand your basis that you started off on a mutual partner. I'm just going by that, that both of you have a one-on-one. It's not somebody who's going to have the last word. It's both of you that you'll have to be in the middle and then kind of somehow get to the conclusion of whatever important decision that you're going to make.
Do you do you approve of saying to your wife, speak when you're spoken to?
There is some point
Oh my
where,
God.
yeah, that you do have to. And if you are married, then either you submit to your wife for the last for being the head of decision, or because I know in the West everybody, most of the men, they have accepted the ideology, and it's by the laws too that women they have every way out, they have every opportunity to leave a marriage. Usually men are the higher earners in a relationship, and they're the ones who will be punished. Generally in the West, if you are a producer, you are punished for producing. Meanwhile, the leeches, the degenerates, the dysgenics, they are the ones who are getting paid welfare by the government to just feed, right? Meanwhile, they're taxing and punishing the people who are productive, the top 20% of the people who pay most of the taxes. Most of
What
us, we
about
get a lot of
those?
refunds.
What about those who rely on their spouse's income as well?
Yeah, which is majority women relying on men's spouse,
No, no, no,
men with.
no. When men rely on their wives' income,
Yeah, that's probably
rely.
like a very small percentage, if that is going to be the case. And I'll probably bet on that it's a very low amount. Even the women are 40% of the workforce. There's 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 a book written on this to prove that most of the most
Mhm.
important jobs that if regarding infrastructure and running a nation is dependent on men.
Okay,
So there's
okay,
really not an
okay,
argument over there.
okay. Infrastructure, building, and money aside, I'm talking
Mhm.
about, if you don't mind me saying so,
No, no, go ahead.
when a wife actually contributes to the elevation of her husband's status. And I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about she finds that he has a hobby, right? Like say
Mhm.
he loves music and he has this extensive CD collection, right?
Mhm.
And and lo and behold, back in those days, you could become the DJ of a popular club and play your CDs because all they were playing were music for other genres than R&B. But here you are, you found as a wife, you're like, you know what? This club might be interested in attracting a new audience that is attracted to R&B music. My husband has a really, really vast R&B collection, and he could actually be there on the weekends enjoying his hobby for pay. And you being great with how you talk to people and how you can write cover letters and promotions, and you go to this club and you say, you know what you need? You need an R&B night. You you need an R&B night. And I have someone that has the most extensive collection of R&B music that he could take any request that any customer would ever want. I would like for you to seek this chance to discover if it fits your ideas for expanding, you know, um, customers. And you write it up, you write up the proposal, you write up what the details are, you present it to them. They're like, okay, we'll check them out. And they check him out. Next thing you know, he gets the gig. He gets the gig. Not only does he gets the gig is phenomenal. It was like, oh my God, we never knew we were missing an entire opportunity. And so they keep them, they keep them, they keep them. And then other people are trying to commit. It's like, I got a bigger collection than him. Let me in. It's like, no, we're used to his consistency. We're used to his reliability. We're used to him. So, you know, your husband's talking shit to you. And it's like, you got that job because of me, right? And he
So
resents that, right? But he doesn't resent the fact that you insulted he insulted you first. He doesn't recall that. He recalls that how dare you as my object for you know, say anything critical about me. As a matter of fact, you know, there are other things that I could mention that were basically telling me that my purpose for living was to administer to his whim. And that I cannot allow. My mother and father in America did not give birth to me to cater to a man's whim. So fuck what you talking about. Okay?
Mel, you do understand that you're only allowed to do this because men have allowed that,
Because
right?
this is America. The freedoms
Right.
that I fought for. This is
Yeah.
liberty.
In
This
this,
is
in this,
liberty.
no,
You ain't got
I
nothing
understand.
coming
I
past
understand.
liberty.
Like you served. I think you were the one who served
It doesn't
in one of
matter
the
whether or
military
not I
branch,
serve.
right?
This is liberty. And
Right. And
you're just
it's
going to have to adjust. You and your ego and your um this entitlement to your whims being catered to is just going to have to adjust, sir. This is liberty, and Christ is liberty. That's why I'm not Muslim.
well, eventually you will submit. Either not you, but
That's what
in
you
the time
wish.
being, yeah, the majority of the kids are being born. For
Whatever.
example, in Philadelphia, right? It's 45% of kids being born are Amish. Same thing with Israel. Same thing with most of the Islamic countries. the people who have the kids
You
own
don't
the
have well
future.
wishes for anybody than yourself.
No, it's
That's
not
your
well
problem.
wishes, and
No, you don't. You don't
it's
wish
this
anybody
inflated.
well other than yourself. You're a
Well, I don't
self-centered.
have to. I
You're a
don't owe you a wish
self-centered
or
person,
anybody a wishing
and
well.
that's the problem. That's the problem.
It's
Your
it's not the
animalistic,
problem.
yeah, like your lower vibration is talking to me right now, and I
Okay.
understand it.
At what frequency am I vibing right now?
Sir, I made a statement and you can accept it or not. There's no need for interrogation. Okay?
Well, we are having a discussion, so I was just
There's no
asking,
need
since I'm vibing,
there's
what?
no need. I'm not even asking you questions. I'm telling you what I'm thinking. You just tell me what you're thinking and we'll discuss that.
Right. Well, I would point out it's just a small amount of time compared to all of human history, which women do have these rights, and it eventually they would be gone. Eventually, men would realize that it was a
You
big
are
mistake. Society would
wow.
go back
I'm not
to
surprised what I'm
softer.
hearing from you. I'm not surprised. You know,
Right.
that's
Society
the
would.
fan,
That's the
that's the
natural
fantasy.
order. That's the
That's
that's
the
the
fantasy. No, it's not natural order.
the patriarchy is the natural
Cooperation.
order.
Hold on. Cooperation is natural. Expectation is different. There's a
See,
difference.
see
If
with
I agree to cooperate with being your co-pilot, that's different than saying you
yeah,
are
but that's
good
the
enough for
difference.
nothing. You're not good enough to be the pilot. There's a difference. And what you and people like you are saying is that women are not good enough to be anything than the position you delegate, which is not
No,
true.
women are great. It's just the environment that they're in.
I believe
Women are
that
generally same everywhere.
I believe in hierarchy. Don't get me wrong. I believe in
Just not your husbands. That's all.
no, he was potentially abused. Like if he was gonna break a beer mug over his head to prove a point, just imagine what he would have tried to do to me.
Yeah, there was a
He's
probably less
abusive.
than a
I
hundred
was
years
out of there.
ago. Less than 100 years ago, you
I'm,
could beat your wife with a stick no thicker than your thumb
and just
in the
because you fantasize
Americas.
about that doesn't mean I have to
No, it's not about
entertain it. Okay.
fantasizing. I'll
Then
tell
why'd you
you.
bring it
I'll
up?
tell you. It's
Why'd you bring it
it's
up? Why?
no. I'll tell
Let's talk
you.
about
I'll
the
tell you
future.
that I don't like the abusive part, and people do that to their kids, and I don't even like that either. And generally, mothers are way more abusive physically to their kids than men are. Usually, kids just fear men because mom is there for the punishment. When dad comes around, you just don't do that with just the look of the dad,
So your
right?
mom punished
And
you?
I think your mom punished you. That's
No, I'm
why. That's why you
asking.
can't.
Since you like questions so much, did your mother punish you?
Well, yeah, she
Okay, so
punished
this
me,
is
and
why
and
you
I'm
have this
I'm probably
biased
better off
opinion.
for it.
And there it
Now,
is.
well, there's several evidence to prove that. So I'm not just blowing false air or whatever. But my thing is that okay, for me, I don't. I would rather
I'm gonna go to the
if
restroom. I'll be back. You all talk amongst yourselves. Thanks for
okay.
listening.
Where did you find the female Stanley?
What the fuck?
You
Because
waited
she
till I
doesn't
was
stop
about to
That
leave
was
to
talking.
quite
say
a
something
feat.
like that, right?
Was those waiting for you to stop
Why don't you
talking? You
go?
don't
Why
ever
don't you
stop
go
talking.
marinate?
It doesn't matter if someone else
We
is
gotta leave
talking.
it
It
to
doesn't matter if
right.
you have anything pertinent to say. Your mouth is open and shit's falling out of it.
Like your mother.
This is like your mother. Wow, that hits hard. Does that work on black men? Is that why you do that shit?
Probably.
This
Well,
is what we
going
call
going.
constipation of the brain and diarrhea of the mouth, ladies and gentlemen. And this is why men don't want to be around you and why you can't take
Like
direction.
your mother.
Aren't you gonna go do your bathroom thing and come back?
I thought you
Go
had to
out of the
take a shit.
closet. Yeah.
No, I gotta wash my hands from all this filth.
You
I
gotta wash
know.
yourself. You
You
gotta
should
wash
wash
yourself.
up. You are dirty.
My
We can
it's like
tell.
my hands are dirty from talking to you people.
Yes, that's right. Hands get dirty from talking over the
Well, guess
internet.
what? Guess
That's
what?
a
I'm I'm
brilliant
I'm
retort.
clean. I'm so clean that I'm closer to God than you'll ever be.
As a matter of fact, I'm gonna take you to the restroom with me. Would you like that?
Just mute the mic.
Oh, so she's into like that P stuff, like HB was showing us the other day,
Yeah,
huh?
HB would have loved that, Dennison. Yes, you're right. Yep, he'll be like, Mel, put me up your butt. I want to come out like the crap.
You want to be my
But
tampon?
no. Just leave the. We don't want to listen to that. This is not HB over here. This late night with crack and Dennison. That's what it is. Late night. What's up, Dennison?
Oh, nothing, man. I just had me a nice shower and a nice burrito. Come on, turn on John Galt, see what's going on.
Nice. This is your daytime, because I think you go
Yeah.
on. You're like a night owl. You're like
Mhm.
woot wooting, the whole till the next morning or next day or probably a
Yeah.
24 hour. God damn. This is the time usually I crash out, but I'm drinking. I'm just kind of having fun. I usually
Have you
don't have the
guys heard of
time.
this TV series called A Handmaid's Tale?
I've
I
heard of it.
haven't. Yeah, I haven't watched that yet. It's on my list.
I know it's something all the women's like to watch to prove that men are what make them retarded.
Okay, just wondering if you heard of it.
Yeah, I want to watch that. I think that is based. As far as know, it's based on a full-on, authoritative patriarchy, and women are like slaves, I think. But I haven't got to it yet. Which is based. That's how it should be.
It's kind
There
of
should be,
weird.
realistically, there should be property to their father. For example,
Oh,
with my wife, I would go talk to her father. I wouldn't beat the shit out of her. I would just go talk to her father, and if she doesn't, if for example, like, yeah, you listen and you tolerate and you listen to suggestions, in the end, what
what if her
will
father's
be.
dead? What would you do then?
Well, then next authority would be the mother or the brother, right? Then for
What if
example,
they're all
you have
dead?
to bring in
What if they're all dead? What would you do with your wife?
Well, I still wouldn't. I wouldn't. Beat her like Indian women doing laundry, by the water. But it's like I don't really like that for kids or women. Although we can do that to you, but I
Oh,
would not, right? And so I mean, it's kind of like, I know you want me to do that, but me being 3 times stronger
so
than
you have no
most of the
fear
women, I still
of
wouldn't
being
do that.
arrested.
Well, sometimes it's like, if it comes to it, I will defend myself if that's
You
what you're
have
asking.
no. I'm not talking about defending yourself. I'm talking about
Yes, that's what I'm. I just
you initiating physical force. You, for whatever whimsical feeling that you have, you initiate force. You're saying that you are so entitled to it that you have no fear of
You have to.
being
I don't know if
arrested.
you understand the capability of a man. It's like we're walking around. We're realistically like a bear and a salmon. You're a salmon and I'm a bear, so I can't. I
Yeah,
can't
see,
Hey,
that's
really
what
hey,
eat you
fish.
alive if I
How
that's
you
want,
what
but I
doing,
jail.
don't.
fish?
See, that's
Yeah,
why jail
fish.
exists, right?
That's a
That's why
talking
jail
fish.
exists for people like
Yeah,
you
maybe a
who
few days
think
here or there, but it's like, what's
Nah,
the
they
big deal with
definitely
the
didn't
jail?
make jails for men smacking their women around.
that yeah, jails
Right,
exist
Definitely
exactly. It was
not.
for
to break
actual
the law.
criminals.
It
Now
was
it's like,
probably for
Physical
runaway slaves
assault
to begin
and
with.
battery is against the
probably.
law.
Which there's a
What don't
certain
you
irony
understand
in
about
that,
that?
considering, women really shouldn't have autonomy. But what else are you gonna
When
do?
you
They can't stay children forever. We have
look,
to give them their rights and their
look,
freedom so that they
look,
can grow up and be adults someday.
there are jails for
Hopefully.
people like you.
I've never been accused or convicted of a crime in my life. I've never struck another
Yet,
person in anger.
yet.
Yeah, and I still won't. I have control over myself.
Yeah, exactly. Me too. I
But
made that clear.
you
Like, I
have
wouldn't do
these
that.
ideations that could actually manifest themselves.
You have no idea what my ideations are. You're
You
projecting.
have announced your ideations. You
I
have
haven't
announced.
announced shit to you.
Yes, you did.
I didn't tell
Right
you
now, you're
shit.
just projecting. Right now, you're just
All you're
projecting.
doing is revealing yourself when you talk this way. Either you're
No,
describing the type of man
no,
that you fantasize over
no,
controlling you,
no.
or you're
I'm telling you.
translating your own
I'm telling
desire for
you
violence
what
Right.
you
and
have
and
said.
putting it on a man. It's
and
one or
it
the
is
other. It
recorded.
certainly doesn't
What
come
you
from
have
me.
said
I
is
didn't tell you
recorded.
shit.
What
And
you have
you might
said
learn something
is
too if you could shut the fuck up
recorded.
while a man was talking, but
Oh,
you don't
now
know how
you're
to
gonna
do that.
resort to cussing,
This
right?
whole time you're just running your mouth. I have no idea what
So
you're
what?
saying, you know. I
So
can't
what?
hear you over my own voice.
So what?
Right.
So what?
So clearly you don't care whether or not someone else hears you. You're not interested in a conversation.
No, I'm
You're just
not.
interested in opening your mouth and letting shit fall out of it.
I am only interested
This is
in
what it says
agreeing
about
with
you.
people.
I understand that you don't know that it
Agreeable.
says that about you, but plenty of discerning people
Agreeable.
in the audience
Look,
can see that's what it says about you.
No, you do understand. Like it's a growing. You'll grow if you have a conversation, right?
this gas bearded MF doesn't know anything other than to just fake like he's in some
But
position of
Dennison
authority.
is very wise. I heard him before.
Yeah, I
He's
don't
very
believe in
good.
authority.
Anyway,
Authority exists regardless. Even in an anarchy, authority would exist
some
depending
men
on
just
who.
don't deserve the love of a good woman. They just
Violence.
don't.
That's the only authority there is.
Right.
They
And
just don't
Force, the
somebody
deserve
would
the love
enforce
ultimate
of a
that.
good
arbiter of all
woman, so they
things.
want to resort
Right.
to like, like kidnapping them and enforcing their will upon her.
Do you
Now
know
she's telling us about her
Vikings?
sexual fantasies. This is not
No,
the
Exactly.
this is
appropriate
what I
time to
saw
do
in
that.
Handmaid's Tale. That's why I
You're
brought up
in public,
Handmaid's
young
Tale.
lady,
I brought up the Handmaid's Tale for a reason because that's what they were doing.
because you're
They were
because you're
forcing
talking about
women.
your fantasies.
They were forcing women in this and see this is what's disturbing about media and those who are authorized to portray these types of images, kind of like homosexuality and cross-dressing that started out back in the Marilyn Monroe days. Some Like It Hot, they showed men dressing as women. That started the acceptance factor, right? And that's my concern about media influence. There are there comes a time when people are beguiled into accepting messages casually. And then it becomes their mantra. It becomes their ideation. It becomes their ideal.
And
You
you don't
know,
see that happening to you right here and right now.
no, I don't. What I'm telling you is
You're
that
talking about a movie or a
you're
TV series
fighting.
and describing it as reality. And you're literally projecting it onto two strangers on the internet who you
Look,
know
just because
nothing
you
about.
learned a couple of psychological words doesn't mean you know how to apply them. Okay. You
Yeah,
don't,
you should look in the mirror and take
you
that
have no
advice.
idea.
You're literally trying to tell two
You have,
strange men what they think.
are you strange?
Yes, you
What
don't
makes
know
you
me.
strange?
I'm a stranger to you. You
What
don't
makes
know anything
you
about me.
strange?
Did you not just hear the words that came out of my mouth? They're
You said
English words. Do
strange
you speak English?
after you said strange. I want
Do
to
you
address the
speak
strange part.
English? I'll
You
repeat it
said
for you
two
one more time, but
strange
you're
men.
running your mouth, so I
You
don't think
did
you're
not
going to
say
hear it
that.
again. And
You
here it
said
comes.
two
Here comes the third
strangers.
time. I'm a stranger to you because you don't know anything
But
about
that's not
me.
what you said
So
the
when
first
you start
time.
running your mouth like
That's
you
not what
know
you said
all
the first
about
time.
me, you prove that you don't know what you're talking
Why so
about.
defensive?
And when you
Why so
use a TV
defensive?
series in order, I'm
Are
gonna have
you
to turn
caught
the
up?
volume down now
Are you
because
caught
I'm
up?
having a hard time
Are
hearing
you
myself
caught
think.
up?
So now the
Why
volume's off, so I
defensive?
can't hear you at all. I'm gonna
You
finish what I'm
can't hear me.
saying.
That's why you
You
keep
use a
saying that I'm
TV
talking
series, a
above you.
make-believe
You can't
TV
hear me.
series, as
Okay, that's
your
another lie.
model for how
That's
men you
another
don't
lie.
even know think on
You
the
can't.
internet.
Can you
There's
even be
something
taken
wrong with
seriously?
you.
All
Now I'm
you're
gonna go
doing
ahead and
is
stop
trying to
talking,
scratch
and I can see your avatar going
and
this whole time. Nobody knows what you're saying.
all you're trying to
I'm
do
gonna
is
turn
scratch
my
and
volume
hope.
back up because now it's your turn to talk, and watch you get silent. Watch.
All you're trying to do is scratch for hope. That's what you're trying to do. You're hoping that your
Although
words stick.
although I would like the what you're talking about, the Mate series, I would like that, but there's something in me that just I think I would prefer fair terms for everybody. But yes, if you would ask my preference,
Cooperation?
I would go towards that.
You want cooperation?
No, no cooperation. Responsibilities. And if you don't do your responsibilities, regardless of what gender it is,
Hmm.
there would be punishment. For example, if I
Hmm.
make a mistake in life, right?
Hmm.
Whether it's a money related mistake or anything else you could think of, I would be punished because I just wasted or invested in something that didn't give me that didn't have a return on it. And if a family member does that with my money, I'm the one who's getting punished for that. Or they would owe me that money. That's a sort of a punishment, right? Now, it doesn't have to be physical. There's other forms of punishment, but I'm just saying that people who have a responsibility, they they are the ones who will be punished for their responsibilities.
Hmm. Okay. In agreement with you, I would like to be able to say this. There was a time when men were responsible for being the sole providers of their family. And when they failed at that responsibility, some left, right? Some just abandoned their families, and others, they, decided to
Yeah,
place
that's when
the
their
burden on their
fathers,
wives.
their fathers and their brother came in. For example, right? I have a sister, right? And if her husband ever does that to her, uh, I would take care of her. My father would. That's where the responsibility generally falls on your family members. And I understand not everybody has, these family members and they don't have something to fall on, but I would take care of her and her kids. I'm the one who would take that responsibility. But I'm just saying in those scenarios, generally it falls on men. If men go to war and if they conquer, they're the ones who are victorious and are chanted around their villages or their towns for accomplishing such a feat.
The
Women
thing
are
is,
there to appreciate and they would praise, they would be the rewards of it.
the
And they would
thing
do
is,
that by will, not even being forced.
yeah, the thing is, in these current times, women also demonstrate valor. Are they too to be accredited with that same
If they performed
accomplishment?
a task similar to what a man would qualify,
You
then
mean
yeah.
like a weapons loader?
Well, okay, think of it like this. Right now in Israel, let me give you an example of we have that in U.S. Army already, but in Israel, right? The women have to only do 18 months of service, meanwhile men have to do three years of service. That's not fair at all, right? But they get their valor, they get their honor, they get the gratitude by everybody else for doing service, but that's not equal at all. Uh, if we're going to there's always going to be, even in a Mad Max society, men are the ones who are going to be the sacrificial lambs. They're going to be cannon fodders. Even in that times, women would be would less would suffer way less casualties, way less slavery than men would. So if men are going to elevate women to similar standards, similar rights, they're the ones who are always going to be losing, even if they do or they don't. So onus of responsibility generally falls on men. Right now in Ukraine, men aged from 18 to 60 couldn't leave the country. I think they upped the age bracket, but most of the women fleed. They partied and they fucked every other guy that they could. They enjoyed their life. They lived on. Meanwhile, they are out of men to go and fight and off themselves in a war, right? And they're now recruiting mentally disabled and now women into their armies to fight this frivolous war that they're going to eventually lose. So what kind of fairness when the ultimate price is paid by men? Vietnam War, 65,000 men died. Only I think 8 women died in that war. So what kind of equality that you would ever claim? There is nothing.
I,
Men
I
are the
like
ones
I like how you
who
keep bringing up the past.
I just brought
The
up the Ukraine
past.
situation. What are
Yeah,
you talking
like you
about?
bringing up the Vietnam War, and
All
like
the
where did
wars
that come
ever. Yeah.
from? Can we talk about the
They're
future?
example of wars.
Can we talk about the future?
In the future, it looks like men are still going to be dying in wars.
Exactly.
I see.
Well, look.
None of these women are interested in fairness. I've never met a single one. They're not interested in
Exactly.
equality either. They're misandrous. They're bitter
Exactly.
because they don't feel that society has
Oh,
reflected
you're a
their
misogynist.
role in it,
Exactly.
And you're a
and
misogynist.
and so their goal is to punish men. It's not to raise women. It's not to make people equal. It's just to punish men. And she's making it clear
I
on the
think you're
internet. All she can
projecting.
do is just
You're
come
projecting.
on here, very disrespectfully
So
talk over
Dennis isn't
people.
being fair.
He's
That's being
projecting.
misogynist, right? That's being misogynist. He's not even outright saying that you should
By
be
him
enslaved. Your
saying
kind
that
should be enslaved. He's
in
being fair,
general,
and that's being
women want to
misogynist, right?
punish men, that's
Everybody
absurd.
heard that, Millie.
He
I
Everybody
said
heard
that
that.
endorsed her
women want to
feminism,
punish
actually,
men. That's what he
technically.
said. And that's absurd.
What did I say?
You said that women want to punish men.
Oh, yeah.
It
That's what
was
you
Oh,
said.
yeah.
me.
It's
And that's
obvious.
absurd.
Nah, it's not at all.
I was describing.
It's very strongly grounded in
That's
reality.
absurd.
You're just gaslighting, but it doesn't work on me.
There you go with your new word. Okay.
The word's like 50 years old.
He's been learning new words, y'all.
Gaslighting is a new word.
No, it's not a new word. It's new to him.
No, it isn't.
It's new to him. You
I've
haven't
been
been using it
I've
for
been warning
15
people about the
years.
gaslighting nature of human communication
You have
for
not
about
been
20
using
years
that
now,
word for
and the
15 years.
emphasis is on women, right? Because they can't punch each other in the face, so they love to gaslight. You do it even more than men do.
I apologize for your frustration.
I'm not frustrated. See now how you're trying to gaslight me more and tell me how I feel? I criticize feminism and I criticize your behavior, so now you're going to tell me what's in my head and how I feel. Typical.
Oh, what
Why
else?
don't you ask me who hurt me
I
next?
apologize for your frustration.
Who hurt you,
Yeah, again.
Dennison? You know it's
Then
gonna
I
be
apologize.
sooner or later.
ask you any
Let's
question.
assume I was frustrated right now. Why would that be?
That's for you to say.
Yeah, his statements are very based, very grounded. Another thing is, Mackenzie, why don't you jump on the panel
Yeah, the
instead
link's
of
down there.
exactly?
Don't
Fuck
snipe
that.
from the chat.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired, so somebody else
Yeah,
please.
Mackenzie is in your favor, Millie. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Eventually everything would go back to the natural order. So I mean, just enjoy while it lasts. Millie.
You're really praying for this change of
No, I'm not praying
things.
for anything.
Yeah, you are.
I adopt
You
to
just
the
can't wait.
environment.
I tell you what, you won't see it for a few generations. It'll be a
Right.
few generations
Right,
before
regardless.
anything like that you're conceiving happens.
Men of means don't really care either. Like I can go all
Right.
around the world and get any kind of woman I want.
I'm not talking
I could
about.
just pay for it if I want to.
I'm not talking
Right.
about perverts. I'm talking about decent family
And I
structure.
could buy a wife who will give me a family and won't act or talk like you. She'll act or talk like as though I deserve respect because I'm taking care of her and I'm faithful and I'm gentle and I'm kind and I protect her. You wouldn't understand these things.
If you had, okay,
Right.
if you say so.
I do.
You say so.
I feel bad for like the normal average male. He's getting screwed in the system, but I'm doing great.
Well, I see a lot of guys that do adapt. I mean, it's just environment. That's all we could do. Just adapt, and I mean,
I
comparatively.
can buy a wife.
There
Well, no,
is.
I mean,
I don't want a wife though,
That's
Mackenzie. That's
not
why
exist. I'm
you're
just
not. You guys aren't worth it.
thinking about how compromising that is. To
I'm gonna
actually
buy a
have to
farm
buy a
instead.
wife. That's compromise.
So
That means you don't have what it takes to
let me tell
actually
you.
earn a woman
Let me
that
tell you,
loves you.
Mackenzie. No, let me
I
tell
mean, I
you.
could get a woman to agree to marry me.
But you can get
But
a
then I'd have to. But then I'd have to live with her. Who
you
wants to live with someone like you?
you
Look
can
at
Well, no,
get
you.
a
Denison,
puppy,
look,
You can't
whatever
even be
they
kind to
say,
strangers.
baby. If
right?
you can get a puppy,
Baby?
if you can
Jesus
get a
Christ, lady.
puppy, let her be your baby. Get a puppet. Get a puppet.
So,
You
Millie and
are a puppet.
Mackenzie, no, Millie and Mackenzie, the
Get a puppet.
Western
Here,
society,
let
yes,
me give you the link.
women have all the options when it comes to
Forget the
mating.
confidence that
And
it takes to
no, and
actually have a
being a
woman's real love. Just get a puppet.
She don't
being a
even know
F
what you're
toy.
talking about. She's still fucking mad about what I said 3 minutes ago.
Well, no, look, the Western man, like you just have to flash your passport on Tinder and choose any other country. Women would literally off another one to come mate with you. You don't even know if they just did that. Just pick a country of your choosing as a Western man, flash your passport, and you'll have so many DMs that you wouldn't even know what to do with.
Yeah,
It's
I've
only the
heard
Western
of that.
inflated stupidity of
I've
feminism and
heard of
women
that.
that they just want to
Just
be
raise
used and
daughters
abused.
specifically for that purpose.
For what purpose?
To wait for somebody to flash their passport and take them to America.
Right, because since all of time, marriage has been
They
No, they
about
don't.
were
responsibilities.
They
raised
don't want to
as
come
a
to
puppet.
America.
They,
These are
they,
traditional girls. They want to stay with their family and their all their countries. They don't want
Right.
to come to America. They don't like American women or American values.
No, even
That's
if they
why they're
did,
worth
okay,
marrying.
okay, okay.
but you'll have that
I
option. You
heard
have
of
that
that
option
too.
worldwide, right?
Yeah.
Even if they don't want to come to America or not, you being a Western man, there's I don't know, maybe
Yeah, I could
six
live
billion
like a
other
king somewhere else.
possibilities. Right. No, Dennison, I'm talking
Yeah,
about
like
even the
the
average man,
Philippines.
like you can, right?
You go
But
to the
Yeah.
an average
Philippines,
man, if he
live
just
like a
flashes his
king.
passport, other than the Western nations, anywhere else in the world, there's
That's true.
maybe 5 billion women that would be ready to mate with them and
That's
have a
true.
family with them.
If you make an average salary out there, fellas, don't waste your time or money on women like this. Put it away, squirrel away your money, get your
Hmm.
passport, get a travel agency, learn about the rest of the world. There's plenty of opportunities out there for you. It's sad,
Exactly.
that it's like this in the West. This is what happens. But what are you gonna
Exactly.
do about
You
it?
feel
You
like
win
I'm
some and you lose
challenging
some.
you, right?
There's a whole world full of
You
women
don't
out there who still know how to treat a man and act feminine.
Yep. I
how
mean, that's just it. Because I heard
what
this
a
insult
pity.
so many times.
What a pity. You feel that I'm challenging you.
You?
I'm no challenge to you.
I agree.
You're a man, right? So
I
what's
mean,
the problem?
it's not even that. It's not even about being a
What's the
man.
problem?
It's you as an individual. You offer no challenges.
What
It's
is the
challenging to
problem?
get a word in edgewise because you don't stop running your mouth. But other than that,
What's the
it's
problem?
not like you're challenging me intellectually or
What is the
emotionally.
problem?
With you,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know you, but just surfacially speaking, you don't stop running your mouth. You talk over people. You're very masculine and argumentative. You have a shitty, condescending attitude. I don't know why any man would want to spend any time with you the way you talk to men. It's disgusting.
Well stated.
Say again?
Well stated.
I can only imagine you're doing it on purpose and that you try to
I
hide it
am doing it
when
on
you're around a
purpose.
man that you're
That's why I
trying to have
said it
sex
well
with or get some
stated.
resources from.
Why are
Or
you being
this is not
redundant?
really who you are and you're just trolling right
Why
now.
are you
Either
being
way,
redundant? This is the
like I
idiotic
could not stand to be around you. I wouldn't want to take you out on
that
a date. I wouldn't want to be
infuriates
in a
me.
living room with you. I would want to have a meal with you. Like
Shut up, can
you're
you?
you are not
You
you are not
yourself cannot shut
conducive
up.
to a peaceful and enjoyable atmosphere from a man's perspective. You're an argumentative bitch. This whole time I'm talking, you're fucking running your mouth. It's unbelievable. I'm criticizing you because you can't shut up.
No
And what's your
bitches aren't
response?
women
To
though.
keep talking.
All bitches aren't women. Okay.
I'm sorry, what?
Aw, Mackenzie called you a crying bitch boy. Oh, that's so sweet.
All bitches aren't women.
Who knows the one thing I said to trigger her too? You
It
know, like
takes
she's
only
still mad.
one.
Just your presence. That's what triggered her.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I have to return some videotapes. Good night, Dennison.
I bet you do.
Good night, Woody.
So it's just me and you, asshole.
I wonder if Crack is still here.
No. They want to hear what we're going to say to each other. We can have a be quiet contest. Have you ever cut a log with an axe?
Two trees telling her to go to bed.
And build a house? Have you ever built a house? Have you taken those logs and built a log cabin? I'm not even asking for plumbing or electricity. Have you ever built a housing structure? Have you ever made it like a campground? Do you know how to survive in nature? If a hurricane blew everything away, would you know how to take your family to a safer location? What do you know how to do that justifies your manhood?
I need a wrench here.
What do you know how to do to justify your manhood? You need to answer that question for yourself. That's what you need to do. Other than run your mouth.
No, I need a wrench for StreamYard, Dahlia. I can mod for now. There's nothing going on.
So many guys.
I only came up to prove that you would engage with Woody
So many guys.
once you didn't
They
want
can't
any of this.
justify their manhood. They only run their mouths.
Oh, I don't justify myself to you. You're a nobody.
You don't have to. Just justify it for yourself.
That was done a long time ago.
All this energy to be
What
offended
energy?
by a woman means that
You're
you really
projecting.
don't know what it is to be a man.
Nobody's offended by you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You're
There's
the one
no
who's
way a
energetic right
real
now.
man is offended by a woman's
You don't
talk.
even know what a real man is. No real man in this
Because my
world would
father
ever let a man
wasn't
be
a real
defined.
man. My
I'm
father was a
sorry.
real man.
I'm sorry. I'm
And
gonna have
there's
to turn
no
the
way
volume down again because
you
you're not
will be
interested in
offended
conversation. So
by
I'm
a
gonna just talk
woman's
to the
talk.
audience. Let me make sure that my volume is loud enough to talk over you too, because
Oh,
Jesus
okay.
Christ, you
You're
just don't
playing
shut up.
baby thing.
So,
Okay.
no man should ever let any woman define what a man should be. Okay, men,
You
keep
have
that
to
in mind.
define that for
Don't be
yourself.
gaslit by ladies like
You have to
this.
define that for yourself.
Don't let it get to you.
All you do is
There isn't a
talk.
woman on this earth I've ever met who has
All
the
you do is
slightest
talk.
idea what a man should be. That includes, especially in America. If it's a Western woman, she doesn't have the slightest idea what a man should be, because she literally lives in a society where it's illegal to be a man.
Is that right? It's illegal to be a man in America? That's your statement. Wow.
Don't let a woman tell you what women want either, because they don't know. My only hope for females is that maybe after 50 to 100 years of having to work for themselves, this is the best way it could go down for women.
He sucks
Now that they are able to enter the workforce,
he sucks on the
and they can take care of themselves and they don't need men anymore, they'll act like this. She's talking this whole time. I have no idea what she's saying. they'll act like this. No man's going to want to put up with this. No man's going to want to pay for this. Well, I'm going to put a house over this mouth. I can't even deal with her on a panel. She's annoying. And nothing, none of this shit that she's saying makes any sense or offers any value. It'd be one thing if she had fucking a brain in her head. She doesn't. Just a mouth. Just a huge mouth. So all we could do is hope women continue to act like this to the extent to where no man wants to be with them. Then they'll truly be alone. And once they're alone, maybe then they can learn how to be adults. They can develop some kind of, emotional capacity beyond being coddled children the way that they are now and have been in the West for centuries.
I remember being
Then maybe after that's done, when women can learn to act like adults and they actually understand what it's like to be a responsible adult in society, then men and women can come back together and have better relationships.
Now that I think about it, how old is this bio wife that you want?
I think feminism is inevitable.
Young, like
it's the best we can hope for.
Something.
Congratulations or good luck, ladies. I'm rooting for you.
You like teenagers, don't you?
I'm done talking now, so I'm going to turn my volume up. Let's see what Mela has to say. She muted herself. It's classic. She only has stuff to say while she can hear my voice.
I asked you a question. Did you hear?
I had no idea. No, I didn't. I turned you down while I was talking.
Okay, that's cool.
Would you like to ask your question now that I'm listening?
You weren't meant to hear it. It might be too offensive.
That's what I thought. So I'm going to go ahead and turn you down again since I'm not meant to hear it. And I'm just going to leave it like this for a while until I get bored.
Cool. So
there are a lot of simps available. Not all hope is lost.
In the meantime,
this is true, and technically, I don't think there is a gap between men and women. I think there's plenty of men, unfortunately, who will deal with this woman and women like her. And that's why there aren't any real women around because, what for? Why would they have to be better or do better? But it is what it is, Mela would tell you to do the dishes.
Can I talk about
I have a dishwasher.
Can I talk about nutrition? I would like to discuss nutrition.
I would just, pay for someone to do the dishes for us too. Oh, who's this, John? Is this John?
Yeah, I would like to discuss nutrition and longevity.
He left. This is John Galt's channel. Let me get you a link, OTW. OTW, why don't you come up on the panel, man? I put the link in there for you. Let me get you John's link, though. Hold on.
Let's see.
It's at the Urban Landlord, and I'm gonna get you an actual direct link here.
I'm sorry. Anyway, I would like to discuss nutrition and longevity. I'm not interested in all this hierarchy discussion. I will say that if it was good enough for my grandmother, it's good enough for me. It's just that
see the StreamYard.
My family,
there you go,
didn't they just didn't beat up one another. So this concept of men ruling over women is just not agreeable to me.
Is Dahlia still gonna get in the shower or no?
And
here's the StreamYard link.
What I would like to discuss is the fact that people
I can see Mel really wants to talk, so let me put my volume back up here.
The fact that nutrition and longevity is escaping the consciousness of our society is a concern for me above the fact that men and women disagree with one another. That is my chief concern overall. Nutrition and longevity. That's what I'm interested in. A lot of people don't want to talk about it. So I'm not here to make trouble. Believe it or not, there's just been a lot of people that have passed on too soon, and I would plead that people learn about nutrition in the interest of longevity for themselves and their loved ones. That's my overarching message. I promise you.
I would work on your ability to communicate that then.
Well, I don't like you, so who cares?
And you didn't like Woody either, right?
The fact that your only concern is how you can oppress
And
women
get
is
cracked too.
offensive.
I have no concern over oppressing women whatsoever. You're just
Yeah,
making shit up out of
you
your head.
wanna buy a woman. That's crazy.
I didn't say I wanted to buy a woman.
You said
You
you
don't listen.
could. You said
I
you
could.
could.
Right. So does that mean want to? Those two words
No,
mean the same
no,
thing?
that doesn't mean the same thing.
Okay. Good. At least you can admit that. I appreciate that.
Oh, I'm
You're
the
making
one
progress.
that's honest. I'm the one that's honest.
Nah. I don't believe you. I think you made it pretty clear what your primary message is. Nutrition came after you lost the argument about men and women, which is what you really were interested in talking about. You were so passionate about it, you could not talk about it while other people were talking.
I have a multifaceted personality. My primary goal was to discuss nutrition even a decade ago, being on panels. I've gotten shunned for discussing nutrition. Okay? People don't want to talk about nutrition. They want to argue. That's what they want to do.
Well, like I said, I would work on that. I would work on your communication skills because you didn't bring up nutrition. Instead, you made up a bunch of stupid shit about strangers on the internet.
Okay, that's okay. That's
See, you don't like hearing the truth. It's upsetting you again
Why are you
already.
so stupid? Like the Air
I
Force
mean, you can't shut up and hear the truth.
The Air Force doesn't.
I gotta do it again, man, because this is a really
That's
important
an
point.
asinine assumption.
So you came on and you had all this stuff to say about me and Woody and nothing to say about nutrition. So I don't believe you. I don't believe you even a little bit.
You don't want to believe me. And that's
You don't know me. You've never met me. I'm pretty sure you don't know Woody and that you never met Woody. But you know all about what we think and what our desires are and what our hopes for the futures are. And that's what you had to talk about. Not even in general, but specifically directed at me and another stranger that you don't know.
If I agree that I was being presumptuous, will you agree that you are as well?
What am I presumptuous about?
I'm going on mute. You just think about it.
I don't believe you. I'm rambling about women who don't know how to shut up and run their mouths about shit they don't know what they're talking about, Katie. So, there's the irony in that. OTW! Is my audio up? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Don't clip your toenails, man. Let's have a good discussion here.
It's good. They're all done. I did it all before I came on.
Hell yeah. That's my boy. What's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing all right, man. 4:30 a.m. here, Eastern Time, Montreal, Canada, and I was listening to your guys' non-conversation there, and it was completely like, what the fuck am I watching at this hour in the morning?
Rambling. That's all.
I heard my boy Woody. He was trying, and she was pretending like she didn't have no interest in what he had to say, and I knew if I came up here and I told her what Woody was thinking, but that he was too much of a gentleman to say to her face, that she would immediately start engaging with him and pretend like I wasn't here.
And was your assessment correct? Did that work?
Yeah, it worked pretty much.
Figured it. All right, so I'm new here. This is John's channel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. John Galt.
Where's John?
He's in the background somewhere.
He's welcoming you from afar.
Aha. Well, thank you, John. Nice to not meet you.
Nonversation. I like that one.
Well, it's pretty much what it was.
Yeah, he's clever. I like that.
Oh, Dens, sorry I hurt your feelings.
Here we go. It says typical female retort. She's gonna tell me how I feel now. My feelings are hurt because I criticized a woman on the internet. It wasn't even her. It was another woman. And you know what, Katie? Now I don't believe you that you didn't know what we were talking about. I think it was obvious.
You know, this is a perfect time to have that song by What's Her Face play there. You're a womanizer, you're a womanizer, womanizer, woman. No, I guess.
I don't think I know that one.
Isn't it
You
like
guys like music?
who?
I love music, yeah.
What's your
musician.
favorite genre of music? Because
I
I
don't
like. Pardon me?
That's
blues.
Blues? Blues is nice. Yeah, blues. Nice genre. I like every kind of music. As the OJs would say, would sing. I love music, any kind of music, as long as it's grooving. It's understood by every man, woman, boy, and girl. I love music. So, it's the healing force of the world. I truly think so. If I hear a country tune, and I was introduced, now keep in mind, I grew up strictly with R&B until I joined the military, and I was introduced to country. I was introduced to jazz, blues. I was introduced to classical music. Um, I even learned how to play an instrument, and it really is something that unites people, you know? Despite our differences, when we recognize that we're familiar with a tune that we have an affinity for, that's something we can relate to. And there no longer has to be any hostility. Does that make sense? So, in that interest, maybe we could discuss music so we could carry this time and keep the audiences interested. Would
Yeah, I
that be
just shot
cool?
myself. Forget it.
Oh, don't do that. But yeah, maybe I'm sounding unusually peaceful. The
You
intention,
don't though. It's like something about the cadence. Like, do you know Stanley?
the cadence,
Yeah.
like
Do
I'm
you know?
giving a speech.
No. Do you know Stanley?
No, I've
Nope.
I've talked to Stanley today. Yeah, I've talked to Stan, and he's quite peaceful.
Oh no, he's not peaceful at all.
He can give insults like anybody else, but I mean, for the most part, I haven't experienced a disparaging word from him toward me. That's what I'm saying. When it comes to
Toward you?
me,
No, I wouldn't imagine.
yeah,
No,
he didn't say anything disparaging toward
no.
me.
It would be toward everyone else who he disagrees with.
Yeah, I found him to be quite pleasant.
Yeah, he's
Even if he said something that I thought was off the wall, I would give him the benefit of the doubt. That's how pleasant I think he is. See, people don't have to agree with me, right? I just want to experience pleasantries.
Yeah, girls just want to have fun.
I just want to experience pleasantries.
Well, it's
There's
a
something
synonym to girls want to have fun.
Pleasantries means that I learn from you in a pleasant way, and hopefully you learn from me in a pleasant way. Exchanging pleasantries. That's what that means to me.
How many words do you think I can get out?
5.
What's the max? Well, I think I just got more than 5 right there.
I'm quiet. Go ahead.
I don't know how to count.
It's okay. You're fine now. I already did my little denizen dance for the audience, and
it was great.
Yeah,
Now it's
it went
over.
over well. It wasn't like top 10, but it was pretty good. I pretty much steamrolled over you and exposed you for exactly who you are. So now you can go. You know, this is the Mela show at this point. I already busted my nut.
Yeah, it seems that that's the opportunity you were looking for.
Yes, ma'am.
How surprising.
And
you
he did
provided
that?
a perfect one.
Yeah, and he did it all without getting kicked off panel. I was like,
He's,
nice job,
he's
man. Nice
typical.
job.
He's the typical male.
Well, no, I
Thank
wouldn't
you.
say typical. I'd say
Oh,
male.
yeah. I
Typical
would say
is
Yeah,
typical.
I'm very
broad
atypical.
term.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
People who know me know that too, especially the women in my life.
Okay, that's why they're here vouching for you. Okay.
Yeah, but you
On the
see,
stream?
yeah, that's not the place that they would come to vouch for.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
I have some women in my life that I met online, so they might see this stream, but most of the women in my life don't go on YouTube. They don't even know I'm having this conversation right now.
it's funny you say that because I actually have an ex-girlfriend that watches my show.
Does she like it?
What does she think about it?
Yeah, she fucking rocks with it, man. She's like,
Can
loves
she
it.
join now?
Say what?
Is she available to join now on the panel?
Nah, she's sleeping at this time.
Oh, yeah. That's understandable. She probably got to go to work in the morning, huh?
Probably, I guess she does. I don't know. I don't know her life. I don't. That's why
I
she's
can't.
my ex.
Okay. Okay. Hey, what's the highest education you guys achieved? Hello?
Hi.
Is that a unapproved question? What's the highest education
I couldn't.
you guys achieved?
I couldn't hear you. I never finished school. I stopped going in junior high.
I'm still
Junior
learning.
high education. Okay. Who's next?
I'm still learning.
And you're still learning. Yeah.
You're not in school though, are you?
Oh fuck yeah,
I'm,
I am. If you guys aren't in school, I'm in school.
I think we're
No, I'm
all in
confused.
school. Yeah.
Yeah, life is a
I
school,
think we're
guys.
we're all in school. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that education though.
Well, we didn't call it a school.
Education is like formal instruction.
And that's exactly what we get in school.
Yeah, I don't simp. I mean,
No, you don't.
If
That's good.
if you're
I like
out,
that. If you're not a simp, you're my buddy. Like we're pals. We can hang out. I really don't like simps. But although I do simp once in a while, like it depends.
Yeah,
which girl. It's she really has to rock it, and she's got to have the shit down on that. Then maybe I'll fold. But besides that, I'm fucking hard as a rock. But Denizen's a fucking steel bar, man. I mean, you can't even fold him.
What type of women?
Oh, her connection dropped out. What were you saying?
Hello?
She was saying,
yeah,
what
your
type
connection
of women?
dropped out.
Oh, well.
But we could have
I was just gonna
carried that on though.
mentioned that there are certain women that does it for you. What attributes would that be?
It's a good question. Let me think.
I just want to
about
answer.
that. I'll send you an email.
Let me answer Innate really quick. A simp is someone who like feeds into and accommodates a woman's bullshit.
Yeah, or comes up and defends a woman, like as if she's too weak to defend herself, especially vocally. A simp, you can recognize a simp very easily.
Yeah,
it's like I could have come up here and tell Denizen, fuck, you're an asshole for fucking talking to that woman that way. You have no respect. That would have been me being a simp, right? It's a pretty good example.
Yeah, if you enable female bullshit, you're a simp.
That was a
Is
short
there
version.
such,
Maybe there should be a word for when females enable male bullshit. You know,
is
only
there
to be
such
fair.
thing
But that's
as
out of my purview.
is there so
It's not even in
so
my vocabulary. I wouldn't even know
so you
where to
already
start with that
answered
one.
that question that I was gonna ask. I was gonna ask, in your opinion, is there such thing as men's bullshit? But you already answered that. Because you inferred there should be a word
Yeah,
to describe women defending men's bullshit.
enabling it. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. So there is a such thing as men's bullshit.
yeah, there would have to
Oh
be.
yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Of course.
Mhm.
That, I mean, even my mother used to sing the song to me. Bullshit.
Oh no.
It was your favorite song. Bullshit. You sang it all day long. Bullshit. That's she'd say that to me because I'd
You
bullshit
know
her.
what? You know what my grandmother used to sing? Good morning. Good morning. It's from Singing in the Rain. Remember that movie? If you guys have seen it, there's this one segment of the musical where this woman is singing Good Morning, and the way her voice carries that song is iconic. And I guess it caught on to my grandmother, and you know, she would greet us when we would stay with her with that song.
Hmm.
You know,
No, never
I
heard
have
that song
very
before.
fond memories of my childhood. A lot of people can't say that, and I found that out when I joined the military, because I used to always, there was a time that I compared my family to whether or not they had the standard of what I viewed on television, like Leave It to Beaver and stuff like that, you know. And so I had this negative view of my upbringing until I heard stories of what other people had experienced that I couldn't even fathom, you know. People that look normal, they have atrocious backgrounds. And I'm very grateful for my childhood. Can you two say the same? Would you say that you've had a great upbringing?
No, I don't even know what that means.
Okay.
Yeah. Same here.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. Well, yeah, everybody's got a story, and some people don't want to tell it, which is fair, right? Um, without revealing too much, I can say as a veteran, I've heard stories of people's upbringing, their childhood backgrounds that I can't relate to. And I'm only bringing this up because what I've noticed with my participation on panels throughout YouTube, there are hostile people.
Oh yeah.
N-
Oh yeah.
not because they are just practicing how to defend themselves, but because they are actually entrapped in unresolved issues.
Is that you? Are you
No,
describing
not
yourself?
at all. Not at all.
Are you doing a
You're not a
Nazi there?
hostile person?
I'm practicing how to deal with hostility by being hostile.
I see.
Okay, so it shows that you were in the military.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah, that's funny. It's funny.
That's funny, right?
Yeah, from my perspective, sure.
Yeah. It's like you don't know what it's like to be a bully unless you become the bully, you know? Even though that's not your nature. It's like, wait a minute, I just want the world to love each other. But that's not how the world works,
Yeah, well,
And then you
if you got
realize
balls enough, you end up bullying the bully, but
what I'm saying.
that depends.
What I'm okay, in reference to someone like Jordan Peterson, right? It became clear to me that what he says has some merit. It's like you don't know what it's like to be able to defend yourself until you put yourself into a position of being provocative, provoking others. and finding out how to deal with it. And what I had discovered online a little less than a decade ago, right? I joined like my first panel that I ever joined, right? I'm trying to sing, have a sing along. I'm trying to do innocent things with these people, but they wanted to fight. That's what they wanted to do. And it was a foreign concept to me because I thought we were going to, as I've said, exchange pleasantries. But that was not the algorithm I joined. I joined the algorithm of people who get off on being mean toward one another. And that's not my nature, you know. And so, what I've learned over time is that I can practice my nature while being prepared for those who exhibit hostility toward me by returning the hostility in an effective way. So that would explain, some of the displeasing
You're trying to
ways.
justify your behavior
No,
from
I'm not trying
earlier?
to justify nothing. I'm
Yeah,
explaining
that's what it
what
sounds
it
like.
is. I'm explaining what
No
it
one
is.
was hostile toward you, though. You just
No,
pulled
but
that out of your ass.
listen. When someone calls you out of your name, that is a semblance of hostility, right?
You got called out of your name because you were already being hostile.
Sir, I beg to differ.
Here comes the sir.
I beg to differ.
Right on time.
Because it's just so absurd. It's like I had no reason to aggress towards you unless
Reason
unless
is
you
kind
didn't
of a
fight.
gray area.
Look, we both crossed that finish line, okay?
I was waiting over here, honey. I didn't cross any lines.
I
I've
was
been waiting
here
over here
before
with
you
my
were
hands
no no
cupped,
no no no
yelling
no
at
no no
you, running the marathon,
no 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 no
trying
no
to teach you how to catch up, but you don't listen.
no.
You don't know how to
I
follow
was here
instruction.
first and you
Are
came
you
up
married?
here to address
Are you
me.
currently married?
You came up here to address me. That's the fact of the matter.
Which is not in any contradiction to anything I just said. So I don't know why you
You
were
came
like,
up here
no,
to address
no,
me.
and then stating an irrelevant
Thereby,
truism.
you're the aggressor.
You were up here running your
Okay,
mouth,
whatever.
being
Okay. I said
disrespectful and
whatever.
hostile towards Woody. I made an example out of you. It embarrassed you on the internet. And now here you are trying to justify your behavior by claiming that you were being bullied. Nobody bullied you. You're not a victim. You're just a bitch who doesn't know how to shut her fucking mouth when she doesn't know what she's talking about. And you got caught on it. You got called on it. And you got dragged around a little bit. And now you're upset.
So you think these insults are new to me?
No, nobody thinks they're new, and nobody thinks you're going to listen either.
Okay. So now
there's
what?
a hope. There's a
So
tiny
what?
little glimmer. There's a chance you might wake the fuck up and stop acting like a bitch, and I think it'll make you happier.
No, I'm pretty much set in my ways.
I'm not surprised.
Right. So you have no influence on my life.
That sounds about
But
right.
I'm pretty sure you'll never forget me.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to forget you in an hour.
I am
Like, as soon as this panel is over, I will remember nothing about you.
confident that you will not forget Mela.
And this is your narcissism displaying itself in public again.
There we have another sentence that gives evidence that he's been studying psychology.
What's
I've been studying psychology since I was 7 years old. What does that mean? It means nothing to your argument. It lends no validity to the stupid shit that you're saying. And nobody, you're the one who's new here. Not me. Oh, Jesus Christ. She like literally can't listen.
Well,
I'm going to turn my
actually,
volume down
I'm
again
the
so I can
newer
hear myself
one.
talk.
I'm
You're the
the
one
new-
who's new here.
Where's the proof?
I'm not the new character here. You're the nobody. Nobody's going to remember you.
Where's the proof?
Nobody in the audience believes anything you're saying right now. There's a
is
pissed off
the
woman in the audience who all she can do to cope with her life is believe you because she's a whammon just like you are. There's most of the men in John's audience, whether they say so or not, can pick this up right away. This isn't new to them. You're a bitch who runs her mouth. You're a dime a dozen. This isn't like some kind of fucking mystery. And the people in my audience know that I do this to bitches who run their mouths on the internet all day, every day, and I don't remember any of their names.
You have a channel?
Now it's your turn.
To your channel, I'll subscribe.
Jesus Christ, that was fucking loud.
That guy is running the conversation. This is good. I'm glad. I'm just like, I'm a spectator.
I want to
just
catch up
watching
to
the
your
show.
content. I just want to find out just how hateful you are.
Oh, I don't hate you.
He's got great
you're
content.
hateful.
I mean, he has people building Lego things on his content. Yeah, it's great content. I love it.
I don't want you to think I hate you. I'm sorry if I gave that impression. I might have come off a little too strong. I don't hate you at all.
No,
you are a misandrist bitch, though, right? Like you're very condescending. You are very spiteful and hateful. It comes out in your tone.
I made you feel small. You don't have to overreact.
Now she's going to tell me how I feel again, right in the middle of me talking.
Yeah.
This is the perfect example of why people don't want women from the West anymore. You're proving it.
Well, you're overreacting.
Bitch, I'm having fun on the internet.
Really, I mean, I've been watching for a little bit there, and I tend to want to agree with Denizen a little bit.
Like this.
For some reason, when you talk, it cuts her off. I can't even hear her.
Oh, it's because I got really fucking awesome equipment, dude.
Yeah, I know. I should get with you when I'm ready to because I was using like a wireless bullshit headset that I do my laundry on the fucking streams. But when I'm ready to sit down and do some gaming streams, I'm gonna want some better equipment. I'm gonna have to get at you.
Do you
and
not have somebody
get some
to
good
do
advice.
your laundry for you?
No, I do my own laundry.
Yeah,
I did it when I was a kid too, and when I had a mother, she made me do my own laundry too.
You don't want them to see anything unsightly?
What are you talking about? Who?
Like, what's wrong with you?
What are you talking about? I know how to do laundry, so there's something wrong with me? Listen to you. She's not hostile, ladies and gentlemen. She wants to talk about nutrition, ladies and gentlemen.
Are you
But
poor?
there's something wrong with you, man.
And now I'm poor?
Why don't you doing your laundry?
Where do you get your logic from, Mel? I mean,
Jesus
seriously,
Christ.
Where do you pull these things out of a fucking magic hat or something?
Well, he's the one talking about he could buy a wife. I'm trying to figure out why can't he
Any
buy
man could. I mean, you could go to any
laundry services.
Because laundry is really fun.
Buy laundry services.
Because laundry costs me $40 every 4 months. Maybe another $20 in water. Why am I paying somebody to throw my laundry in a bin and push 2 buttons? Why would I do that?
I don't know.
And you know what? I kind of find a way to keep it really simple when it comes to laundry. It's like women tend to want to have 2 or 3 closets plus some wardrobe and a lot of fucking clothes, right? So I tend to limit it to like maybe
and shoes.
Maximum, maybe, I don't know, 20 pieces of clothing. So when that's over, you don't have a choice. You really have to wash your clothes, you know? It's like, fuck it. I never really understood. I don't understand women with that tendency to want to have so much.
What's the most you've ever paid for a pair of shoes? I'm embarrassed to say how much I've paid for a pair of shoes.
You probably should be.
Shoes, but no. Don't get me wrong,
Mela. I post my income to the internet.
Okay,
so if you're really that curious about it, you can just go look it up.
You were interrupting.
But that doesn't matter. I mean, first of all, if you're buying really good shoes for your feet, I agree with that, right? Because if you're taking care of your feet, there's no price for taking care of your feet, man. So it's like, they're the things that keep you up all fucking day. You walk on them, they fucking carry you everywhere you go. You got to treat them right. So I don't have any like kind of limit to
an investment.
What? I couldn't catch
and your
that.
foot health, and you like taking care of your feet is important.
Oh, agreed. Yeah.
Yeah. So like buying shoes that you depend on is
Okay, wait,
important.
that's not the actual question. The actual
Yeah.
question is, how many pairs of shoes do you have? That's the question.
Oh, I asked what's the most you've paid for a pair of shoes. That's what I asked. But you're asking me how many do I own?
Yes, because I figured like how much you pay for it, I said was pretty much irrelevant because if you're somebody who really wants to take care of your feet, it doesn't really matter how much you pay for it.
Okay.
So but I'm asking you, how many pairs of shoes do you own?
A lot.
There you go. That's the thing. A lot more than you need.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with
Yeah.
foot care either.
No.
It's vanity.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like when it comes to matching adornment, I'll use that word. When it comes to adornment, that is a feminine trait. Like women, we enjoy adornment. We just do. From head to toe, we enjoy adornment. We enjoy it. It's not a necessity. We just enjoy it.
No, I wouldn't say that
Kinda
you
like how
guys
men
don't
enjoy
consider
watching
that a
football.
necessity. Some women actually use those things as standards.
Yeah, Katie's starting to see how disingenuous you are too, because it had nothing to do with foot care. You just thought you could shame a man by,
No,
implying. I'm gonna have to turn my volume down again.
Shame a
You
man.
just thought you
see
could
how
shame a
much-
man by implying he doesn't make enough money to spend it on shoes, which. Man, I'm not even articulate or patient enough to describe to you how that proves everything I'm saying and makes a complete ass out of you. But I'm sure you think you're winning this. Go ahead, keep going.
So, first of all, my intention with that question was based in comparison curiosity. I was gonna announce.
I can
how much
answer
I
that
pay
comment
for
on
shoes.
screen because hold on a second. That comment that was up just before.
Okay, I'm being interrupted.
I can
right?
tell you who
No
can
problem.
dictate
How does it
how
feel?
many pairs of shoes you need. Is the number of feet you have. That dictates. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
like take Barack Obama for instance, right? He wore his shoes down to the nub during his election campaign, and Michelle Obama, she had many different varieties of shoes, and that's what I'm saying about women. Like it's something about us that enjoys adornment, even.
Materialism.
Okay, so be it. And then there are things about men where there are exceptions to be made for their interest too. So
Yeah, you're right. Like I exaggerate on the number of guitars that I have. See, I can only play one at a time, but I do
Right.
have more than one. I get it. I do.
Right.
I understand.
I would argue each guitar serves more function than each pair of shoes, though.
Well, actually, you're right.
Well,
They
you're
do.
not simping,
Well,
so
because
of
there's the
course you would
acoustic
say that.
one, then you have the 21 fret, then you have the 24 fret, then you have the
Yeah, I see a Floyd Rose there too, so that stands out
there you
by
go.
itself.
They have the Floyd Rose there. That's it. That's the whole thing. Yeah.
collection. Yeah, that's a collection.
I don't know if she caught all that though, because she was
No.
talking that whole time.
No.
No, I was watching his display of guitar collections.
You really are the
It's
female
not a
Stanley.
collection.
It's
It's not like shoes.
I feel like the universe is giving me
So
a
what
gift.
is it? If it's not a collection, what is it?
It's
a hobby?
a hobby, but not actually. It's more than a hobby for me. It's a part of who I am. These things are extensions of who I am.
All right.
You understand? When I take one of these things into my hands and start playing it, it's just and like it says, it's in the name. It's an instrument of communication. It communicates emotionally and also through sound. It has a particular function besides just covering your feet.
When I think of guitars, I think of that song More Than Words. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that song, but
Yeah, Nuno Betancourt wrote it in order to tell women they need to put out more.
and there's just this guitar playing while these guys are singing, and that's all I heard was a guitar. It was just so it was just indescribably beautiful.
Penetrating, huh?
It was indescribably beautiful. So when I think of guitars to this day, I think of that song. But I see you have electric guitars as well.
Yeah, got 3
So
electric.
like,
Well, actually
so
4, but
like,
there's one at the luthier being fixed.
yeah. So are guitars inherently more expensive to purchase than acoustic guitars? Or it depends
The
on
prices all vary. There's
Yeah.
very expensive guitars and very cheap guitars. So
Both in
But I mean,
acoustic and
is
electric.
acoustic a different price series
No.
than electric?
No.
Okay.
Nope. You can get an $85 Dreadnought guitar, and you can get a $95 Squire, and you can get a $5,000 Martin acoustic, and you can get
Or
a $4,000. Yeah, Taylor.
Taylor, man,
But the thing is, with
That's
electric guitars, you need accompaniments. You need like additional like amplifiers or something, right?
So you'll have to spend more money there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
You
indicating.
see
Like
them
it's
right there.
something-
Those are the amps, But
The
that's
guitar itself will be the same price, but in order to use it, professionally, you'll need an amp.
Yeah. So thereby, it's more likely you're going to come out of pocket more for an electric one than an acoustic one.
If
Like,
you
you can buy a regular schmegular acoustic guitar, but buying a regular schmegular electric guitar, you're going to have to get an amp to go with it. So that's more
Correct.
money.
Correct.
Here's it. Here, I'll play a guitar for you if you want.
Please do.
I figured the ladies want me to play the pink guitar.
That's what's up. I can dig it.
My face melted.
Thank you.
Hey, that's rough at 5:15 a.m. in the morning.
Man, that's an ear opener. If you were asleep before, you're not now. Okay? That was awesome. I like the energy.
Yeah, I put a lot of energy. I should have chose a different song, honestly, to start off the day. That was a pretty rough one.
That's what you was doing. What you was feeling. That's the man. That's the vibe that you were feeling. Like you said, it's an extension of you. That's what you were experiencing. You know, I dig it. Anyway, so I don't sound like a. What's the? Anyway, it wasn't bullshit. It was it was a sincere, generous demonstration of an extension of yourself. You provided us with something that we would not have normally experienced. So I'm grateful. You know, this guy calling me out of my name on a regular basis tonight is not going to distract me from experiencing generosity.
I live in your head.
Now the fact that
I'm distracting you from everything right now.
Now the fact that you chose the color pink to accommodate women, what I would say is that let's getting back on shoes,
A
right?
pink Kramer, goddamn.
Just imagine if you had something pink to go with that.
Well, it's not worth it. If I have to listen to your mouth.
I really enjoyed it. I did.
Yeah. You know, pussy came to mind when you were mentioning that.
So the color pink reminds you of that P word. Okay.
Oh, I mean, we can't say pussy here?
It's understandable. You know, there's nothing like being in something soft, squishy, and pink. Right?
And warm. And slippery.
Warm. And welcoming. You don't want to take it. You want it to be welcoming. How's that for condescending?
They do get purple sometimes. A little bit of perps.
Here comes this asshole. Okay.
I wasn't talking to you, bitch.
Here's this asshole.
Shut your mouth, bitch. Shut your mouth, bitch.
Got to squirt something.
I wasn't talking to you, bitch. I was talking to the audience.
You like that word, don't you?
I like it, yeah. You like that word.
Not particularly.
Don't believe you.
Why?
Everybody,
because I haven't jumped off the panel?
While you listen to these two argue, go sub to the music channel. OTW.
Which one? OTW?
Yeah, put your
link in the back chat.
Yeah, I want to subscribe.
Put your link in the back chat, and then I'll post it to
my
channel.
Uno momento.
Cristo. Jesus Cristo.
What it is about you and this B word that you're using, you're looking for
Shut up, bitch.
approval. You're looking for approval. You
Bitch,
have
shut up, bitch.
false confidence that other guys get off on women being humiliated. You're using that B
Her
word.
disingenuous, pleasant tone didn't last very long.
Using that word to get approval from other men.
Here's
You're a coward.
Here's OTW's link.
And you don't have much of one yourself.
Fucking hell.
Zarai. Shut the door.
Okay, I just saw. I just subscribed and I saw the Rise of Phoenix picture on it, so I subscribed. Okay.
Yeah.
And I hope to learn from you because I enjoyed rock and roll. I just don't know much about it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it
What I
does.
got,
Well, I was
yeah.
actually planning on playing a blues, and I wasn't really aware that the song that was playing was the actually last song that I practice on, and I forgot to reset my soundboard, so I actually got
It's
caught
called a riff,
playing that
right?
song.
Is it called a riff? Is that
Well,
the term that's used with electric guitars? A riff?
well, what I was doing were licks, and what was playing was a
Licks.
backing track, and the
Oh, okay,
backing
okay.
track was
See,
comprised
I
of
can learn
riffs.
from you because I didn't know that. Okay. I just remember it moved
Thanks
me.
a
Like
lot, Ozzy.
when I heard my first rock and roll song, I think it was Pour Some Sugar on Me or something like that.
Scoliosis.
Oh man, fucking slow states in chat. Okay, Denizen, it's time to play the
What?
song.
This isn't my panel.
Oh, you don't have control here?
Nah.
You can't bring up videos?
I can't do nothing. Nothing, Lebowski.
Damn.
Nothing.
Damn
AC is here too.
Who's bringing up the comments then?
John. John's back there. He's multitasking.
Oh, so
I bet.
John. All right, so John can bring up the video if he
Potentially,
if he wants
yes,
to.
potentially.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't mean he will, but I mean, I'll share it.
John, if you can hear us, are we cracking you up? Are we being hilarious?
Are you the race realist from earlier? Is that you or is that not you?
No.
Okay.
All right, so it's backstage.
Who
I
is
wouldn't.
that?
Don't worry, John. It's not a porn bomb. I wouldn't porn bomb you. Oh, he brought up slow state at the same time. This is perfect.
He just gave him what he wanted.
Oh, that was perfect timing. Flow state. What a fruitcake. Trying to spit fire, but you're stuck in a slow state. Slow state, yeah, that's your new name. Yo, check it out. I'm about to rip into this clown. Flow state, more like a host state. Talking about success, egos inflated. Bring out your chest. Think you're the best, but you're just a mess. Fucking two-faced and misplaced, and you're just a disgrace to the human race. You ain't real, just a carbon copy wannabe. Thinking you're quick, but you can barely fucking follow me. Breaking news, you're a joke, dude. Your fans are blind and they're fucking confused. Caught up in the hype, taking pod shots from the sidelines. You're a sellout, no doubt, chasing clout. Your integrity's gone. What the fuck is that all about? Your logic is weak, so you resort to bitching and lying. You're a puppet on strings, pretending to be a lion. Lost in your illusion, confusion, and delusion. So keep talking behind
Everybody
your screen.
knows.
Everybody knows that you're a has-been, just a stain on the scene. Living in a dream, no originality.
Chamber echoing, copying
bits. Be my guest, I ain't impressed with the rest. Flow state, more like a host state. Talking about success, egos inflated. Bring out your chest. You're the best, but you're just a mess. Fucking two-faced and misplaced, and you're just a disgrace to the human race. Flow state, what a disgrace. Trying to spit fire, but you're stuck in a low place. Slow state, yeah, that's your new name. Yo, check it out. I'm about to rip into this clown. Dropping bombs, now you're dropping duds. Claiming you're the best, but where's the proof, bud? You're all talking, no game. Acting like a stud. Your content interesting as a puddle of mud. Stuck in repetition, you're one trick pony, no innovation. Just a mimic's ambition, lost in your illusions. Confusion, delusion. Ain't got no skills, no motivation. You keep losing and losing and losing and losing. Yeah, yeah. Yo, check it out. Flow state, more like a host state. Talking about success, egos inflated. Bring out your chest, think you're the best, but you're just a mess. Fucking two-faced and misplaced, and you're just a disgrace to the human race. Yeah, so keep hustling. Can you believe this guy doesn't know how to install drywall? For those likes, and maybe
Drywall.
Hey, bro, man, hey, dude, come here. 'Cause you're stagnant, Wayne. Let me tell you about this time. This guy used to try to spit some good game. He wasn't able, but you always be the same. I mean, he installed drywall. So yo, work. And they called him. No need for more, just to tell him that the drywall fell off, You're irrelevant. It's just insane. Lost in the dust. You'll fade away in obscurity. It doesn't know how to install drywall. No legacy left. Just a failed opportunity. It's funny, and he wears the construction hat at the end. What a synchronistic. It was just perfect.
Hello?
Now, for context, you guys were friends during this, right? Or were you having fallout?
He challenged me to it, so I just did it.
This is
like the next day.
This was only like 2
Why
weeks
is
ago.
everybody's volume so low?
Yeah, that's like 2 weeks ago. It's true. It's been.
If
It's already
everybody
been
is
2
low,
weeks.
maybe it's on your end. Yeah, it was like 2 weeks ago. So here's the thing. I went into Mel's, and some people were saying that he had said he was going to make a diss track about me, so I challenged him to do it, and he did it. And we had a few other challenges, and he failed dramatically on the other ones. But
on one of them, okay, relax. I failed on one of them, and it wasn't because I didn't. Hey, whoa. Let's put things into context here.
Okay.
It wasn't that I
was
didn't
actually being
try
vague for your benefit.
I tried without
you
succeeding, but I tried.
Oh, shut the fuck up. How do you try and fail at running your own channel?
Well, it's not running my channel. It's trying to run my mod. Actually, I don't believe that he runs the whole channel, right? That day, I do understand that. I just wasn't able to manage my mod. He was obviously in his own state of mind, and But I'm not going to remove his mod just because he doesn't agree with one person on the internet, right? That doesn't make any sense, Slow State. So you could say that I can't run my channel because I'm not strawmanning it, man. You're the only one. You're the only one calling me out saying that I'm not the one running my channel. I don't see anybody else.
No, I'm not. I'm not at all.
Yes, you are.
You're right.
Name somebody else. Oh, besides Cynthia. Oh my God. Wow, what a reference.
Literally everybody on that panel said it. Resto was saying it. I mean, Crispy was saying it. Everybody on the panel
said that because he got into an interaction with Paul, and Paul fucking threw him off. But Paul has the keys, so he can throw him off.
Stop deflecting shit on.
I'm not deflecting. I'm telling you what
you keep trying to.
You're bringing up topics. I'm telling you what happened, and you're fucking brushing it off as if I'm deflecting.
You are.
No, I'm not. How can I lie? What okay, tell me a lie. Tell me that I lie.
Problems are with Paul. You say my problems are with Paul. The problems are with you.
They are with Paul.
No, they're not. With you. Paul didn't make
the problem with me is that I have Paul as a co-host. That's your problem.
No, my problem with you is that I cannot respect. Oh, stop giggling over me. I cannot respect anybody who is as quick to betray themselves as you are. That is.
Dude, you betray yourself even quicker than I'd betray myself. What are you talking about?
How's that?
Come on, man. I'm not the one with the reputation being backstabbing and two-faced.
Give me an example. No. How do I betray myself?
Multiple YouTubers talk about you, like Speakeasy, and Paul's another one. How disingenuous you are, and fucking how two-faced you are.
Can betray
how
myself.
You can backstab people after they fucking confide in you, and you fucking that's the whole thing. And people think that they can be friends with you, and you just keep proving to these people that it's not the case. They cannot be. You do not have anything that's trustworthy that like you could build anything on. Right? Even a fucking conversation.
Well, so you don't have an example of how I betray myself. You're just saying words.
No, I'm just what do you mean I'm just saying words? I'm stating
how did I betray
experiences that I've seen with my own eyes with other YouTubers that you've betrayed or fucking backstabbed, and I mean I can name one, Lindsay.
No, I'm
Lindsay.
Talking, you said betrayed myself.
I can name Speakeasy. I can name who else can I name? Paul is another one. I can name Jack.
What does it mean to betray oneself?
What I mean
that's a good
that
that's a good one.
When OTW is faced with a challenge or say a command, right? He will betray his own interest and bitch out and subject.
How do you know what my interests are?
Shut up! I'm talking.
Yeah, there you go. You're the ones creating a straw man.
He lets other people run him. I'm not sure why.
I don't.
can't
That's
imagine-
not true.
Who runs your channel?
I've told you before, I do what I want.
So
I've
when
always
you
done
told-
what I
hold on.
wanted.
When you told your mods not to block me, but they did anyways, right in your face.
Yeah, it was just funny. Because
No,
I
it's not.
figured
It's
they would.
disrespectful to
Jimmy would guaranteed he hates your guts, so he would defy me.
I don't give a
But
fuck about
that's fine.
anything.
I'm
So
all
this is
right
what
with
I'm
that.
talking about. He doesn't run his
Jimmy's a
own channel.
longtime supporter. Jimmy's like one of the biggest supporters of my channel, and you have given nothing, no value, and nothing. You've given nothing to my channel. There's the difference.
So we had a deal on, or we had a challenge on Mel's. With the same night that I challenged him to make the diss track, he also agreed to
That I came through
unblock-
with. So
Let me
I
tell
do.
the
I
story.
can
Let me
accept
tell the
challenges.
story. Stop talking through me.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
All
let him
muted.
tell the
I'm muted.
story.
Yeah, I'm muted.
Okay. The other thing, he was getting shit because he doesn't run his own channel. He was getting shit from the whole panel, not just me. And he was denying it like he is now. And so we made a deal. He would unblock me on his channel, as he has had to do millions of times, because he doesn't ever block me, but Paul does. So he would unblock me, and to prove that he ran his channel, he would keep me unblocked and notify anybody blocking me that I was to remain unblocked. I checked back the next day,
Which I did.
unblocked.
I did and
Shut
said.
the fuck up. I was unblocked. Next time I went to his channel, I immediately got blocked. So I went up on panel. I said, OTW, your mod blocked me. We had a deal to demonstrate that you run your channel. You would keep me unblocked. He goes, well, I told them not to block you, but I guess they did. And would not do anything about it. So,
well, what would you consider me doing something about it? What was the the punishment for that?
No. OTW, I don't know. But if I'll tell you what I would do. I'll tell you that if any of my mod blatantly disobeyed me right in my face and said, fuck you, I'm going to do what I want with my wrench.
Take the wrench away.
I would immediately take the wrench away. I would never have any other thought.
And then depending on who it is, they might get banned from the channel. Like,
yeah.
If it were a homie, I would just take their wrench. But if it were anybody else, I'd banzor them.
All right, but when you have somebody that's been following you for a long time, supporting you for a long time, and giving you
this is what I mean, betraying
thousands of dollars, I think you don't really,
now.
You kind of like, appreciate the person and maybe that
thousands of dollars. That's bullshit.
Oh yeah,
Okay, sure. He has not.
I'm telling you, man. Yes, he has.
Anyways, this is what I'm talking about. He is betraying himself constantly to try to justify bullshit people do to him with his channel, and walk right over him as if it's not happening.
Yeah, look, man, I have a hard time with. I dude, I fucking appreciate Jimmy, so I wouldn't fucking if Jimmy. And you know what? When I mod somebody, hold on a second. When I mod somebody, it's because I really trust them, right?
No, that's not true. You've taken away lots of
and I
because
trust
you're
Jimmy's
supposed to be my
judgment,
fault.
man, and he's fucking he's
had
done
a lot- I
the
used
mod
to be a
thing.
mod.
He's
You
actually
tell me you
no.
used to be a mod.
He's actually a mod. He mods the mods. All right, he's got the highest mod.
So right, but this,
Right, so I'm not gonna take. He's
I'm
the
not-
only
Highest
one.
mod in all the lands.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not telling you what to do about Jimmy. I'm telling you about you. And you're demonstrating perfectly how you betray yourself by continuing to invent all these stories for why you should be a bitch.
Oh boy. No comment,
Citizen
bro.
thoughts?
I mean, like,
And it wasn't even like I expected him to bitch out on that one to Paul, but not to Jimmy. You weren't even. You didn't even have to go up against Paul. Imagine how
is he
fast you were
bitching out or is he selling out? That's my thoughts. You know,
Well, he doesn't make any money.
he claims he does though.
He's lying. He's coping.
What do you mean I'm lying? I'm
That
never
could be
lying.
true. I don't
How
know.
many-
It could be.
Man, I
Pull up your AdSense.
I'd have to bring
Pull
up
your
the fucking.
Go ahead. Share screen with the AdSense.
Oh no, not the AdSense.
Yes, Lindsay
Fuck
Armory
YouTube.
streaming.
Fuck YouTube. I'm not. It's not
She's
from
like,
YouTube.
I know if this was your panel, this wouldn't be happening right now. Thank you. I appreciate that.
What happened?
No, Lindsay said I must be restreaming. Never do that to your freak flag again. You can buy a hairband and keep it. Yeah, don't let anybody tell you to cut your hair.
I'm sure that in PayPal there's like a history. You got like a history thing there where
Yeah, I want to see your AdSense because I know,
dude,
that
my
most,
AdSense is full of
hold
shit,
on,
dude. Why would you want to see my
most
AdSense? I get like barely
because
over
you
$100.
I know you
And
don't get
that's
shit.
when
That's
I
my point.
pass the threshold.
Because,
It's like sometimes I don't even
because
pass the
I
threshold.
won't be able to. I don't know which one of your PayPal or Cash App transactions is from somebody you know in real life, or is from a job you did, or is from.
No, it says
YouTube.
it on the thing. It gives you the name of the person and the history of what they.
Yeah, and I don't know everyone's names, and they probably don't all want to be doxxed anyways.
But it's. I know,
No,
but
I
it
wanna see your
literally
AdSense.
says
I don't
Jimmy
wanna-
Shively. What? How can you? It's like he doxed himself. This is his real name.
Oh, sure. Okay, if you want to show me just Jimmy Shively transactions, that's fine.
Yeah,
For
and you'll
all-
see.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I don't have a wrench, Mel. I can't. But John's here. He's highlighting comments.
John is.
Or get crack if someone's here.
Oh, John Galt. Oh, we're on John Galt.
Mel needs the panel link, John.
Man, you were going harder at her than me with OTW.
Show history. Holy fuck, man. Wow. He's been giving me a contribution since April 13th, 2023.
Yeah, just do the cumulative total.
How do you do that?
Throw them all together. I don't know. Or
Holy
show me
shit.
the last-
Are you
or
insane?
show me the
It's
last
like fucking, I have to scroll forever.
Okay, OTW. Show me last
sec.
month. Show me last. Actually, show me last month. I want to see the last 30 or 90 days.
All right.
And it's not really going to matter because, like, your dignity. I mean, your dignity is very cheap, but
Yeah, like it depends what the dollar amount is.
Oh, there's
can't
all
see it.
kinds of different amounts. It was like 13, 5,
Well, add 'em up.
100.
Yeah, you know that we can't see that shit.
Yeah, I can't show you with the fucking phone.
A plethora of donos.
I can't show you with the phone. That's my.
It's insane. Look.
I've kicked people off my panel within minutes of them giving me money.
That's good.
Because I don't give a fuck. But if that person that I'm thinking of right now was a recent example, had given me like $1,500 or some shit, probably let it block flow state. I probably would. I'd be in there unblocking flow state right away.
You would not do it if you had just made the deal with me that you had said that he did, right? You would never put yourself in that situation.
All right.
or
I
you would
said that
honor it
but I have
your
admitted.
ego- shut up.
No, my
Your
ego
is too big,
isn't that
Denizen.
far fucking.
Yeah.
First of all, hold on, listen.
He's
I've
right
admitted
about that.
flow state. When you called me out the first time on the other panel, I admitted to bitched out to Jimmy. I did it. I said it.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm saying it now. I agree with you. You're right. I bitched out to Jimmy. I that's it. But I'm
what
not
you said is you
lying.
don't run your own channel.
That's relative.
That's what you said.
I guess I could admit to it because of what happened that day, but
the only thing you're 100%
that's
charge of
isolated
is
incident.
yourself.
It's an isolated
No, it's not.
incident.
It's not isolated at all. That's why
I do
even
believe
thought
it
to
is.
take the challenge because it's not isolated at all. You've never run your channel since Paul came over.
But that's only happened to you. That's why I say it's an isolated incident. It hasn't happened to other people.
No, it has not. It's happened.
Who else
for
has it
sure.
happened to besides Snafu Snaps and a bunch of other
You tell me, dude. There's endless number of people it's happened to. You're coping so fucking hard.
Less predictable than roulette.
Goes the message total amount shows immediately. Okay, that's a good. All right, I didn't know that.
See, I never had wrenches because no one can truly
I
represent me.
wasn't vouching for his character. I was vouching for his ego.
But once I
mean, that's part of character, I suppose. Like I can
It
trust.
doesn't show
Yeah, I
the
can
total
trust
amount.
somebody who's got pride in themselves, right? But if somebody will betray themselves as fast as OTW will, they'll betray anybody at the drop of a dime.
It's funny. I haven't betrayed Paul in over a year and a half, maybe
I
2
know,
years
because
now.
you're terrified of him because he owns you.
I am not, man. We're fucking buddies, dude. I don't
No,
get
you're
what
not.
you're
He
just
does not
jealous of that.
side boob.
All right, if that's what you think,
how do you?
That's your
It's
opinion,
obvious.
bro. I
It's
can't.
not-
I guess I can't argue your opinion, man.
And
Keep on rocking in the
Okay.
side boob. I just got really tired. It's late.
it shows the amount immediately when you click their name from last transaction, where you can block them. Same page will show you total over all time. Also, if you
Hold on, wait, repeat that.
Man, I do not believe that you're this fucking dumb on accident.
What we have here, Nils, on failure to communicate.
No, we don't. This is intentional failure.
There's a lot of head wagging and finger waving going on, which may be personally accommodating, but is not institutionally
It's literally
advantageous.
I know that he's capping.
It's literally 2 clicks. He's capping. I don't know. I think a lot of times we underestimate the incompetence of others.
We do, but if he's been getting this many cash apps or whatever, this many PayPals from Jimmy, then he should be familiar with PayPal.
Well, I guess I'm not as much as I thought I was.
You guys need a full-time mediator. I'm willing to take that responsibility for
I would
say about $1,000 a week.
I would almost accept it for free, just because I know that you would screw things up even worse than they are.
I would give it I'd give it a C- effort at least.
Ozzy.
He's still looking, still scrolling there, still trying to figure out where his spine went.
Well, the question is, what's the expectation? Okay, and how do we manage that expectation?
I don't believe
Well, I think the expectation should be that I get kicked at OTW.
You lost me, fatty man. Forget it.
Stop it, OTW. It's not that funny. It wasn't that funny. OTW.
It is to me, you dumb motherfucker.
No, it's not. You're just desperate to get out of the awkward situation. So
I'm not in an awkward situation.
Yes,
you think you're putting me in one, but I'm
No,
not.
you
I
look
just
like
don't
a
know how
bitch.
to find
Everyone
out
knows it.
how much money Jimmy gave me. That's all. But
And
I'll
you're still
figure
working
that
it.
out.
The expectation
So-
is we come to the table with credible sided sourcing, right? We bring our
Well,
sources.
that's what I'm
we don't
trying to
just,
do here. It's just because
bring
it's
rhetoric,
taken so
right?
much time. I'm a retard, but that's all right. All right, so this is
Who the
there. They
hell's
got
panel
to
is
show
this
history.
anyways?
So what did you guys say? You got to click where to see the whole amount?
Shut the fuck up, man. Just tap out.
All right, I'm done. You're right. I'm tapping out. I'm done.
All right, good.
Fuck it. It's too early in the morning for this shit anyway.
What do you think, Fatty? What are your expectations here?
Well, as of right now, I think you guys.
Yeah, Flow State's expecting a lot from me, I think. That's the issue. here.
Yeah,
I'm actually
I think
expecting like nothing from you. I'm expecting the bare minimum threshold.
Then why are you calling me out for shit? Then you must care.
Because I
Because you
don't
care.
respect you. No, well, it's because I don't respect you.
You know,
it's
well,
like- it's
no,
like
that's
I'm
you're lying.
Look, I'm improving my environment, right? You're part of the environment. I run into you regularly. I'm going to either enjoy myself by shitting on you, or you're going to improve yourself, and I won't have to shit on you. Either way, I'm not going to, I'm going to win.
So you want to
I doubt
fix
it.
him?
Huh?
Usually we only try to fix people
Even
that
if
we
you,
really like.
even if you do give me some kind of title or whatever you want to fucking imagine that I am, that's fine. But it still doesn't change everything else that's good about me, man.
Nobody gives a shit about this stuff.
I think that, yeah, that's right. That's why I get so much praise when I fucking grab one of those. So I could say fuck you because you have, I have more talent in my little finger. I have more talent in my little finger than you will ever have in your whole fucking life, Slow State. So, even if you can call me out for bitching out to one of my mods, fine. Bitching out to my fucking co-host, fine. I'll accept it, bro. But you're still not changing who and what I am and what I can do and what you can't. So I'm still better than you. So it doesn't make any difference. You don't affect me. You get it? It doesn't. I don't give a fuck about your opinion.
Yes,
you do. I'd say there's only one guy here that's letting somebody else live in their head rent free.
Yeah, it's Slow State because I don't spend my time calling him out for shit.
You don't live in my head. I saw you.
Oh, come on, man.
He didn't write a diss track about you.
I was challenged to.
You were challenged to do a lot of things. You only did one of them.
No, I did the other thing. I failed.
Well,
but I still did the act. I still did what I said I was going to do.
Dude,
but it backfired. So fuck you, Slow State. I'm still honorable and I still have integrity because I still fucking respected my word. All right, not because I failed at because I failed at the fact that of taking control of my fucking channel, as you say. You're saying that I didn't do what I was supposed to do, but I still did what you asked. I unblocked you, and so many times I've unblocked you. And this whole thing was actually related to Paul, and it ended up being about Jimmy. So I mean,
stop talking. My turn. The only reason I had you unblock me is because it was part of the bigger demonstration that you didn't run your channel. In and of itself, it's
but I still respected the what was asked.
No, you didn't.
Yes, and I also told my fucking mods, and I told everybody to not block whatever, like any comments that you're saying, not to block you at all. The fact that Jimmy did it with, with me not fucking agreeing with him, it's irrelevant. I still respected my word. I still did what I said I was going to do. Yes, I did.
Leave me unblocked and leave me unblocked. That was the point, was to demonstrate that you run your channel. You fucking.
But you're not blocked, are you? Are you blocked?
I don't have any idea if you unblocked me again or not. I don't really give a fuck.
There you go. See? The point, you don't know. So you're telling me something that you don't even fucking know about.
No,
you said leave me unblocked. Yeah, go check. If you're blocked, maybe you're right.
Premise.
Yeah, you're way
the original challenge and the original premise was broken, definitely by Jim.
Yeah, did you hear? Did you see?
But I already agreed that. I already agreed to that. I still agreed to that. The original premise was broken because Jimmy didn't respect my wishes. But I still did what I was asked to do. All right.
And now you've
it wasn't completed, and I wasn't able to fulfill the expectations to its fullest extent. All right. But I still went like 3/4 of the way because I still did what I said I was going to do.
Cope harder. You didn't do shit. You lost. You lost entirely. Tap the fuck out.
Yeah. I would say the original game was lost. We could start a new game from here.
All right.
Well, I don't have any desire to play a new one.
Yeah, neither do I.
Do you want me to read this? Imperious says, Flow State eats balls. Adjust. Very clever, Imperious.
Hey. Joe Cool.
That's it. He's going to uninstall the internet now.
At least every time you come home, you don't see Joe Cool walking out your back door. You know what I mean?
Damn.
It happens, bro.
That won't happen. That won't happen here.
It totally would if it was.
It totally will not.
Oh my god! If
Joe gave you a super chat,
stuff, I guarantee anybody who wanted to fuck her would be in and out of that house anytime. If you're going to
What are
get
you
your tail took
talking
over
about?
by an internet bully because he's mean to you or something, then you don't stand a chance in real life.
Right, Flow State. You wouldn't stand 5 minutes in front of me, man.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I'm totally serious.
Well, you know, I've challenged Snafu and Paul to bare knuckle fight in street beefs.
Yeah.
Do you know karate or some shit?
Him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. It's not karate.
What belt are you?
There's no belt in Wing Chun.
What is that? Is that like nunchucks or something?
Everybody have fun tonight.
Tonight.
Everybody Wing Chun tonight.
There's no belt, so that doesn't sound like a real martial art. Is that like an anime thing or something?
No.
I just told you.
What is it? Yeah, I mean, it's a song. You
Yeah, you Wang Chung by getting down and groovy.
Lindsay, that's not true. I have a boner as well.
What did she say? I can't see the chat.
She says, Denizen,
Everybody
you are
gets a
the
boner
only
when I'm
one
on
here
panel.
with a boner. And I'm pretty sure Uncle Fatty probably has one too, because he just seems like the type.
Pretty much 24/7, yeah.
I'll never forget the day that we were talking about how boners just kind of happen.
The Narbies, the no apparent reason boners.
Yeah, and I had a boner while we were having this discussion on having boners.
And you try to stop it from happening, and you're like, no, in your head, and then that makes it worse. You can't think away a boner.
Well, I mean, you can,
Yeah.
but it's not good. You'd have to think of something really not good. Like a conversation with Mella, perhaps. No, I'm just playing. Mella.
You just got to flip it up in your belt, belt it, and then let that shit wait out.
I have belted it before. That is a thing.
Just don't bend over too quick.
you start slapping down in your chair like this.
I mean, really, if you got the tight enough belt, it's kind of like a back brace, you know.
If you got a tight enough belt, that's awesome. Feels great. Oh shit. God, Kim the King, that's vulgar.
What do you say?
For
pull up this
shame.
chat.
You ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight? You know, be a great day on the world when guys get to rock a little side net. Bring back Speedos.
Would you rather live in a world with no cleavage or a world with copious amounts of cleavage, but also men wearing Speedos with like dick shadows and balls?
Dick shadows.
Side net.
I mean, I think I'd take the cleavage
Yeah.
world.
More than
With the dick shadows?
Because here's the thing, like, I'm not the guy who notices when your fly is unzipped. So I think that I
Yeah.
could probably just go around without noticing dick shadows.
True. Yeah, I don't really care when a guy's walking around with his junk hanging out.
Yeah.
I would probably pick the junk world too, just so I could get the cleavage. And then the fact that some women would be upset that men's junk was out would just make it even better. It's like when a Republican gets elected.
Little side
I don't
net
know
never
what's wrong
hurt
with your junk if it's going to upset men. Or if it's going to upset women, I mean.
I mean, there'll be the few Christian ones that'll think it's inappropriate.
What about the
God,
children?
Yeah. I mean, you can't normally tell because I'm always sitting down at the computer, but basically all I wear is gray sweatpants anyways, so.
You don't wear pants when you stream, you liar.
I have done some pantless streams, that is true. Somebody should check on OTW.
I had to
Do you
go
think
put
he
my
might
dog
self-harm?
I don't know. I just think it's hard to keep. I don't know how he's able to stand up straight with without a spine. The only two-legged invertebrate that I know of.
Does make it kind of difficult.
Is that like supposed to trigger me or something? I'm like supposed to answer back and go like,
No,
like a
I
bitch?
wasn't expecting you
Okay.
to answer back. I'm just being
All right.
clever.
That's good. Wow, you're super clever, dude.
What do we got to do to tighten this gap, fellas? There's like a giant chasm between y'all and
Kegels.
Tighten
Well,
this gap.
maybe if Slow State would start by sucking my balls, maybe that would start like somewhere.
Well,
I think that's likely.
I'm thinking more on the metaphysical plane than the physical plane.
An exorcism. We got to exorcise the demons of fear and cowardice out of him.
I mean,
That's you.
Never done a dual exorcism before. This could get
Wait, you're trying to
interesting.
exorcise me?
No, we could. You could. You got the exercise has to be willing. So you can't just go around willy nilly trying to exercise people.
Just throwing holy water on people and accosting them with crucifixes.
Just watching them burn, right? No.
Sneak up on them while they're putting groceries in the trunk. Satan, leave the child.
Walmart exorcisms don't count.
Your work's never done
I
at
have
Walmart.
been taking Taekwondo lessons back behind the Walmart Center, though.
Pepitas. I had too much salsa roja. Now my butthole's gonna burn.
I just ate like 8-hour-old Taco Bell.
Yeah, I had 8-hour-old bean and cheese burrito.
The thing about fast food is like once it cools off, it does not taste the same.
Yeah, it's just
You realize how bad that Taco Bell meat is.
It's not me.
Yeah, I can't eat that stuff anymore.
And I'm not surprised. You've got kind of a refined palate, it seems, Mr. Fancy Pants.
Yeah, I'm a little bougie.
Oh, Gary, absolutely not. They were from the shelf.
I mean, how do you even shit solid when you eat that stuff?
See, my stomach is like a rock. I've been eating trash Taco Bell and for my whole life. And now that I don't hardly ever drink anymore, digesting Taco Bell. Oh yeah, no. I used to just live off Taco Bell and fucking Natty Ice, but now that I barely drink anymore, the Taco Bell alone ain't no problem.
Oof.
I notice if I eat a lot of fast food, my gut. Huh?
Go ahead.
My gut biome will adjust. Then slowly over time, I'll get sicker and sicker, but in between, it's like a normalization.
That's why you go on those 3-day fasts, right? And get all that worked out there. Get all that worked out there and clean the pipes.
And fucking oh yeah, Moose. I'm not a moron for eating cheap meat. I'm telling you that is one of the least moronic things I've put into my body. I spent way more money and biological damage on all sorts of things than
True.
So I got calls last night, yesterday, and we're up 16 points in futures, looking good so far.
Make money, money, make money, money. Invest in storm damage. Storms were only getting bigger.
Moose, what do we need to collaborate on? I'm open to it. What you got?
Moose is the biggest whore on YouTube.
No, not even close.
Who?
Mm-hmm.
Watch him suggest an idea that involves me handing over any sort of power to him.
He's the Kamala Harris of YouTubers.
That's a badass avatar right there. I tell you what, I ain't never seen no fucking moose smoking a big ass joint carrying a shotgun. Dope. I like that. Pinstripe gangster suit even. Look at that. That is dope. Like it. You know, Randy Weaver's rolling in his grave right now, Flo.
I don't know who that is.
Ruby Ridge.
Okay.
Remember that back in the day?
Why is he rolling over?
Well, Idaho just made it legal to saw off your shotgun.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, do you think it's not dope?
I mean, hey, individual liberty and stuff, but yeah, he was the guy back in the day that got caught. Basically, the feds set him up to buy some individual private sale weaponry, and one of them happened to be
not white.
just that. You know.
So
don't call me white.
Yeah.
Don't call me white.
You know what the Taurus judge is, right? It makes no sense for a Taurus judge to be legal and sawed-off shotguns to be illegal.
The judge is dope.
I've got a judge. The judge is
Judge
dope.
was the first gun I ever bought myself, actually.
Yeah. My girl's got them in pink.
So, yeah, tell me where the logic is between being able to have a shotgun shell shooting revolver, but not a sawed-off shotgun. I see none.
I think it's only in the technical definition that it's a pistol, right?
Yeah.
Just like how you can take a AR and make it short enough to be legal.
Right.
Well, not an AR, but
illegal.
Idaho doesn't care about any of that stuff anymore. Pretty much, you can do whatever you want in Idaho. Actually, most of our sheriffs are advocating
crime
for
has
people
gone down where gun laws loosen.
Yeah. I mean, really, I hate to say it, but it kind of is true up here and in Idaho in general that yeah, it has gone down. But the cases of extra violent crimes where weapons are used is still relative to the rest of the country. But yeah, our sheriffs want people to own fully auto and, you know, no permits, no nothing, open carry. You know, Patriot state, we call it. Guy up in northern side of Washington, up in Tenascat's got a freaking tank that he fires off during the barter fairs.
That's dope.
Yeah, dude.
I don't know what a barter fair is.
Wrong side of that. You never been to a barter fair?
No, never
You ever
even
been
heard
to
of
the
it.
Rainbow Gathering? You
Oh
seem like a
no,
Rainbow Gathering type of guy. No?
do I? I
Burning
haven't.
Man, Lollapalooza.
I'm just not into hippies. I just don't like hippies. I've been to. I don't
You didn't
remember
follow
where.
the Dave Matthews Band around?
No, I went to Keller Williams. If you know who that is, I went to a Keller Williams
Oh, yeah.
concert,
Mhm.
and I was all like, I didn't like it because fucking this dude comes out and he's got like a rug on stage. He comes out barefoot with his dogs and his guitar, and he's playing guitar barefoot to the crowd. And like, I'm on ecstasy, right? But I brought water bottles with me because I know I'm doing ecstasy. But all these other fucking like weirdo hippies are like, "Hey man, can I have a drink of your water?" Like, get your fucking backwash off of me, you dirtbag. I
can
prefer
smell
metal
the patchouli
concerts,
from here, bro. I can smell the patchouli all the way from here.
and I never really like smoking weed, so that kind of it makes me stand out.
Yeah, true. It's probably that first Fish show that you saw that turned you off, huh? Little traumatic.
I had smoked before then. I didn't smoke there actually because I was with my dad, but I did think it was interesting, and I'd done coke by then too, and I remember when like somebody offered my dad coke, but they didn't offer me coke, and I was like, God damn it!
Yeah, what the shit? Little key bump never hurt nobody.
An 8-ball later.
Hey, you can't just not do it when you got it.
First
try
line
to
is
keep
always
some for
true,
tomorrow.
right?
It ain't happening.
I like pleasure spiked with pain. So, Denizen, why were you being such an ungentleman to the woman who was up here?
Say what?
Who was that?
How can you calling that lady a bitch?
I don't call ladies a bitch.
Bitches.
She liked it.
Did she? It didn't sound like flirting, but maybe I'm wrong.
She practically begged me to call her a bitch. I don't remember what she meant, if she was even telling the truth when she said I called her out of her name. I just assumed she meant bitch, so then I started saying it.
So uncouth. Can't take you anywhere, Denizen.
That may be true. I don't know what couth means.
It's like an Indian rice dish.
Oh, couth.
Right. Couth. I'm glad you got that. I figured you would, but
Isn't that Mediterranean? That's not Indian. That's Mediterranean.
I don't fucking know where it is. It's not very good.
Same
At least
area.
my mom's wasn't when she tried to make it. Could have been a cook's error.
Hits from the bong.
Insane in the brain.
Does that bong taste like Mio?
Tastes like root beer. Did a harvest middle of last week. Fucking amazing.
Nice.
Root beer? You put root beer in your bong?
No, it's this Bubble Kush cherry pie strain. And it's just fucking tastes like root beer. Tastes like molasses. And we flushed the roots for like freaking 7 weeks.
Those are some monster buds.
Dude, the ones in the middle there are like the size of my torso.
Are those in the middle of those Blue Dream?
These are the cherry pie. Yeah, these are the cherry pies, which is a OG. It's an old OG Jack Herrar strain.
A lemon, then?
Old school, like 70s strain. Jack Herrera was kind of the basis of a lot of strains in Europe through the kind of mid late 70s, and then brought over here by the bikers kind of mid 80s. Turned into the Alaskan Thunderfucks and all the
Alaskan
Cushes.
Thunderfuck. Is
Yeah,
that
bro.
a strain?
Yeah, we got some Thunderfuck.
Interesting. There's a song called Alaskan Thunderfuck. I thought I didn't know it was a strain.
Yeah. That's like an old 60s strain that they took down to Cali and turned into basically into the like the diesel strains and the any of the fuel kind of strains. The what's the fucking one? Met Jack Herrera and San Fran in the 90s.
Sour Tangy.
Yeah, sours. Any of the sours. Yeah, any of the kind of like the bubble cushes or any of the hybrid cushes.
The only strand I ever really liked was the old school like 2001 Northern Lights. That shit was good, but I don't know why I like that one better than all the others.
Yeah, shit. That was right when it went from when you could
I was a fan
actually
of
get
skunk
by the name, right? Yeah, East Coast diesel and West Coast diesel went straight and sour. The sours kind of worked its way back into the frame, kind of back on the West Coast now, and then I don't know. It just depends on who's doing what from what state anymore with the fucking legalizations and shit. But yeah, those guys were all of 6 feet tall, and a couple of those colas were easily the size of my torso from head to waist. You freaking walk through there and you got to scrape the hash oil off your arms.
Yum.
20 guys took 20 guys 3 days just to harvest and crop and hang everything and get all the pots and shit situated.
I helped somebody harvest one time and like fuck that, everything was sticky.
Oh yeah,
like helping with a weed harvest and helping trim buds and all that shit. Like it sounds like it's going to be fun until about halfway through the first day.
Yeah, right. No, it's work. It's a job. You know, that's the thing is it's not fucking easy. And yeah, it's fun. You're doing something you like to do. So therefore it's not really a job, but it's a headache and it's a lot of work and it's a lot of responsibility. And you lose a batch that big and you are, you're fucked. If you're not in the big game, there's guys that'll start out and lose their first 2 or 3 crops because that's what happens. But when you got the Mormons coming up here with all their money, dumping 20, 30, 40 mil into these operations just before you even plant one plant. Guy dumped 18 mil into a processing center just for his own extractions and another 5 or 6 mil on patents for the vape cartridges and the burners and the way all the stuff works with the electronics on the vape machines and being able to process your own deal. It's actually a big fucking pain in the ass is what it is. That's why I like just going in and helping harvest. Oh, the keef jars. Yeah. Yeah, shit's so sticky, dude. You roll a big fatty and you get about halfway done. Fucking shit's so resonated, you gotta put it in the bong just to finish it. Wearing that Tyvek suit, you get into the middle, and yeah, you'll have, a good, millimeters, pretty much, of just keef and oil on your suit. You take your suit and scrape that off and get shit 2 or 3 grams just off your arms. Yep.
Yeah, it's a
Building
pretty
the racks,
saturated
building the
market.
towers, trying to build all the systems for the lighting racks is what I've been mainly helping with. Is the height elevation regulation systems to keep the lights at the right place and whatever, so you're not using so much energy when you're down low when they're first starting. And then by this time we're probably hitting, dude, it's fucking crazy. They're running these weird light scales too, like 4 on, 4 off, and then kicking on to 5 on, 6 on, 6 off. Because really the plants don't need that much darkness. By the time they quit doing what they're doing, turn the fucking lights back on. So taking a third of the generation time out of the strain, and they stay super short. They don't end up getting all super lengthy and jacked up. Probably had, I don't know, 10 miles worth of bamboo holding all those ones up. No weed every day.
No.
Yeah, it's so good for you, bro.
And fuck a dab, man. Dabs is.
Oh, fuck, dude.
I don't even know what people are thinking with dabs. Anybody who says weed isn't a drug has never done a dab. That shit's a fucking drug.
And you know, the kids, at least the Gen Zers that really got into it at first, are even saying now that they wish they wouldn't have, that they realized that they're pretty much scorched their brains doing that shit. It's a big contributor to the ADD.
Dabs.
Yeah. The kids
All I
doing
know is
them,
that
you know,
if you
like
need
high
to,
school age kids. That shit is not, that's just so potent. Like, I mean, I smoke, you know, pretty regular, and
if you need a blowtorch to smoke something, it's drugs.
yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Good point. Speaking of crack. The green crack is a great strain, though. Super, super sativa.
My crack's brown.
Oh, no. That's not good. Peanut butter crack? No.
Because I don't wipe.
Scorched. Oh, that crack.
But,
Yeah, fuck.
what? It keeps me safe from grape.
Yeah. Go to the donut store.
I mean, it won't keep me safe from being arrested. Oh, you're okay. I got you. I thought you were talking about cops.
It's Grace Kelly purple.
Oh, shit.
The shocker.
The shocker.
2 in the pink and 1 in the stink.
Time for breakfast? It is breakfast time, isn't it?
Gonna hold you like a bowling ball.
Oh, yeah. Extra huckleberries in the waffle mix.
Uncle Fatty, there's something wrong with your brain.
Well, if you guys aren't going to fight anymore, I'm going to go back to playing my guitar.
Who is fighting?
Or, well, not fight, you know, just girl fight.
I mean,
What happens?
It happens, you know. Just don't be throwing around that hard R. You know what I mean? Just save those for Mondays.
Hard R Friday.
You guys are off the chain.
Hey, you know what Uncle Fatty is though?
Off day Wednesdays.
He's a fucking movie.
I don't even know what that is.
I'll take it.
Get cracked for me, you hear? I want to hear Get Crack tell me what a movie is.
What was
Movie?
that?
What movie?
Huh?
What was that?
What's that?
What's a movie, Get Crack?
A movie? Like cinema?
Like a
Film?
movie.
Kino?
Mullie. Movie.
Mulliu? A moolie? You mean black people?
A dually? like
Not
a
Sopranos
truck?
now?
Yeah, do you know where the word comes from, though?
No, I don't. I'm not Sicilian, so I don't know. Is it an Arabic word or some shit?
It's Italian.
Well, Italian's not a real language. It's a made-up language.
Sure.
No, I'm serious. It's a constructed language from Tuscan dialect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Italy didn't have any Italian.
All languages are made up.
Yeah,
Right.
especially German. German's just High German, just made up too. Some
Yeah,
kind
and
of
English is derogatory from German.
So does anybody know what movie where movie comes from?
Not derogatory, it's derived.
Yeah, it's derivative. Yeah, sorry, that's the Canadian in me.
You're forgiven.
Gelato.
Anybody in the chat know what a movie is, or where the word movie
Nobody
comes
knows
from?
what your goddamn slur is. You got to tell us. That's
I'm
all
just
we
curious.
know about it. We can tell us this
Before I say it, I'm just curious if anybody knows.
Don't you think
No, I've
somebody
used-
would have
I've
spoken
used
up
it
by
quite a
now?
Gotta
bit.
wait for
I do
chat
not
to catch up. Gotta wait for chat to catch up here.
Yeah, you gotta wait for chat a little bit.
Yeah, because there's a
Get
lag.
Crack likes any of the Coming to America series.
Coming on America.
Nobody knows.
Nobody
Short
knows?
for Mulian.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
Mulian.
I've used it quite a bit. Never really thought about the origin story of that one.
It's an Italian word for eggplant.
Oh.
I use the eggplant emoji a lot.
Oh. Aubergine, right? We gotta get that aubergine.
What is Italian
The
for
aubergine.
rooster?
Delicious.
Here they come to snuff the rooster.
Interesting. So
It's a good song,
I guess
actually.
like that's the I think earlier last stream or maybe
What
it's
is
this
the
stream,
original?
they were discussing the
origin
Cajun
of
dolls,
the slang
like the little
for
like black
moolie?
dolls they sell.
Voodoo dolls?
Let me see.
The slang word mulai originates from the Italian-American community and is derived from the Calabrian dialect word mulignan, which itself comes from the Italian word melanzane, meaning eggplant. This term was used derogatorily to compare the skin color of Black people to that of an eggplant. It's important to note that mulai is considered an ethnic slur and is offensive. If you have any other questions or need information on a different topic, feel free to ask.
She got the pronunciations all wrong, like every single one of them, even for
Wow.
movie. But that was accurate. The information was accurate.
Yeah, you never know what you're gonna get out of that one.
Eggplants are not purple. They're purple
No.
on YouTube. They're black in real life.
Yeah, with kind of a green tint. With it's kind
Guy's
of like
never
the,
seen an eggplant before. He's only seen the emoji.
It's like that chameleon color on the Lamborghinis. You know what I mean? Kind of changes tint depending on how the
Well,
sun
you know,
hits
to
it.
give
You know?
well to give him credit, you know, some black people do call each other purple sometimes. You're so
Yeah.
black, you are purple.
Really?
Yeah,
So
when
you know,
you
he's got a point.
like what was her name from The Color Purple?
Mm-hmm.
Miss Hetty.
Oh, Miss Heavy.
Where's Mimi been?
Mimi has been gone for a minute.
Wait, she comes around your side of the internet too? Huh.
Who you asking?
No, he came around. He met her on CT.
Okay. Yeah, she's gone. She'll be back maybe. Maybe not.
Mimi, if you're hearing this, holler at you.
Don't worry, maybe 777 will show up.
What's he have to do with?
Holla at
I
your
don't know.
boy.
He was a big legend apparently in CT's world, so he only comes around here now.
Does he?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not well versed in the lore of CT's universe.
Mimi's more fun than 777, I think.
Okay.
She's a little bit more unchained. 777 is just aggressive.
I don't know. When
Actually,
he came back, everybody was like,
so,
"Oh man, we missed you. We missed you." Damn.
The very first,
God damn.
the very first, maybe you probably don't, but I just got 3 strikes for community or for bullying TOS violations. And the first one was an unlisted video with 777 in it from like 9 months ago.
Yeah, dangerous. No wonder there's no evidence of him anymore. People said like we can't. Nobody keeps him up. Any
I'm
777
appealing it right now because I appealed. Well, I appealed that warning. I got a warning for it. I appealed it, and the appeal was denied. But now I'm bugging them on Twitter to undo it, so they're getting back to me.
Yeah, even unlisted videos.
It's the same one. I got 3 right because there was one that was warning, first strike, second strike, but then one of the appeals went down. So I've got 1 warning and 1 strike now.
Crazy.
See, okay, so if you're talking about the piss stream, that's Cam the King probably thinks he's playing a joke or making a joke. But if you're talking about the piss stream, that one did get struck too, but not for pissing. It was for bullying again, which, is an 8-hour stream. I can bully a lot of people in 8 hours. Who knows what the fuck went wrong with that.
Yeah. I got 2 strikes just for bullying MAGA on fucking Fox News site.
I got a strike a long ass time ago for bullying. What's her name? Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, they'll do that.
Isn't that absurd?
Yeah, it sucks.
But I sort of wonder if, because I just did a 3-part series on Trump's Agenda 47 thing, going through it all.
Oh yeah, and, I fucking missed those. I remember you doing that though.
Well, I sort of wonder if they aren't, if they don't just censor everything, right? Or if they don't fuck with people who are doing political topics, not because of one side bias against the other necessarily, but just to inflame everybody. Yeah, Gary,
did you hear the interview earlier tonight?
Which one?
Elon
probably not.
Interviewing
Trump. No, I did not. I was on the Raging Tomato earlier.
Well, let's do a review on that together, bro, because that's a fucking shit show.
I mean, how long is it?
Between the two of those guys, it was like listening to fucking Beavis and Butthead on crack, bro.
That either sounds like a fantastic idea or like a terrible idea.
Yeah, because both sides are getting strikes for different political shit.
And I mean, you and I have such like
channels that
such like a precarious political perspectives. Like you're pretty far on the left, and I'm fairly far on the right. I think we both dislike cops, and we both
agree
want drugs
on a hell of a lot more.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, no, we agree on a hell of a lot more than we don't. Is the thing, and that's it's what it really all comes down to. Is we're all Americans, and the more we can all realize that America is all about people getting together. Right? It's not about accenting our differences.
Respect.
It's about fighting for the differences of each other, right? And fighting for the people that we don't exactly agree with, right? Because that's America.
Nah,
we
fuck
fight
those
for
people.
everybody. We fight for one cause, right? Well, at least that's that was kind of how it used to be, anyways. And as a Boy Scout,
that's what they told
that's
us.
how
Anyway.
I look at it.
And I am an Eagle Scout, sir.
That's the lie I was fed.
Are you an Eagle Scout?
Yeah, I got my Eagle in junior year.
Fuck yeah. That means that, like, dude, we should do a Boy Scout stream.
Yeah, I would love to, man, because
Can't have Boy Scouts anymore.
I know it's fucking bullshit.
It is bullshit, actually.
I think that's for numerous reasons, including the gender reason that got brought into the Boy Scouts, and in general, just the stigma that it got from the frickin' groypers and the grapers and all those in between. Fucking sucks. I think boys need a hell of a lot more shit that they can do that single moms can rely on and not
roam outside in the woods. Yeah, I for sure think it was a good thing for me. I enjoyed the hell out of it.
Yeah.
Of course, I never got molested. Sure. But if you're gonna pick a kid, though, it would not be me.
No. Yeah.
I'm just.
And there was plenty of vulnerable kids in my troops that probably could have been, but yeah.
I'm like, yeah, that shit wasn't going on. Not in my troop. There's too many people around all the time.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. We shouldn't let the 0.5% taint the whole batch. If we did, how's the Catholic Church still around?
Yeah, I mean, the issue that you run into is predators are always going to pursue activities with kids. So,
oh yeah,
what do you do with that? Like, do you have right? So, do you have no kid activities with adults? Like, it's just
right.
I don't know, but yeah, I do think that's a loss.
Yo, what's up, Phone with Dirt? The topic is expectations. Lowered expectation.
Not lowered, managed.
That means lowered.
No, sir. No, sir.
Yes, it does.
Nope. No. Lowered means lowered. Managed means managed. Managing things is not easy. Right? Managing things is usually kind of difficult. Think of it this way, bro. As a general contractor, even just being in the trades, one guy misses his deadline for the day, and everybody's got to fucking readjust, right? The whole Gantt chart gets thrown off because Johnny didn't fucking make sure his shit flows downhill.
Yeah.
Managing expectations is all about general contracting principles.
So how would you manage the expectation there?
Make sure that he fucking gets his shit done, and make sure that your subcontractors understand that if they miss their deadlines, that's it. You might get one warning, but we're not going to deal with people that, have shitty employees that can't manage their own employees. And if deadlines are missed, that's kind of it. There's other contractors that are vying for the jobs. There's other people out there that can do just as good a work. So we hold ourselves accountable.
They're all standing outside of Home Depot.
No. Up here, honestly, bro, we have a huge fucking labor shortage.
Yeah, we do too.
Big time. I mean, I've had 4 years running straight.
Well, the cost of living has gone up faster than wages have. So,
And a fifth of the homes in America are owned by vacation rental. So they're driving up the cost of the rents because they can't get their monthly, they want to make their monthly mortgage, but only renting out maybe once every 5 weeks instead of twice a month, during certain seasons. That whole market is what's fucking up the rental market. Rental market's jacked up sky high.
Wait, why did the level of gauges go up 10 times? Hold on. We have an accusation down here. Is it because Uncle Patty's camera's on? What happened?
We have increased gay?
We have increased levels of gayness. Allegedly. I'm getting out of here. Too gay for me.
Hey, kitty. Oh, fucking A. Call me anything you want, Denny. Just don't call me late for dinner. OTW.
Whose gaydar went off?
You still awake?
Yeah, still here. Me, still awake. I've been awake since like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh shit! You guys are just getting up. That's right. Crazy life we live. I'm gonna go run frickin' 28 miles here in about 4 hours. Sounds great, doesn't it?
No, not really. Not 20 something miles. No, 1 or 2 miles.
Yeah, buddy.
Okay.
Full marathon today. Fuck, I'm gonna be a brutal motherfucker. Actually, in 2.5 hours, I gotta go. Pasta time. Just dang old fucking spaghetti, a little bit of butter, a little bit of dang old basil. Probably go with olive oil instead, actually. Fire department's doing all you can eat on the blue waffles next weekend. Yep, huckleberry season, bro.
Not a big waffle eater.
Yeah, but when you got them huckleberries in there, shoot, tell you what. Like every bite's its own little Christmas party in your mouth. Waffles. So remember I was asking you before if you had fiber available in your area for internet?
Yeah, I do. I just have to call them up and have it installed because I'm on the I'm literally almost on dial-up.
Yeah. They freaking broke the main fiber line coming out of the subdevelopment going down the road here, and supposed to be getting that fixed here soon. But there's fuck, what was the name of that app? There's a couple of apps actually for playing live music together. Check out the Metallica did a live cast for the song Blackened back during, it's played during mid COVID area. It's probably the fall of 21, where they played live together via this app, and it's straight up zero latency.
Wow.
Yeah, it's freaking badass. And it's only, whatever, $50 a year for the subscription and shit, but it's got to run on good fiber to work.
Remember what the name is? It's called Jam something or
well, there's Juno.
Isn't there Jam Kazam or something like that?
I'm trying to find this freaking, buried this folder somewhere with all the links.
I did look into it a bit, but the best thing I could find was a Roadcaster.
Yeah.
Roadcaster Pro 2, which pretty much fucking does it regulates the latency the best it can, but you do also have to have a good internet.
Fucking Lars. I built Lars' cabin up here. Oh yeah, he's a douchebag. Yeah, there's that Roadcaster you can digitize and equalize everything together if somebody's got a central what I'm saying, mixer. But you got to have all the new mixers with all the USB-C ports that are digitized the right way.
Yeah, which is Firewires actually. That's what they're called.
Firewires. Yeah, and shit. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, huckleberries basically just are a wild blueberry that are more tart and purple instead of blue. But we got a shitload of rain this spring, so the berries this year are like the size of like, your whole thumb. Fucking big bombers. A couple of weeks ago, and spooked a couple of black bears out of the patch that was up on the one side of this Sunnyside mountain. The freaking cougars love those things too. The fucking grouse. And the freaking grouse will eat so many blueberries that their meat, their breast meat will turn purple. Purple grouse. The moose will go in there and just frickin' roll around in them and break all the plants and shit so they can get something about having all the sticky shit on their fur. Yep. Damn it. Where that went?
What happened to Dennis? Where's Dennis?
I'm here.
Probably doing his
What are you
laundry.
guys? What are you guys talking about?
What, did you fall asleep?
Nothing.
Yeah, but like 20 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Well, see, we weren't talking about anything. That's that's why I was wondering where the fuck you went.
Like trying to fight this nap, so I can go actually do laundry, lols. But I need to take a shower too.
Yeah, been there, done that.
Of course.
That's kind of creepy music in the background.
Nice. There it is.
All right, I might as well clip my toenails.
Waiting for it. Yeah. You
This fucking guy.
Oh, there it is. Dang old Luma Tommy hanging out in the back. What's he doing here?
Is he here? Oh, that's going to be interesting. Now conversation's going to spark. Where is he? Where is he? Bring him up. Bring him up. He might go off on me first. There's a big chance.
I think I'm getting old. I can't even cuss out a feminist without getting all tired anymore.
That's what the optometrist told me. She had me pass a test, and she goes, okay, when this does this, what happens? I go, it takes time for my eyes to focus. She goes, you know what that is? I go, no. She goes, you're getting old. Oh, you fucking bitch. I was like, what an insult.
Did you call her a bitch 7 times in 3 minutes?
No, I just like fucking held my tongue, but I thought about it a long time.
I was going for 30 seconds. Oh, we lost flow state.
Shit, my shit's freezing up.
Yeah, it was like it was getting too gay for him, so He left.
Yeah, he's not too big on the male bonding. Especially with shit. It's like playing cards with my brother's kids.
I'm tie-tie, Dahlia. And Fatty's gone.
Zarai? Zarai, shut the door.
Then there were two. Well,
You want to beat card, Denizen?
do I want to be card?
A card.
A card?
Yeah. I'm making a game. It's called Magic the Paneling. Making cards out of everybody.
Maybe. It'll have to be based.
What do you mean?
Like, what are my powers going to be?
Well, let me see.
Oh, shit. HB's here.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good
Yo.
morning. Good
Grand Rising to you.
Grand Rising. I'm just getting up there. Woo! Woo! Ah, man. I need to do a line right now. You guys want in on this?
I mean, I would, but you can't trust anything these days. It's all fentanyl.
I know. Yeah. You know, life's a gamble. Just like cocaine. It's all a gamble. It's all a gamble. Hold on, how long is it? Alright, so we still got 20 minutes on this live.
Yeah.
We've been trying not to go over the fucking 12-hour mark. Because everything gets fucking nuked. But what's been going on with you, Denison, man?
Doing shit around the house, and I need to get back to it, really. I just,
Lawrence, it's a joke, Lawrence. It's a joke. I don't for real do cocaine, man. I wish I did, but no.
Lawrence is like, man, that's all you had to say. I got the hookup.
Nah, Lawrence is like, he's sad now that he thinks I do cocaine. Oh, HB does cocaine. Oh.
He was believing you, man. It's like,
I know. No, Lawrence, I've definitely tried it before a couple times. Well, I'm not gonna say that. I smelled it a few times. Let's just say that. I never did cocaine. I just smelled it.
Oh, I came up just in time.
Oh shit, Stanley's back.
That's not Stanley. Did you say that's Stanley? That's Nella.
That is the female Stanley.
Yeah, that's Stanley's dom right there. That's his
Stanley's dom.
Yeah.
That's not fair.
Good morning, Mel. I think you both weren't you in the military too? I could have sworn you were in the military. Yeah, you and Stanley both you guys might have served together. Desert Storm or something.
It depends.
Do you know who your daddy is?
It depends on what his timeline was. You know, the Persian Gulf War. You know, it started with
Yeah, John. I'm starting a new one. I already got one lined up in the back, so I'm starting a new one.
Oh, okay.
In like 10 minutes.
Who's your daddy?
Oh shit.
And what does he do?
Oh shit.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Is that from Remember the Titans?
Are you talking to me?
Movie. I've heard that term before.
Are you talking to me?
I'm just asking.
Very seductive voice there, Mella.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh,
Seduction,
He said, "Mm,
seduction is a good thing.
yeah, it is.
seductive."
Very.
Be careful; they might accuse you of something.
Of what? Simping?
Yeah.
Oh no. I'm a big time simp. I don't care. Only only queers care about that type of stuff. Oh, you're simping. Oh,
It would
ah.
appear to be so, right?
Yeah, I know, right? Now, if
Oh man.
you start asking for money, that's now you're taking it too
Nah,
far.
nah, never that, never that, never
Yeah,
that.
I'm not.
Your
I'm not.
dignity, that's one thing, but money,
Yeah.
that's too far.
Ah, nah. You know,
I mean, I'll debase myself and
there's nothing wrong with telling a
I'll
lady that.
gaslight a woman and let her think her shit doesn't stink, but I'm not gonna
He's
give her
not
money.
gaslighting me by giving his opinion as to how he receives my tone of voice. That's not gaslighting.
Yeah,
It
I
is
think
because you believed it.
Why are you in love with that word, gaslighting?
it
It
is.
Maybe
is
he
I
because
likes
you
to light
believed
things
it.
on
There's
fire
something
with gas.
psychological behind
With
your
gas.
accusation.
No, but Melly, you gotta be real though. Gaslighting is probably one of the best words of like the past 5 years.
I know, right?
You're gaslighting me. Ah, it's
And
one of the it's one of the best words. That's. I kind of feel like it's a new word. Is it a new word?
it's
It's not a
not.
word. It's a term
Oh,
because
okay, yeah,
it's
yeah.
comprised of multiple words there.
That's true. That's true. There we go. There we go.
I
Look
don't
at
want to
the
be
big
too
brain on
intellectual.
OTW.
Hey.
Right.
That's what I was just
Right.
about to say. I don't want to sound too smart. Let me go back to
No,
being
go ahead.
a dumbass.
No,
You don't
no.
have to dumb yourself down for us.
OTW's got a
We
monocle
can
on his
keep
face
up.
right now.
I fucking nearly choked on my
See,
coffee.
this is
So
what
good.
this is what happens when men fucking simp. That's what happens.
He's
She
got a.
has this inflated sense of self-importance.
What? Where did that come from?
Okay, I
It
gotta go
comes
make
from
another
men
coffee.
blowing smoke up your ass your whole life.
Come on.
Oh, you're saying that I'm self-confident, and that's a problem.
Mm,
Confident,
mm,
Confident.
mm.
arrogant, I would say.
No,
Ooh.
confident. Like I said.
Yeah, I would say arrogant.
Mm.
And thank God for liberty. You can say that.
Some would say, "Give me liberty or give me death."
I'll
Some would
take a
say that.
pizza.
Oh, give me some pizza rolls. Mello, what's your favorite kind of pizza rolls?
I'm a
There's
pepperoni person.
kinds?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a pepperoni, mozzarella cheese, tomato type of person.
Mm.
But I like specialty pizzas. Um, as I've gotten older,
Mm.
and being from Chicago, having that
Mm.
deep dish pizza is like that is man, that has you knocked down for several days.
Oof.
How is
Yeah.
this not Stanley?
A deep dish pizza
Are you
is
sure Stanley is
is like a
Stanley?
mammoth.
I don't
It's
think
like
Stanley.
eating a
No,
Get
mammoth one
Stanley up
bite
here
at a
and let's have
time.
him talk at the same time. I bet you it's
no,
like
they were talking at the same time.
I bet you
I'm
it'll
pretty
be like
sure.
when you play Pink Floyd and The Wizard of Oz.
I'm
It'll
pretty
like
sure they.
fall together
You're just a
Ah,
like
sandlot
a secret
bully.
code.
That's all you are. You're a sandlot bully.
A sandlot
ah,
bully.
Yeah, like
ah.
you're just looking for reasons to irritate the female species.
Oh
Ooh,
no. I just don't
Yeah.
like you.
What's
ooh.
a polyglot?
I think it's some sort
Polyglot?
of. I think it's
Polyglot.
I
it's
didn't
a
like Neanderthals.
A
it's a
polyglot
fish.
is
Isn't it a frog?
no,
Am I thinking of a
no,
Poliwhirl? Is that a Pokemon?
no. It's someone who speaks a lot of languages.
Oh, okay, okay.
More than 3 or more than 5?
4.
Poly is 4, right?
Yeah.
So it'd be more than
4.
4 languages?
Well, I understand more than 4, but I can speak about 4.
Poly is it's synonymous with 4, correct?
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
Lawrence, and we're gonna make sand castles after this.
Ooh. I could kind of see Dennison and Mela getting together, laying on top of each other. I could kind of see that.
Yeah, true.
Doesn't mean much coming from either. I mean, you can see anything.
Yeah, lay off the cocaine, bro.
It's the fent.
Wait,
Cocaine don't do that shit.
wait, do you
Oh my
have some?
god.
Do you have some?
With a little crack on the side.
Do you
Oh my
have
god.
some?
Meth
Um,
with a little crack on this. And what's
And I
that other
thought
drug you all were
I would
talking about?
experience erectile dysfunction if I were with Mel.
What was that drug you all were mentioning that these new people, these young people are doing, and they don't realize they're frying their brain cells
Viagra.
more
oh,
than
you're
if they
talking
were
about
smoking weed?
whippets.
Is that it?
Where they
I
where
heard a
they
different term. It was something that these young people are doing now that it gives them the impression they're just smoking marijuana, but they're intensifying
Oh, you're talking
the
about dabs. You're talking about
okay, that's the
dabs.
word. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
yeah,
word I
yeah,
heard. So what like that's awful. That's
yeah. Yeah, alpha wouldn't be the first word I would use to describe it,
that is
but
amazing.
Amazing.
Like what would happen what happened to good old fashioned reefer?
ooh, yeah, Melly, you're really dating yourself right now.
Good old fashioned reefer, man.
Reefer. Wow.
Yeah, you know how
Man.
it was in a shoebox and you know you roll up a joint and it was just reefer.
Asvaroon, what's up, buddy?
Oh, Asvaroon.
Here for the
Hey.
tea.
Oh, child.
Who's
Oh,
plugged onto
child.
life support right now?
No, 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 no. I
That's
drive a
Mel's
freaking
batteries are running low.
I drive a freaking international, so my air pressure's always going down. I'm gonna mute up though. I'm gonna mute up until it builds up.
Oh, whatever it was, it died.
Oh well, R.I.P.
Good morning, here for the tea. Ooh, child.
Ooh, child.
She's pretty.
Ooh, child. Wait. OTW, you got to give us a ooh chow for here for the tea.
What's Uchao?
Like ooh chow, ooh chow. Like when you see your neighbor, his side chick is leaving out after his wife left. You're like ooh chow.
Okay, like I'm an OG, bro. I don't nope. Never heard of that. Never seen that. I didn't do it. Nobody saw me do it. You can't prove anything.
Ooh, child.
Have you
Ooh
all
chow, ooh chow. There we go.
Okay, I'll do it. No, I can't do it. Ooh, chow. I think I'm missing a little bit of emotion in there.
You're
See,
getting there, man. You're getting
this is
there.
why I don't hang out with white people. I'm telling you.
Well, it's because we're detached from our emotions. You know, But luckily, I'm French, so I don't really have a choice. The language is literally connected to your emotions.
Y'all don't have any soul, and you believe the government. That's basically what it. Those
What are
two
you
things.
talking
I
about?
just like.
Who believes in the government?
White people.
I don't. Well, see, I'm not white. There we go. That says it. I'll say it again. I'm not white.
Okay.
I'm what we would consider in these parts redskin, right?
Okay.
Ooh, child, things are gonna get in.
So you have a head full of hair.
Yeah, and a body full of hair too.
A head full of hair? Oh, like on your head?
I'm like a bear, It's like
Yeah.
Really? On your back too?
Yeah, on my shoulders. I'm like full of it, man. I'm a fucking animal.
What do women say to you? Like when you disrobe and you're about to make love.
I don't
Like,
know,
do they
man. They
say,
trip, man. They
damn,
put their
your hair,
hands and
your
run their
hair.
hands through that shit and they fucking pull on it and they
They
have
French
fun, man. I
braid
don't
it.
know. It's very manly.
They French braided.
Hey, Dennison.
It's not
We're
that long.
Hey,
Okay.
Dennison. We're coming up on the 12-hour mark, but so I'm gonna end this live, but I got another one queued up. So if you could, I know you like link your live to this live, so
Yeah, portal yourself.
yeah. Just come back and cause Dennison, you always have really good members, and you're pretty cool guy too. So I definitely would like you to come back if you can.
So thank you for your time, Mr. Galt, and hopefully I can.
Whoa. This is HB. This is HB.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's not
You
John
could.
Galt.
Yeah, Melly, you could come back too.
I
It's just
appreciate that. Okay, and let me
yeah.
restart my device.
Yeah. No. It's just that once you get to 12 hours,
I understand how it goes. I'm familiar with that process.
Okay.
I'm gonna restart my device and hopefully it can connect.
So you're
Thank
like
you.
what? Starting another one?
Yeah. I'm just starting another
Yeah,
live. I'm
because
starting
it's at
another
the
live.
12-hour mark and it won't process past
Okay,
12
so it's
hours.
gonna be like what? Gone Trucking Part 3?
Yeah. Basically.
Pretty much.
Yeah. But make sure you
You all
guys
take it easy now. Everybody join in. Look out for the new live stream.
I'll
Thanks
wait
for
for the
having
portal.
me.
All right. And
No hard feelings, everybody. Peace out.
Yeah, peace out.
Peace.
Well, we'll see you in a few, I guess.
Yeah, well, I'll literally see you in like 3 minutes, Mella. But you guys make sure you subscribe. It's at the Urban Landlord. But we got OTW, Out of Tired World, and Dennison.
I love that.
And we're gonna start a new live in less than 60 seconds. Good morning, America. And good morning to the universe too. I've never been there, but I heard heard it's pretty cool. But I'm gonna. Oh, hey man, you ever been to the universe? Oh,
Hey man.
Hey man, you ever been to WikiLeaks? You heard of WikiLeaks? Oh my god. Oh, I'm so high right now. Oh god. All right, Dennison. I'm about to start another live right now, man.
All right, peace.
OTW, man.
Peace.
Salute.
Yeah, peace out.